Chapter 1 Down and Out Flunky. Yi Huan, cut my toenails. The two women leaned against the luxurious leather sofa, talking and laughing, emitting a surplus of laughter. The two of them, with exquisite looks and enchanting torsos, each had their own style. The woman on the right, named Su Zixue, was Yi Huan's wife. The other one was Yi Huan's sister-in-law, Su Muiying. Taking advantage of the chatting gap, Su Zixue commanded Yi Huan and stretched out her straight and white long legs. Hearing his wife's order, Yi Huan, who was doing housework on the side, immediately rushed over, holding his wife's jade feet and carefully clipping her toenails. Su Muiying continued to chat and laugh with Su Zixue. Sister, this body of yours, is getting more and more beautiful. Do you want me to help you measure it? Saying that, Su Muiying stretched out her tender as green onion fingers and tickled Su Zixue's armpit. Better forget it. Su Zixue giggled, and her body curled up a little. With this movement of hers, Yi Huan's hands were instantly unsteady, causing Su Zixue a pain. Rubbish, what are you doing? Su Zixue stretched out her foot and kicked Yi Huan away in one go, her moving delicate face instantly cold as ice. Sister, is everything alright? Su Muiying comforted Su Zixue, and gave Yi Huan another disgusted look, her red lips holding a sneer. Yi Huan, you can't even cut your toenails well. My Su family was blind to accept a punk like you as a flunky. Yi Huan covered his stomach and slowly stood up, daring to be angry. The reason was simple. Just as his sister-in-law had said, he was just a door-to-door son-in-law with no status. Married for 3 whole years, he was like the lowest servant. As long as the Su family was a little displeased, they would humiliate him. After being married to Su Zixue for 3 years, he hadn't even touched Su Zixue's hand. Whenever night fell, Yi Huan was alone, sleeping in the humble bedroom, not daring to disturb his wife's sleep. The dirtiest and most tiring chores were also taken care of by Yi Huan. Once, when he was washing dishes, he accidentally broke one, directly by his wife out of the door, faced the wall for an hour. There was also a time when he was just a step late in handing over the foot washing water, and Su Zixue slapped him and angrily rebuked him. 3 years, 3 whole years. Yi Huan had already gotten used to this kind of life, and was even a bit numb. The saddest thing was that he also indisputably liked Su Zixue, even though Su Zixue had always humiliated him and loathed him. Yi Huan, originally is the second son of Yi clan, and Yi clan, among the first-class families in the capital city of China, has huge energy. 3 years ago, Yi Huan used $10 million in cash to invest in a real estate company, Tengfei. But back then, Tengfei was facing a reorganization crisis, on the verge of bankruptcy, and was not looked upon favorably at all. At that time, all the Yi family executives were reprimanding Yi Huan for his haphazard investment. Some scolded him for being crazy and doing stupid things. Some thought that he had evil intentions and wanted to hollow out the family's foundation. Yi Huan was also nailed to the family's pillar of shame because of this. In the end, the top management of the family deliberated and directly expelled Yi Huan from the Yi family. Yi Huan, who had no choice but to taste all the hardships, eventually became the door-to-door son-in-law of the Hangzhou Su family. Alright, sister, don't get angry with this trash. Su Muiying held Su Zixue's arm and said in a warm voice. Su Zixue nodded and skimmed her hand, signaling Yi Huan to leave. Other people have married rich and powerful people, but I married a loser. Su Zixue sighed. Tomorrow is the family's annual meeting, and I'm bringing this trash with me. It's really embarrassing. Chapter 2, The Salty Fish Turns Over. Su Muiying glanced at Yi Huan. A touch of playfulness flashed in her eyes. Yi Huan was wearing a miscellaneous brand bought from the roadside and shuffling slippers, indeed shabby. Su Muiying caressed Su Zixue's fragrant shoulder and said, Sister, let's not talk about him. Let's talk about something serious. Your company. It seems like it's hard to turn over funds recently? Su Zixue rubbed her eyebrows and sighed. Yes, last month the company budget was too much. There was an accident. Lost a few $1 million. There is a big gap in funds. Probably need to take $5 million to fill. Within a week, the company can't find a new capital injection. I'm afraid it will be really difficult. Su Muiying's face was gloomy. Is the gap so big? But 7 days to collect $5 million. How easy is it to talk about? Su Zixue did not say anything, and found Yi Huan pestle and mortar a broom, eavesdropping on the side. Yi Huan, roll to the side. Don't stand here foolishly. Take my clothes and wash them. Su Zixue ordered. The set of clothes I just changed out of. Take it to the wash as well. Su Muiying also opened her mouth. Yi Huan didn't dare to have any complaints, picking up the two women's clothes and throwing them into the washing machine, washing his own clothes along the way. Tomorrow is the reunion, so at least wear something clean. Yi Huan's thoughts drifted. Do. Suddenly, his phone rang, an unfamiliar caller. Yi Huan was bored and touched the old man's phone, thinking that it was another advertisement from an unscrupulous businessman. Hello, who is it? Yi Huan asked impatiently. Second young master, I'm Butler Lin, don't come back. A pleasing voice came from the phone. Yi Huan sniffed and froze on the spot. Butler Lin? Wasn't he grandma's beloved? Why was he free to call? Yi Huan clutched the phone and took a deep breath. His complexion cloudy. It had been 3 years, and this was the first time the Yi family had contacted Yi Huan. So it's you. Yi Huan spoke indifferently. If you have a fart, let it go, or I'll hang up. Don't. Butler Lin anxiously said. Second young master, then I'll get right to the point. I know that you have a grudge against the family, but now that the family is in a major crisis and is in dire need of funds, please give up your former grudges and come to your aid. Yi Huan laughed back in anger. Ridiculous. When I was expelled from the Yi family, my bank cards were all frozen and I was penniless. Where would I have the money to give you? After saying that, as if he thought of something, Yi Huan's eyes suddenly lit up. Bank cards? That's right. The bank cards that he was involved with the family were all frozen. But he still had a Swiss black card that had nothing to do with the family, and it was still in his pocket. But the money on this card has been used to invest in Tingfei. Not a single penny is left. Could it be that nowadays, Tungfei Company has made some new progress? Right at this moment, Butler Lin continued. Second young master, the Tingfei Company that you injected money into 3 years ago has now multiplied its market value many times over, and as long as you agree, a large sum of cash can be transferred into the family. Tungfei? Market value? Yi Huan excitedly waved his fists and burst into hot tears all of a sudden. His vision, right, Tungfei, had truly risen. Not hearing Yi Huan's reply, Butler Lin was still unwilling and continued. Second young master, your grandmother said, as long as you are willing to go back, directly become the president of Amethyst Corporation, status and wealth, at your fingertips. Any more? Say it again. Yi Huan hung up the phone, and inwardly laughed coldly. One phone call, wanting him to help, dreaming? He suffered all these years for nothing? Goodbye to you. Bull asterisk. Yi. At this moment, Yi Huan only felt refreshed. I, Yi Huan, have risen. Chapter 3 Tingfei Company. After hanging up the phone, Yi Huan thought about it and dialed a number. Hello, which one? A majestic middle-aged man's voice came out. Ah, it's Xiao Zhang, right? Still recognize me? Yi Huan asked with a smile. The voice gave a beat, seemingly a bit shocked. This voice, could it be that you are? Yi Xiao? That's right, I am Yi Huan. Yi Huan replied. Yi Xiao, it's been 3 years, you finally heard from me. The middle-aged man's voice was excited. Without you, there would be no Tengfei today. Saying that, the middle-aged man paused. His voice took on a touch of pride. 3 years have passed, and today's Tengfei, the market capitalization has already reached 100 billion yuan. And you are our biggest shareholder. 100 billion yuan. Yi Huan heard the words and was struck by lightning. Snapped. His cell phone, an unsteady, directly fell into the pool. Yi Huan's strange cry, rushed to pick up the phone, but found that the old man machine into the water after the water. On the spot scrapped. Damn. Yi Huan muttered in chagrin. 100 billion ah. Thinking of such a huge amount, Yi Huan giggled again all of a sudden. The wind and water rotated. 3 years ago, because of this capital injection, he was driven out of the family by the Yi clan's top management, but the wind and clouds turned. 3 years later, he relied on Tengfei and rose again. $100 billion ah. For a moment, Yi Huan's mindset changed. It just so happens that Zishua Company is short of money. 3 years of affection. I'll give her a hand. Yi Huan put away the Swiss black card and ran to the living room in a rush. Coming to Su Zishue. Zishue, you need $5 million right now. Let me help you advance it first. The two men saw Yi Huan rushing in at first. Their eyes revealed a puzzled look. When Yi Huan opened his mouth, the two men's expressions changed from puzzled to stunned and odd. This punk actually said that he had $5 million. Then they were still the richest people in the country. Without waiting for Su Zishue to speak, Su Muiying's sneering voice came out. Yi Huan, who do you think you are? The Huayuan Corporation's Zhao Gongzi? You don't even take a piss and look at yourself. You can't even come up with $5 million even if you do housework for the rest of your life. Su Zishue leaned on the sofa. Her home-style t-shirt short skirt outlined her delicate and moving figure. Facing Yi Huan's absurd words, she coldly threw down a sentence and left without looking back. If you have this time to daydream, why don't you think about why you've fallen into this state? Get the hell out of my way. Su Muiying snorted twice and followed Su Zishue back to the bedroom together. Yi Huan's excitement was instantly doused by a pot of ice water. Why have you fallen so far? Yi Huan clenched his fists and muttered these words. This night, Yi Huan touched the black card in his hand, thinking back to the past glory and then the subsequent fall. For a while, his mind was in a whirlwind, and he could not sleep for a long time. He tossed and turned for a long time, and only fell into a deep sleep when the sky was slightly bright. As a result, only a few hours had passed when his bedroom door was kicked open with a bang. Rubbish, what are you still sleeping for? Hurry up and get up to send Zishue to the company. Su Muiying stood playfully in front of the door with an angry face. Her robe was only closed with a few slits, and a large portion of her fair skin was exposed in the air, white and tender, with an infinite scenery that made the mind sway. Yi Huan stared at his sister-in-law in confusion, revealing a puzzled expression. I send Zishue to work? For 3 years, Su Zishue never bothered to take Yi Huan to the company. Now why did she suddenly change her mind? Chapter 4 Rich Young Man Mocking. Su Zishue walked to the door. Her pretty face had a few hints of anxiety. What are you stupidly standing there for? Come out quickly. Yi Huan mumbled dreamily, his gaze a little bit disoriented. The dressed-up Su Zishue, dressed in a manly women's suit. Her features were perfect and exquisite. Her skin was white and tender bulldozing snow, and her temperament was chaste and charming amidst the coolness, especially her pair of slender thighs wrapped in black stockings. Round, straight, walking, full of unspeakable flavor, making Yi Huan unable to move his eyes. Su Zishue glared at him. Rubbish, what are you looking at? Quickly change your clothes and go to the garage to drive. Okay. Yi Huan's heart was 10,000 times willing. His head was like pounding garlic. He changed clothes as fast as he could, washed up, and nimbly drove the BMW out of the garage. Su Zishue snapped the car door shut and sat in the back seat, unwilling to see Yi Huan's face. She took a deep breath, her expression somewhat helpless. She just didn't go to the company for a day, and there were a whole lot of things on fire. In other words, she would have been transported by the company's special car. It was only now that she was in a hurry and had no choice but to let Yi Huan send her. 20 minutes later, the BMW stopped in front of Huayue Company's building. Yi Huan stopped the car, and his gaze slightly condensed. Through the car window, a Mercedes-Benz could be seen parked on the roadside long ago. Beside the Mercedes, there stood a handsome man who was 1 meter 8 tall. The man was in his early 24 or 25 years of age, wearing a black Armani suit, a Patek Philippe watch, and a neatly combed back hair, a look of a social elite. He seemed to have come prepared and was holding a handful of expensive roses. Seeing the license plate number of the Mercedes, the handsome man's eyes lit up and he immediately walked over. When Yi Huan saw this, a hint of bad feeling rose within him. This guy, why does he look so much like he came over to court? As expected, he walked straight to the BMW, bent down and elegantly opened the backseat door. Zishue, it's quite a coincidence to meet you here. Saying that, he also stretched out his hand, seemingly wanting to lead Su Zishue out of the car door. Yi Huan's eyes widened as he inwardly cursed. You big-tailed wolf. Nice ass. Coincidence still comes with roses. Quickly skim your pig's hooves. Su Zishue's eyes flashed with surprise when she saw the handsome man, but immediately calmed down. She revealed the standard smile of a ceremonial ritual and kept a distance. So it's Mr. Zhao. What east wind blew you here? Su Zishue said while gently pulling over Zhao Qing's arm and walked out of the car door on her own. Zhao Qing was not annoyed, generously handed over roses, and smiled warmly. This is not to hear that Zishue Company is in trouble. Specially come over to assist. Heard others say, you need $5 million of investment? Su Zishue reluctantly revealed a smile. Did not take the rose. This will not bother Mr. Zhao. Our company has a way to get through this difficult time. Oh, is that so? Zhao Qing seemed to smile. Zishue, we've known each other since high school. Why be polite? We're all family members. Saying that, Zhao Qing stretched out his hand, and wanted to hold Su Zishue's white wrist, but his hand, however, was roughly pushed away by Yi Huan. Who is a family member with you? Yi Huan exclaimed. My family Zishue is not familiar with you. HM? Zhao Qing narrowed his eyes full of sarcasm and disdain. Your family's Zishue? Look at you. You're nothing more than Zishue's driver. So, you underling, what gives you the right to interrupt my conversation with Zishue? Chapter 5, Angel Kiss. Zhao Qing had carefully collected Su Zishue's information and naturally knew Yi Huan's identity. He was now deliberately saying that Yi Huan was a driver now, just to humiliate him. He is Yi Huan. Su Zishue explained briefly and concisely, her expression somewhat unnatural. She did not address Yi Huan as her husband, obviously feeling that Yi Huan had lost her face. Oh, the man let out a long breath, with a look of realization. So you're that trashy flunky. I've heard of you. He sneered and patted Yi Huan's shoulder. Why didn't you do your chores today and came here to make do? Yi Huan skimmed over Zhao Qing's hand and snorted coldly. No matter how much of a waste I am, I'm still Zishue's husband. As if Zhao Qing had heard the best joke in the world, he cackled. Husband, TSK, then what can you bring to Zishue? Saying that, he pulled out a small black gift box from the roses. Zhao Qing flaunted the gift box as if raising it and opened it directly, pulling out the gorgeous earrings within it. This pair of earrings, made from a large pink diamond, was crystal clear and luxurious. When Su Zixue saw this pair of earrings, she couldn't help but be slightly lost in thought. Many people in the surroundings also stayed and stopped at this moment, sucking in a breath of cold air. They had long since observed this sight and were already on Zhao Qing's side inwardly. Look at this male, so golden and handsome. I don't know how much better than that poor bastard. Yeah, if he gave me a gift like this, I would have agreed a long time ago, but I really don't say. This beauty and the gentleman are quite compatible. This mangy dog-like driver, don't get involved. A few women chirped and looked at Yi Huan with contempt. Compared to Zhao Qing's line of work, Yi Huan was shabby like a beggar. It simply defiled their eyes. Zhao Qing smiled smugly and continued. Angel's Kiss, crown jewelry's treasure, limited to 9 pairs worldwide. The market price is $10 million. When the crowd heard this, they even exclaimed in shock. What? It's actually Crown Jewelry, the most famous jewelry company in the world. Wow, it's a pity that it's not me, or else I would have drilled into the arms of Gongzi now. Brother Gongzi, take a look at me. I'm pretty too. Those few women had a flamboyant look on their faces, and their hearts were filled with jealousy towards Su Zixue. Just at this moment, Yi Huan's voice came out coldly. Bull $$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$ but this pair of earrings of yours is laced with a few impurities. It's nothing more than an imitation. Zhao Qing looked at Yi Huan in surprise and sneered. Not bad. This is indeed an imitation. I spent $500,000 and asked someone to build it. But you punk, I'm afraid you can't even shell out $100. What qualifications do you have to point fingers here? Those women rather agreed with Zhao Chang and looked at Yi Huan in disgust. What's wrong with imitations? $500,000. Can you poor bastard afford it? Yi Huan was enraged and wanted to refute the few women, but was pushed away by Zhao Chang. Rubbish, don't get in the way here, Zhao Qing said and looked deeply at Su Zixue. Zixue, you also know that I've liked you for a long time. This pair of angel kisses, let me put them on you. Su Zixue lightly opened her vermilion lips, and was about to say something, but Yi Huan angrily snatched the gift box, and slammed it into the trash can on the side. Imitation. Imitations are still pretending here, Yi Huan yelled. I'm Zixue's husband. Her jewelry, I'll buy it. Tomorrow, I'll get together 9 pairs of angel tears from around the world and give them to Zixue. Who needs this crap of yours? Chapter 6 Returning to the family. The women looked at the trash can with a look of regret. What is this mangy dog bragging about? Can he have $90 million? Just his poor look. I think $10 is enough. $10? Ha ha, I bet he can't even take out one piece. Yi Huan was indifferent. $90 million? It was just a hair's breadth. If he really drove him to fire, he would use money to smash these fools to death. Zhao Qing had a furious look on his face. This trashy flunky actually dared to smash his gift. Su Zixue saw signs of a fight between the two and pulled Yi Huan over. Mr. Zhao, Yi Huan doesn't do things in his head. Don't you mind? How much is your gift? I will have the secretary compensate you. Yi Huan forcefully interrupted. Zixue, why bother talking nonsense with him? Let's go. Saying that, he swept over Su Zixue without saying a word and walked into the company's revolving door together. Zhao Qing looked at the two people's backs. His face was full of anger, and he slammed down the roses. Yi Huan right, I'll get you killed sooner or later. The company building, the president's office. Su Zixue sat on the reclining chair. Her pretty face was full of frost, and she cursed at Yi Huan. Rubbish, you've grown up? Dare to talk back to Mr. Zhao. Do you know who he is? The son of the boss of Huan Company. Huan Company, Hangzhou's top real estate company. Its power is beyond your imagination. You're just a son-in-law. Who are you to talk to Mr. Zhao like that? Do you know that he can pinch you to death with the snap of his fingers? Get out. Get out now. Yi Huan bowed his head in silence. Su Zixue's words were like a prick of ice sticking in his heart, making it difficult for him to catch his breath in pain. After a long time, he spoke with difficulty. Zixue, so what if he's the son of Huan's old boss? I'm your husband. He confessed to you in front of me, so how can I turn a blind eye? Su Zixue's beautiful eyes were red and swollen. Oh, you also know that you are my husband. The family changed. The company had an accident. God knows how much pressure she had endured. Yi Huan's added chaos was like the last straw that crushed the camel, causing her to completely collapse. If you are really my husband, can you let me be free from humiliation and ridicule? Not to mention the $90 million to buy the angel's tear. The company shortfall of $5 million. Can you take it out? Su Zixue leaned on the chair, clear tears slowly slipping down, not looking at Yi Huan. Can. Yi Huan clenched his fists, spat out 2 words, and left the office without looking back. Dragon Phoenix Hotel. the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Hangzhou. In a certain top suite, Yi Huan leaned on the chair and comfortably let out a low cry. Not bad, soft enough. In front of him, Butler Lin looked at him with a fawning face. Second young master, have you figured it out? Yi Huan did not answer immediately, picking up the glass of Ramanikanti red wine on the table, smacking his lips and sipping it for a while before speaking faintly. Wanting me to help? The conditions are simple. Collect 9 authentic angel's kisses. If this can't be done, everything is exempt from discussion. Butler Lin did not blink. Within a day, it will absolutely be delivered to the second young master. Yi Huan nodded in satisfaction and sat up straight. A cold aura flashed in his eyes. The second condition. Copy Zhao Qing's family background to me. Hua Yuan Company. Very powerful. Get it for me. Get it to death. Butler Lin smiled and nodded. No problem. Let Hua Yuan Company close down today. Zhao Qing father and son are penniless. Yi Huan drank the last mouthful of wine and picked up a tissue to wipe his lips. Now then, let's talk about serious matters. How much money does the family need? Butler Lin smiled awkwardly, with a look of difficulty in speaking. Ahem, actually it doesn't need much. It's estimated to be 10 billion in cash. Chapter 7 Amethyst Corporation. Holy, so much. Yi Huan almost dropped his wineglass and glared fiercely at Butler Lin. You old fox. I'm afraid that you're counting on the fact that in my card, there's only $10 billion in dividends. Butler Lin hurriedly said. That's why the family isn't deliberating to deliver the Amethyst Company to the second young master. Yi Huan smiled. His gaze was as if he was looking at a little cutie. Butler Lin, although I've been deserted for 3 years, I still have eyesight. The Amethyst Company, at the end of the day, only has a family fortune of $5 billion. On what basis is it exchanged for so much money? Yi Huan stretched out a finger, his voice cold. In addition to the Amethyst Company, you have to give me 10% of the Yi clan shares. One less share is exempt from negotiation. Butler Lin sniffed and became anxious. At the peak of the Yi clan, its assets were not lower than the Tang Fei Company. Yi Huan's request was tantamount to a lion's mouth. How could he accept it? Second young master, the shares definitely need to be given. But 10%, it's too much. Butler Lin smiled bitterly. Too much? Yi Huan laughed coldly, slapped the table with a bang and stood up. 3 years ago, I was driven out of the Yi family, forced to join the Su family, and suffered 3 years of cold treatment and white eyes. 3 years? Have you guys ever looked for me? Now that I'm developed, you want to make me pay for nothing with an empty mouth? Ha ha, how wonderful. Yi Huan laughed as he spoke. Butler Lin touched his head and laughed compensatorily as well. Suddenly, Yi Huan ruthlessly smashed the wineglass, and with a snapping sound, countless pieces fell to the ground. His voice was ice cold. What the hell are you laughing at? It's still the same sentence. Less than 10%. No negotiation. Before the words fell, Yi Huan turned around and left. Wait, young master, I'll talk to old madam on the phone. Butler Lin looked at Yi Huan's back in silence and finally spoke. Yi Huan stopped walking and faintly said, I'll give you a minute. A minute later, Butler Lin's face was filled with complexity. Old madam said, if you can manage the Amethyst Company well, double the revenue within a year and earn $5 billion, she will agree to your request and give you 10% of the shares. If it doesn't work, the shares will be given to you at most 5%. Yi Huan sniffed, raised his eyebrows and smiled. This was indeed Grandma's character. However, it was just what he wanted. Deal. After saying that, Yi Huan left straight away. Butler Lin let out a light breath and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Second young master. Back again. A flash of complexity flashed within him. He now realized that there was a reason why Yi clan's top management squeezed out Yi Huan in the first place. Once this man awakened, it was too terrifying. After leaving the Dragon Phoenix Hotel, Yi Huan remembered an important matter, which was tonight's class reunion. It's better to go back and change clothes first. Yi Huan thought about it and prepared to go back to the Su family first. Huaiyue Company Building. Su Zixue finalized the new company planning with her subordinates and walked out of the office with a tired face. She stepped on her high heels, and before she could walk for long, she saw a group of female employees in front of her, chattering and talking about something next to the coffee machine. Su Zixue frowned slightly, and after taking a few steps closer, she heard the content. You guys tell me, is that Yi Huan funny? 9 strings of angels kisses, TSK, counting the premium, 100 million to start. This loser of his, it's hard enough to come up with $100. Yeah, I don't know how this loser became the president's husband. Not bad, a flunky should act like a flunky, in front of Mr. Zhao. What kind of big-tailed wolf is he pretending to be? A female employee interjected with a smile. In my opinion, it would be better to let the president and Mr. Zhao get married. In that case, the company's financial problems would be perfectly solved. The female employee was getting more and more excited about what she was saying and wanted to continue speaking, when the female employee beside her suddenly pulled on her sleeve, revealing an ugly smile. She turned around and exclaimed in shock, breaking out into a cold sweat, only to see Su Zixue standing behind her with an iron color. The female employee panicked on the spot. Chief, President, I am really sorry, we will go to work now. In the next instant, the crowd scattered as birds and beasts, afraid that Su Zixue would remember their faces. Su Zixue's eyes were slightly red, and her emotions immediately fell. Forget it, what they said is also right. What climate can Yi Huan become? It is impossible for him to come up with $5 million. As for the angel's kiss, it is even more of an extravagant request. I now can only rely on myself. Su Zixue forced her nose to hold back her soreness, returned to the president's office, and continued to work. Chapter 8, Huan collapses. Su family upscale neighborhood. Yi Huan walked back to the bedroom, and after rummaging through the closet, finally put together a decent outfit. Looking at himself in the mirror, Yi Huan's expression was somewhat bitter and emotional. In the 3 years since he joined the family, his treatment at home was inferior to that of a dog. Fortunately, now that he had become the president of the family's company, he was finally salted. Walking out of the bedroom, Yi Huan looked at his watch and prepared to go to the class reunion. Snap! Just at this moment, the door to the room opened. Mother-in-law Li Qimei carried her LV bag and walked out from the entrance hall. Glancing at Yi Huan, she threw the bag on the sofa and clasped her hands on her chest with an indifferent expression. Yi Huan, also coincidentally, I'll greet you first, so as to save you from begging to death and refusing to get out of the Su family. Yi Huan shrunk his neck and asked in a small voice, Mother-in-law, what do you mean by this? In the 3 years since he joined the family, there was not a single day that Li Yuemei did not insult Yi Huan. His fear of Li Yuemei had melted into his bones. Li Yuemei indifferently said, Mr. Zhao is willing to offer $10 million to invest in Zixue's company on the condition that you leave the Su family. In order not to delay Zixue's future, you'd better obediently divorce. Saying this, Li Qim threw a pile of money on the ground, a hint of sarcasm at the corner of her mouth. This $10,000, take it as my alms for your settlement. Yi Huan's expression was odd to the extreme. Zhao Qing? This puffer had been blocked by the housekeeper a long time ago. How could he possibly come up with $10 million? Mother-in-law still thought that she had climbed up the ladder and wanted to kick him out of the house. Unbeknownst to her, she had long been abandoned by Zhao Qing, right? Seeing Yi Huan's silence, Li Qim impatiently said, I've been merciful to the end. Take the money and get out. Yi Huan shook his head and firmly said, I won't separate from Zixue. Zhao Qing's Huan company had already gone out of business, so what right did he have to get a divorce? Besides, it was only $10 million. He was the president of Amethyst Corporation. He could take out billions of dollars, and $10 million could overwhelm him? Li Qim slammed the table and shouted angrily, Rubbish, it's not up to you. Yi Huan's heart was filled with anger, and his eyes were ice cold. Mother-in-law, you'd better go and check the roots of Huan company first. $10 million? Your plan is going to fall through. Yi Huan said, kicked away the $10 million on the ground and walked out the door without looking back. Li Yuemei was so angry that her whole body trembled, pointing at Yi Huan's back and cursing. What are you, trash? Dare to talk to me like this? Walk out of this door and you will never have to come back. She sat on the sofa, her emotions taking a long time to calm down. This punk knows how to fart as much as he can, with Huan's huge family fortune. What could happen? Li Yuemei's face was full of disdain. Even if you take out an employee at random, it's still better than this waste of space like you. Suddenly, her cell phone lit up with a news push. Huan? Li Yuemei glanced slightly, inwardly surprised. She tapped her phone and browsed through the news. When she saw the first line, she was struck by lightning and looked incredulous. In this report, Huan company was investigated for tax evasion of $10 million, and had a close relationship with underground forces, and was immediately investigated and sealed by the public security authorities, freezing all property. This, how can? Li Yuemei's cell phone slipped, recalling what Yi Huan said. Her eyes were filled with horror. Huan collapsed. Could it be related to this wasted son-in-law? All sorts of doubts entwined in Li Qim's mind, making her feel like she was on pins and needles. No, Huan's collapse has nothing to do with him. He should have seen the news first and realized it. Li Qim gritted her teeth. Good, this guy actually dares to look at me funny. When he comes back, let's see how I'll clean him up. Chapter 9, Class Reunion. Huan Company Building. All the employees had heard about the joke Yi Huan had made in the morning. This wasted son-in-law actually made a big deal about buying 9 angel tears for the president. This spending adds up to almost $100 million. If he was really that rich, would the president still be so worried about this $5 million that he couldn't eat? Boom! An engine sound came from outside the door. 3 multi-million-dollar Porsches formed a row and stopped in front of the building. Several men in suits walked out of the car, with a dignified bearing and cold expression, just like agents coming out of a movie. The crowd looked in awe and talked. What are these men in black doing? The one in the lead, still carrying a safe? Good expectation. Oh? They actually walked to the front desk of the company. Are they looking for our Mr. Su? Very quickly, the front desk employee walked up with the safe. Su Zishue received a call from the front desk and walked out of the office. She said suspiciously to the front desk employee, "You said they are here to deliver a gift?" The front desk employee respectfully said, "Yes, President." They left their gifts and left. What? Gifts? The crowd sniffed and gathered around. Su Zishue pondered for a moment, and under the gaze of the crowd, she pressed the box button. With a snap, the box opened. Under the illumination of the light, a path of gorgeous crystal pink light blossomed out from the box. The crowd's line of sight was immediately fixed, as if they had seen a ghost. Jaws agape. A burst of backward cold breath sounds came out. How is this? How is this possible? Only to see the box. Neatly placed 9 pairs of diamond earrings. Each pair is dense with gorgeous luster, luxury and through the sense of elegance and nobility. These earrings were precisely angel's tears. There were also a full 9 pairs. It was incredible. At this instant, they thought of the bold words that Huan had released and their eyes were horrified. Could it be that these earrings were really put together by that ruined son-in-law? Su Zishue was the most shocked inside. She was very knowledgeable about ornaments and knew that the 9 angels' kisses in front of her were all genuine. She covered her pretty face, and tears faintly emerged from the corners of her eyes. Huan, is it really you? Alas, I should have arranged a special car for me by Butler Lin. Huan squeezed through the crowd and walked out of the bus with a rather helpless expression. He tilted his head and looked at the magnificent and luxurious Tian Rue Hotel in front of him. This reunion was held here. Tian Rue. Right, I know their manager Su Xinghai. Huan's eyes lit up. At that time, I saw him as a good eye and invested in Tian Rue, and I don't know how he is now. At one time, Huan, as the second youngest master of the Yi family, was extremely generous. Not only did he hold Tingfei, he also invested in other companies, and almost spent hundreds of millions of dollars. Thinking of this, Huan took out his new cell phone and was about to make a call to Su Xinghai. Just at this moment, a car siren sounded. Huan was startled and subconsciously dodged towards the side. With a crash, a black Audi ran past behind Huan, and the rearview mirror almost brushed against Huan. The Audi stopped and rolled down the window. A greasy man with a face full of pimple pits poked his head out and cursed at Huan. "Kid, what are you doing, you? Rushing to reincarnation." Huan was straightening his pants leg and laughed angrily when he heard this. Obviously it was the Audi that almost hit him. Now this person is still blaming him? He raised his head and was about to retort, but his complexion froze. "Gong Wenla, it's you?" The greasy man also recognized Huan. Sizing him up, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a touch of disdain. "Huan, so it's you, kid. You haven't mixed well these years. So shabby." Huan blushed slightly, somewhat embarrassed. Compared to Gong Wenla's suits and watches, he indeed looked like a person from the bottom of society. Chapter 10 Despised. Gong Wenla said, walked out of the Audi, and continued to say contemptuously, "It's good that you didn't touch my car, or else scrape something. You can't afford to pay for it even if you dump your family's money." Huan, face annoyed, was about to open his mouth, but Gong Wenla waved his hand and walked into the hotel without looking back. Looking at Gong Wenla's back, Huan, with an iron face, also walked into the hotel door. No longer have the elegance to call. Walking out of the elevator, just reaching the entrance of the private room, Huan heard a burst of laughter coming out, only to see Gong Wenla and the crowd talking and laughing, climbing together. After stepping into society, everyone gradually became realistic. Gong Wenla's extraordinary demeanor, luxurious clothes, and the appearance of a successful man, naturally attracted the attention of the crowd. On the contrary, Huan, although he wore clean clothes, he did not have a single name brand. Shabby. This also led to the fact that no one paid any attention to Huan, treating him like air. Huan did not mind. Anyway, in his eyes, no matter how rich these people were, they were not as rich as him. Now that he was in full control of the Amethyst Company, as well as the giant Tingfei, money was just a string of numbers to him. Huan looked around the circle, his mind in a slight trance, as if he had gone back to the past all of a sudden. Suddenly, his gaze was hooked by a silhouette. This person was precisely the class flower of that year, Zheng Ziyan. After a few years of not seeing her, Zheng Ziyan had become more and more hydrated, wearing a hip-hugging short skirt, which outlined her sexy figure to the fullest. At this moment, Zheng Ziyan was sitting on the sofa with a group of women, smiling gently and chatting, warbling, "Ziyan, where have you been recently?" A woman looked at the all-seeing Zheng Ziyan and couldn't help but be jealous. recently changed to a new company. I will go over to work tomorrow. Zhang Ziyan smiled lightly. Which company? The crowd chased after her. Amethyst Company. Zhang Ziyan said softly. Invisibly, a sense of arrogance came through. Amethyst? Hangzhou City's largest financial company? When the crowd heard this, they immediately let out envious exclamations. They hadn't expected that Zhang Ziyan not only had white skin and beautiful appearance, but her ability was also extremely extraordinary, and she had actually entered the Amethyst Company. In such a large company, even a sweeper would have a starting salary of $10,000. If Zhang Ziyan became an official employee, her monthly salary would be at least $50,000, right? Thinking about this, the gazes of the crowd towards her became even more heated. Huan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Such a coincidence that it was actually the Amethyst Company under his command? He happened to be going to the company tomorrow to take a stroll, so he would talk to Zhang Ziyan first. Huan's mouth shed a smile as he walked towards Zhang Ziyan, but before he even approached, a few women chirped and called out, Huan, what are you coming over for? Yeah, it's not high school anymore. Be clear about your position. Understand? Zhang Ziyan glanced at Huan and frowned slightly. Huan, this site is full. Go somewhere else. With her social status nowadays, she was not willing to be involved with Huan. Huan was instantly uncomfortable and dismissed the idea of mentioning Zhang Ziyan. Seeing Huan standing awkwardly, his high school frenemy Tong Bin immediately pulled him away. When they were in school, the two of them were iron buddies, and after the reunion, Huan was also very excited. Forgetting the unpleasantness of the party, the crowd snorted a few times, ignoring Huan, and continued to climb together. Soon, the banquet began. The crowd mingled and the atmosphere was harmonious. Tong Bin patted Huan's shoulder and said with a slight drunkenness, Huan, I know that you used to be interested in Zhang Ziyan. It's just that this kind of beauty is not in the same world as us. Don't think about it. Huan smiled faintly and did not say anything more. Chapter 11 Manager's Arrival. On the other side of the wine table, under the coaxing of the crowd, Zhang Ziyan slightly drunkenly picked up the microphone and leisurely sang a song. The crowd stared at her hot body, while listening to the wonderful singing voice, only to feel floating like an immortal, unrestrained. When Zhang Ziyan sat down, Gong Wanla excitedly stood up. Gentlemen, today's consumption, Gong someone, will pay for it. Waiter, put on a few more boxes of good wine, and fill up the dishes for me. When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but let out cheers. Right at this moment, Huan's phone rang. It was Su Xinghai's call back. Hey, Xinghai Huan. Huan smiled. Now that his old friend was reunited, Huan was in a good mood, and his tone was a few shades lighter. Yi Xiao, it's been a long time since I've seen you, but I've finally waited for you. The great Buddha, Su Xinghai said in surprise. Ha ha, I can't call it a big Buddha. I'm drinking here. Huan replied. You are also in Tianrui? Su Xinghai said excitedly. Where is the box? I'll come over to toast you. Huan smiled and said, Box 429. Come over when you are free. Okay, right away. Su Xinghai hurriedly hung up the phone. On the other side, the waiter had already served the wine, Budweiser and dry red. But right at this moment, the waiter picked up the pager on his waist and couldn't help but freeze after hearing the instructions from above. He quickly came back to his senses, left the private room. When he came back, slowly introduced a food truck. Above the dining car is a variety of expensive red wine, Lafite, Petrus, Flower Zhuang wine. In addition, there are also Wulianye, Maotai and other expensive liquor. Seeing these wines, Gong Wanlo was instantly dumbfounded. His legs trembled, and he almost fainted in fear. He had seen Wulianye and Maotai, but he had never seen the sight of 10 or so bottles all together. As for those expensive red wines, he had only seen the photos and had not even touched them, because the transaction price of each bottle of red wine all need hundreds of thousands of dollars. If this was consumed, wouldn't it make him lose all his money? The cheers of the crowd slowly fell silent, looking at each other with a look of being at a loss for words. Zhang Ziyan was the first to realize, and cautiously said to the waiter, We're not ordering these wines, so return them. Gong Wanlo wiped his cold sweat and gave Zhang Ziyan a grateful look. The waiter, however, shook his head and said, You're mistaken, ma'am. These wines are a free gift from our general manager. How much you guys consume? It's all on his tab. Complimentary? Why? The crowd was dumbfounded. The manager said it's for entertaining VIPs. We're not sure of the situation. The waiter said, VIP? The crowd looked at Gong Wanla in unison. It's hard to see, old Gong. You're actually a VIP of Tianrui Hotel. Yeah, even the general manager of Tianrui gives you face. You're mixing it up too much. They all subconsciously thought that these wines were sent up for Gong Wanla's face. Gong Wanla instantly felt weak, but in the way of face, he still barely squeezed out a smile. What's wrong with this? Just let go and drink. Everyone cheered, their faces excited. After all, in their lives, this was the first time they had come into contact with this kind of famous wine. Just when everyone was ready to share the wine and start drinking, a suited silhouette hurriedly came at the door. The waiter bent down and bowed. Good day, General Manager. Su Xinghai nodded slightly, his majestic face unchanged. The scene once again returned to silence, and the crowd looked at Su Xinghai with a face of awe. Tianrui Hotel's general manager. A big shot. Gong Wenla's heart was about to jump into his throat, but he still had the guts to walk forward and wanted to shake hands with Su Xinghai. But Su Xinghai, however, did not even look at him, directly brushing past him and walking in front of Yi Huan. Chapter 12, A Great Fall from Grace. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but freeze and look at each other. What was this situation? Wasn't it Gong Wenla that Su Xinghai knew? Gong Wenla stood there abruptly, his face a shade of green and a shade of white, not expecting Su Xinghai to not give him any face at all. On the other side, under the unbelievable gaze of the crowd, Su Xinghai stood and stopped in front of Yi Huan and bowed deeply. Yi Xiao, thank you. Without you, there would be no Tianrui today. Su Xinghai raised his head, his face filled with excitement. When the crowd saw this, their expressions changed from puzzlement to endless shock. Wrong person, must be wrong person. Their lips trembled, their faces were pale, and they only felt that their brains were down. Wasn't Yi Huan just an ordinary family with no power? What virtue and ability did he have that he could actually make Su Xinghai say such words? But the next image shattered their fantasies. Only Yi Huan smiled faintly and lifted Su Xinghai's shoulders. It's all up to your own creation. I've only helped in a small way. Su Xinghai shook his head. Xiao Yi is joking. Without you, Tianrui would have closed down 3 years ago. You've been as kind to me as you have been to me again. Xinghai has no teeth to forget. Saying that, Su Xinghai swept a circle, and smiled warmly. Don't be polite, all of you. For the sake of Yi Xiao, today, all of them are free of charge, and the drinks are free of charge. No one dared to respond to him. The only sound was a burst of cold air being sucked back and forth. It was only now that they were certain that the VIP Su Xinghai was talking about was actually not Gong Wenla, but Yi Huan. Moreover, from Su Xinghai's tone, it was not difficult to conclude that 3 years ago, Yi Huan had been a great help. The faces of the crowd were complicated for a while, only feeling like they were frogs at the bottom of a well. 3 years ago, Yi Huan's energy was so extraordinary. Then he is now. Thinking of this, some people had already gripped their wine cups tightly with an uplifted face, wanting to seize the moment and toast towards Yi Huan. Gong Wenla looked at Yi Huan, who was in the limelight, and his heart was sour for a while. The contemptuous gazes cast by the crowd made him want to find a hole in the ground to drill into. In the end, he could not hold back his inner shame and left with a reddened face. Su Xinghai chatted with Yi Huan for a few minutes, toasted a few glasses of wine, and also took his leave. The crowd rubbed their fists and smiled with fawning faces as they gathered around, wanting to climb into a conversation with Yi Huan. Zhang Zian hesitated for a moment and also squeezed out a few pleasing smiles, twisted her water snake waist and walked to Yi Huan's side. Yi Xiao, she smiled charmingly. Her body came very close, so close that Yi Huan could feel her refreshing aroma, the hot air escaping from her body. Yi Huan would smile and was about to open his mouth. Tick-tock, the phone in his pocket rang, interrupting him. Yi Huan had no choice but to pull out his cell phone, and on the other end of the phone, came his mother-in-law's furious voice. Yi Huan, you wasteful flunky, today is the Su family annual meeting. You have big dog guts to be absent. Yi Huan's cheeks loosened up, broke away from the crowd and left without saying a word. The crowd froze, then coughed awkwardly and retreated away. I said, why is he so powerful? So it's because he has a rich woman. Just a flunky. What's there to pretend? That's it. Soft food eating trash. Really think you have a face? The crowd talked in low voices, filled with jealousy and contempt for Yi Huan. At the same time, they were relieved inside. It turned out that Yi Huan had only gotten everything by joining the family. Zhang Zian straightened her hair, recalling her actions just now. She could not help but look ashamed. She didn't expect that Yi Huan was not a rich and handsome man, just relying on his wife Ben. Dead trash. What a waste of time for the old lady. She couldn't help but grit her teeth. Chapter 13, Family Banquet. In front of the Su family's upscale neighborhood, a white BMW was quietly parked. Su Zixue stood beside the car, waiting quietly, while her mother-in-law was sitting in the car. As for father-in-law and sister-in-law, they had already rushed to the villa of the Su family's annual meeting first. Yi Huan got off the bus and rushed from the stop, panting. When he stopped at the station and saw his wife's decoration, he couldn't help but light up. Su Zixue was wearing a beige strapless dress. Her beautiful collarbone was hidden. Her temperament was elegant and dignified, which caused people to be mesmerized. More crucially, Su Zixue's earlobes had been hung with crystal-clear angel's kisses. The wife is still very satisfied with this gift. Yi Huan muttered inwardly. Seeing Yi Huan arriving, Su Zixue walked over, gave Yi Huan a complicated look, and asked in a low voice, "This angel's kiss, is it from you?" This was the first time since 3 years of marriage that Su Zixue took the initiative to approach Yi Huan. Yi Huan touched his head and laughed, without answering, directly drilled into the BMW main driver and started the engine. Both Li Kim and Su Zixue did not know how to drive. Otherwise they would not have waited for Yi Huan to come back. Yi Huan, for such an important occasion, you are wearing ground floor goods. My Su family's face has been lost to you. Li Kim was furious when she saw Yi Huan. Today, Yi Huan's bad attitude made her still feel uncomfortable in her heart. Yi Huan waved his hand and did not say anything more. Li Kim continued to curse out. Speak, rubbish. If you were a little bit capable, why would you let Zixue aggravate herself like this? It's really bad luck for my daughter to marry you. Mom, cut the crap. Yi Huan didn't have the money to buy a suit all these years. Su Zixue entered the back seat, pulled Li Kim's arm, and said softly, "No money?" Li Kim's volume increased by a few points. Who do you blame for not having money? It's still not because he's not capable. It's a pity that Zhao Qing is such a good young man, but Huan Company went straight out of business, or else he would have gotten a divorce by now. Let this loser drink the northwest wind. Huan collapsed? Su Zixue's mind was shaken. Today, Zhao Cheng offended Yi Huan, and Huan went out of business. Then in the afternoon, another angel's kiss was delivered. Su Zixue suddenly realized that she could no longer see through Yi Huan. Is he really a waste? Su Zixue murmured inwardly. On the other side, Yi Huan drove the BMW smoothly and quickly reached his destination. Outside the Su family villa, it was already filled with luxury cars, none of which cost less than $1 million. Yi Huan followed his mother-in-law and wife and hurriedly stepped into the villa hall. The hall was brightly lit and crowded, and when the people saw Li Kim mother and son duo, they surrounded them. Zixue, 1,000 hopes. You finally came. Long time no see. You little ninny is beautiful again. Yes, this gown of yours, it really matches your temperament. Indeed, under the illumination of the light, Su Zixue was like an exiled fairy floating out of the world. Her beauty was unbelievable. As for Yi Huan, no one put him in their eyes. No one was even willing to take a step closer. Yi Huan was used to the world and had long recognized the ugly faces of the crowd, so he didn't mind much and just played with his cell phone in the corner. It's a pity. The gown is pretty, but there's just no matching jewelry. Suddenly, a mean female voice came out. The crowd gazed at it, and it turned out to be Su Zixue's cousin, Su Bingbing. Su Shi's appearance was only a few points inferior to Su Zixue's, and she was equally a standardized beauty. She was wearing a short black lace skirt, revealing her white and tender thighs. Extremely eye-catching. Chapter 14, Getting Slapped. Ornaments? Su Zixue was slightly stunned, before realizing that the angel's tear in her earlobe had been covered by her long hair. Su Bingbing glanced at Su Zixue, secretly jealous of Su Zixue's looks. Cousin. A woman should cherish herself. How can she be short of flashy jewelry? Saying that, she brightened her ring finger, and a beautifully crafted diamond ring caught the eyes of the crowd. The crowd let out a burst of gasps. Crown's latest Rose Series diamond ring. It's worth $1 million. Look at the perfect light. Gosh, it's so beautiful. Bing Bing, you're so happy. This ring was given to you by your fiancé, wasn't it? Su Bingbing nodded proudly. Not bad. It's the engagement ring my fiancé gave me. After saying that, Su Bingbing glanced at Su Zixue, the corner of her mouth revealing a sneer. Cousin, a woman has to marry a good man. She can't recruit a flunky and lose face for nothing. Su Zixue's face turned blue, so angry that her petite body trembled slightly. Su Bingbing was specifically here to pick a fight. Just when Su Zixue wanted to open her mouth, Yi Huan stood out. He gently pressed Su Zixue's fragrant shoulder to calm her down, raised his head to scan the circle, and faintly spoke. What's wrong with my wife? At the very least, she's not wearing a fake. When Su Bingbing heard this, she was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, storming out. Rubbish. What did you say? Who wears fakes? Yi Huan laughed and pointed at Su Bingbing's ring. A real diamond has the characteristic of single refractive light. The light passes through the diamond. The line is a single line, and will not be reimagined. But your diamond, although the style is realistic, is birefringent. If you don't believe me, compare it yourself and you'll know whether it's real or fake. There's also the fact that Crown's rose diamond ring has a unique rose pattern on the body, which is hard to rub off. The pattern of your ring, however, is fuzzy with a stump in it, so it's even less authentic. The crowd curiously gathered around and watched Su Bingbing test it, and found that the ring was indeed bifold as Yi Huan had said. The rose pattern of the ring was also really crippled. The crowd's minds were shaken, revealing a look of incredulity. They never expected that Yi Huan actually got it all right. Right at this moment, Yi Huan smiled even more broadly. As for you saying that Zixue doesn't have any jewelry, he lifted Su Zixue's hair, revealing the coquettish angel's kiss. So, what's this? The crowd sucked in a mouthful of cold air when they saw Su Zixue's earrings. What? The angel's kiss that sells for $10 million. Look at the color. It's exactly the same as the publicity poster. Authentic. This is definitely authentic. Oh my god. Angel's kiss, the dream of all women. Zixue actually wore it. At this instant, under the projection of the lights, the angel's kiss was overflowing with color, setting off Su Zixue's icy skin and jade bones. Charming and attractive. The eyes of the women present revealed envy. Crown Jewelry, the world's most famous jewelry company. Every woman is proud to wear Crown Jewelry. But if one were to ask what Crown Jewelry's town treasure was, the crowd would definitely blurt out 4 big words: angel's kiss. But now, Su Zixue was actually wearing it. Even if Su Bingbing's rose ring was the real thing, in front of the angel's kiss, it would still pale in comparison. You punk, a bunch of nonsense, Su Bingbing furiously said. Pa! Suddenly, the mother-in-law, Li Kim, who was standing on the side, threw a slap on Yi Huan's face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed out, and the crowd froze. Li Kim had a disgusted look on her face, as if hitting Yi Huan had even dirted her hands. Chapter 15, Sent on a Mission. Li Kim indifferently said, Rubbish, what are you waiting for? Kneel down and apologize to me. Su Bingbing's father, Su Yanhui, was highly regarded by the family head and had a superior status. If Yi Huan offended Su Bingbing, would their family of 4 still want to mix? Yi Huan laughed coldly, indifferently looking at Li Kim, not saying a word. What? Are you not convinced? Punk! Li Kim was furious and swung her palm again. Mom, stop fighting. Yi Huan didn't do anything wrong. Su Zixue exclaimed out in shock, stopping Li Kim with a hand. Li Kim didn't stop. She was still cursing there. Look at this guy's expression. It's disgusting. If you say the wrong thing and do the wrong thing, you must kneel down and apologize. Yi Huan patted Su Zixue's shoulder, then said to his mother-in-law, Since you don't like it, I'll just leave. Li Kim shouted, Scram! Scram now! Yi Huan listened to his mother-in-law's curses. His figure stalled, clenched his fists, and walked out of the door without saying a word. He murmured in his heart, When I return to Amethyst Corporation and inherit the position of president, I'll see what kind of faces you guys will have. After Yi Huan left, the 7 great aunts and 8 great aunts talked about it. What does this wasted son-in-law know? Actually saying that Bing Bing's diamond ring is fake? That's right, just a home cook. What kind of existence did he come over to look for? If I were him, I wouldn't even dare to come. Disgraceful thing. Su Zixue pursed her red lips, suddenly empathizing with Yi Huan's experience. These 3 years, the sky of humiliation, ridicule, suppression. How on earth did he survive? What are you doing gathered there, so lively? Right at this moment, an old and majestic voice came out. The Su family head was dressed in a gorgeous embroidered coat, holding a dragon head walking stick, slowly sitting on the main seat under the butler's support. When the crowd saw the family head make his appearance, they immediately collected their voices and did not dare to speak. The head of the family was named Su Youngyan. Although he was over 80 years old, he was still bright-eyed, hale and hearty, and held the first power of the Su family. They are all family members. Don't be too formal. The corner of Su Youngyan's mouth revealed a kind smile. Today is the Su family's annual meeting. I have something significant to announce. Hangzhou City's largest financial company, Amethyst Corporation, is parachuting in a mysterious young president tomorrow. When the crowd heard this, there was an outcry. The Amethyst Company, backed by the Yi clan of the capital, was incredibly energetic and had tentacles all over Hangzhou City. If they could obtain the help of the Amethyst Company, this huge giant, their Su family could definitely soar. Su Youngyan continued to laugh. My Su family mainly relied on medicine to make a fortune, and now it has entered a bottleneck of development and is stagnating. But with the help of the Amethyst Corporation, my Su family's businesses will definitely rise. Now, who can go ahead and negotiate with the Amethyst Corporation on behalf of my Su family to negotiate this cooperation? When the crowd heard this, they immediately boiled over. Me, family master, pick me, family master, give me the chance, I'll definitely do it. All of them scrambled to be the first to raise their arms, fearing that the family master would not see them. Su Zixue smiled to herself and did not raise her hand. Her own company was a mess. Where would she have the time to talk about cooperation? Su Youngyan scanned the circle and finally fixed his sight on Su Bingbing. Bingbing, your ability is good, also quite progressive. This cooperation, you go to talk about it. Su Youngyan's move appeared to be promoting Su Bingbing, but in reality, it was consolidating Su Bingbing's father's position. After all, with Su Yanhui's position, It was impossible to be the first to take the lead, but with his daughter taking the credit, he also had a glow on his face. Su Bingbing nodded in surprise. Family Master, I will definitely complete the mission successfully. Chapter 16 Wasteful Flunky. The next day, Yi Huan, who had slept through the night, woke up very early and took the bus to the Amethyst Company. Experiencing last night's humiliation made Yi Huan understand more and more clearly that if a person did not have strength, he was not even as good as a dog. Now that he had rejoined the family and set a bet with his grandmother, Yi Huan would not continue to be disheveled. Amethyst Company, located in the busiest prime location in Hangzhou, set up a special bus stop. Yi Huan got off the bus. In front of him was the magnificent office building of the Amethyst Company, a full 50 floors, the floor-to-ceiling windows reflecting a dazzling glow. Ha, that back in front is so familiar. Yi Huan took a closer look and patted his head. Isn't this Zhao Ziyan? Zhao Ziyan was wearing a western dress, black stockings wrapped around her slender jade legs. Her body was sexy and charming. Just looking at her back, she made people move their eyes. Seemingly sensing something, Zhao Ziyan turned her head and immediately saw Yi Huan. Why is it you? Zhao Ziyan frowned, a flash of disgust flashing across her eyes. She did not expect that Yi Huan was actually here as well. After last night's farce, Zhao Ziyan understood that Yi Huan was able to climb into friendship with Su Xinghai, but he relied on the energy of his mother-in-law's family. Yi Huan himself was just a waste of a son-in-law. This kind of person standing beside her was so disgusting that her goosebumps rose. Yi Huan shrugged. What's the matter? Only you are allowed to come over to work. No one else is allowed to pass by? Zhao Ziyan opened her eyes wide with an unbelievable look. Passing by? You tailed me? The corner of Yi Huan's eyes slightly raised. This niece's brain hole is big. Is it funny for him, the hallowed president of Amethyst, to tail an employee? Seeing that Yi Huan didn't have any explanation, Zhao Ziyan was more convinced of her point of view and shouted, Security! Where's the security guard? There are hooligans tailing. What's the situation? 3 security guards rushed over with a serious face. Zhao Ziyan took out her employee card and pointed at Yi Huan. I'm the employee who reported for work today. This hobo has evil intentions and deliberately tailed me. The 3 security guards looked at Zhao Ziyan's stunning beauty. Their hearts were hot, and they did not hesitate to stand on Zhao Ziyan's side. Kid, who are you? The security chief said with a big grin, trying to plot against a girl in broad daylight. You've got some guts. Yes, if you don't roll, believe it or not, let you go into the police station to be locked up for 10 days and half a month? Get lost, all lightly spared him. Give him a social beating first. The 3 security guards surrounded them unkindly, rubbing their fists, their expressions full of scorn. Beat me? Ha! Yi Huan said with a leathery smile. If you guys dare to touch a single hair on my head, you won't want to stay in Amethyst. Yo-ho, this kid is quite The 3 security guards snorted. You haven't woken up from your dream yet? You can still fire us. Come on, let's see if I whack you and be done with it. On the other side, Zhang Ziyan sneered and dialed a number. But a moment later, a uniformed woman walked out from Amethyst Company. She was around early 30s in age, with a hot, mature and charming figure. Good day, manager. Seeing the uniformed woman, the roadside security guards and employees greeted each other with a look of awe. Little ant, you're here. Zhang Ziyan revealed a smile and took the uniformed woman's small arm. The uniformed woman's name was Zhang Qinqin, and she was the manager of the Amethyst Company. And with this relationship, Zhang Ziyan was able to smoothly jump to the Amethyst Company. Zhang Qinqin nodded her head and turned to look at Yi Huan indifferently, saying in disgust, Your name is Yi Huan, right? Su family's wasteful flunky. I've heard of your name. Chapter 17 You're the president? But don't be naive if you want to rely on this relationship to let loose. Amethyst Corporation is not a place for you to run wild. That's right, Ziyan is your classmate. But she's just a classmate. Toad wants to eat swan's meat. Don't even piss on yourself. What a face. Either get out or go to the police station. Your choice. Yi Huan smiled. Interesting. Company manager right. A bit interesting. Interesting you? Kid, do you owe a beating? With Zhang Qinqin backing him up, the security chief was even bolder and shouted viciously at Yi Huan. Yi Huan did not have any unnecessary nonsense. Lightly threw out a piece of paper with a bland expression. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. If you don't understand the situation within a minute, none of you will come to work tomorrow. Zhang Qinqin waved her hand and laughed coldly. Don't come to work? Joke, you think you're the president. The 3 security guards looked at each other, their eyes flickering for a moment. Yeah, kid, who are you bluffing? Not bad, pretending with a broken number. Interesting? Yi Huan said indifferently. There are still 40 seconds left. Seeing Yi Huan still insisting, the security chief was a little hesitant. He dealt with people every day, and he still had eyesight. He was able to tell that Yi Huan seemed to have a real bottom. The strong aura that Yi Huan was emitting at the moment also made him inscrutable. Kid, if you fool me, you're finished. The security chief gritted his teeth and dialed the cell phone number on the piece of paper. Hello, I'm Huan Yenyao, assistant to the president of Amethyst. May I ask who you are? The security team leader's wrist trembled, almost unable to hold the cell phone. Fear was like a tidal wave, completely drowning him. How could the security team leader not imagine that Yi Huan had the personal phone number of the president's assistant? Even more coincidentally, this morning Huan Yenyao had given them a lecture that the president was coming today, and asked them to behave properly and patrol well, so he could be sure that on the other end of the phone, it was Huan Yenyao herself. Large beads of sweat dripped from the security chief's forehead. Huan Yenyao, is this the way you greet me? Yi Huan spoke faintly. President, have you come so early? Huan Yenyao's surprised voice came from the phone segment. How could it be? This kid can't be the president. Zhang Qinxin screamed. He must have gotten someone to impersonate the president's assistant. The security chief didn't say anything. Only a cloud of cool air ran up to his heart, his expression hard to see. Right at this moment, at the revolving door of the building, a group of employees in suits walked over with great vigor, and the leader was none other than Huan Yenyao. The security chief was dumbfounded. Zhang Qinxin, Zhang Zian also froze. Huan Yenyao walked quickly and bowed 90 degrees to Yi Huan. President, hello, flop. The security chief's thighs went soft, so scared that he directly knelt down. Chief, President, I have no eyes. I hope to beg for your understanding. Don't fire me. Seeing this, the other two security guards also knelt down and gave themselves two big slaps. President, spare us. On the other side, Zhang Qinxin still couldn't believe it and blurted out, Assistant who? You've recognized the wrong person. How can this trashy flunky be the president? Snap. Huan Yenyao threw a slap on Zhang Qinxin's cheek and said indifferently, You're a small department manager. Pay attention to how you speak. Zhang Qinxin covered her reddened side face, still wanting to argue a few words. Huan Yenyao laughed coldly and took out a photocopy with Yi Huan's photo printed on it, as well as small, densely packed words. The president personally appointed by the shareholders. Can there be a fake? If Mr. Yi is not the president, could it be that you are? Chapter 18 Direct Dismissal. Seeing the copy of the company's seal, as well as the signatures of one of the major shareholders, Zhang Qinxin was completely dumbfounded. Her pretty face turned white, and she shivered fiercely, only feeling that her legs were unsteady. Zhang Zian also looked at Yi Huan incredulously. Yi Huan is actually the president of Amethyst? What kind of family could make the Amethyst president a flunky? Zhang Qinxin quickly came to her senses and bowed to Yi Huan, begging for mercy. President, I was wrong. Spare me. What? Now you know the advantages and disadvantages? Yi Huan smiled faintly. Zhang Qinxin hugged Yi Huan's pants leg, tears and snot flowing all over her face. Whimpering, President, I don't dare anymore. Give me another chance. Before Yi Huan could do anything, a group of people ripped Zhang Qinxin away. Yi Huan lazily ignored Zhang Qinxin, turned his head to Zhang Zian and said with a smile, Me, tailing you? Yi Huan. No, General Manager Yi, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Zhang Zian was at a loss for words. Anxious tears were about to flow out. Huan Yenyao coldly glanced at Zhang Zian and whispered two sentences to the subordinate next to him. The subordinate nodded and indifferently picked up a pen and paper and sketched it out, hitting a fork. Seeing this, Zhang Zian's heart burst with despair. It was over. She was definitely fired. Yi Huan shrugged his shoulders without any indication and walked straight into the company. Those three security guards wanted to plead a few more times, but they were stopped cold. They collapsed to the ground, their faces ashen, knowing inwardly that even if they weren't fired this time, they wouldn't have a good life. Zhang Zian had mixed feelings in her heart, and as she watched Yi Huan and the others leave, tears snapped down her face. Sitting on his office chair, Yi Huan turned around, overlooking the beautiful scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. His mood was soothed. Here, this is the new beginning of my life. Yi Huan waved his fist. His fighting spirit was high. President, there is a Su family member outside seeking an audience, claiming to be Su Bingbing, coming to discuss cooperation. Huan Yenyao pushed her glasses and said softly, Su Bingbing? An evil smile crossed the corner of Yi Huan's mouth. Not to be seen, but well, you guys don't let her go first. Let her wait for a whole day, then find someone to tease her a bit, then tell her to get lost. With this kind of goods, wanting to talk to me about cooperation, your brain is kicked by a donkey. Yes, President. Huan Yenyao bowed in response. The following day, Su family villa. Elder Su sat on the stage, his face as gloomy as water. Below the stage, a large group of Su family members stood still, and the one standing at the front was none other than Su Bingbing. Su Bingbing's beautiful eyes were red as she cried out, Grandpa, Amethyst Corporation is not reasonable at all. They first said that the president is not in, Let me wait until 4 in the afternoon. Finally waited for someone to come over, and then do not talk about cooperation, turning east and west, chatting about a whole bunch of irrelevant things, chatting until 7 in the evening, finally going to start talking about the cooperation. Their manager again said with a stern face that the Su family does not meet the requirements, and told me to get out. Grandpa, listen, this Amethyst company isn't fooling anyone. Elder Su took a deep breath and slowly said, it seems that my Su family has offended someone who can't be messed with. The crowd looked at each other, also feeling that something was fishy, but even so, it's still necessary to talk. Elder Su's gaze was like a torch. Now, which one of you can volunteer to take on this task? When the crowd heard this, their faces changed and they lowered their heads, not daring to respond. The Amethyst company was clearly teasing the Su family, so for them to stick their hot faces over there, weren't they just asking for trouble? Chapter 19 Pick Up Rags. Looking at the crowd's cowering expression, Master Su waved his cane. A burst of anger, a bunch of ungrateful children and grandchildren. There is no one to stand out? Su Bingbing glanced at Su Zixue in the corner of her eye slightly raised, said in a conspiratorial manner, let's not let Sister Zixue try. It's not likely that the other old boss will look at her beauty. It's not possible to say yes. Su Zixue frowned. Su Bingbing, what do you mean by that? Su Bingbing snorted coldly, the family is in trouble. You don't think of solving it, but still ask me what I mean? You are too selfish, aren't you? Can't you contribute to the family? Seeing another hat snap down, Su Zixue's pretty face reddened with anger, and was about to retort, but Elder Su looked at her faintly, and said unquestionably, then, Zixue, it's up to you to negotiate. Family master, Su Zixue was speechless for a while. What? You refuse? Elder Su narrowed his eyes slightly. No, not. Su Zixue was at a loss for words. Then it's not over. The meeting is adjourned today. Elder Su sealed the deal. The crowd let out a light breath, gloatingly glanced at Su Zixue, and left with a smile and a laugh. Fortunately, this unlucky thing didn't fall on them. In their eyes, it was simply impossible to accomplish. Su Zixue stood alone in the corner, pursing her pink-red lips, helpless and angry. Her sister-in-law, Su Muiying, pulled her hand over and comforted. All right, you've been tired all day. Go home first and rest, then think of a solution. Su Zixue absent-mindedly gave a hem and returned home in the company car. Li Kim had long heard the bad news, ordered a table of good food to wait for her daughter, and also opened a bottle of red wine. Su Zixue ate a delicious meal. Her depressed mood slowly improved. That punk has been going out every day lately, and I don't know what for. Su Muiying clamped a chopstick of vegetables and vaguely said, what else could he be doing? Probably going out to pick up rags and earn some extra money. Li Kim snorted. Just this waste. Besides doing this kind of inferior work, there is no other way out. Su Zixue sipped a mouthful of red wine, listening to the two men's remarks with a lustful expression. Just at this time, the sound of a key rattling came from outside the main door. As the door was pushed open, Huan walked in carrying a sack, his face full of dust. A bank of this size. There is actually no bus stop nearby. It's really exhausting for me. Huan muttered inwardly, only feeling that after walking such a long way, the whole person was going to be deflated. This guy is really picking up rags to go. Su Muiying covered her small mouth and almost sprayed out the rice in her mouth. Indeed, Huan was carrying a sack with a sweaty, dusty appearance, just like a beggar picking up garbage. Huan, you've really disgraced my Su family. Li Kim's face was ironic, already imagining the picture of Huan rummaging through the garbage cans. Now, immediately, take your trash and get the hell out of here. She stood up and pointed at Huan's nose and cursed. Look at this tie bag, how dirty it is, and you, dirty, like a beggar. It's an eyesore to look at. Give me death far away. Huan shrugged indifferently and placed the sack on the ground. If this was garbage, there was practically nothing more golden than garbage. He wiped the dirty sweat in front of his forehead and came to Su Zixue's face, revealing a naive smile. Zixue, you're not short of $5 million lately. I'm here. Chapter 20, Undercurrent Surge. Oh, any more? $5 million. You still have the nerve to mention it. Su Zixue meanly interrupted Huan's words. In the beginning, you also said that you would help your sister with $5 million. Now what? Sister is all worried. You still haven't contributed a dime. She pointed at the sack, her mouth hanging with a disdainful smile. Could it be that you went to rely on picking up garbage to get enough $5 million for your sister? I see you. I'm afraid your brain has been beaten silly. You can't gather $5 million even if you pick up garbage for the rest of your life. Huan stared at Su Muiying. His expression was a bit playful. What if I can come up with $5 million? Su Muiying blurted out. If you can come up with $5 million, what if I can work for you as a maid and wash your shorts for you? This is what you said. Yi Huan touched his head and laughed heatedly. Right, I said it. Su Muiying was condescending and disdainful. This waste was reduced to picking up rags, but still resting here daydreaming, really laughing off people's teeth. Okay sister, stop talking. Su Zixue held Su Muiying's arm and spoke softly. Yi Huan stood out at the Su family banquet and relieved Su Zixue, causing her impression of Yi Huan to change. In addition to that, the 9 pairs of angelic kisses also secretly ruffled Su Zixue's heartstrings. Angel's kisses, is it really sent by Yi Huan? Alright, waste, don't nag. Li Kim impatiently said. Hurry up and carry the trash and get out. Don't affect our meal. Yi Huan laughed a little. Garbage? With a big wave of his hand, he untied the rope of the sack. Clattering, piles of red bills poured out like water from the mouth of the sack, similar to a pile of rice. Su Muiying and Li Kim's disdainful expression instantly froze, turning into thick shock and incredulity. This is not trash. This is actually money? In an instant, the entire room was silent, and the only sound that came out was the ticking of the clock. Su Muiying swallowed her saliva with difficulty. Yi Huan, this money of yours, where did you get it? I'll answer you if you help me with the laundry. Yi Huan smiled and said. You. Su Muiying blushed, unable to speak. There must be a problem with the way this money came. After a short period of disorientation, Li Kim snorted coldly. It would be strange if he can say it clearly. If there is a problem, it can't be pursued on the Su family's head. I will carry it alone. Yi Huan faintly said. Yi Huan, don't force yourself. Where exactly did this money come from? Su Zixue tightly bit her lower lip. Her heart was mixed. Don't worry about it, Zixue. There is no problem with this money. You take it and use it first. The corner of Yi Huan's mouth revealed a smile. Su Zixue's eyes flashed with panic, wanting to pursue, but she saw that Yi Huan had changed his shoes and had already walked towards the bedroom. When the company's funds turn around, I will definitely return the money to you. Su Zixue shouted crisply. Damn, where did this guy get the money? Su Muiying lowered her head, her pretty face rolling. Do I really have to wash his shorts for him not? Time hurriedly passed. There have been 3 days. A sensational event had also spread from Hang City. Hangzhou's largest financial company, Amethyst, parachuted a young president. It was rumored that this president was no older than 25 years old. At this moment, I don't know how many companies were rubbing their fists, wanting to hug Amethyst's thighs. In the past history, any company that received the favor of the Amethyst Corporation had gained a qualitative improvement. But regrettably, up until now, Amethyst's president has not shown any intention of showing up. And for the companies that have come here in admiration, Amethyst has not responded in any way. Chapter 21, Unbelievable. This did not stop many people from being extremely frustrated and secretly anxious. But just today, there was a shift in the situation. The Hangzhou Su family, who had received Amethyst's first contract, had become Amethyst's strategic partner. This news, spreading like wings, caused many people to be secretly shocked. In order to celebrate this matter, the Su family had chartered a luxurious private room at the Jintai Hotel, and invited a number of VIPs to a banquet. In the private room, Su Zixue sat in the center seat, receiving frequent attention from many people. After negotiating this cooperation, Su Zixue's status in the family was invariably much higher. As for Yi Huan, he was not qualified to sit here, and could only sit at the next table, playing with his cell phone in boredom. Sister Zixue, your earrings are quite good. Besides Su Zixue, a pretty woman said with a smile. The pretty woman was wearing a goose yellow shirt with a black wraparound skirt, which made her figure more and more delicate and sexy. Especially her pair of straight and white thighs were so tender that they could pinch out water. Missy is too kind. It's just ordinary jewelry. Su Zixue responded softly, facing the beautiful woman beside her. Su Zixue did not dare to have any underestimation. The name of the beautiful woman is Yi Qingyi, is the daughter of the Ancient Jade Lounge boss in Hangzhou. Ancient Jade Lounge, Hangzhou City's largest jade jewelry store. Rumor has it that all the objects combined can sell billions of sky-high prices. Because of her father's huge fortune, Yi Qingyi has become one of the most popular beauties in Hangzhou, often going to and from high society. Angel's Kiss, limited to 9 pairs worldwide. Still ordinary? Yi Qingyi sniffed and laughed out softly. Good sister, I'll be straight with you. Today I came, just to ask you, how did you buy this Angel's Kiss? Su Zixue bit her lips, and for a moment, didn't know how to answer. She couldn't say. There are only 9 pairs of Angel's Kisses in the world, and all of them are in my hands, right? I'm sorry, I also bought them by luck. As for the other Angel Kisses, I'm not sure. Su Zixue pondered for a moment and slowly said, although she knew that Yi Qingyi's family was well off, so as long as she took out the Angel's Kiss, she would definitely be able to sell it for a good price. But Su Zixue wasn't sure who the Angel's Kiss was from, so she didn't want to sell it hastily. What's more, If it was really sent by that person, it would be even more impossible to sell it. Yi Qingyi had a breezy smile hanging at the corner of her mouth, so how could she not see the foul play? But she didn't dismantle Su Zixue, she just said softly, "Alright, thanks Miss Su." On the other side, almost all of the Su family's relatives had arrived, and Elder Su took the main seat. People's spirits were high when they were happy. Elder Su was like a spring breeze, smiling as he looked at the crowd. "I'm sure you all know about the happy events that have happened recently. My Su family and the Amethyst Company have officially become a strategic partnership. This matter, Zixue deserves a lot of credit." Saying that, Elder Su looked at Su Zixue with a smile. "Zixue, tell me, how did you gnaw down this piece of hardcore?" Su Zixue's heart was suddenly complicated, but she still chose to confess. The people from the Amethyst Company were very quick to finalize the details of the cooperation very quickly, and did not have a bad attitude like Su Bingbing said. Elder Su sniffed and was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "That's also very good, and deserves a commendation." Some of the surrounding people heard this, but they whispered, "According to her meaning, is what did not contribute, pick up the credit for nothing? That's right, why else would people be impressed by her? Her face is plastered with gold or, Su Zixue really just, that." A burst of gossip entered Su Zixue's ears, causing her expression to suddenly become ugly. Chapter 22 Others on the Throne. Su Bingbing seized this opportunity and hurriedly said, "Grandpa, don't let me follow up on the cooperation project. Su Zixue is estimated to be the blind cat that meets the dead rat I negotiated last time. She is just picking up a bargain." Elder Su drank a mouthful of 5-grain liquid. His mood was obviously very good. "Since Bingbing has this intention, then you will negotiate for Zixue." He lightly glanced at Su Zixue. "This negotiation has also worked hard for you, so you should rest well next." Elder Su seemed to have a casual tone, but it was permeated with an unquestionable flavor. Su Zixue hung her head, biting her lower lip tightly, her expression unnatural. Now that the contract had been negotiated, Su Bingbing had taken the blame for the past, dividing most of the credit at once. This made Su Zixue's heart also extremely unwilling, but this was the family master's intention, so what could she do? Su Bingbing received Elder Su's consent, and like a proud white goose, she revealed a bright smile. She pulled out a golden bank card from her Gucci bag and laughed at the crowd. "In order to celebrate this cooperation, Ice Bingbing is paying the bill today. Everyone let loose and eat. Waiter, set up your most expensive wines." The crowd let out a cheer as they heard this. There were also people who recognized Su Bingbing's golden bank card, revealing a look of envy. This level of card was not something that anyone could apply for. One had to have a stored amount of $10 million to qualify for it. $10 million? For most of the Su family members, it was considered a huge amount. On the other side, Su Bingbing was in a spring mood, walking across the wine table, smiling at the crowd and toasting, "Thank you for the love of all the relatives and elders. Bingbing was able to negotiate this contract, and could not be separated from your support." Su Zixue couldn't help but feel a pang of exasperation at her words. This was clearly her credit, but Su Bingbing had directly left her out and made herself the protagonist. The crowd did not think so, but instead secretly envied Su Bingbing, negotiating the Amethyst Company's contract. This was a big feat. As for Su Zixue's emotions, who cared? The person that the family head was looking at was not her. It was Su Bingbing. "Bingbing, you're being polite. Our group of relatives, we still need you to take care of them in the future." A tall man stood up and laughed as he dried a glass of wine. "Yes, I heard that your company, too, has been flourishing recently," another person complimented. "That's all because of my fiancé's help." Su Bingbing smiled bashfully. "To be able to find a good husband, that's also a skill." Someone lamented. "Bingbing, when you become a rich wife at that time, don't forget about us poor relatives." Someone joked. "You elders are joking. No matter what position I mix to, I am still your junior." Su Bingbing smiled and toasted another glass of wine to the crowd. "Alas, if only my family Zixue could marry a good husband. A door-to-door son-in-law. All day long he doesn't do his job. Not motivated at all." Seeing Su Bingbing's infinite scenery, Li Qin couldn't help but eat the flavor. Su Bingbing can be valued by Master Su. In addition to her father being in an important position, it is also related to her fiancé. "I heard that his fiancé is Hangzhou Jewelry Company, a broad young man. The market value of the family company less than 2 billion. People look up to." Su Zixue's face color was a bit untenable. Pulling Li Qin's sleeve to speak in a low voice, "Mom, you say a few words," Li Qin said in a bad mood. "He has no ability. What's wrong with me saying 2 sentences? Even if he takes out some unclean money, he's still a waste without a job." Chapter 23, Eating the King's Meal. The more Li Qin thought about it, the more angry she became. Why are they all son-in-laws? Their own son-in-law and other people's son-in-laws. The gap is so big. Alas, after joining the Su family, how can you do without a job? Su Bingbing sighed. How about this? It just so happens that my company needs cleaners, so you can come over to wash the toilets and clean up afterward. Su Bingbing tilted her nostrils and said condescendingly, I'm afraid this won't work. A relative pretended to be surprised. Bing Bing, didn't I hear that even if you guys are recruiting security guards, you need a college degree? Can Yi Huan be able to go in and do odd jobs? Oh, I almost forgot. Su Bingbing smiled. I'm sorry Yi Huan, the company's rules and regulations, it's not good for me to change them. Yi Huan shrugged indifferently with a calm face, but it's not too good to be idle all the time. It just so happens that we have a project over there. We need to move bricks at the construction site, counting you 200 a day. If Yi Huan wants to go, I'll help you arrange it. Someone said smilingly. His body, how to move bricks really cannot. Send posters, paste flyers can also be. I can also help you contact at that time. Another person laughed and said, alas, no talent, no education, can only be so boring. A group of relatives seemed to be concerned about Yi Huan, but in reality, they were sneering and had a mean tone. When the Su family heard this, their faces became more and more ugly, especially Li Qimei. Her face was icy cold, constantly suppressing the shame and anger in her heart. This trash really disgraced her face. Alright, let's eat. Bing Bing is treating us today. Seeing that the Su family members' faces were not right, someone stepped forward to ease the atmosphere and greeted the crowd with drinks and food. On the other side, Yi Huan acted as if he hadn't heard anything, putting on an indifferent demeanor, eating and drinking. His fingers pinched a chicken leg, his mouth full of oil. Alas, waste is waste. A meal is just a meal. Just know to eat. Ha ha, look at this eating. Really poor. Afraid that this life has never attended a banquet. A poor worm. It's comical to look at. A few clansmen taunted Yi Huan, laughing merrily. Alright, waiter, settle the bill. Su Bingbing waved her jade hand. Her pretty face was slightly drunk. Obviously she had drunk a lot of wine. Okay ma'am, the total consumption over here is $20 million. A manager typed out a series of bills, spreading them long onto the floor. What? You're joking. One meal. You quoted me $20 million? Su Bingbing's heart thumped, her expression hard to see. It's like this ma'am, what you ordered on your side is the most expensive red wine. Petrus, Ripon, Lafite. These red wines. A bottle of less than $4.5 million. You a little bit is 40 bottles. We also don't count your service charge. It's already a good deal. On this heavenly price, you still want service charge. Impossible. Su Bingbing was flustered and angry. Her company was worth a few $100 million, but it was all that could be taken out for turnover, which was only $17 million. So where could she afford to pay so much? Give $17 million at most. Otherwise there's no money. Su Bingbing gritted her teeth. No money? Even if you're a woman, you can't eat here for nothing. The manager sneered. Do you know, what is the identity of our boss? Whatever your status is, you guys are extorting, blackmailing. Su Bingbing reddened her face, a burst of anger. Then we have nothing to talk about. The manager was expressionless and dialed the phone in his hand. Chapter 24, Meeting an Old Friend. However, a moment later, a cold voice came from outside the door. Your side, who dares to make trouble? After the door was pushed open, the first thing that came into view was more than 10 tall security guards in black uniforms. They had ruthless gazes and gloomy faces, causing a trace of cool air to rise within. Yi Huan's eyes flashed with gravity. Under these people's hands, they were definitely stained with blood. When the 2 rows of security guards stood still, an imposing man with a large backcomb walked in. He wore a tailor-made Brioni suit, and his country face was calm and collected, giving people a feeling of unruffled authority. The man coldly swept a circle, and those who were stared at by him were intimidated by his aura and did not dare to meet his gaze. Boss, someone here is freeloading and refuses to pay. The manager shouted. Not paying? The man smiled grimly. Daring to be arrogant in my Hulawan's territory. This is the first time I've seen it. The crowd was jolted and rose up in shock. What? The man in front of them was the legendary mobster Hulawan? Those who had some status in Hangzhou City had basically heard of Hulawan's fierce reputation. This man has his eyes on the sky in Hangzhou City. He is known as a generation of gangster giant. Extremely powerful. Su family members never thought that this hotel was actually opened by Hulawan. The crowd clenched their palms, covered in sweat. This matter, immediately tricky. If it was not handled properly and offended Hulawan, then even if the Su family did not fall, it would have to take off a layer of skin. Elder Su's heart sank. Hurriedly leaning on his crutches, he walked over. Boss, who is joking? My Su family is also considered some status in Hangzhou. How could a meal not be able to afford? This matter, is my granddaughter Su abrupt? That's good. Hulawan gave a faint smile. Otherwise today, No one can walk out of the hotel. Yi Huan was also a little depressed inside when he saw Hu Laowan. How come I bump into acquaintances everywhere? I am very much trying to keep a low profile. Last time at the Dragon Phoenix Hotel, Yi Huan met an old acquaintance, Su Xinghai. This time at the Jin Tai Hotel, Yi Huan did not expect that he would actually run into another old acquaintance. When he was still the young master of the Yi family, he had a friendship with Hu Laowan. At that time, when Hu Laowan was in trouble, he saw that Hu Laowan was a true man and gave Hu Laowan $10 million to tide him over. As expected, gold always shines, and after 3 years, Hu Laowan had risen again. Only now, Yi Huan was not in the mood to recognize Hu Laowan. He lowered his head, whispered to Su Zixue to go to the restroom, and tried to sneak away in ashes. Looking at Yi Huan's back, Hu Laowan's eyes narrowed, feeling somewhat familiar. This friend, can you turn around and take a look? Hu Laowan shouted at Yi Huan, his tone carrying a hint of gravity. When Hu Laowan shouted like this, Yi Huan's figure was immediately discovered by the crowd. As they looked at the fleeing Yi Huan, they immediately looked at him angrily and accused out. This punk, not a bit of bearing, actually bugging out. Yeah, this Yi Huan, not a bit of, only knows to dabble in food and drink. Zixue, how did you fall for this kind of husband? This kind of trash should be kicked out of the Su family. Su Zixue clenched her shell teeth with a face of shame and indignation, but she also vaguely felt that things were not that simple. On the other side, the security guards heard their boss's orders and moved to stop Yi Huan. Yi Huan had no choice but to turn his head and face Hu Laowan. The moment he saw Yi Huan's proper face, Hu Laowan only felt thunderbolts from the clear sky crossing his mind, his face full of shock. Isn't this young master Yi Huan? He muttered inwardly, his tiger eyes slightly red. Chapter 25, Too Much Bullying. Back then, when he was blocked by vengeance and was at the end of his rope, it was Yi Huan who extended a helping hand to help him out of his difficulties. But when he made a comeback and became famous, young master Yi Huan was kicked out of the Yi family and mysteriously disappeared. It was fortunate that the heavens had eyes, allowing him to meet young master Huan here. Young master Huan. Hu Laowan walked over without hesitation, wanting to pay a heavy obeisance to Yi Huan. Looking at Hu Laowan's agitated expression, the Su family's emotions changed from anger to consternation. What is this situation? Could it be that the two people don't know each other? And looking at Hu Laowan's posture, could it be that he was going to bow to Yi Huan? The crowd's line of sight moved towards Yi Huan, but they saw Yi Huan took a step ahead of Hu Laowan, holding his hands and squeezing his eyebrows for a while. This big brother, you are afraid that you have recognized the wrong person. I don't know you. Don't know? Hu Laowan inwardly a burst of suspicion. The two of them, what friendship? How is it possible not to recognize? But Hu Laowan, who is definitely a man among men, quickly reacted that Yi Huan did not want to expose his identity. Oh, sorry, I recognized the wrong person. Hu Laowan let go of his hand and smiled awkwardly. When the crowd saw this, they exhaled as if they were relieved. This is what it looks like. How could Yi Huan's wasteful son-in-law climb into friendship with Hu Laowan's mob giants? Mr. Hu, this is my Su family's useless son-in-law. You are generous, don't bother with him. Su Bingbing came up to her face at this time and groveled. How do you talk? Hu Laowan was shocked at his words, blowing his beard and eyes. I think your Su family is the waste. You can't even get the money together for a meal. Although I recognized the wrong person, but with this little friend at first sight, talking happily, what are you barking at? In my eyes, the entire Su family combined is no match for this little friend. Hu Laowan's middle heavy voice echoed out, and actually none of the Su family members dared to refute it. Su Bingbing's pretty face turned white as she was yelled at, tears rolling in her eyes, unable to speak for half a second. After Hu Laowan finished speaking, he coldly swept a circle of the Su family members before leaving the private room. Alright, let's pay first. Elder Su spoke helplessly. This meal, each member of our Su family will share it down equally. There's no problem, right? When the Su family members heard this, their heads instantly shrugged down with a reluctant expression. $20 million, spread equally to each person's head. That was also more than $100,000 as well. After eating so much money in one meal, most of the Su family members were still extremely pained. Su Zixue looked at Li Kim. Mom, did you bring your card? I recently filled all the funds in the company. Li Kim smiled awkwardly. I went out in a hurry today and didn't bring. Yo, Zixue, your family didn't bring money, so shabby? Su Bingbing on the side jumped out when she heard this, her face showing a sneer. She had just been yelled at twice by Hu Laowan, and now she was like a powder keg, covered in fire. Without this money, you want to come over to rub it in, TSK, then what's the difference between you and this wasteful flunky? Su Bingbing, don't bully people too much. Su Zixue was so angry that her whole body trembled. Li Qin's expression was also ugly. It's just that she didn't bring any money. Why be so aggressive? Su Bingbing's stance. Could it be that she would only be satisfied by forcing the two of her mother to kneel down? Then you guys come up with the money, ah? It's only a few $100,000. If you beg me, I'll help you out then. Su Bingbing sneered. She wouldn't care about Su Zishue's face. If she could force Su Zishue to jump off a building in a hurry, she would only be satisfied. The crowd looked at this scene, and when they looked at Su Zishue's family, they couldn't help but show a few hints of contempt. Chapter 26, Instantaneous Face Slapping. Today's family gathering was spread out over $100,000 per person. Although it was a bit painful, but by tightening their belts, they could still squeeze it out. But Su Zishue's family actually couldn't even take out this amount of money. This gave them an instant sense of superiority inside. To have no money and still dare to party, how ridiculous. TSK, it's really embarrassing to have this matter spread out. The crowd sneered and trampled on Su Zishue's family's face recklessly. Yi Huan stood aside and silently took out his Swiss black card. I have money. I'll pay for this meal. The crowd looked at the card's blackness and snorted with laughter. Foolish, can you get money out of this toy card? You wasted son-in-law. Don't think that printing a string of numerical symbols on it means you have savings. Ha ha, that's not necessarily true. Maybe there's still a dime left in the balance. Li Qin's face was very ugly. He didn't know that his son-in-law had any deposits, so he was probably beating his face against a fat man. Su Zishue also had no hope for Yi Huan. What kind of virtue her husband had? Could she not be clear about it? Yi Qingyi, who was beside Su Zishue, froze when she saw this black card. Unlike the Su family, she was someone who had seen the world. It's actually a Swiss black card. Minimum acquisition requirement. Must store $100 million. Yi Qingyi's expression was stunned. His father, Yi Kangxian, had traveled abroad for many years, so he had run such a black card. But she did not expect that Yi Huan also had a Swiss black card in his hand. It seems that this Yi Huan is not simple. The bottom of Yi Qingyi's eyes flashed with brimming light as she looked at Yi Huan strangely. On the other side, Su Bingbing snorted and snatched away the black card in Yi Huan's hand. Since this punk wanted to lose face, then let him lose face enough. Waiter, take it and swipe it. Su Bingbing passed the card out, flaunting her honor and glancing at Su Zishue. She didn't believe that this trash's card could be swiped for a dime. Tick. Swiping the card is successful. A total of $450,000 has been spent. An ice-cold electronic voice came out from the card swiper. Su Bingbing's smile froze. The others also revealed a look of disbelief. What is this situation? This punk actually really had the money to advance 3 people's meals? Yi Huan smiled faintly and drew the black card back. He shook the card in his hand and revealed a bright smile. I have my own business outside. It's not that I don't have a job. As for moving bricks and cleaning toilets, you'd better be good and find someone else. I'm too busy to have the time. After Yi Huan finished speaking, he turned around and explained a few words to Su Zishue, then left first. The crowd looked at Yi Huan's back, their hearts souring. Che, isn't it just a few $100,000? What's there to brag about? Still doing business. Shucks. Maybe he took a loan from the bank. He can't pay it back for the rest of his life. That's right. On this waste of bad appearance, which has the appearance of doing business. For the crowd's mockery, Su Zishue ignored it, her expression slightly complicated. Yi Huan, it's you who stood out again. Hu Laowan, who had been waiting outside the private room for a long time, saw Yi Huan walk out and hurriedly greeted him, shaking Yi Huan's hands heavily. Hu Laowan was flushed with excitement. Young Huan, I finally met you. 3 years ago. Your kindness in rescuing me. Old Hu will never forget it. It's just a show of hands. It's your own skill that you can rise again. Yi Huan smiled. Hu Laowan took a deep breath. Young Huan, I haven't seen you for 3 years. I contacted some old friends. Why don't we go and meet up today? It's possible. Yi Huan's eyes lit up. During the 3 years of joining the family, Yi Huan had almost cut off his entire social circle and did not have a single friend. Now that he was able to reunite with his old friends, it made him overjoyed as well. Alright, young Huan, this way please. A group of people walked out of the front door of the hotel, and an extended version of the luxurious Rolls-Royce was already parked at the entrance. Hu Laowan and Yi Huan got into the car, talking about the past in the car with a face of emotion. Chapter 27, Sister-in-Law. After 10 minutes, the car stopped in front of a club. Yi Huan got out of the car, looked at the beautifully and luxuriously decorated gate, and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Old Hu, where is this? Hu Laowan smiled and said, Huan Xiao, this club is built by me and a few old friends to raise funds, just for the sake of one day running into you. There will be a good place to get drunk. Yi Huan was also touched by what he said and couldn't help but pat Hu Laowan's shoulder. Old Hu, have a heart. Compared to young Huan's kindness, these are not worth mentioning. Hu Laowan laughed freely. I'll go and greet those old friends first. Young Huan, you go up to the second floor of the club first. When you get upstairs, naturally someone will entertain you. Okay. Yi Huan nodded and walked into the club's main door. This club was worthy of being heavily constructed by Huan and others. The decoration of the first floor gave a sense of high-end atmosphere, luxurious with style. Yi Huan was quite pleasing to the eyes when he was in it. Suddenly, at the counter in front, Yi Huan saw a familiar figure, only to see his sister-in-law Su Muying sitting opposite a handsome man, holding a cocktail glass and chatting with laughter. Sensing Yi Huan's gaze, Su Muying turned her head and coincidentally met Yi Huan's derisive gaze. "Why did you punk come?" Su Muying was astonished for a while, thinking of that bet last time. Her pretty face could not help but roll a few threads. Yi Huan shrugged his shoulders and smiled. "Came to find you to help me wash my shorts." "Wash my ass." Su Muying's face changed, pointing at Yi Huan's nose. "Yi Huan, be sensible and get the hell out of here. I'll go back and clean you up again." Yi Huan spread his hands and said, "What? Just you can come and I can't take a look?" The handsome man frowned and stood up, looking at Yi Huan's poor dress. It was estimated that a monthly income of 2,000 would be enough. This kind of trash, entering the Canstar Club, or dirtying the floor. No matter who you are, I'll give you 10 seconds to get out, or don't blame me for not being polite. Su Muying held the handsome man's arm and looked at Yi Huan, revealing a look of contempt. "Yi Huan, Wei Chao is the manager of Canstar Club. If he really wants to clean you up, you won't be able to eat it." Yi Huan raised his eyebrows and sneered. "TSK, General Manager, what a big position. Oh." Zhang Weichao laughed disdainfully. "Waste stuff, 10 seconds are up. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance," Yi Huan unknowingly said. "Which so what?" Zhang Weichao looked deeply at Yi Huan. "Very well, have the balls." He pressed down the pager in his hand. His face was cruel. "I've already called the security guards. Since you don't want to leave, then lie down and go out." Yi Huan smiled. A touch of eccentricity flashed in his eyes. "Fine, you call. The more you call, the better." Saying that, Yi Huan walked towards the second floor of the club. Looking at Yi Huan's action, Zhang Weichao was stunned for a while, then a touch of eccentricity flashed in his eyes. He pointed at Yi Huan's back and said, "I can only say that this guy is dead." Su Muying thumped inwardly. Wei Chao, what do you mean by this?" Although she loathed Yi Huan, it was not to the point of letting Yi Huan die. Zhang Weichao pointed to the second floor. A touch of fear flashed in his eyes. "The second floor, but the place where the boss entertains the VIPs. It's not open to the outside world. If he goes up to the second floor, it's like touching the boss's reverse scales. The end will be miserable." Chapter 28, You are finished. Right at this moment, the security guards of the splendid Star Club also rushed over, all 5 of them, with big waists, holding long sticks, with a ferocious look. When the 5 security guards saw Yi Huan's figure walking up to the second floor, they let out a fierce smile and wanted to surround them. "This guy dares to go up to the second floor. He's dead." "Yes, today we bumped into a person who is not afraid of death. A severe beating will be the end of the matter." Seeing this scene, Su Muying instantly panicked. "Brother Chao, can you guys let this punk go off? He is also strange and pitiful." Zhang Weichao shook his head. "There's no way to make things right today." Saying that, he waved his hand, and wanted to bring 5 security guards to arrest Yi Huan down. But right at this moment, a scene that shocked them to the point of scalp numbness happened. Yi Huan actually walked into the private room on the second floor under the leadership of the waiter. What? He actually has the qualifications to enter. Zhang Weichao only felt 5 thunderbolts and his mind went blank. One must know that he had already worked at Canstar for 2 years, mixing his way up to the position of manager, and his status was by no means considered low. But to him, the second floor of the club was still a forbidden area. If no accidents happened, he was not allowed to step in. But now, an outsider could actually enter and exit the second floor as he pleased? Could it be that I have offended the boss's friend? For a moment, Zhang Weichao panicked. He looked at Su Muying in a panic, revealing a forced smile. "Muying, what kind of person is this gentleman to you? Could it be that he's very well established?" Su Muying shook her head, her expression also bewildered. "He's my sister's husband. He's been a member of the family for 3 years. He hasn't been much of a success. He shouldn't be much of a person." "Are you sure?" Zhang Weichao let out a light breath, his gloomy expression soothing a few threads. Su Muying nodded. Then her tone brought a hint of pleading. "Wei Chao, Yi Huan, this waste of space is only intruding by mistake. You'd better let him go today." "Let go?" Zhang Weichao laughed. "Muying, you and I have been in a relationship for 3 months. You should know what kind of character I have." He pretended to be a fork in front of me, letting me be frightened for nothing. "If I don't retaliate back, can I swallow this breath?" After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Su Muying and led a group of security guards to the second floor. Zhang Weichao was certain in his heart without a doubt that it must be Sister Xia who recognized the wrong person and brought Yi Huan into the private room. If he pulls out Yi Huan now, not only will he be able to take out a breath of bad anger, he will also be appreciated by his boss. It is really a 2-for-1. Seeing Zhang Weichao with a fierce look, Su Muying pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, but still followed to the second floor. In these 3 years, she was looking down on Yi Huan, but he was at least her brother-in-law. Su Muying could not bear to watch the ignorant Yi Huan being killed alive by this group of people. On the second floor, Zhang Weichao led the security guard and walked straight into the private room. Rubbish! How dare you! Dare to break into the second floor private room. As soon as Zhang Weichao entered, he directly chided out. Come on people, nah, give me a beating. Beat to death. Zhang Weichao clapped his hands and let out a sardonic smile, signaling the security guards to take action. The security guards didn't hesitate and directly struck out, setting up Yi Huan on the stool. They laughed and raised their sticks, ready to knock off Yi Huan's thighs. Zhang Weichao's eyes flashed with cruelty, already imagining the picture of Yi Huan's miserable wailing. Despite the crisis situation, Yi Huan's expression was as calm as water, as if he was just a bystander. You guys are finished, I said, Yi Huan said indifferently, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Chapter 29, Honestly Terrified. Zhang Weichao smiled as if he had heard the best joke in the world and laughed so hard that tears were flowing down his face. He waved his hand, signaling the security guards to put down their sticks, before walking over and playfully patting the side of Yi Huan's face. I'd like to see, how are you going to finish me off, HM? It's fun to keep pretending like this? Su Muying also rushed to the second floor, and when she saw this image, she was so frightened that she lost her color. Yi Huan, cut the crap, you can't fight Weichao, Su Muying shouted at Yi Huan. She hurriedly came and took Zhang Weichao's arm, pleading out, Weichao, please, let Yi Huan go. Zhang Weichao furrowed his brows and directly brushed aside Su Muying's hand. Su Muying's pleading 3 times caused a strong jealousy to rise within him. Don't plead, this guy must pay the price today. Zhang Weichao snorted coldly and ripped away the obstructive Su Muying. Give me a beating, hit him hard, Zhang Weichao commanded the security guards. The several security guards had long wanted to show their fists and feet, once again gripping their sticks tightly. They were about to swing them high. Su Muying closed her eyes, and 2 lines of tears flowed down her delicate face. What are you doing? All stop. A delicate scolding came. A few security guards froze and once again put down their sticks, only to see a delicate woman in a white suit dress walk in from the doorway. She was the one who had put Yi Huan into the box, and the entire second floor of the club was under her jurisdiction. Sister Xia, you're here. Zhang Weichao smiled curtly. I didn't just leave for a while. How did it become like this? Li Xia slightly frowned her eyebrows and accountable Zhang Weichao. It's not that I ran into an outsider mixing into the private room and taught him a lesson. Zhang Weichao chuckled. When Li Xia heard this, she heavily slapped the table with a furious look on her face. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Who is an outsider? Mr. Yi is the boss's VIP. Zhang Weichao's smile froze. Su Muying wiped her tears, her pretty face written with incredulity. The several security guards were stunned and the sticks in their hands slipped to the ground. Sister Xia, you've recognized the wrong person. Zhang Weichao's forehead was filled with cold sweat, but he didn't dare to wipe it. He is just a waste of flunky son-in-law. How can he socialize with the boss? Flunky son-in-law? What makes a flunky son-in-law a waste? Did the flunky son-in-law invite you to mess with you? Outside the door, a loud voice came. Hu Laowan pedestrians walked into the private room, his expression cold to the core. Zhang Weichao was confused, and a wave of cool air ran through his heart. In this instant, without any explanation, he already understood the truth. Yi Huan was the boss's VIP, or the VIP of VIPs, because the people behind the boss were all renowned existences. Stomping their feet, the entire Hangzhou city would tremble. But now, they gathered together and came to pay their respects to Yi Huan. Zhang Weichao's mood was desperate to the extreme. He had gambled wrongly. Bang! He knelt down at once, and with the most pious gesture, he pressed his head tightly against the cold ground. But the one he knelt was not Hu Laowan, but Yi Huan. He knew in his heart that he could only have a way to live if he received Yi Huan's understanding. If Yi Huan wanted him to die, there would be one more corpse in one of the concrete pillars poured in Hangzhou today. The 5 security guards also understood everything, so scared that their black faces turned white, and with a few puffs, they all knelt down. I'm sorry boss, it's my fault for letting Mr. Yi get scared. Li Xia had a terrified face and bent respectfully to Hu Laowan. Yi Huan yawned and stretched his arms for a while before glancing at Li Xia and faintly said, This matter, you are not to blame. Chapter 30, Pain to the Heart. Since Mr. Huan said he doesn't blame you, you can step back. Hu Laowan waved his hand, signaling Li Xia to leave. Li Xia took a deep breath. Yes, boss. She bowed and left, knowing in this instant how terrifying Yi Huan's position was. Boss who? Who was he? Hangzhou City's underworld giant, a big man with his hands in the sky. Huan Hongzhou wouldn't give him face when they met him, but now, he says he'll let you go for Huan Xiao's sake. Then, just how huge must this Huan Xiao's energy be to make Hu Laowan say such words? Li Xiao was emboldened, imprinting Yi Huan's face into her mind as the most unoffendable. Su Muing was also baffled, her pearly face shocked to the extreme, opening her small rosy mouth, but unable to say a word. Hu Laowan walked to the front and cupped his fists to Yi Huan. Young Huan, the life and death of these few people are all at your disposal. Yi Huan laughed. Ha ha, life and death disposal ah, let me think then. He squatted down, patted Zhang Weichao's side face and said playfully, let me ask you, do you want to die or live? Zhang Weichao laughed and was about to open his mouth, but Yi Huan slapped him heavily and slapped him to the ground. This slap was extremely heavy, especially because Yi Huan had timed it right. When Zhang Weichao opened his mouth, the slap fell. Zhang Weichao's tongue was directly knocked out of blood by his own teeth, and the pain went to his heart. What? Not speaking? Looks like you want to die? Yi Huan spread his hands and revealed a bright smile. Then I have no choice ah. Holy, shameless man, can't you give me a chance? Zhang Weichao cursed madly inside. He had never expected that Yi Huan would be so heartless, actually not even giving him a chance to defend himself. If he had known this, he would have spared everything to break Yi Huan's legs, so that it would at least be worth the money. Yi Huan swept a circle and snorted coldly. I already said that you guys are finished. Break my legs? I'd like to see. Which one of you dares? Hu Laowan's expression was hard to see and dialed his cell phone early. Huan Xiao, I know what you mean. Hu Laowan said softly. They won't see tomorrow's sun. 10 black-clothed men with sunglasses and tall, sturdy figures came through the door. They all bowed in unison towards Hu Laowan before escorting Zhang Weichao and the others down. Zhang Weichao's face was ashen and his eyes were lightless. However, when he passed by Su Muing, his eyes suddenly burst out with a horrifying bloodlight. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You've victimized me. You've victimized me. Su Muing's frightened scream. Yi Huan came over and gently swept over her waist, while kicking away Zhang Weichao. Sister-in-law, don't give a fright. Su Muing let out a hum. Her pretty face vaguely retained the color of fear. Sensing the small movements on her waist, Su Muing then reacted to the fact that she was wrapped in Yi Huan's arms. Her stunningly beautiful face was instantly as red as a peach. Hate, you loosen it for others. Su Muing exhaled her breath like orchids as she left Yi Huan's embrace. Yi Huan regretfully pinched his hand, with an unfulfilled look. Seeing this, Su Muing's pretty face became even redder, as if she could pinch out water with a pinch. Alright, not teasing you anymore. Yi Huan smiled and said, all the things that happened today, you can't tell your sister. No, I'm going to tell her that you slighted me. Su Muing opened her teeth and claws and said, like a savage kitten. Chapter 31, Remembering Old Feelings. I said seriously. Yi Huan faintly said, I don't want the Su family to know my identity. There's no reason. You personally are so meaningless. Su Muing wrinkled her agitated nose. But today, I will reluctantly promise you, that's good behavior. Yi Huan smiled and said, feeling that the usually fierce and vicious sister-in-law also became lovely and moving. This is the power of power. It can change everything. Yi Huan inwardly sighed. Then I'll leave first. Su Muing said wisely, apparently also saw that the bigwigs present had important matters to discuss. Well, go, remember to wash the clothes in my bedroom when you arrive home as well. Yi Huan said with a smile. You're dreaming. Su Muying's face once again turned red, and she left the private room without looking back. Walking out of the door of the private room, Su Muying's emotions, all of a sudden, were complicated. She hadn't thought that the waste brother-in-law in her impression could actually burst into this 10,000 splendor. 3 years of suppression, yet he has remained consistent and held back until now. It's also a kind of skill ah. Su Muing secretly said inwardly. She suddenly realized just how difficult it had been for Yi Huan over these 3 years. In the place of an ordinary person, I'm afraid that he would have already fallen weak and completely lost his faith. However, she could feel how spirited Yi Huan was when he walked towards her. It was as if no matter what difficulty was placed before him, it was just a small matter. Let's make an exception this time. Help him wash it. Su Muing blushed. Her footsteps were a few points faster. Only after Su Muing left, did Hu Laowan and his group pay their respects to Yi Huan in unison. Huan Xiao. Yi Huan smiled and said, we are all old friends. Why are you so polite? Quickly sit down. The crowd got up and nodded with smiles, their eyes filled with excitement. If someone familiar with their identities were present, they would definitely be shocked speechless by this scene. Yang Hongtao, the veteran president of Spring Orchid Culture Group Corporation. Guan Yangbing, the owner of Hangzhou City's largest private hospital. Ma Chungguen, the owner of Tu Yuan Pavilion, who collects an unknown number of expensive antiques and curios, and whose wealth is no less than that of Yi Kangxian of the ancient jade store. Yao Hanyan, the president of the Hangzhou branch of Ashima Corporation. Ashima is the world's top cosmetic company, the status of the cosmetics industry, as if the crown in the jewelry industry. Ashima specializes in high-end industry. Products are popular all over the world, but also by the Chinese women's favorite. There is a saying that as long as you are a woman, you have to have a set of Ashima. Together with Huan, who had extraordinary energy, the 5 people in front of them could be called Hangzhou's man of the hour. One random action from them would pull the nerves of countless people. But now, they all took Huan as their honor and submitted to the teenager in front of them. There was no other reason. They were all once Huan's subordinates and were subsidized by Huan. Later, Huan was expelled from the Yi family and disappeared. They also set up their own families, and in different fields, they made a name for themselves. But in their hearts, they all remembered Huan's favor. They remembered all the time that it was Huan who helped them in the most difficult times. This favor was worth paying with their lives. All old buddies ah. Huan sipped a mouthful of big red robe and swept over the faces of all of them, his eyes filled with emotion. The former subordinates, now with full wings, for Huan, how could it not be a relief? Young master, you are finally back now. Yang Hongtao smiled and said, what do you say this time? We won't let you go. Chapter 32 A pair of characters. Yes, the Yi family doesn't want you. We do. You're our young master for life. Ma Qingwen's voice was loud and clear. He was able to have the capital to collect antiques and pile up his original capital, all thanks to Huan's funding. Now that he had achieved success, the one he was most grateful to was also the young master Huan in front of him. What an outstanding talent young master is, for the Yi family to expel you. They were blind. Yao Hanyan smiled coquettishly, a pair of watery beautiful eyes full of charm. Although she was already in her early 30s, she was still extremely well maintained, looking like a young girl in her 20s. The years hadn't left traces on Yao Hanyan's face, but had given her a mature and charming demeanor. She was wearing a green-colored wraparound skirt. Her feet stepped on high heels, her straight thighs were fair and round, her waist was thin, and the place where she should be fat didn't lose the slightest bit of weight, so she looked flamboyant and seductive. I have returned to the Yi family, Huan slowly said. I want to reclaim what belongs to me. Everything. Huan's voice was not loud, but it was decisive and loud. When Yao Hanyan heard this, her stunningly beautiful delicate face slightly moved. The others were also silent. A strand of hot blood in their hearts began to boil. As it was, in the past, my young master has really returned, they silently said inwardly. At first, they were afraid inwardly that after 3 years of dissipation, the young master would be devastated, and would lose his talent, courage, and faith. But in this instant, they were certain that the young master was still the same young master. Time couldn't erase his sharpness, it only made him learn to hide his sharpness. When it was time to strike, he would still go forward, which was marvelous. Young master, without further ado, let's see what I've brought you. Ma Qingwen blinked desperately, trying to hide his slightly red eyes. Saying that, Ma Qingwen took out the ancient wooden box that he had prepared long ago. The box was made of precious rosewood, ancient in color and elegance. With this box alone, it was worth no less than $1 million. Young master, it's your birthday in 3 days. This is my birthday gift to you. Huan stroked the body of the box and said smilingly, Old Ma, have a heart. Young master, quickly open it and see what gift old Ma has prepared for you. Ma Wensheng said with a smile. Huan nodded slightly and with a rattling sound. His hands lifted slightly and lifted the lid of the box. The box stored a calligraphy and painting, as well as a set of ancient silver needles. The Huang Ting Jing is actually still an authentic Wang Shishi painting. When the crowd saw Huan open the calligraphy and painting, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Ma Wenchao showed a hint of pride. Awesome. This thing not something that money can solve. I spent a lot of effort. Turnover I do not know how many times, before I got it. The crowd had thumbs up to Ma Wenchang, admiration to the extreme. One should know that Wang Shishi's cursive peaceful post, a work with only 41 characters, fetched a high price of $3.1 million. Now this complete Huang Ting Jing, its value was even more unimaginable. Huan's eyes fell on the Huang Ting Jing, and he only felt that the words were so beautiful and meaningful that he was mesmerized and immersed in the scene. Unconsciously, a strange text, as if it was a stream of air, rolled into Huan's mind, perfectly imprinted. Young master? Hu Laowan asked tentatively. HM? Huan woke up as if from a dream and murmured out, You've been standing for 10 minutes. You should be fine, right? The crowd asked. 10 minutes? Huan's heart was filled with surprise. In his perception, it seemed like only a few dozen seconds had passed. Chapter 33 Silver Needle. At the same time, Huan, who woke up with a start, only felt a trance pain in his head, as if he had an additional magical memory. This memory was plausible, very vague, and Huan didn't want to recall too much between the haze. He rolled up the calligraphy and painting and put it back into the wooden box, and his eyes couldn't help but sweep over this set of silver needles. For some reason, at this moment, when he looked at this set of silver needles, he actually inexplicably felt close to them. This feeling was as if he had once caressed the silver needles for an unknown number of times. Could it be the fate of the underworld? Yi Huan murmured softly inwardly, reached out and took out the silver needles, placing them close to his body. Looking at Yi Huan liking his gift, Ma Wenchang was also overjoyed, a fat face smiling with wrinkles. Seeing this, Yao Hanyan unwillingly said, "Young master, my company recently developed a new set of cosmetics, limited to 1,000 sets worldwide. I have prepared a few sets of the best quality on my side to give to Sister Zixue." Yang Hongtao said, "Young master, we have countless actresses and young models under our banner. If you are short of maids, it's just a matter of words." Hu Laoan laughed nervously. "I'm a rough man, nothing to give away, but there are quite a lot of industries. In the future, young master, go to the hotel under my name, all free of charge," said Hu Laoan. His eyes flashed with arrogance. "If young master wants to teach someone a lesson, he can also call me directly. I Hu Laoan have nothing, just more little brothers." Yi Huan smiled and responded, "Then we'll rely on old brother to back us up when the time comes." Guan Yangbing, a tall and thin man with antiquated glasses, handed Yi Huan a hot gold magnetic card. "Young master, this is our hospital's highest level VIP card. If you have any old people or children in your family who are sick, you can take this card to the clinic, all free of charge." Yi Huan nodded and accepted the card. Guan Yangbing's Huaxi Hospital. He had heard of it. Not only were the medical skills good, the prices were also surprisingly high. The registration fee of Huaxi Hospital, the lowest level, all needed 10,000 for a surgery, $1 million to start. This VIP card of his, the value is even more unlimited. Elderly child? Yi Huan recalled these two words, suddenly slapped his head and came to a realization. 3 days later, it wasn't just his birthday, it was also the birthday of Elder Su, the Su family head. Such a significant date, he almost forgot about it. This time, I must perform well in front of Zixue. Yi Huan secretly rubbed his fists. "Old Ma, prepare another jade pendant for me on your side. A better one. I'll money transfer it to you." Yi Huan said, "Young master, you are rusty when talking about money." Ma Wenchang hemmed and hawed. "Tomorrow I will take out the best Hatan jade in the store and send it to the young master." Yi Huan thanked again and went on talking with the crowd with laughter. At night, Hangzhou City, a revolving restaurant. "No, you have to divorce this loser." Li Qim tore her voice, her tone extremely dissatisfied. "Mom." Su Zixue put down her cutlery, her face showing a hint of difficulty. "Why are you starting to bring this up again?" Li Qim held Su Zixue's white wrist and said in a serious tone, "Daughter, could it be that you want to be bolted for life with this powerless Yi Huan? Your youth is only once. You still have a more ambitious life, don't you?" Su Zixue lowered her head. "This is not a reason for you to make me divorce Yi Huan and then date Bai Sicong." Li Qim sniffed and said with hatred, "Who is Bai Sicong and who is Yi Huan?" Bai Sicong's father's Chanka company, with a market capitalization of no less than $5 billion, not inferior to Amethyst Company. Zhao Qing's father's Huayuan Company, even if it didn't go out of business, it would have to be left behind by Chanka. Bai Sicong is a veritable rich young master. If you two can get together, it's your good fortune. Zixue, but isn't this too cruel to Yi Huan? Su Zixue bit her lower lip, and softly said, "Mom, don't try to persuade anymore. This matter, it's better to let it go for now." Li Qim let go of Su Zixue's hand, furrowed her brows and said, "Regardless of whether you agree or not, Bai Sicong will show up at the family head's birthday. At that time, the two of you will meet first before saying, Bai Sicong is a talented man. You will definitely have a good feeling about him." "Mom," Su Zixue said unwillingly. "Okay, don't say any more." Li Qim just struck her hand. She nowadays was determined to let Su Zixue divorce. There was no room for maneuver. Yi Huan must leave the Su family. Chapter 34, Fleeing in a False Path. The next day, Yi Huan woke up from a villa. Last night's party he was continuously poured with wine by the crowd, and he soon drank his head off and fell into a drowsy sleep. It so happened that Yao Hanyan's villa was nearby, so the crowd sent Yi Huan here to rest. As for what happened later, Yi Huan couldn't remember it all. Seeing the beauty beside him, Yi Huan froze and subconsciously swallowed his saliva, only feeling that his mouth was dry, only to see Yao Hanyan was sitting next to him, wearing a pink shirt. Her shoulders were soft and round, her skin was fair and attractive. That pair of watery peach blossom eyes were filled with light winks, the corners of the rosy mouth slightly curved up, hooking out two shallow pear eddies, black hair casually draped over the shoulders. All over her body, she was filled with mature and sexy flavor. Seeing Yi Huan get up, Yao Hanyan's beautiful eyes slightly angry, Yi Huan instantly realized what. Look embarrassed. Men have some reactions when they wake up from sleep, let alone sitting next to a delicate beauty. Sister Smoke, you evade first, I'll go change my clothes. Yi Huan sidestepped. Yao Hanyan smiled playfully. What are you still shy with me? This, Yi Huan asked tentatively. I shouldn't be doing anything, right? Yao Hanyan's body slightly tilted, posing seductively, exhaling her breath like orchids. You little bad guy, eat dry wipe clean pretend amnesia? You have to be responsible. Yi Huan was thunderstruck, stuttered, no, it won't be. Yao Hanyan puffed and laughed. Okay, I'm just teasing you. Yi Huan let out a light breath, his expression relaxing. Yao Hanyan said quietly, actually, I didn't lie to you. We already had sex. I decided to raise our child secretly, and never tell you a negative man for the rest of my life. Yi Huan's expression instantly froze. Now hurry up. I've made you breakfast. Yao Hanyan blinked and turned around to head to the living room. Sister Smoke is definitely teasing me. Yi Huan forced a smile, and inwardly there was some speculation. Walking to the bathroom and washing up, Yi Huan's mood almost calmed down a bit and ate breakfast. Yao Hanyan looked at Yi Huan with a smile on her face and went over to pour a cup of milk for Yi Huan. After pouring the milk, Yao Hanyan put down the cup and sat on Yi Huan with a big, unapologetic smile. She hooked up Yi Huan's chin, lightly biting her red lips, exhaling her breath like orchids. Yi Xiao, now it's just you and me. Don't you want to? Yi Huan was like electrocuted and stood up with a brush, although he also had a good feeling towards Yao Hanyan. He was now Su Zixue's husband. Yi Huan demanded himself that he could not do anything unfaithful. Looking at Yao Hanyan who had a grim face, Yi Huan slapped his head in panic to come up with an excuse to put it off. Sister Smoke, right, there are still things in my company. I'll go back to the company first. Saying that, Yi Huan gulped down the milk and fled. Looking at Yi Huan's wretched back, Yao Hanyan's beautiful eyes were a little bit resentful, but also with a few points of determination. Young master, I lost you for 3 years. This time, no matter what, I can't miss it. From the moment she became Yi Huan's subordinate, she fell in love with Yi Huan. After 3 years, she and Yi Xiao finally met. She couldn't let go anymore. Yi Huan walked out of the door with a few flutters remaining inside. Luckily, he had a lot of stamina, otherwise he really might not be able to leave. Sister Smoke's charm was too much. Ordinary men really couldn't resist this kind of temptation. Don't want to think about this first. Have to go back to the company to take a look before it's too late. Yi Huan smiled bitterly. He had just taken over the Amethyst Company and there were still quite a few things waiting for him to deal with. Chapter 35, Doubling Back. Amethyst Corporation, President's Office. Yi Huan sat on a leather chair, dealing with the matters at hand. Although most of the things in Amethyst were solved by Yi Huan's subordinates, but the important programs that determined the direction of the company still required Yi Huan to go through them and make the final decisions. Yi Huan stared at the documents at hand and spoke without a beat, signaling Hu Nianyao to record. Hu Nianyao stood behind Yi Huan, her long legs straight, slightly leaning over. Her posture was tantalizing. She tapped the tablet computer in her hand, constantly excerpting the main points that Yi Huan said. The more she recorded, the more Hu Nianyao sighed in admiration. Although the boss had been silent for 3 years, his means of action had become more and more sophisticated. Every modification and suggestion he said poked right to the core of the problem, causing people to think deeply. Right, does the company still have quite a few bad debts? Yi Huan rubbed his brow and said helplessly. When the Yi family was in decline and the financial chain was disconnected, Amethyst Company was also affected in no small way. Many of the partners with Amethyst had taken this opportunity to fall on their swords and encroach on Amethyst's assets. If it wasn't for this, the Yi family wouldn't have easily passed Amethyst over to Yi Huan's name. At one time, the Amethyst Company, which was claimed to have $10 billion in assets, after the turmoil, it shrunk to $5 billion. However, Yi Huan is clear that after taking out those bad debts, rotten debts, Amethyst can dispatch, at most $1 billion in cash. As for the previously invested industries, they were even in a state of $100 million. This mess, urgently waiting for Yi Huan to solve. There are quite a few bad debts. Hu Nianyao eyed a trace of hesitation and said softly, that Chanka company, how much money does it owe us? Yi Huan flipped through the stacked contracts on the table. His voice grew cold. After the party's access, Yi Huan understood something. Of all the bad debts, it was this Chanka company that was the most arrogant and owed the most money. 3 years ago, Chanka Company accepted Amethyst's $1 billion investment, and Amethyst got 30% of Chanka's shares. But later, after the Yi family shock, Amethyst decline, Chanka did not hesitate. Darkness, encroachment of the shares, forcing the Amethyst had to clear the equity, cash funds, but the set of funds do not return, and kicked off the Amethyst single. After countless discussions and negotiations, Chanka one after another to return some money, but the amount is only a few million. Tens of millions? Insignificant. Now that Yi Huan had returned, how could he let this matter go unattended? Hu Nianyo said, counting Chanka's equity premium. At the very least, there are still $1 billion of funds being set aside. 1 billion. TSK, what a big nerve. Yi Huan's eyes flashed with a cold aura. Daring to owe him money. This Chanka was really asking for death. Tick-tock. Right at this moment, Yi Huan's cell phone rang. Opening his cell phone, Yi Huan smiled with an open brow. It was a text message from his wife. The day after tomorrow is the family head's birthday, so fight for me. Prepare a better gift. Don't hang around and go on. Yi Huan hemmed and hawed and touched a piece of sheep's fat jade from the drawer. Hatian jade, known as the national jade of China. Yi Huan handed this piece of suet jade, but also in the Hatian jade in the very best. Warm and delicate, the form of round and smooth. And this piece of superb suet jade, carved from the hands of a famous master. The price is doubled. A piece sold for $10 million. Is not excessive. With this Maitreya Buddha jade pendant, the birthday gift will not be a worry. Yi Huan put away the sheep's fat jade, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. By the way, has the Su family come to talk about contracts recently? Yi Huan looked at Hu Nianyo and faintly said. Hu Nianyo said, the Su family has arrived and is negotiating on the 14th floor. Yi Huan slapped his palm. Good. Order them now. Terminate the contract. If the Su family asks why, just say that this contract can only be signed by Su Zixue. No one else can interfere. Saying that, Yi Huan's eyes flashed with a touch of teasing. At the Su family's celebration banquet, Su Bingbing dared to take away Zixue's credit. Then now, he would let Su Bingbing double it back. Chapter 36, Turning the Other Cheek. Amethyst Mansion, 14th floor. In an extravagantly decorated and extremely stylish waiting room, Su Bingbing sat on the sofa, crossing her legs. On the exquisite glass table in front of her was a signed contract. Looking at the contract, Su Bingbing's face was overflowing with uncontrollable joy, and she only felt that her whole body was floating. In the signed contract, she got Amethyst's $100 million of financing, as well as a series of help support. The price for all this was that the Su family paid 10% of the shares. This contract, for the Su family, could not be described as not generous. After subtracting the Su family's personal industry, the entire Su family's assets, at most, amounted to $800 million. But Amethyst, however, used $100 million in exchange for 10% of the shares, and Amethyst promised that it would help the Su family with financial leverage. At that time, under the cooperation of both sides, it would definitely not be difficult for the Su family to double its assets. Thinking of this, Su Bingbing trembled with excitement, a pair of eyes full of anticipation for the future. Mr. Yang, happy cooperation. Su Bingbing stood up with a smile, wanting to shake hands with the opposite side of the Amethyst manager. Manager Yang smiled faintly and politely extended his hand. This contract was instructed down by the president to give them the green light for the entire process. Manager Yang, as the final negotiator in charge, was also happy to see the contract smoothly signed. Drip. Just then, a phone call came in. Manager Yang withdrew his hand and smiled apologetically. Su Bingbing's smile remained unchanged. Go ahead. Receiving the call, Manager Yang's expression instantly froze. Hello? Is this Secretary Hu? Please order. Aha, okay, I understand. Manager Yang hung up the phone and looked at Su Bingbing's expression, which changed from eager and enthusiastic to endlessly cold. Su Bingbing faintly froze. A sense of disfavor scurried up to her heart. Manager Yang once again stretched out his hand and tore the contract to shreds in front of Su Bingbing. Sorry, Ms. Su, from now on, the contract, terminated. What? Su Bingbing's body trembled and took half a step backward. Her pretty face, a white color. Sure enough, everything had become the same again. Amethyst, once again, had teased her. Anger was like a tidal wave that engulfed Su Bingbing. You guys can't be like this. You guys are breaking the contract. You guys have to be responsible. Responsible? Manager Yang snorted coldly and smiled nonchalantly. The final interpretation of the contract is in my Amethyst's hands. So what's the point of talking about breaching the contract? Su Bingbing slammed the table and said furiously, I'm going to sue you, take you to court. Manager Yang said with a smile on his face, your Su family has the ability to do that. You can give it a try. Hearing the threat implied between Manager Yang's words, Su Bingbing's harsh words that were just about to emerge were swallowed back. Compared to the Amethyst Company, the Su family was still too weak, and even if they were to file a lawsuit, there was no chance of success. She took a deep breath and barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Manager Yang, why did you terminate the contract? Is it convenient to say? When I return to the Su family, I will also have an explanation. Account? Account for what? You can just get out now. Manager Yang sneered. As for why the contract was terminated, don't you have any pussy in your Su family's heart? Before, it was clearly Ms. Su Zixue who was in charge of the contract. Now that the Su family has secretly changed to you, you ask me why? I'll put my words down here. This contract is only signed with Ms. Su Zixue. Other than Ms. Su Zixue, it doesn't matter if any other Su family member comes. Chapter 37 Divorce. When Su Bingbing heard the words, she only felt 5 thunderbolts. Su Zixue, it's Su Zixue again. Inside Su Bingbing, an unprecedented resentment rose. What are you staring at? Get out of here. Manager Yang's eyes flashed with disgust. Wasting my time for nothing. Quickly, 2 security guards walked into the room, directly racking Su Bingbing out of the Amethyst Company. At the Su family villa, Elder Su's brows were furrowed. Su Bingbing in front of him was crying with pear blossoms. Grandpa, the Amethyst Company is bullying people too much. I'll work with another company. After Su Bingbing came back, she immediately added fuel to the fire and told what happened, describing the Amethyst Company as extremely unpleasant. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Changing companies? Impossible. Elder Su shook his head. In the entire Hang City, there is no better partner than the Amethyst Company, which is so great. Su Bingbing whimpered. Amethyst's market capitalization of $10 billion has shrunk to $5 billion, and has long since fallen. Elder Su laughed bitterly. A thin camel is bigger than a horse. Amethyst's brilliant track record is there, making it impossible to ignore. The growth rate of the assets of a company with the support of the Amethyst Corporation and a company without the support of the Amethyst is simply 2 concepts. You just watch. The Amethyst Corporation will soon realize its takeoff after it passes through the immediate crisis. Su Bingbing gritted her teeth. But they are determined not to cooperate with the Su family. So what can be done? She was now extremely unwilling to say that Amethyst Corporation had assigned Su Zixue to sign the contract. She was unwilling for Su Zixue to take away her credit. There must have been a mistake in some part of the process, otherwise Amethyst wouldn't have changed its mind 3 times. Elder Su stared at Su Bingbing and said, "You and think about it. Was there something about us during the negotiations that didn't meet Amethyst standards?" Su Bingbing stammered for half a day, refusing to speak. How is this clear to me? Elder Su was clear about his granddaughter's nature. Seeing Su Bingbing unwilling to answer, he said faintly, "In that case, I'll have to contact Amethyst myself." When Su Bingbing heard this, she immediately panicked. Having Grandpa personally contact Amethyst, she was afraid that it would cause Grandpa to pay more attention to Su Zixue. At that time, there was no chance that she would be directly squeezed down by Su Zixue, making it even harder to turn around. "It's Su Zixue," Su Bingbing whispered. "They want Su Zixue to sign the contract." Elder Su's expression was slightly stunned. What? Things went wrong with Zixue? He had never expected that Amethyst's request was so peculiar, and actually designated Su Zixue to sign the contract. When the crowd heard this, they also looked incredulous. What was Su Zixue's virtue that she could be so valued by Amethyst? One had to know that her husband was nothing more than a wasteful flunky, and her parents' status in the family was also average. Where did she get the capital to be able to achieve such a level? The gazes of the crowd gathered on Elder Su, and his expression was also cloudy. After a long time, he dialed a phone number. Hang City, Lotte Mall. Lotte Mall gathered the most luxury stores in Hangzhou, and many white-collar workers and rich people would come to patronize it. Li Kim and her 2 daughters walked through the mall, browsing through the various stores. The family head's birthday was coming up, and they planned to purchase a new set of dresses. "Sister, a Shima new model, yeah." Su Muying looked towards a specialty store in the mall. Her eyes flashed with a leap of joy. Su Zixue responded absent-mindedly. Her mind was now filled with the word divorce. Of course, this was not something she was willing to do. It was forced on her by Li Kim. Chapter 38, Indifference. Su Zixue was familiar with her mother's nature. If on the day of the family head's birthday, Yi Huan's performance was really bad, it was highly likely that her mother would go along with the trend to humiliate Yi Huan and formally propose for Yi Huan to get a divorce. At that time, with the witness of the family head and the demonstration of a group of relatives, Yi Huan was in a difficult situation and might really give in. Thinking of this, Su Zixue's emotions could not help but be a little low. Although for 3 years, she and Yi Huan only had the name of husband and wife, not the reality of husband and wife. But once she thought of divorcing Yi Huan, she couldn't help but feel a touch of strong reluctance welling up within her heart. 3 years, 3 whole years. After such a long time, it was impossible not to have a little bit of feelings brewing. What's more, Yi Huan's recent performance had made Su Zixue's impression of this cheap husband much more favorable. Su Zixue inwardly hoped that if Yi Huan was a bit tougher, maybe he could really retain this marriage. But very quickly, Su Zixue dismissed this possibility. It's impossible. How could he possibly fight by Sikong? The corners of her mouth suffused with bitterness. Wowza. Ashima actually came out with a new model. Su Muiying continued to exclaim. Su Zixue came slightly interested and looked towards the specialty store. Ashima's limited powder series cosmetics. Limited to 1,000 sets worldwide. Su Muiying sked and marveled. The pink dye series. The ordinary sets all cost $1 million. If it's the supreme set, it's even more 10 million level. And there's still a price for it. Su Zixue nodded slightly. This kind of cosmetics, even she didn't want to buy it. It was too expensive. Just at this moment, her phone screen lit up. It was Yi Huan's text message. Zixue, if the family head calls you to participate in the amethyst negotiations, don't agree with him. Li Qim's eyes were sharp and her afterglow caught a glimpse of the text message. A flash of contempt flashed across her eyes. This guy is afraid that he has a brain problem. The credit for the amethyst has been given to Su Bingbing. How can it be our turn? Besides, if we can fight for this opportunity, only if our brains were kicked by a donkey would we not agree. Su Muiying said. What? Let me see it too. But before she could see the text message, Su Zixue's phone rang. Zixue, are you free recently to help the family participate in the negotiations for the amethyst? An old but majestic voice came out. Without waiting for Su Zixue to answer, Li Qim was excited first. It's actually a call from the family head? This is really a heavenly blessing. Muiying, hurry up and say yes. Su Zixue hesitated for a moment, and the first thing that popped into her mind was the text message sent by Yi Huan. Don't agree to the Su family? Su Zixue murmured softly inwardly. Ghostly, she replied with sorry family master. I'm not available lately. After speaking, Su Zixue hung up her cell phone. Li Qim grabbed the cell phone, looked at the caller's record, and then looked at Su Zixue, her face full of absurdity. What? Zixue, you actually rejected the family head because of this trashy text message? You. I think you've been poured soul soup. You're not even interested in giving you a chance. That's not necessarily true. Maybe brother-in-law is right. Su Muiying interjected. After the incident of Star Club, Su Muiying's view of Yi Huan had completely changed. Although she did not know Yi Huan's real identity, Su Muiying knew clearly that Yi Huan's origin was absolutely terrifying. Right my ass. What can he know? When Li Qim mentioned Yi Huan, she was angry. Divorce? Zixue will have to divorce him sooner or later. These years, my Su family treated him well. He took out $5 million. We are also considered to be even. There will be no more relations. Chapter 39, Returning Without Achievement. Su Zixue clutched the edge of her skirt. Her palms were cold. Mom, Yi Huan is actually not that bad. Why are you targeting him so much? I'm targeting him? Ha! Li Qim laughed coldly. If he was a rich second generation, befriending countless powerful people, I wouldn't target him. Su Muiying sniffed and subconsciously wanted to blurt out. That's right, Mom. Brother-in-law is a rich second generation, and has a bunch of bigwigs as his little brothers. However, her words could only be swallowed into her stomach and could not be spat out, leaving aside the fact that she had promised Yi Huan to keep it a secret. Even if she told the truth, Li Qim would not be able to believe it in the slightest. After Su Zixue's refusal to negotiate, Elder Su did not force himself, but sent others to negotiate. He didn't believe in this evil. Amethyst Company only recognized Su Zixue and didn't negotiate with others. This time, the one that Elder Su sent was Su Wenhao, a family elite. Su Wenhao is a returnee doctor, proficient in finance, and the direction of Amethyst's development is exactly the right match. Master Su was confident that with Su Wenhao's speech and knowledge, he would be able to gain Amethyst's favor. The result did not let Master Su disappointment. Su Wenhao did not say a few words. Was Amethyst Company's security guards frame out? Thrown to the door. In the face of the Su family's unrepentant behavior, Amethyst Corporation just threw down 3 words. Get the hell out. Dr. Su Wenhao, where had he ever suffered this kind of humiliation? He cried with a wow, calling out that the Amethyst Company was not civilized. Elder Su was confused, and everyone in the Su family was also confused. What on earth was this situation? They could no longer understand the path of the Amethyst Corporation. Some people offered their opinions. What else is good about Su Zixue? Pretty, sexy, maybe their old boss. He's good for it. Master Su summarized his failure and immediately sent out another beauty of the Su family. Su Jiayu. Su Jiayu out of the churlish, wearing a black suit dress, sexy body show to the fullest, absolutely can hook away men's soul. Sent Su Jiayu to go, can always solve the problem, right? But unfortunately, this time, Amethyst Company directly closed their doors. They only left one sentence. Want to negotiate? Yes, let Miss Su Zixue find us. With no choice, the Su family could only put the cooperation matter on hold. Time rushed by and soon came to the day of the Su family head's 80th birthday. Although the Su family was only a third-rate family in Zheng City, it did not rank among the top ranks. However, after so many years of development, the Su family had also accumulated a lot of connections. At this moment, outside the Su family villa, the traffic was busy and the luxury cars were gathered. Men dressed in suits, women dressed in dresses, dressed exquisitely decent, talking and laughing as they walked into the Su family villa. These people, all of them are Jiang City's dignitaries. Their value is not less than $10 million. At the entrance of the villa, in front of a BMW, the 4 members of the Su family waited for Yi Huan's return. Su's father had been out on business for many years and had not stayed at home, and now that his father's birthday was celebrated, he naturally had to come back to congratulate him. Years of running around also made Su's father look to be more pale than his age, less than 50 years old, but his temples had gray hair. He was wearing a customized brown Chinese mountain suit, his hair was meticulously cleaned, and his country face was slightly disgruntled. It had been so long. This son-in-law of his, actually still late. Li Qin's expression was also ugly. This loser keeps dropping the ball. Why don't we just leave him out? Su Zixue, however, said urgently, Mom, wait a little longer. No matter how you say it, Yi Huan and us are family. Chapter 40 Unwelcome Guest. Humph, letting this wasted son-in-law into my home. I've really had bad luck in 8 lifetimes. Li Qin's expression was ugly. Right at this moment, a silver-colored Lamborghini came from the distance and stopped in front of the crowd. Li Qin pointed at the car and said sourly, Daughter, just tell me, how many lifetimes did Yi Huan save up to buy this car? Su Zixue was speechless. Since Yi Huan joined the family, he didn't have any serious job. Where did he have the money to buy a sports car? Snap! The door of the Lamborghini opened. A slender young man stepped out from the car. Seeing this figure, Li Qin's expression instantly froze. Su Zixue's heart and mind shook. Unable to close her mouth in shock, the person who came was none other than Yi Huan. Yi Huan smiled and signaled the driver to leave. Carrying a wooden box, he walked to his mother-in-law with a slightly awkward expression. Sorry, today's road conditions are too congested, so I'm late. Li Qin settled down and asked in a hurry, Yi Huan, where did you get this car? Su Zixue's eyes also had a puzzled look in them. Yi Huan was so rich, how did she not know this? Yi Huan didn't know how to explain for a moment. He had just taken over the family company, and this was the special car that the company had equipped him with. But the family didn't know about this and it was troublesome to explain. On the other side, the expressions of the other people who came to the banquet were even more shocked. This soft rice king actually could afford to drive a Lamborghini? However, when they saw Yi Huan's simple dress, contempt surfaced in their eyes. If this flunky son-in-law was really rich, why would he wear ground floor goods? This flunky son-in-law rented a luxury car, so I guess he spent a lot of money. TSK, that's right, how can a rich person wear such shabby clothes? Ha ha, hitting the face and filling up the fat man. So funny, just forgot to rent clothes. The crowd made cold mocking noises, thinking they had insight into the truth. Yi Huan smiled bitterly. He had been busy lately. Where did he have time to buy clothes? Seeing that Yi Huan didn't say anything, Li Qin thought that he was being vain and couldn't help but scold him. So it's rented. You dog can pretend to be a fork. You all know that you rented a car. Won't you buy a good set of clothes? What a disgrace. Yi Huan slightly frowned. See mother-in-law this attitude. Also lazy to explain anything. Su Zixue's heart is also a little disappointed, but also a little relieved. If her husband suddenly became rich, she would instead be at a loss for words. Su's father was a peacemaker and hurriedly advised. Alright, don't argue first. The banquet will start soon. I'll let you off first this time. Li Qin blared fiercely at Yi Huan and walked into the gate on her husband's arm. Although Li Qin's character was spirited and mean, she was worthy of being Su Zixue's mother. Nearly 40 years old, she was still very well maintained, walking charmingly and flirtatiously, causing frequent side glances. Su Zixue walked behind Li Qin, a hair closer to Yi Huan, and asked in a low voice, How are you preparing the birthday gift for the family head? Ha ha, what my wife ordered. I will definitely complete it successfully. Ah. Yi Huan lit up the wooden box in his hand, revealing a bright smile. This wooden box had an ancient shape and was even stained with a few threads of congealed dust. At a glance from an outsider, it looked like an object pulled out of a trash heap. Seeing this wooden box, Su Zixue was disappointed to the extreme inside and was on the verge of crying out in anxiety. She did not expect that Yi Huan's gift was actually contained in this kind of broken wooden box. I properly instructed you to choose a better gift. Why did you take a broken wooden box to cope with it? Su Zixue knew inwardly that Yi Huan was already very bad in everyone's eyes. Now he was counting on a better gift to impress everyone. Now well, hopes were dashed. You open it and see. You'll know what's inside. Yi Huan's gaze was eager as he pushed the wooden box in front of Su Zixue. Look my ass. Whether you give a gift or not, it won't change today's ending. Li Qin had long heard the conversation between the two and turned around and roared, her tone cold to the extreme. Yi Huan froze. What ending? Su Zixue threw away the wooden box in her hand and threw it back to Yi Huan's hand, stomping her feet in anger and walking away without looking back. She really looked at the wrong person. Yi Huan was not useful at all. Sister-in-law Su Muiying followed behind Yi Huan. Seeing the situation was not right, hurriedly took out her cell phone and secretly sent a text message. Yi Huan's cell phone lit up and opened it with a puzzled face. Brother-in-law. Big deal. Today the son of the old boss of Chanka, Bai Sikong came. Mom wants to force you to divorce, so that sister and Bai Sikong make a pair. After reading the text message, Yi Huan's doubts were scattered, and his eyes were ice cold. The son of the old boss of Chanka. This asshole company does not happen to owe me $1 billion? Yi Huan clenched his fists. A flash of anger flashed inside. Today I'll settle new grudges and old grudges together. Get this asshole killed. Yi Huan was now the president of Amethyst Corporation. His status was different from the past. It was effortless to get rid of the tiny Chanka company. At that time, he wanted this person to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. A few people had just taken their seats when Yi Huan noticed a young man in the distance. This person was looking down at them from above, with an arrogant and contemptuous look on his face. However, from the outside, this guy did look human. He wore a big back hair, a well-fitted Armani leisure suit, Uruti shoes, and a Rolex Aqua Ghost. This outfit alone is worth no less than $1 million. Chapter 41 Hidden Intentions. His gaze had a hint of evil, as if he had overindulged in lust, and his face had a sickly pallor. When the surrounding people looked at him, their eyes were filled with awe, not daring to get too close for fear of disturbing the young man. Beside the man stood Su Bingbing and a fat man in a suit. The fat man in the suit had a respectful expression and chatted with the young man from time to time. Li Qim's gaze swept over the young man, her eyes lit up, and her face was filled with a pleasing smile. Seeing the young man nod slightly, Li Qim was like receiving the greatest reward. Her face was thrilled and her heart was blossoming. She pointed at the young man and said solemnly with Su Zixue, Zixue, that's Bai Sikong Bai Shao. You later you must communicate well with others. Got it? Mom, I'm not wanting to see it. Su Zixue's tone rose a few threads of dissatisfaction. She disliked this man from the bottom of her heart, especially when she felt Bai Sitsong's aggressive gaze. It made Su Zixue feel like she was on pins and needles. Su Zixue had also learned that Bai Sikong had a very bad reputation as a loser dude. He is often in and out of various bars and nightclubs, singing and dancing every day, spending days and nights drinking. She once used this as a basis to reject Li Yaomei's request for divorce, but Li Yaomei said that Bai Sikong promised to change his ways and be devoted to her. Su Zixue's headache increased when she thought of this. Seeing Su Zixue's reluctance, Li Qim said in pain, "It's your good fortune that Bai Shao can look at you, Zixue. You have to cherish your blessings." Su Zixue shook her head. "Mom, I don't like him, let's just go back." Li Qim waved her hand impatiently. "Alright, cut the crap. When the banquet starts later, go over and give Bai Shao a toast. Chat a little, and this will be stable." Su Zixue sniffed, desperate and helpless inside. She turned her head to look at Yi Huan, wanting to see what reaction Yi Huan had. Yi Huan, however, did not show any indication and was as indifferent as a log. Su Zixue's heart was like ashes, filled with disappointment. Alas, it seems that I thought too much. He can't be relied upon at all. A faint sense of sadness rose within Su Zixue. She was unaware that Yi Huan's heart had long been filled with anger. Mother-in-law is clearly asking Zixue to cuckold me. Yi Huan's eyes were ice cold. He had never expected that mother-in-law would actually be so impatient to do such a thing. However, right now, it was not the right time to argue with his mother-in-law, but to settle this dude first. No matter how big this white young man was, he had to be made to pay the price. The dragon has scales. If you touch it, you will die. Zixue, is his scales on the other side? Bai Sikong faintly opened his mouth, and the fat man in the suit gave a fawning smile and bent down to listen. When he got up, as if he had promised Bai Sikong something, he swore and patted his chest. With that, he wrapped Su Bingbing's slender waist and swaggered to Su Zixue's family. Seeing this fat man in a suit walking towards them, many of the people who were seated stood up and greeted the fat man in a suit respectfully. "You Shao, I've long admired you. I can finally see your real face today. Shao Yu, do you still remember me? I'm Shao Hua. I came to the Jintai building last time to talk about the contract." The fat man in the suit responded with a smile, seemingly easygoing, but the arrogance in his eyes could not be concealed. Standing together with her fiancé, Su Bingbing had a light on her face, and the whole person smiled so much that her mouth couldn't close. "Yo, isn't this Sister Zixue?" Su Bingbing glanced at Su Zixue and pretended to be surprised. Su Zixue's brows and eyes were ice cold, and she had long since seen that Su Bingbing was deliberately seeking to come. The fat man in the suit smiled and said, "Bingbing, could it be that you still know this beautiful lady?" Su Bingbing covered her mouth and laughed. "Hi Liang, Sister Zixue is the most famous beauty of my Su family. I definitely know her. The fat man in the suit nodded his head smilingly. It looks quite beautiful to me as well. When Su Zixue saw this, a trace of suspicion rose within her. At first, she thought that this woman, Su Bingbing, had come to show off her fiancé. Chapter 42, A Great Fall from Grace. Duke Jin Tai, Yu Hailiang, was considered a dignified existence in Jiang City, and Su Zixue had heard of his reputation. But now, the two of them actually did not sneer at each other, but instead touted their own looks. This caused Su Zixue's heart, could not help but raise a strange feeling. Yu Hailiang was halfway through his laugh when he suddenly changed his words and spoke. A girl with such good looks, her partner should be excellent, right? Su Bingbing bared her teeth. Hailiang, you think too much. Sister Zixue, married a loser. This waste is called Yi Huan. He has been in the family for 3 years, and has been doing housework for 3 years. He has no talent at all. Yu Hailiang pretended to be surprised and said, "Oh, Yi Huan I've heard of this person's great name. Is he there now?" Su Bingbing pointed at Yi Huan. Her tone sharpened a bit. "Here, this punk isn't right here." Yu Hailiang looked towards Yi Huan and extended his hand with a smile. "Oh, waste old brother. How are you? How are you? Long time admirer. As the saying goes, do one thing, love one thing. I heard that you like doing housework? That's fine. Some other day I'll find the nanny of my family villa and properly discuss with you about doing housework." Yi Huan coldly glanced at Yu Hailiang without any intention of shaking hands. Yu Hailiang didn't mind either, smiled and patted Yi Huan's shoulder, retracted his hand. "Doing housework is great. Your hand is like stained with, you can't even stretch it out." The surrounding guests let out a burst of laughter when they heard this. The Su family's reputation of this wasteful son-in-law was something they had heard of, to a greater or lesser extent. Now that they saw a good show, they had a sneer at the corners of their mouths and quietly watched, almost as if they were holding a bucket of popcorn. Su's father's eyes were furious, and he wanted to stand up and drink Yu Hailiang back. No matter how bad Yi Huan was, he was still his son-in-law. But for Yu Hailiang to openly insult Yi Huan, would it not be a slap in his face? Li Qim knew her husband's nature and hurriedly pressed his shoulder, signaling him to keep quiet. Bai Xiao had already told her that he would first find someone to severely humiliate Yi Huan, so that Yi Huan would be ashamed and logically agree to divorce. Now seeing Yu Hailiang come over, although Li Qim was slightly surprised, she was also clear that this was the helper that Bai Xiao had found. Su Zixue's face showed her intolerance, and once she clenched her teeth, she still chose to stand up. "What's the matter with you two? If you're fine, go away. No matter how unpleasant Yi Huan is, it has nothing to do with you." Yi Huan sniffed and warm currents crossed his heart. It seemed that his efforts were not in vain. Su Zixue was willing to stand out and defend him. Yu Hailiang smiled at Su Zixue and said, "Coincidentally, we came over there's really something." Saying that, Yu Hailiang took out a golden card. "I heard that Miss Zixue, recently the company has a difficult turnover? My side is entrusted by a man to inject $10 million to Miss Zixue. I don't know what Miss Zixue thinks." When the crowd heard this, there was an outcry, and their faces were full of envy. This was $10 million. Just which rich young man was so rich that he casually injected $10 million? Su Zixue clenched her lower lip and was about to shake her head to refuse, but Li Qim came over with a smile on her face and took the golden card in one hand. "Then I will thank this young master for our family Zixue." Li Qim handed the card to Su Zixue and nudged her mouth. "Zixue, why don't you quickly take it?" Su Zixue firmly shook her head. "Mom, didn't Yi Huan just give me $5 million? My company is not short of money." The crowd froze at the words. They looked at Yi Huan with an unbelievable expression. Just this guy could take out $5 million? Chapter 43 MLM? Seeing her daughter defending Yi Huan, Li Qim stomped her foot in anger and shouted at the top of her voice. "That's dirty money, rotten money. The money he cheated by pyramid scheme. How can you mix it up?" She was determined to make Yi Huan and her daughter divorce today, and directly poured dirty water on Yi Huan. This wasted son-in-law, who had dragged her family down for too many years, had better get out of the house immediately. For Bai Xiao to take a liking to her daughter, that was a great thing. If they were to get together, they would enjoy endless glory and wealth in the future. When everyone heard the words marketing, their brows immediately knitted. "I said, this waste of son-in-law where to come from the ability. The original is to rely on pyramid schemes to make money. Oh my god, pyramid scheme. This guy's not capable and his character is bad. He actually dabbled in pyramid schemes. Let's hurry and stay away from him. Don't be brainwashed by him and develop a downline." The gazes of the crowd towards Yi Huan could not help but become even more disgusted. They really did not expect that Yi Huan was actually this kind of person. Yi Huan laughed back in anger. He, the second youngest master of the Hall Yi family, needed to engage in something like a pyramid scheme. He pulled out the bank card in his pocket and was about to say a few words. Yu Hailiang spoke up one step before Yi Huan. He was Young Bai's little brother, so he naturally had to help Young Bai with a few kind words. Yu Hailiang smiled at Su Zixue and said, Miss Su, you know about Young Bai's identity. He's graceful and his family is wealthy. He's the perfect choice to commit your life to. Saying that, he glanced at Yi Huan contemptuously and sneered. If I were you, I would have thrown away my trashy husband and ended this miserable marriage. Yi Huan finally stormed out. You're the one doing pyramid schemes. Your whole family is doing pyramid schemes. My wife, my marriage. Do I need you to tell me what to do? Yu Hailiang sneered. Yo-ho, you're still being stubborn with me. You're capable? You said you're not a salesman. Then you're a home cook. Where did you get $5 million? Yi Huan raised the Swiss black card in his hand. The card glittered under the light. He said indifferently, look at what dry pyramid scheme can have this card. The crowd snorted at the sight. This black card, they had seen Yi Huan take it out. Although in this card, one could swipe out hundreds of thousands of dollars. But that was all. An ordinary card. What was there to show off? Yu Hailiang raised his head with interest, simply not believing that Yi Huan could take out anything good. But when he saw the pattern of the black card, he immediately froze. This is actually the Swiss Bank's diamond black card. Yu Hailiang murmured incredulously. How could you possibly have this kind of card? Hearing Yu Hailiang's voice, all voices came to an abrupt halt. The crowd stared tightly at the card with a look of disbelief. A diamond black card? Just kidding. A card of this level had to have a stored amount of $100 million to qualify for it. This wasted son-in-law, who had been mingling for 3 years, where did he get so much money? The sharp-eyed people were talking. Not to mention, the pattern of this card is somewhat similar to the diamond black card. Not bad. I've seen this card in international magazines. It really looks similar. Their hearts and minds were shaken, shivering their legs, almost about to kneel down. Apart from being slightly old, this card, whether it was the pattern or the luster, was no different from the diamond black card. How could the owner of such a card be a salesman? Many people swallowed their saliva. Their hearts were apprehensive. Could Yi Huan be a big shot with deep pockets? If that was the case, there would be big trouble. Chapter 44 Gift Giving. Li Qin's sharp voice came out. Don't act, Yi Huan. I still don't know your virtue? Don't think you can come out and show off just because you put on a card film. If you really have $100 million, how can you still join the family for 3 years and wait for death? You're afraid you've got mush in your head. When the crowd heard this, they were relieved. This must be a card film, ah. It was impossible for a shabby commodity like Yi Huan to own a black card. TSK, this guy is acting quite realistically. He may not really be a salesman. That's right, unless he goes to withdraw money. I really don't believe it. This card is real. Yu Hailiang hesitantly looked at the black card. His eyes flickered and did not speak. He knew inwardly that this card was 90% real. Swiss Bank was the top bank in the world. Where was the card so well imitated? He looked deeply at Yi Huan, and a touch of vigilance surged within him. Regardless of whether the diamond black card was Yi Huan's or not, the fact that Yi Huan could show it meant that his origin was not simple. However, at this point in time, it was impossible for him to raise the enemy's morale and destroy his own. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Bai Xiao had come. The crowd also saw Bai Sikong and made way. Young Bai, how are you? Wow, Young Bai is even here. Long time no see. So it's Young Bai who has taken a liking to Su Zixue, Su family's daughter. She's blessed. The crowd looked at Su Zixue and couldn't help but show envious colors. Bai Xizong's old man, Bai Jianlin's Chunka company, has a market capitalization of nearly $5 billion, a real giant. And White Jane Lin is also very loving Bai Sikong. Directly dumped to him 300 million of small money to start a business. Set a small goal. Let Bai Sikong first earn 100 million. In the past few years, Bai Sikong did not invest in anything else, but built a lot of nightclubs. For the entertainment industry in Jiangcheng did not make a good contribution. Yu Hailiang smiled fawningly and said, Good day, Bai Xiao. He then looked at Su Zixue and cheerfully said, Miss Zixue, I'm sure you're mentally prepared. This is Bai Xiao, Mr. Bai Sikong. Bai Sikong smiled faintly and touched his short hair, inadvertently revealing the Rolex on his wrist. Hello, Zixue, you must be well aware of my intentions. Bai Sikong smiled, completely ignoring Yi Huan. As long as you're with me, I'll definitely let you be the happiest woman in this world. Saying that, he clapped his hands and a tuxedoed butler walked over. He held a cart covered with a gorgeous curtain and parked it in front of Su Zixue. A touch of arrogance rose in Bai Xizong's eyes. Zixue, I heard that you like Ashima's cosmetics. So, he stretched his voice and lifted the curtain in one go. Wow, the cart had 3 layers, each piled high with Ashima's cosmetics, lipsticks, glitter, serums, foundations, toners. These cosmetics, orderly arranged in the shape of a heart, interspersed with romantic roses and sprinkled with gold dust, were extremely dazzling. The surrounding women see these cosmetics. Eyes cannot move, eyes full of little stars. They were people who knew their trade, and naturally knew the value of these cosmetics. These cosmetics, although they were not priceless limited edition models, they were all Ashima's boutique series, all added up, less than $10 million. Taking $10 million to buy cosmetics, it's only Bai Xiao who can be so generous. Gosh, if there was a man willing to treat me like this, I would have married long ago. Zhe Xue, hurry up and say yes to him, don't dilly-dally with a loser like Yi Huan. A few nymphomaniac women, their voices permeated with fervor, urged Su Zixue. Chapter 45, Noble Guest. When Su Bingbing saw this, she couldn't help but taste it inwardly. If her fiancé was trying to please Bai Sikong, she wouldn't have come over to set Su Zixue up. If she were in the past, she would have hated to let Su Zixue be entangled with this waste of a man, Yi Huan, for the rest of her life. In this way, it would reflect her superiority. Su Zixue looked at the wide array of cosmetics and couldn't help but be slightly lost in thought. For luxury cosmetics like Ashima, she had only bought 2 small bottles of serum. Sparingly, she had still spent hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now, with so many cosmetics in front of her, there wasn't a single woman who wouldn't be moved. But then again, she was only moved by cosmetics. Getting her to be with Bai Sikong was impossible. Yi Huan clenched his fists, his eyes filled with cold aura. This Bai Sikong was interesting, owing him $1 billion and not paying him back, but also taking his money and going to pick up his woman. At this moment, Yi Huan was already planning to call the bank number and reveal his account balance. Although he had given the family $10 billion, the liquidity of Amethyst, and the subsequent dividends from Tingfei, were all stored in the diamond black card. Right now, the balance in the card, several billions, was still there. He just didn't believe that when he lit up this string of numbers, this group of people would still think that the card was fake. But just at this moment, a flirtatious and delicate laugh came over. What's so lively? The crowd stared, and a slender silhouette came walking leisurely. She had exquisite makeup, permed long burgundy wavy hair, and was wearing a sexy wraparound skirt, revealing a pair of white and slippery thighs, and her Gucci high-heeled shoes stepped out in a graceful gait as she walked towards the crowd, although she smiled wryly. In fact, through the coldness and pride that rejects people outside of 1,000 miles, like a queen on high, no one dares to blaspheme. Quite a few people with sharp eyes instantly let out incredible exclamations of surprise. Yao Ruyan, the female president of a Sima division. Why is she here? The star figure of Hangzhou, the cold and unrivaled queen, my idol, President Yao. Sign an autograph. There were earth-shattering cheers from both men and women present. Men, attracted by Yao Ruyan's sexy and attractive appearance. Women, enchanted by her cosmetics, worshipped her as the queen of the fashion industry. When Bai Sikong saw Yao Ruyan, he was slightly stunned, and when he came back to his senses, his eyes flashed with a flash of hot greed. Veza, what a beautiful woman, completely not below Su Zixue. When Su Zixue saw Yao Ruyan, her red lips slightly opened, somewhat stunned. Yao Ruyan, as the president of Jiang Cheng's branch, often traveling to and from Europe and other countries, should be busy day in and day out. How could such a character come to the Su family to celebrate Elder Su's birthday? Although everyone was in shock, the one who was most shocked was Yi Huan. Sister Smoke? Why did she come? Yao Hanyan saw Yi Huan from afar, and seeing Yi Huan dumbfounded, she couldn't help but have her beautiful eyes contain anger and laughter. She lightly opened her vermilion lips and wordlessly uttered a few words. These lips were very faint, as if there was no rise and fall, but Yi Huan immediately recognized it. It meant to say, little fool, I've come to support you. Yi Huan clenched his fists and only felt his eyes slightly red. On the other side, Yao Hanyan's arrival startled many people. Many important figures of the Su family had gathered around, nodding their heads to Yao Hanyan. What kind of existence was Ashima? A top 500 global company, a top multinational corporation. Yao Hanyan was able to sit in the position of president of a Sima's division. Her energy could be seen. Chapter 46, Not Giving Face. Mr. Yao's visit has made the Su family's presence shine. I don't know what Mr. Yao's business is in coming here? Yao Hanyan smiled faintly. Just meeting one person. I'll be leaving soon. When the Su family heard this, they were relieved. Having Yao Hanyan congratulate Elder Su on his birthday, they couldn't afford it. However, Yao Hanyan did not indicate her intentions, causing them to be terrified inwardly. However, if Yao Hanyan just meets people, things will be simple. Immediately afterward, their hearts, again rose thick curiosity. Yao Hanyan, who did she come to see? Yao Hanyan smiled, left the crowd and came to Yi Huan's direction. But not coincidentally, the path that the crowd had made way for was already blocked by Bai Sikong who had come. So when the crowd looked at the sight, They subconsciously thought that Yao Hanyan had come to look for Bai Sikong. Bai Sitsong's face reddened with excitement, also thinking that Yao Hanyan had come to look for herself. The large Su family, without any late generation to stand out, all relying on the remaining shade of the elders to develop, was not worth mentioning at all. And of the visiting VIPs, it was Bai Sikong who had the biggest head. If Yao Hanyan didn't look for him, who else could she look for? This kind of big beauty. If you can climb the relationship, have a good chat about life ideals. Bai Sitsong's eyes showed evil light, practically drooling. When Yao Hanyan saw Bai Sitsong's ugly behavior, her brows frowned slightly and unnoticeably. Just this kind of unimpressive scum also dare to provoke the young master. Yao Hanyan inwardly scratched a cold aura. Seeing Yao Hanyan getting closer and closer, Bai Sitsong's little heart was about to fly out of the sky. Such a good opportunity. How can I not mooch? Bai Sikong heatedly smiled and greeted him. Mr. Yao, long time no see. With one big hand, he wanted to have a hugging salute with Yao Hanyan. Yao Hanyan smiled faintly, but she was one step ahead of Bai Sikong, and the root of her high heel stomped hard on his foot. Bai Sikong let out a heartbreaking low cry, just like a boiled prawn, bending over in pain. Yao Hanyan dashingly twisted her waist, dodged Bai Sikong, and walked towards Yi Huan under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Yi Huan, long time no see. Yao Hanyan winked playfully. Yi Huan touched his nose, his vision fluttering a bit. Yao, nice to meet you, nice to meet you. What? The crowd was stunned. Their mouths were so open that they could stuff an egg. Mr. Yao could actually call out Yi Huan's name? Could it be that what she was looking for was this trashy son-in-law of the Su family? Dead silence. The whole place was plunged into dead silence. Only Bai Sitsong's cries of pain were left to echo continuously. Su Zishue's nose was slightly wrinkled. Not knowing why, she was very uncomfortable inside. Mr. Yao, you've recognized the wrong person, haven't you? Are you not looking for Bai Xiao? A question came from the crowd. Not only him, everyone was wondering how Yao Hanyan came to find Yi Huan. This punk, can he climb into a relationship with Mr. Yao? Yao Ruyan scanned the circle and gave a faint smile. Bai Xiao? Who is Bai Xiao? A hint of coldness came through her eyebrows. This is the first time I've heard that someone in Hangzhou dares to call himself a young man in front of me? No, don't listen to their nonsense. Bai Sikong held back the pain, barely showing a hint of a smile. Mr. Yao, I'm Bai Sikong, from Chanka Company. Take a look at this trolley of Ashima cosmetics. All of them are bought by me. When the colorful heart faded, Bai Sikong suddenly came to his senses, and regret rose in his heart. The woman in front of me not only looks like a beautiful country, a scourge of the country, but also the wrist is not bad. Hand and Eye of the Sky. Chapter 47 Limited Edition. Bai Jianlin once said that two people in Hangzhou should not be messed with. One is Hu Laowan, and the other is Yao Hanyan. Although Yao Hanyan is a woman, she was described by Bai Jianlin as a tiger and wolf who does not lose to the great and the good, which shows how scrupulous Bai Jianlin is about Yao Hanyan. But this character that even his father didn't dare to mess with, he actually wanted to make light of. Bai Sikong thought back and really wanted to give himself two big mouths. Yao Hanyan nodded slightly. Oh, Chanka Company never heard of it. When the crowd heard this, there was a burst of sweat. Although Chanka Company was not the top company in Hangzhou, it was certainly a first-class level. Yao Ruyan had been in Hangzhou City for many years. No matter how much she didn't pay attention to the news, she should have heard of Chanka Company. She deliberately said this now. Her meaning was actually very straightforward. It was to express her disdain for Chanka. I don't care if you have a market capitalization of a few $100 million. I don't put it in my eyes. It's only the president of a big company like Mr. Yao who can be so supercilious. The crowd said inwardly. Bai Sikong was unhappy in his heart, but still smiled attentively and said, no harm, no foul. Today, General Manager Yao has come. It's just the right time to be a witness for me and Zishue. I today intend to get engaged with Zishue first. I hope that all of you who are present will support more, and come to my wedding at that time. Yu Haoyang copped. Then, what about this Yi Huan Bai Sikong waved his hand. This matter I have already understood. This Yi Huan, although with Zishue, has the name of husband and wife, but no husband and wife. These 3 years, and no serious work, cannot afford to take on the responsibility of a husband. After my mother-in-law and I discussed, we agreed to let Yi Huan divorce and leave the Su family. Saying that, Bai Sikong looked at Li Kim with a smile. What do you say? Right, mother-in-law? Li Kim grinned. Yes. Today, I'll let Zishue and Yi Huan divorce. When the crowd heard this, they let out suppressed laughter, full of sarcasm. Even if Yi Huan was besotted with Yao Hanyan, so what? Wouldn't he still have to suffer a strange shame and divorce the marriage obediently? It was really sad for a man to be mixed up in this kind of situation. Right at this moment, Yao Hanyan leisurely opened her mouth. Oh? You want to get engaged to Sister Zixue? What bride price can you take out? Bai Sikong smiled, pointing to the cart. Borrowing the blessing of your company, I bought these cosmetics and gave them to Zixue. Yao Hanyan faintly laughed. Then you this sincerity. Not too enough not even a limited edition. Bai Sitsong's expression was a bit ugly. Mr. Yao, you're joking. The limited edition Asima has long been snapped up. Where do I have the ability to buy it? Yao Hanyan said with a straight face. Just because you don't have this ability doesn't mean others don't. Saying this, she dialed a number and hurriedly hung up. When the crowd saw this, a touch of curiosity rose within them. Yao Hanyan said such words and dialed a number. What exactly did she want to do? The crowd quickly knew the answer. Only to see 3 tall and sturdy security guards in suits, each carrying a safe, passing through the crowd with a solemn face. Yao Hanyan nodded slightly, set it down on the table. The 3 security guards did as they were told, placing the safe on the table and snapping it open. What met everyone's eyes were 3 sets of luxuriously packaged cosmetics. Even the surface of the box was inlaid with crushed diamonds. The women who had been chattering before froze at once when they saw these 3 sets of cosmetics. In the next instant, they reacted and let out excited screams. Oh my god, this is actually Ashima's limited edition powder series. There are only 1,000 sets worldwide. No, this is the Supreme Edition. Only 100 sets. One set costs $10 million. It's priced to sell. These 3 sets, the reserve price is $30 million, and even if you sell them for $40 million, people will grab them. A few women spoke to each other, their excited voices constantly echoing. Chapter 48, Earring Pendant. The CR. Out was also in shock when they heard the figure from their mouths. $40 million. This is afraid that it's worth more than 3 boxes of gold bars. Bai Sitsong's brows knitted deeply when he saw the 3 sets of pink dye series cosmetics. He seemed to have paid $20 million, $10 million in capital injection, and $10 million in cosmetics. But after marrying Su Zixue, and after some tossing and turning, the $10 million capital injection, he was definitely going to get it back in his hands. What he really paid was only $10 million. What Bai Sikong didn't expect was that the 3 sets of cosmetics in front of him actually cost $40 million. This was also a huge amount for him. He took a deep breath and looked at Yao Hanyan. I wonder what is the purpose of Mr. Yao taking out these 3 sets of cosmetics? Yao Hanyan smiled faintly. Intent? This is not my intention. She put her jade hand on Yi Huan's shoulder and said a sentence that shocked everyone. These 3 sets of powder series, Yi Huan specially entrusted me to give to Sister Zixue, since you want to get engaged, and the value is less than 3 sets of pink dye collection. I'm afraid it's not too good, right? The moment these words came out, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The expressions of the crowd immediately changed from curious, eager, to dismayed, appalled. What? 3 sets of powder dye, actually bought by Yi Huan. My goodness, what a good man. He actually spared $40 million to buy cosmetics for his wife. Most importantly, where did he get $40 million? It's impossible for a pyramid scheme to make so much money. For a moment, the crowd's vision of Yi Huan completely changed. Su Zixue's eyes were slightly red, but she forced herself to hold back, not letting the tears that moved her flow down. What moved her was not the expensive price of the pink dye series, but Yi Huan's heart. Li Qim, however, stomped her feet anxiously, looking furious, but she did not dare to vent it out. Yao Hanyan's status and energy far exceeded the Su family. As for Chanka Company, it was also hard to beat. In the face of this woman, she did not dare to be too reckless, but once she thought of the basket of water, she felt extraordinarily uncomfortable inside. This punk, if he was this powerful earlier, why did he still harbor for so long? Li Qin gritted her teeth. After Yao Hanyan said that, she smiled sweetly towards Yi Huan. Alright, the goods have also been delivered, so I'll leave first. Brother Yi Huan, perform well. After speaking, Yao Hanyan stepped on her high heels, followed by 3 security guards, and left without looking back. The people in the surroundings stepped back, not daring to come any closer. Only after Yao Hanyan left did the crowd let out a sigh of relief. Yao Hanyan had been in a high position for a long time. Her aura was noble. In front of her, the people didn't even dare to breathe. Now that she was gone, the feeling of oppression in the hearts of the crowd finally dispersed. Bai Sikong stood there, his eyes glaring red. Since he was a child, he had always been the one to show off his wealth. Where had he ever suppressed others? In a flash, he pulled out a palm-sized gift box from his arms. Inside the gift box was a pair of earrings, which he had spent a full $5 million on as a birthday gift for his mother. Now that he had lost face, he had no choice but to take out the earrings and fill up the scene. Bai Sikong opened the gift box. A pair of white gold diamond earrings, immediately reflected in the eyes of the crowd. He unwillingly said, "Better cosmetics. This is nothing, Zhe Xue. I also prepared crystal earrings for you with the crown." A woman exclaimed out in shock. "Crystal earrings? Doesn't that cost a whopping $5 million? Seeing the envious faces of the women, Bai Sikong raised his head in triumph, finally finding some face. Chapter 49 Crushing. As he said that, he straightened his sleeves and walked over with a deep expression. "Zhe Xue, this pair of crystal earrings, let me put them on you." When Su Zixue saw Bai Sikong approaching, she subconsciously took a step backwards, somewhat at a loss for words. Right at this moment, a reliable figure blocked in front of her. Looking at Yi Huan's broad shoulders, Su Zixue was slightly lost in thought and suddenly wasn't very scared anymore. Yi Huan spoke indifferently. "I've already given Zixue the earrings. I don't need yours." Bai Sikong gave a disdainful laugh. "Just you? What good jewelry can you send to Zixue? I'm afraid that any cosmetics you can send out from the Pink Dye series are all for the sake of Mr. Yao's face and have nothing to do with you. These have nothing to do with you," Yi Huan said indifferently. "Anyway, the cosmetics I sent, just finish off yours." Bai Sikong sniffed and his veins rippled with anger. "What about the earrings you sent? Take it out and see how many dollars it's worth." Yi Huan let out a light laugh. "A few dollars? Have you seen a few dollars of angel's kiss?" After Yi Huan finished speaking, he walked to Su Zixue's body and intimately lifted Su Zixue's hair. Su Zixue's face blushed, her body tightened, but she did not resist too much. At this moment, she had already fallen into a thick sweetness. It turned out that the angel's kiss was really sent by Yi Huan. At the same time, doubts rose within her. Where on earth did Yi Huan get so much money to buy 9 angel tears for her? However, she knew that now was not the time to get to the bottom of the matter and could only suppress the doubts within her heart. After Su Zixue's hair was lifted, the angel's kisses on her earlobes were clearly reflected in the crowd's eyes. The crowd carefully measured the earrings. The large pink diamond, shocked speechless. This pink diamond was twice as big as the diamond on Bai Sikong's earrings. This pink diamond alone would be more than $3 million. No way. The global limited edition angel's kiss, just the reserve price alone, it's up to $10 million. Zhe Xue, when did you own the angel's kiss? This is simply the dream of all women. That's right. Could this really be a gift from Yi Huan to you? Bai Sikong crushed the gift box in his hand into a ball. His expression was hideous. He knew that today's engagement would definitely not go on. Yi Huan's 2 powerful counterattacks were like 2 slaps on his face, causing him to lose all face. "Good. Very good," Bai Sikong said grimly. "Kid, I'll remember what happened today. I'd like to see how much money you can have." When the crowd heard this, their hearts and minds were flabbergasted. Although they did not know where Yi Huan got the angel's kiss from, however, they were clear that Yi Huan had offended Bai Sikong, and in the future, it would be absolutely difficult to move forward in Hangzhou City. Bai Sitsong's father, Bai Jianlin, had extraordinary skills and had made friends with many bigwigs. If he stepped in to fix Yi Huan would not be able to eat. "Ha!" Yi Huan disdainfully opened his mouth and threw his voice. "You remember, even if you don't look for me, I will look for you. Within 3 months, I want you Chanka to go bankrupt." Bai Sikong laughed back in anger. He hadn't expected that this trash would dare to talk to him like this. A flash of hostility flashed in his eyes. "Kid, you have guts. I'd like to see how you can do it. I'll give you 3 months. Once the 3 months are up and you haven't done it, I'll make sure you don't see the sun every other day." After saying that, Bai Sikong raised his head and left the main hall. The crowd looked at Yi Huan with pity, their eyes full of disdain for Yi Huan. Yi Huan had some spare money, they believed it, but for Yi Huan to bring down Chanka Corporation, they would only scoff. Chapter 50, The Summer Insect Cannot Speak Ice. Chanka Company, Hangzhou Hegemony, Black and White, Solid Foundation Incomparable. Yi Huan take the head to let Chanka bankruptcy? Yi Huan so a death. Make Hai Yi Huan a few eyes of the crowd, and will Yi Huan as a hopeless object. Offended Chang Ku, Yi Huan was dead, just a waste like you. You still want to fight with Bai Xiao? Dream less. Li Qin sneered. You'd better think about how to save your life before the 3 months come. Yi Huan's expression was bland. Ignoring it, the summer insect could not talk about ice as well. Yi Huan's identity, was it not something these people could imagine? He would bankrupt Chanka without any effort. Su Zixue tugged on Yi Huan's sleeve, with a worried face. Yi Huan, you are too impulsive. Although Bai Sikong is a playboy, but he has made friends with some black forces. You go out in the future. You must be careful. Yi Huan hemmed and hawed. It's still your wife's honor. I know. Su Zixue's pretty face reddened again. In the past, in public, she would not allow Yi Huan to call himself this way. But now, when she heard the word wife, she did not mind at all, and her heart was instead sweet. Birthday, begin. Right at this moment, A loud voice came out. The guests heard the voice and took their seats. The scene resumed a lively atmosphere, and the crowd chatted with laughter. My family, Wu Mingi, wishes Elder Su a long life, and offers a jade rui. Li Yu, chairman of Lehigh, wishes Elder Su a long and prosperous life and a pair of white jade lion heads. Lan Chenping, president of Fengmao Group, wishes Master Su a long and blessed life, presenting a gold long lifelock. Elder Su was dressed in a red brocade suit, his cane propped up in his hand as he sat on the main seat of the villa. When he heard the gifts reported by the host, he burst into laughter. When the crowd heard some of the gifts, they also secretly marveled and lamented the extraordinary gifts. Su Bingbing and Yu Hailiang were also not willing to be left behind and stood up. Su Bingbing scanned the circle and said proudly, Grandpa, Hailiang and I know that you like antiques and have specially prepared a pair of Song Dynasty paintings for you. Yu Hailiang, who was beside him, smilingly took out a painting and slowly unfolded it, showing it to the crowd. A famous painting from the Song Dynasty, listening to the pine and the bright moon. This is something that Bing Bing and I spend a great deal of effort on, entrusting someone to buy it, and it cost a full $2 million to buy. As for the real market value, it has definitely tripled more than 3 times now. I specifically asked a few experts to appraise it, and they all agreed that this painting is genuine. Yu Hailiang spoke slowly and methodically, not loudly, but through an extraordinary temperament, which was admirable. The crowd sized up the painting and couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. This painting, worthy of being an object of the Song Dynasty, the landscape scenery copied is extremely meaningful, even if the layman is watching with great interest. What was even more awe-inspiring was the price of the painting. Counting the premium that Yu Hailiang had said, this painting, I'm afraid, would cost more than $6 million. This kind of gift would be too dignified to send out. Elder Su received the painting with a smile on his face, marveled twice, and put the ancient painting back into the box. Good. Hai Liang, Bing Bing, have a heart. You two must get married quickly. I'm waiting to hold my great-grandchildren. When Su Bingbing heard this, her face instantly turned red. Her voice was like a mosquito as she hummed. Yi Huan couldn't help but snicker when he saw the picture. As the second youngest master of the Lin family, what kind of exotic treasures had he not seen before? And he had long practiced a pair of fiery eyes to appreciate treasures. This painting and calligraphy looked decent, but Yi Huan could tell right away that it was just a fake. His snicker was immediately captured by Su Bingbing. Yi Huan, what are you laughing at? This ancient painting from the Song Dynasty, you can't buy it with money alone. It requires not bad connections and status. Can you do it? You think that just because you got some dirty money outside, you have the capital to be wild? Oh, compared to a really big company, your little trick is nothing. Su Bingbing's voice was sharp and scolded Yi Huan. Chapter 51 Discontent. After experiencing the incident in the party, she naturally knew that Yi Huan was rich, but even if he was rich, he was still just a wretch with no power. Whether it's by Sikong, or her fiancé, both his stature and status crushed Yi Huan head to head, which is the real social elite. On the contrary, a beggar like Yi Huan offended by Shao, and it was already difficult to move an inch in Hangzhou. The crowd's eyes converged on Yi Huan and smiled disdainfully. The scene where Yi Huan made by Sikong suffer was not seen by everyone. In most people's deep-rooted impression, Yi Huan was just a waste. As for those who saw it, they were still full of sarcasm towards Yi Huan. So what if he was even richer? He was still going to be killed by Sikong? Elder Su lifted his eyelids and swept a glance at Yi Huan, who didn't say a word. His face, which was originally smiling, instantly climbed with thick disgust and disdain. This son-in-law Yi Huan, he has heard of, is just a loser. After joining the Su family for 3 years, Yi Huan did not set up any career, only knew how to do housework, and had become a poisonous spot that the family refused to erase. But on this kind of occasion, Elder Su didn't want the family scandal to spread, and chose to ignore Yi Huan. Just let him laugh. Ignore him, Elder Su said indifferently, then looked at Su Zixue with a smile. Zixue, let me tell you something. Su Zixue stood up somewhat bewildered. Family master, is there anything you want to order? Elder Su slowly said. The family's consultation with Amethyst is in a bottleneck. You are aware of that. Since Amethyst has identified you, there's no problem with you negotiating for the family, right? This, Su Zixue revealed a hesitant expression. At the bottom of her heart, she was actually somewhat resistant to this mission. Before this, it wasn't that the family hadn't sent her to negotiate, but the negotiations had only just gained steam when Su Bingbing took away the credit. The family head was rehashing the old story in front of everyone, and if she refused, thinking of this, Su Zixue couldn't decide and subconsciously glanced at Yi Huan. Sure enough, Yi Huan shook his head, signaling her refusal. Su Zixue gathered her courage and lightly opened her red lips, but just at this moment, a voice interrupted her. Family master, don't worry, this matter is covered by Zixue. Li Kim stepped forward and said. She had long since noticed that Su Zixue's expression was not right, and hurriedly promised while Su Zixue did not open her mouth. Elder Su stroked his goatee and revealed a smile. Good, very good. If this matter is negotiated, the family will have a heavy reward. No way, I do not agree to this matter. Yi Huan's firm voice came out. This voice was extremely piercing in the room with a peaceful atmosphere. The crowd looked at Yi Huan as if they were looking at a psychopath. What did this trash say? No? Yes. What qualifications does he have to intervene? This is the Su family's private matter. This punk, I'm afraid that he's offended by Shao and is starting to break up. TSK, it's really possible. It'll be even more interesting if the Su family even expels him at that time. Facing the ridicule of the crowd, Yi Huan was unmoved and continued to speak. Zixue negotiated the contract and was the biggest contributor, but the Su family, however, ignored her credit and let Su Bingbing participate in the subsequent negotiations. Now, Su Bingbing messed things up, and you guys thought of Zixue. Is there such a cheap good thing in the world? Yi Huan took a deep breath and said decisively, no matter what, this matter, I won't allow it. Su Bingbing was so angry that she was smoking. Her pretty face was red as she stood out and cursed. You punk, you're the one who screwed up. Without the Su family, what the hell are you? You think that just because you got some dirty money outside, you have the capital to run wild? Su Zixue doesn't have a mouth of her own. She needs you to speak for her. If you don't want to stay in the Su family, get the hell out. Elder Su was furious and had an angry face. Just because he didn't want to pay attention to this waste, it didn't mean he was dissatisfied with this waste. Now, Yi Huan jumped out without knowing what to do, causing Elder Su's patience with Yi Huan to finally reach its limit. Chapter 52 Fake. He tapped his dragon head walking stick, making a dull ringing sound, and said angrily, who let this loser in? Do you guys think that I'm old and the Su family doesn't need me anymore before letting me see him so that you can piss me off? Saying this, Elder Su coughed heavily and took a breath before speaking indifferently. Security. Come on people, hurry up and rack this waste out. The old master was furious. Not a single person in the room dared to speak. The only sound that came out was the ticking of the hour hand. Su family members stared at Yi Huan. Their faces were not good. Originally, this birthday banquet was good, but it was muddled by this waste, and it also made the old master unhappy. Li Kim stared at Yi Huan with a resentful face, with a look that was itching to eat Yi Huan alive. Su Bingbing tilted her head with a smug face, telling this punk to dare to go against her. Now she has become the target of all. Yi Huan clenched his fists, his expression indifferent. He had only told the truth and fought for a fairness for Su Zixue, yet he ushered in this kind of treatment. In the final analysis, wasn't it because the Su family had always thought that he was a powerless waste? Yi Huan inwardly murmured. Soon, all of you, the Su family, will kneel in front of me and beg for forgiveness. Su Zixue's face turned pale, not expecting things to develop to this impasse all of a sudden. She could not help but plead out. Grandfather, Yi Huan is after all your granddaughter-in-law. Look at this and let him stay. I will definitely discipline him properly. Thinking of the importance of Su Zixue, Elder Su barely calmed his anger. Indifferently glanced at Yi Huan, snorted coldly and stopped speaking. Yi Huan, however, had no intention of stopping, and said in a cold voice, even if I am a waste, I will not give away fake paintings. With these words, the atmosphere that was easing once again froze. Waste? You're crazy. That's right. How can you, a penniless flunky, know about antiques and paintings? What a dog jumping over the wall and spitting blood. Hearing Yi Huan's intention, Yu Hailiang sneered. Interesting, the antique experts appreciated my painting and all said that it is genuine. On the contrary, it is you, who have not even touched it. What makes you say that this painting is fake? If you insist to look deeper, take a look at this ink color. How bright and perfect. This bearing texture, how comfortable and natural. How can it be fake? Su Bingbing glared at Yi Huan fiercely. A family cook. Have you ever seen calligraphy and painting? Do you know the way inside? What a nonsense bark. The crowd looked at Yi Huan with increasing disgust. This guy doesn't even look at what he is, just slandering others here. Truly he doesn't know shame. Yes, what kind of goods is he? Pretending to be a big-tail wolf here. Can he tell the difference between Su San Yuan Mingqing and calligraphy and painting? When Su Zixue saw this scene, she only felt that the sky was spinning and she didn't have any strength left. Elder Su stormed out, really hating to knock Yi Huan to death with a cane. He blew his beard and glared. Since you want to get out, don't blame me. On the other side, the security guard had already walked over. Yi Huan had a cold smile at the corner of his mouth and didn't bother to continue explaining. Su Zixue instantly panicked. Suddenly, she had a flash of light and thought of that black wooden box of Yi Huan. Yi Huan can prepare the Ashima Angel's Kiss, this birthday gift. It's definitely not bad. This was the last straw to save her life. Su Zixue panicked and took away the box in Yi Huan's hand, her pretty face squeezing out a smile. Grandpa, although Yi Huan said the wrong thing, but his filial piety is still there. He specially prepared a gift for you. Take a look. When the crowd saw this black wooden box, they were even more furious. Waste is waste, picking up random trash boxes to cope with it. Yeah, just this kind of crap inside. What kind of good things can it hold? Su Zixue gritted her teeth and apprehensively opened the box in full view of everyone. When the crowd saw the Maitreya Buddha jade pendant in the box, they couldn't help but reveal a look of astonishment and uncertainty. This jade pendant exuded a warm and delicate light, giving people a refreshing and comfortable feeling, not like a mortal object. Elder Su was also slightly stunned, feeling the texture of this jade pendant, as if he had seen it somewhere. Chapter 53 Denial. Seeing that the old master was somewhat moved, Su Zixue hurriedly handed over the jade pendant to old master Su. When Elder Su's wrinkled fingers gripped the jade pendant, the feeling of warmth and comfort actually made him enjoy it inexplicably. Master Su for a moment actually could not let go of the jade pendant. This jade pendant, could it really be a treasure? He was able to see that this jade pendant, whether it is color or carving, are extremely superior. The market price of a few $100,000, right? Su Bingbing said. Grandpa, this jade pendant is taken out by Yi Huan from the ragged box. It may be that he bought it randomly from a roadside stall. Can't take it, a Su family member confirmed. That's right, roadside stall vendors, they all use medicinal water to wash out the color of the jade. It's very dirty and poisonous. Yi Huan actually took this kind of gift to give to you. What a bastard. That's right, family head, your body is important. Quickly throw away the jade pendant. It had to be said that Su Bingbing still had a lot of status in the Su family. As soon as she voiced out, countless people helped her to agree. Su Zixue's body trembled with anger. She had studied quite a few ornaments and had an understanding of jade. Jade of this color, at first glance, was top-notch. How could it be washed with medicinal water from a roadside stall? Seeing Su Zixue's helpless face, Yi Huan finally couldn't help but voice out. What I took out is a top-grade Hutian Suet jade. It has the effect of prolonging life, detoxifying and nourishing illnesses on the wearer. And if it is worn by an elderly person, the effect will be even better. Su Bingbing looked at Yi Huan with a contemptuous face, as if looking at a retard who did not know the heights of heaven. Yi Huan, you think we are little cuties? What? Top-grade Hutian jade, priced without a market, hard to find with thousands of gold, not something you can get your hands on with money. What makes you a punk get it? Yu Hailiang had a sneer and a disdainful look on his face. Kid, I've investigated you. You're just an ordinary family without any background. How can you buy this kind of object? Don't think you have a little bit of money, so you dare to pretend in front of me. My Jintai company has a market capitalization of $2.5 billion. A little bit of my random pocket money is not a figure you can even imagine. When Elder Su heard this, his fingers couldn't help but tremble a bit, his expression somewhat hesitant. He didn't know how much this jade pendant was worth, but he was clear about the Jintai company. This kind of huge thing was an unattainable existence for a small business like the Su family. This punk definitely can't take out any good goods, and now that he's offended Yu Hailiang, and that by Sikong, he's destined to be abandoned. Thinking of this, Elder Su's heart hardened and he threw the jade pendant onto the table, glancing at Su Zixue in dissatisfaction. Zixue, you should also be mature and stable and have your own opinions. Don't be a cloud of people and go with the flow. If you do something wrong, you can change it, but if you follow the wrong person and are still obsessed, you won't have a good ending. Elder Su spoke, indifferently pointing out his opinion, believing that with Su Zixue's intelligence, she wouldn't be unable to understand. When the crowd saw this, they made another sneer. TSK, waste is waste, even the gifts sent out, can't even make it to the top. Yeah, still top-grade Hutian jade. What a laugh. Listening to the sharp mocking voice, Su Zixue's heart was cold. The tears in her eyes turned and finally couldn't help but drip down. She now finally understood that it was not Yi Huan who was wrong, but the Su family's deep-rooted snobbery. Without money and power, one was destined to be labeled as a waste and stepped on the bottom of their feet. Chapter 54 Broken Jade. Looking at Su Zixue who snapped and dropped her tears with an aggrieved face, the anger in Yi Huan's heart was completely unstoppable. He swept a circle, his face overflowing with coldness. A group of foolish and ignorant people with no eyes. Zixue, their words, don't take them to heart. Yu Hailiang sniffed, but smiled. He admitted that this Yi Huan had some sleight of hand. But, so what? Yi Huan couldn't even fight him, let alone by Sikong? What was even more interesting was that this person was still jumping out again and again. He really didn't want to die fast enough. It's just a matter of denigrating me for sending fake goods. Now that the garbage you sent yourself has been seen through, you're still spilling your guts and cursing. You really want to have a face? Jintai company, had wanted to see if there was any chance of cooperation with the Su family, but seeing this trash, I can't help but feel worried about the future of the Su family. As for matters of cooperation, if this loser continues to be an eyesore, I'm afraid it can only be shelved. When these words came out, all 4 seats were shocked. Although Jintai Company was not as good as the amethyst that the Su family cooperated with, it was still a huge giant that far surpassed the Su family. If they could reach a partnership with Jintai, it would not be difficult for the Su family's business to further grow. It was only a pity that because of this waste of a man, Yi Huan, they were going to miss out on a good opportunity. Su Bingbing hurriedly said, "Brother Liang, you've misunderstood. Yi Huan has no blood relationship with us at all. He can't be called a member of the Su family. Just ignore him." Elder Su sniffed and was so angry that his face turned red and he coughed repeatedly. He had taken good care of Su Bingbing, and even set her up with Yu Hailiang. Wasn't it because he wanted to use this as a knock on the door, to cooperate with Jin Tai De Chang? Now this matter, actually want to give a waste to spoil it? Elder Su waved his cane and said furiously, "I now announce that from now on, Yi Huan is not allowed to step into my Su family villa. As for other important banquets, he cannot participate either. I get annoyed when I see him. If it wasn't for Zishue's face, Li Kim, I would even cancel your family's dividend." When Li Kim heard this, she only felt like the sky was spinning and her face suddenly turned white. She had never expected that because of Yi Huan's fault alone, the family head would become disgusted with their family. In this instant, she really hated this trash. Li Kim hurriedly came in front of Elder Su. "Dad, calm down. I'll let Zishue divorce this loser another day." Elder Su coldly looked at Li Kim and did not speak. And then, his eyes lingered on Yi Huan, picked up the jade pendant on the table and ruthlessly slammed it in front of Yi Huan. "Rubbish, get out along with your rags." Ka-ching! The sheepskin jade pendant fell to the ground and shattered into 2 halves, rolling along with the force to the door. Su Zishue looked at the jade pendant on the ground, and her beautiful eyes, which were bright, completely lost their luster. The shattering of the jade pendant was like a blow of a hammer hitting her heart, causing her to lose her last belief. Su Zishue soulfully said, "Since you told Yi Huan to get lost, I have nothing to say. He is my husband. I will go out with him." After saying that, she picked up her bag and left the villa gate straight away. Looking at her side face, the crowd inwardly gasped. Even if this Su Zishue's face was haggard, physically and mentally exhausted at the moment, she was still gorgeous, causing people to look away. Once she left, the lively banquet suddenly lost a lot of color. Alas, it's just a pity that a fresh flower was stuck in dog. The crowd sighed inwardly. Chapter 55, shocking the whole scene. Yi Huan looked at her back, without the slightest intention of picking up the jade pendant, hurriedly followed. Li Kim took the opportunity to kick Yi Huan. "You punk, if you really have a little conscience, don't be like a mangy dog, relying on not leaving. Hurry up and get out." When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but let out loud laughter, their eyes full of sneers and mockery. Elder Su sat back in his reclining chair, his face indifferent. Before this, Su Zishue dared to reject his invitation and not go to participate in the negotiations. This caused Elder Su to be very dissatisfied. Now, if he didn't hammer this niece, she really didn't know the heights of heaven. Yu Hailiang laughed and nodded in satisfaction. With this loser gone, the Su family looks all brand new. Ha ha, yeah, once this loser leaves, the whole body is comfortable. I've long looked at this thing with displeasure. Now it's finally rolled. The crowd laughed and agreed. Miss Yi of the ancient Jade Lodge has arrived. Right at this moment, the host received a message and shouted. The crowd's voices stopped with a look of surprise. Yi Qingyi? That was a famous woman who went in and out of Hang City's high society. I didn't expect her to actually arrive at the venue. However, a moment later, under the gaze of the crowd, a wonderful graceful woman walked in a graceful manner. Elder Su couldn't help but be beaming when he saw that Yi Qingyi had even toasted his birthday. "Your guest has arrived. There is a loss of welcome. Miss Yi, quickly please sit down." Yi Qingyi smiled warmly. "Elder Su is joking. Today I was entrusted by my father to come over to wish you." Halfway through her words, she suddenly let out a low cry and stopped in her tracks, as if something had pinched her foot. Yi Qingyi subconsciously retracted her feet and looked down. What met her eyes was a jade pendant that had shattered into 2 petals. When she saw the texture of the jade pendant, she couldn't help but open her red lips, her face full of incredulity. "Miss Yi, are you alright?" "Yes, Miss Yi, your body is fine, right?" "AI, that waste is really something. Even after he left, he still left a broken stone to scourge people." "That's right. If this broken stone hurts Miss Yi, will he take his life to pay for it?" Yi Qingyi ignored the words of the crowd and carefully picked up the jade pendant, treating it like a treasure. Seeing this scene, the crowd looked at each other with some uncertainty. "This, Miss Yi, this stone was just bought from a roadside stall. What are you picking it up for?" When Yi Qingyi heard this, her eyes flashed with an odd color. This kind of top-grade suet jade, they actually said it was an object from a roadside stall? Elder Su sensed that something was wrong and barely managed to squeeze out a few smiles. Mr. Yi, what do you mean by this? This piece of broken stone, it can't possibly be a treasure, right? Yi Qingyi said with a look of regret. That's right, this jade pendant is really a treasure. If this jade pendant hadn't broken, it would be valued at more than $10 million. When the crowd heard this, they sucked in a mouthful of cold air. What? $10 million? This piece of broken stone was actually worth so much. After Yi Qingyi finished speaking, he realized that he had lost his words and shook his head again. No, I was wrong. This jade pendant is not 10 million. The crowd let out a light breath and wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. It's not just a good thing to say. Many of the people present didn't even see a deposit of $10 million. Yi Qingyi continued, because 10 million, are to say low, this kind of top sheep fat jade material, even if out 30 million, there are people rushed to want. It's a pity that such a precious jade pendant actually shattered just like that. Alas, a waste. Chapter 56, listening to the pine and bright moon, the crowd was once again thunderstruck, and each of them was dumbfounded and at a loss for words. What this punk gave away was really a sheep's jade? Gosh, this is too dreamy. The smile on Elder Su's cheeks completely froze, only to feel his eyes go black and his heart bleed with pain. $30 million? It was worth a pillar of the Su family's business, but then, it was smashed away for himself. This can't be right? Su Bingbing screamed out. Miss Yi, just this jade pendant, how could it be worth $30 million? Yes, you must have misread it. This is the legendary sheep's fat jade. Yi Qingyi couldn't help but frown slightly when she heard this. As a top jade appraiser, I still have an eye. If you guys don't believe me, you can bring the jade to a professional organization and you'll know the truth. Saying that, Yi Qingyi took out a jade pendant from her sleeve. This jade pendant was very small, only a quarter of what Yi Huan had given out. But the warm color was different from the one Yi Huan gave out. This is a sheepskin jade pendant that I have treasured for many years. You guys can also take a look to see if there is any mistake or not. The crowd scrutinized Yi Qingyi's jade pendant, took a deep breath, and lowered their heads in silence. Although they were unwilling to admit it, they were already mostly convinced in their hearts that Yi Huan's jade pendant was real. Don't forget, Yi Qingyi was the daughter of the ancient jade store's headmaster. Her appraisal ability was absolutely superior to everyone here. Su Bingbing was dumbfounded, only feeling that how complacent she was before, how much she was being slapped in the face now. Their calligraphy and paintings were only $6 million, and compared to Yi Huan's sheep's fat jade, it was like a big wizard seeing a small wizard. Li Qim's face was iron blue, inwardly cursing Yi Huan for being a loser. With such a good jade pendant, is it not good to honor her? Now it's good. It's lost to someone. Elder Su remembered his previous actions. His face was colorless. He couldn't help but glance at the ancient painting on the table, and with a bright idea, he took out the ancient painting. This pair of ancient paintings can be called in addition to the sheep fat jade, the highest value of the gift. Now in addition to such a big embarrassment, just take this ancient painting to save some face. Elder Su opened the ancient painting and said with a smile, Mr. Yi, let's not talk about this jade pendant. Take a look and see how much this ancient painting of mine is worth. Yi Qingyi stared at listening to the pine and the bright moon, a flash of doubt in her eyes. Master Su, what do you mean by showing me a fake? Yi Qingyi's words were tantamount to a thunderbolt from the ground, shocking everyone. What? It was really for Yi Huan to say that this was a fake? Elder Su's hand trembled and the ancient painting in his hand almost fell to the ground. Even Yi Qingyi said that this was a fake. Then this matter, it was estimated to be not far from the truth. Su Bingbing's face turned blue and she slapped the desktop fiercely. Ms. Yi, watch your words and behavior. This is a genuine artwork that Hai Liang and I spent $2 million to buy. Yi Qingyi breezily said. Sorry, Miss Su, as an educated appraiser, I can't do the job of describing a fake as genuine. Yu Haoliang's face was also a little less than favorable. Miss Yi, in that case, tell me, how is this a forgery? Yi Qingyi's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of eccentricity. Do you really want to know? When the crowd heard this, their hearts were even more like scratching an itch. They were actually curious as to how Yi Qingyi could tell that this was a fake. Su Bingbing took the first step and exclaimed, That's right, I want to see how the real one can be fake. Yi Qingyi smiled helplessly. You said it. Saying so, she twisted her water snake-like enchanting and delicate waist, walked to Master Su's side and took the ancient painting. Chapter 57, Eyesight Poisonous. She turned around and in front of the crowd, she gently pinched, and a piercing sound came out. With this pinch, Yi Qingyi's calligraphy and painting was like clothing, drawing out a thin thread. As the thin thread was drawn out, the calligraphy and painting were like broken pieces of paper, no different from destruction. Su Bingbing cried out in pain. Miss Yi, what are you doing? destroying the ancient painting in anger? Even though Yi Qingyi was well cultivated, she couldn't help but give this crazy and exasperated laugh. She threw the thin thread on the table and said in a cold voice, "Use your brain and see what this is. This is nylon thread, a synthetic fiber. Good. You said your painting is authentic. Then I'd like to ask, your family's Song Dynasty painter, could it be that he traveled to modern-day painting?" Yi Qingyi's clear and cold voice echoed in the lobby, like a bucket of ice water that poured over the hearts of the crowd. They secretly swallowed their saliva and looked shocked. Even an idiot would definitely know that this was a fake painting. Otherwise, a painting made of cloth and silk would still have nylon threads mixed in? Yi Qingyi's face swished white, full of shock. The face was slapped, and there was no room for refutation. Yu Hailiang's expression flashed green and red, and he was also a bit chagrined. He did not expect that he had actually gone astray again. The matter of the fake ring given to Su Bingbing last time hadn't been resolved yet, but now it's good that this mess has happened again. Yi Qingyi put down the ancient painting, scanned the circle without finding the silhouette, and sighed inwardly. She was verbally saying that she was wishing Elder Su a happy birthday for his father, but it was just a pretext. What kind of status was his father, with $5 billion in assets, sitting at the top of the antique world in Jiang City? Why would he send his daughter to wish a bad old man a happy birthday? Yi Qingyi's coming this time was her own idea. She looked towards Elder Su and couldn't help but open her mouth to ask, "Elder Su, ask you something?" Elder Su nodded slightly and forced a smile. "I don't know what you wants to know." Although Yi Qingyi had demolished him, but what kind of status did he have? He couldn't kick Yi Qingyi out just like he kicked out that trash, could he? So Elder Su had no choice but to bite his teeth and swallow it. But Yi Qingyi's question almost caused Elder Su to storm out, only to see Yi Qingyi ask softly, "May I ask where the Su family's Yi Huan is? I have some business to pay him a visit." Elder Su's face turned crimson as he inwardly cursed. Yi Huan. It's Yi Huan again. There's no end to it. He had seen a ghost today, and he couldn't get around this waste of space in any matter. The atmosphere of the entire venue also froze, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Miss Yi is a proud daughter of heaven. Why would she see Yi Huan for nothing? Some of the discerning ones could tell at a glance that Yi Qingyi's trip was probably for Yi Huan. Yi Qingyi saw that Master Su's face was a bit ugly, and couldn't help but ask, "Master Su, what's wrong with you? Yi Huan didn't come today, did he?" Elder Su snorted coldly. "This punk came, yes, but I thought it was bad luck, so I kicked him out. Moreover, he is not my Su family. My Su family does not have this kind of waste." Yi Qingyi couldn't help but stare at his words. Yi Huan had a diamond black card and was worth a lot of money. The broad less than Hailiang present was just scum when compared to Yi Huan. Such a golden son-in-law. Elder Su actually thought it was bad luck and drove him away? Yi Qingyi weighed the 2 petals of jade in her hand, and a flash of eccentricity flashed in her eyes. Then this jade pendant, it can't also be sent by Yi Huan, right? Chapter 58 The Mongrels. Master Su's expression was a bit unnatural, it seems, like he sent it. There are so many gifts, I can't remember a bit. Seeing this, Yi Qingyi instantly figured out the joints in between. These people must have mistakenly thought that Yi Huan did not have a position of power and was just a door-to-door son-in-law. So they looked down on Yi Huan, kicked him out, and also broke the birthday gifts he offered. Alas, a bunch of things with no eyes. Yi Qingyi sighed inwardly. Suddenly, she swept her remaining light and saw the black wooden box on the table. An object from the Song Dynasty, or made of incense wood. Yi Qingyi exclaimed, "This object, I'm afraid it's no less than $6 million. Saying that, Yi Qingyi picked up the black wooden box and raised his hand. "Elder Su, since Yi Huan is not a member of the Su family, it shouldn't be a problem for me to take away this box and jade pendant, right? Don't worry, I will deal with him alone at that time. It's not taking it for nothing." When Elder Su heard this, his heart was even more painfully dripping blood. He never expected that the broken box that Yi Huan sent was worth $6 million. It's just that now, he couldn't pull this face and ask for it with Yi Qingyi. The crowd looked at the jade pendant and the wooden box with bated breath, their hearts and minds swaying. Even if this jade pendant is broken, it is worth $5 million. With this calculation, the objects that added up to $10 million worth of value were given to Yi Qingyi. Damn, this punk is actually so rich. Is he a pyramid scheme or not? What kind of pyramid scheme makes so much money? The crowd muttered sourly inside. Li Qin was even more furious. The more she thought about Yi Huan, the more he was not something. If Yi Huan was really so rich, how come he didn't do anything in the past few years and just focused on housework? This is really a white-eyed wolf. My Su family raised him for 3 years. The compensation is less than $10 million to hit the bottom. I'll find him to ask for it some other day. But she didn't expect that Yi Huan had just taken control of the Amethyst Company and sent $5 million to the Su family. It was just that at that time, she was still constantly sneering and telling Yi Huan to get out. Yu Hailiang and Su Bingbing had ugly faces. The gift they had sent was originally the center of attention of the entire room. But now, the gifts turned out to be forgeries, and they fell from heaven to dust. Losing face, Yi Huan, who left the scene, however, earned all the eyeballs. $30 million of sheep's fat jade. How dignified it is to say it out. Yu Hailiang gritted his teeth. Thinking of Yi Huan's face, he hated his teeth. Just then, Yu Hailiang's phone rang. It was a text message. After scanning the content of the text message with a glance, Yu Hailiang was slightly stunned and turned to be ecstatic. He patted Su Bingbing's fragrant shoulder and whispered a few words. Su Bingbing let out a low cry of surprise, her face revealing a smile of revenge. She and Yu Hailiang hurriedly excused themselves and left the Lu family villa. Because at this moment, outside the entrance of the villa, there was a good show going on. The text message was from Bai Sikong, and the content was simple. Bai Sikong had greeted a gang and found dozens of thugs to surround the outside, specifically to take care of Yi Huan. Right now, Yi Huan and Su Zixue were surrounded and could not get out at all. Bai Sikong was afraid that this gang of Shibuya people would not be gentle and would injure Su Zixue by mistake, so he told Yu Hailiang to go out, receive the gang leader and protect Su Zixue. The corner of Yu Hailiang's mouth crossed a caricatured smile. His pace was brisk and soothing. Kid, since Bai Xiao wants you to die so badly, don't blame me. I'll let you be humiliated to death in front of your own wife. At this moment, outside the villa's main door, 5 black vans were parked. Dozens of big men got out of the vehicles, holding iron bars and controlled knives in their hands, leaning against the side of the vehicles, whistling from time to time. Chapter 59, Making a Move. Ha ha, beautiful girl, what are you panicking about? Smile. Yeah, if you give master a smile, when master breaks your husband's legs later, he can also work harder. No. Their greedy gazes constantly swept over Su Zixue's marvelous body, as if they wanted to strip Su Zixue naked with their eyes. Su Zixue stood beside Yi Huan, tightly pursing her red lips, her face blanched. She had thought that Bai Sikong would retaliate against Yi Huan, but she did not expect that Bai Sitsong's actions were actually so fast. She and Yi Huan had just left the gate when the gang of thugs surrounded them with a fierce smile, not giving them a chance to escape. Yi Huan also seemed to be scared silly. No matter how Su Zixue tried to persuade him, he just wouldn't leave. Yi Huan, what are you doing? If you don't leave, you will really die. Su Zixue tugged at Yi Huan's sleeve, her voice faintly carrying sobs, although she looked down on Yi Huan. But this was at least 3 years of relationship. How could she watch Yi Huan send to his death? At this time, Yu Hailiang walked out and saw the scene, laughing extraordinarily freely. Miss Zixue, I advise you to stay away from this guy. Beware of the fish in the pond. Don't worry, no one will be killed today. At most Yi Huan will be wasted. Saying this, Yu Hailiang gave a strange laugh. Oh yeah, Bai Xiao also specially instructed to break Yi Huan's limbs and kick away his third leg. When Su Zixue heard this, her body shook and her eyes were filled with unbelievable colors. She had never thought that Bai Sikong would actually be so ruthless. If he really did this, even if Yi Huan could survive, he would be no different from an invalid. Su Zixue hissed and begged for mercy for Hailiang. You Xiao, let Yi Huan off the hook. I promise to divorce Yi Huan. I promise. Yu Hailiang shrugged his shoulders with a look of love. It's useless for you to promise now. Yi Huan offended Bai Xiao. He must give an explanation today. Saying that, he waved his hand and 2 big men came over, ready to pull Su Zixue away and make a move on Yi Huan. Right at this moment, Yi Huan, who had been silent, moved. He took a step and stood out, blocking in front of Su Zixue, and coldly droned. I would like to see, who dares to touch my woman today? When Yi Huan spoke, an invisible pressure escaped, shaking the 2 hearts and minds. When their boss lectured, it was this kind of compelling aura. No, Yi Huan's aura was even more noble and cold, causing them to be cowed before they even made a move. What are you guys waiting for? He's just a trashy flunky, Yu Hailiang said with hatred. The 2 woke up as if from a dream, revealing a sardonic smile. Right, this guy is just a waste. What are they afraid of? Waving the steel rod in their hands, the 2 men walked towards Yi Huan, revealing a contemptuous expression. Waste? You sound arrogant. What? I just want to move today. What can you do to me? Humph. See me now, not break your legs. At this time, there were also a few guests who retired one after another, and seeing Yi Huan surrounded, they couldn't help but gloat and discuss. Ha ha, this punk offended Bai Xiao on the front foot, and now he's getting retribution. He really deserves to die. I think this punk, he just owes a beating. He'll be honest after beating. The class gap can't cross it. Su Zixue stood behind Yi Huan, her eyes reddened without realizing it. Looking at Yi Huan's broad arms, she felt for the first time that she did not marry the wrong person, but she also soberly realized that alone courage could not solve the problem. Yi Huan, you go, leave me alone. They don't dare to harm me. Su Zixue's voice took on a crying tone. If she dawdled any longer, Yi Huan would really die. Go? Where can he go? The two big men came over with a fierce smile. Chapter 60, Countering Violence with Violence. One of them, dangling, was playing with a steel stick. Suddenly, his gaze chilled, and he coldly swung out his stick, striking towards Yi Huan's thigh. The force of this blow was very heavy. If it hit solidly, Yi Huan cracked his bones on the spot. Su Zixue's vision was blurred, too late to react, but the world in her eyes also completely grayed out with this stick. Yi Huan, finished, snap. In the next instant, an unbelievable scene appeared. Yi Huan reacted extremely fast and kicked out, directly sending the stick flying. After kicking the stick away, Yi Huan's movements were flowing. Bending over his waist, his standing elbow struck heavily, hitting the big man's chest. The big man howled miserably. His chest made a crisp bone-cracking sound, and fell heavily to the ground. Dead silence. The whole scene was plunged into dead silence. Everyone did not expect that Yi Huan's hands were actually so good. Su Zixue covered her red lips, tears streaming down her face. Yi Huan's face was bland and unimpressed. Although he was the Yi family's second youngest, he was definitely not a playboy. On the contrary, the Yi family's family rules were extremely strict, and Yi Huan had to receive all kinds of education from a young age. Among them, it included fighting arts. His fighting technique, inherited from a famous master, was not very proficient, but there was no problem in solving a few punks. The other big man was horrified by the situation and was busy swinging out his stick, trying to subdue Yi Huan. This stick fell straight down, causing Yi Huan's vision to darken. Yi Huan, be careful, Su Zixue exclaimed. Yi Huan smiled, but he did not retreat and received the stick hard. Su Zixue was standing right behind him. If he dodged away, the one who would be injured would be Su Zixue. Bang! Although Yi Huan had learned fighting techniques, his body was not made of iron. This stick solidly struck his arm. Yi Huan stifled a grunt and his face turned white, but without any hesitation, he directly kicked out, sending the punk directly flying. With this kick, he did not leave any room for error. The punk's chest was sweet. Blood drifted from the corner of his mouth, and he fell to the ground like a boiled prawn with a bowed body and a face of pain. Su Zixue's eyes flashed with a touch of pain. How could she not know Yi Huan's heart? Yi Huan had not avoided this strike because he was trying to protect himself. 10,000 emotions raced through her heart. Her lips lifted slightly, but she did not know what to say. Yu Hailiang was furious when he saw this scene. A bunch of no-nos. Can't even handle a loser. You guys hurry up and get this punk. Yu Hailiang was truly speechless. There were dozens of people. It wasn't easy to kill a punk. Even if Yi Huan could fight, could he beat a group of people? Just at this moment, a black Maybach stopped. Seeing this car, dozens of big men who were about to make a move put down their sticks, lined up and bowed towards the Maybach door. Good day, boss. The crowd shouted their slogans to the heavens, their faces respectful to the extreme. Those few onlooker VIPs sucked in a mouthful of cold air when they saw this. What? The leader of the fierce dragon gang, Lu Feng, was here? The reason why the Raptor Dragon Gang was able to run rampant in the underground was because of Lu Feng. Lu Feng's skills were not bad. He was decisive and ruthless, and he could be called a big brother. What's more worth mentioning is that he's also the son of Hu Laowan, a mobster. Hu Laowan has too much power. His tentacles are all over Jiangchang. With him protecting him, it would be hard for Lu Feng not to grow. Seeing Lu Feng coming, Yu Hailiang ran over to him with his ass in the air. Big brother Lu, long time no see, Yu Hailiang said with a fawning smile. For Xiao Bai to be able to call Lu Feng, that was Xiao Bai's ability. As for him, Yu Hailiang, his energy wasn't that great yet, so he naturally had to flatter Lu Feng. Lu Feng was a bald man, with a big waist, a scar on his jaw, and a vicious aura. When ordinary people see him, they don't dare to look at him, for fear of provoking him. Seeing Yu Hailiang coming over, Lu Feng just nodded lightly. Chapter 61 Fear, the person that Bai Xiao wanted to take care of. How is it now? Lu Feng asked casually. Yu Hailiang sniffed and sighed. Alas, what else can be done? Not solved. This waste. Open mouth is who is Lu Feng. He counts as a fart, and also injured two of your little brothers. Yu Hailiang said here, his tone suddenly sad and angry. Now it's just right. You came, he is at your disposal. I will not interfere. But big brother Lu, don't hurt Mez Zixue later, or else I won't be able to explain on Bai Xiao's side. Lu Feng sniffed. His eyes narrowed and a cold aura flashed in his eyes. Yu Hailiang's words were adding fuel to the fire. How could he not hear it? But this asshole dared to hurt his little brother. This is unforgivable. Lu Feng scanned the circle and spoke faintly. Brothers, leave him breath, to the death. Dare to touch my brother. I'll make him regret coming to this world. When the crowd heard this, they were smiling and rubbing their fists. They had long been unable to resist wanting to take care of Yi Huan. Now that the boss spoke, they moved at once, not wanting to wait a moment longer. Lu Feng, you've grown in skill. Right at this moment, Yi Huan's voice echoed out. His tone was calm, as if it did not carry any emotions. When Lu Feng's little brother heard this, he yelled, "What the hell are you screaming? Our boss's name is also something you can scream." "Rubbish, I think you're really tired of living. You owe us social beating. Cub seed, don't run, so arrogant. See if I can't get you killed." Their footsteps were quick, heads scurried, black pressurized and surrounded. Yi Huan stood still, calm and collected, unperturbed by the change. "Stop." In the next second, Lu Feng's alarmed voice came out. "You guys stop first, all of you get out of my way." The crowd couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this. Those who were familiar with the boss's temperament all caught a hint of panic in Lu Feng's tone. What is this situation? They muttered inwardly, but they didn't dare to disobey Lu Feng's order and made way. Only after the crowd all stood still and Lu Feng arrived did he see Yi Huan's figure for the first time. What? Lu Feng's mind was horrified, as if he was struck by lightning. Who did he see? It was actually Yi Xiao. I actually offended Xiao Yi. Lu Feng was so scared that his legs went soft and his mind went blank. Before this, Hu Laowan's promise at the Kanjin Club was not for nothing. He had bluntly said that if Yi Huan wanted to teach anyone a lesson, he would directly call him. He, Hu Laowan, had nothing, just a lot of little brothers. That night, Hu Laowan called his 5 brothers, introduced to Yi Huan to recognize, but also left each other's phone numbers. Among these 5 people, Lu Feng was included. Lu Feng shook Yi Huan's hand and was excited. This is the second youngest master of Yi family. Such a noble son. He is lucky to have the honor to get acquainted with him. Now it's a coincidence that he owes Bai Sikong a favor. He owes Bai Sikong a favor. Today Bai Sikong just have something to ask. Let him teach a person. Listening to the tone of the white seat song. This person is a waste of son-in-law. Not much background. Lu Feng was in a bit of a hurry, and did not investigate too much. He sent his little brother over. He was a little uneasy afterward, so he came over to take a look. Who knows that this look? See the big problem. This asshole Bai Sikong. I'm going to get him killed. Lu Feng was furious to the extreme. This murderous Bai Sikong has caused a lot of harm to people. What is Yi Huan's status? The second young master of the Yi family, a first-class family in the capital. The entire Jiang city that had more energy than him would be no more than a slap in the face. Who dares to claim he has a background if he doesn't? Chapter 62, Stupid Eye. Seeing Lu Feng's ugly expression, Yu Hailiang came over and asked, "Brother Lu, what's wrong? Not feeling well?" Without saying a word, Lu Feng slapped Yu Hailiang on the ground and cursed, "I'm going to your discomfort. Just looking at you dead pig." Yu Hailiang let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground. His tooth bed was shaken loose and his mouth was full of blood. He hated people calling him a dead pig in his life, but he didn't dare to have any indignation right now, only trepidation. What the hell is going on here? Lu Feng flipped out when he said he would? Yu Hailiang was so uncertain that he simply laid down on the ground and pretended to be dead, but Lu Feng has no intention of letting him go, and kicks him again. Yu Hailiang screamed miserably, feeling like his lungs were going to be knocked out. He cried out in pain with a miserable face. Big brother, don't fight. Aren't we cooking Yi Huan today? How did I mess with you?" When the crowd saw this, they were also puzzled with a capitalized face. Yes, no matter what Yu Hailiang had done wrong, he was still the son of Jin Tai Company. No matter how irrational Lu Feng is, he shouldn't tear his face off with Yu Hailiang. The more Lu Feng listened to the more angry. Today, not to mention Jin Tai, Chanka boss came, he had to severely beat up. "Cooking my ass. It's you who got it today. I told you assholes to hurt me." Lu Feng cursed and kicked Yu Hailiang in the stomach. Yu Hailiang also brought his bodyguards with him, and now one by one, they got out of the car and rushed over, wanting to protect Yu Hailiang. Lu Feng glared at a few of them and shouted out angrily, "Whoever of you dares to protect him today, I'll even clean him up together." These few black-clothed bodyguards looked at each other in dismay, and under gritting their teeth, they still withdrew. Not being able to protect Yu Hailiang, they would at most be removed from their positions, but if they offended the Raptor gang boss, they would lose their lives. Su Bingbing looked at her fiancé being beaten into a pig's head, no longer the previous savage appearance. Wow cried out, "You stop! What gives you the right to hit Hai Liang?" Su Bingbing cried and rushed over, wanting to whack Lu Feng with her small fists. Lu Feng wasn't the master of Lotus Shy Jade. Yi Huan was in the way, so he was not good at tearing his face off with Su Bingbing, but he wasn't Su's family, so where did he need to take this into consideration? His eyes widened in anger and he slapped Su Bingbing. "Get the hell out of my way. If you piss me off, I'll even beat up women." Su Bingbing squatted on the ground and looked at Lu Feng with a resentful face. Since childhood, who dared to treat her like this? No, this asshole. actually dares to slap her. Lu Feng snorted coldly. What? Chick, not convinced? Do you want to pour cement sticks with your man? Together, at night? The few VIPs on the sideline sniffed, and a trace of cool air ran up in their hearts. Lu Feng's words were not to let Su Bingbing duo do any hard work, but to get them killed and pour them into the cement pillars without God realizing it. Yu Hailiang was so scared that he turned pale and cried, Bing Bing ah, my mother, say less, I still want to live. Su Bingbing then realized that Lu Feng was not the kind of good-for-nothing like Yi Huan, but a gangster on one side. Thinking that if she annoyed him, she and Yu Hailiang would die a horrible death. She was shocked and didn't dare to say anything. Lu Feng kicked Yu Hailiang again and greeted a few juniors. You guys come here, it doesn't matter if you leave your breath or not, to the death. After saying that, he quickly walked towards Yi Huan. Some people who were a little bit closer could clearly see the sweat on Lu Feng's forehead. Lu Feng stood in front of Yi Huan and bowed without hesitation. Yi Xiao, today is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. This fool dares to provoke you. I will beat him to death. After saying this, everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 63, Departure. Those VIPs who passed by were all dumbfounded, their brains not working. Lu Feng was also known as a big shot in Jiang City, but his attitude towards Yi Huan, how could he be as respectful as if he was serving his own father? Su Zixue was also shocked, simply unable to understand. What exactly was the situation now? How did Yi Huan become the boss in Lu Feng's mouth? Seeing that Yi Huan did not say anything, Lu Feng's heart sank, not to mention the fact that Yi Huan himself had a huge amount of energy. Just the fact that he squealed and called out to Hu Laoan was enough for him to drink a pot of water. Lu Feng barely squeezed out a few smiles. Yi Xiao, I'm really sorry, I really don't know about today's matter. You also know that we've only met. It's so difficult for me to do such a stupid thing. At this statement, the crowd was even more thunderstruck outside. What is this situation? Yi Huan this waste, but also and Lu Feng gathered and exchanged? The identity of the two people was completely asymmetrical alright. Big brother, aren't you recognizing the wrong person? He's just a son-in-law. You know, how would you know that Yi Xiaohe? Lu Feng wanted to say Yi Huan's real identity, but on second thought, he still kept his mouth shut. These people not knowing Yi Xiao's identity would have represented Yi Xiao. He didn't want these people to know his identity as the second youngest member of the Yi family. Lu Feng thought about it. Once Yi Huan's identity was announced, he was afraid that it would cause the entire Jiang city to shake. It was too hasty for this information to be casually uttered. Lu Feng glared fiercely at Yu Hailiang. What happened to Yi Xiao is flunky? Eat your family's rice? You've ate your wife? What gives you the right to bite the bullet? Who doesn't have hard times? You're now being beaten to a pig's head. Could you have thought of that before? What an idiot. Yi Huan faintly waved his hand. Enough. Stop it. I know. I don't blame you for this. Lu Feng heard this and let out a sigh of relief as if he was relieved. With Yi Xiao's words, his heart was solid. Yi Huan pulled Su Zixue's white and tender white wrist. Zixue, let's go. Su Zixue lowered her head, her cheeks slightly red, and softly hummed. With that, the two of them got into the BMW and left in a cloud of dust. Lu Feng turned around and signaled his men to close their hands, sparing the dying Yu Hailiang. Kid, I'll let you off this time. Next time I run into you, I'll continue to fix you. Lu Feng put down his harsh words and left with a group of minions. Yu Hai's conscience was stifled. From the beginning to the end, he did not know anything, get confused, but also was beaten up. He is easy. I will never dare to be arrogant again. This is Yu Hailiang passed out before. The last thought. Yi Huan, you. Su Zixue sat on the co-pilot, her head hanging down, her face somewhat complicated. There were too many questions in her stomach. Where did Yi Huan's money come from? How did Yi Huan befriend Lu Feng? But when her words reached her lips, they turned into a sentence. How is your injury? Go to the hospital. Yi Huan smiled gently. Don't worry, your husband I'm in good health. Less stinky ass. Su Zixue let out a low hum, but this time, she did not refute the word husband. I still have to remind you, Bai Sikong has a lot of energy. You mustn't risk your life like this in the future. Su Zixue was silent for a while and worried. In her opinion, even if Yi Huan temporarily suppressed Yu Hailiang, it was still impossible to fight against Bai Sikong. Chapter 64, Car Accident. Yi Huan listened to Su Zixue's exhortation, but inwardly, he was unimpressed. Bai Sikong? What kind of thing was that? With his position, wanting to pinch Bai Sikong to death was no different from pinching an ant. Yi Huan lightly responded. Don't worry, I have a measure in my heart. When Su Zixue heard this, she couldn't help but sigh now, knowing that Yi Huan didn't take this to heart. It's good that you know. Anyway, Su Zixue said. Ah. In the next instant, Su Zixue let out a scream, and her entire body violently fell backwards. Under Yi Huan's control, the BMW, which was waiting for the green light, suddenly throttled up. like a stripped arrow soaring across the road. Yi Huan, Su Zixue shouted in shock. What are you doing? Boom! The BMW had just rushed to the opposite side of the road when a series of explosions came from the back, only to see a large truck suddenly sweeping across from the side, hitting 4 cars one after another, filling the ground with wreckage and blood. Countless screams and cries echoed out. Su Zixue rolled down the window, turned her head to look, incredibly covered her red lips, her pretty face white. She never expected that the situation would actually be so tragic. It was over. Even if Yi Huan had more energy, he could not make up for it now. Yi Huan, you dare to cause such a big car accident. I'm not finished with you. Su Zixue was furious and unbuckled her seatbelt to get out of the car. She subconsciously thought that it was Yi Huan who ran the red light, causing the big truck to lose control and have a car accident. However, the most pressing task was not to argue with Yi Huan, but to save people. If I can save a few, it's a few. Su Zixue opened her beautiful legs and ran towards the center of the car accident. At the same time, the stagnant car owners and pedestrians also reacted and ran towards the accident site. Save people. There were also people who dialed the hospital's phone number, calling for doctors to rescue them in time. Yi Huan's face was filled with shock, not expecting the big truck to cause such a serious car accident, but his own iceberg wife thought it was caused by himself? Yi Huan shook his head with a bitter smile and walked towards the casualty location. At this moment, only about 10 injured people were seen, curled up or even collapsed on the ground. Their faces were in pain, constantly wailing, their bodies stained with thick blood. The driver of the big truck was also collapsed in a pool of blood, his breathing weak and his injuries not light. She. Right at this moment, a mournful cry rang out, attracting the attention of many people present, only to see a white-clothed woman crawling out of a bulletproof Mercedes in a sorry state. Although the woman was stained with blood, her face was still absolutely beautiful. But right now, she couldn't care less about her image, and kept crying towards the backseat of the collapsed sedan, her delicate face filled with tears. There, in the back seat, sat her precious daughter. The white-clothed woman grabbed her sleeves, braced her hands, and pushed the sedan that was pressed above her with deadly force. Bang! The woman in white didn't care and continued to push the sedan, her pretty face reddening. Su Zixue rushed over. Everyone don't freeze. Work together to save the child. A dozen or so onlookers came back to their senses and surrounded together to help the woman move the car. Bang! Bulletproof Mercedes-Benz car and the crowd's combined drag finally revealed a large enough mouth. The woman in white cried tears of joy, rushed to keep hold of the little girl's delicate body, but hugging, the white woman's tears flowed down again. The crowd stared at. The little girl has fainted. The originally white dress, drenched in blood, let people feel sorry and pity. Chapter 65 Inheritance. In the crowd, Yi Huan froze when he saw the little girl. For some reason, a strange message suddenly sprang out of his mind. Status, damaged internal organs, cracked ribs, excessive blood loss, shock state, cause, car accident. Program, can use 9 Yang Xian Huang needle to hang the injured person for a life. What is this situation? Yi Huan knitted his brows deeply. Anyone else who had something suddenly pop up in their head would be incredulous. He was considered to be calm if he didn't scream out strangely right now. Suddenly, Yi Huan had a flash of light and thought of something. Could it be because of Hu Laowan's Yellow Quartz Sutra? Last time, Hu Laowan had given him a genuine painting of Wang Shiji on his birthday. He was experiencing strange changes now, so it couldn't be related to the Huangting Sutra, right? Why are you people blocking here? Get out of my way. An older man thought that Jiang Yun was watching the show and directly scolded Yi Huan. Get out if you don't want to help. What's the point of blocking others? A few older ladies and uncles saw this and looked at Yi Huan with contempt. A big man with arms and legs, not going over to help. Watching the theater here. The world is going downhill. That's right, really selfish ghost. Quickly get lost. That big man snorted coldly, and when he walked away, he even kicked Yi Huan on purpose. Dead trash. Yi Huan helplessly shook his head and ignored them, but took out the silver needle bag in his pocket. This pair of silver needles was also given to him by Hu Laowan. Yi Huan saw that this silver needle was quite strange, so he kept it close to his body. 9 Yang Xian Huang needle? Yi Huan murmured in a low voice. Just at this moment, a siren sounded. Woo, woo, woo. The hospital ambulance finally arrived at the scene. The doors opened, and more than 10 doctors and nurses in white coats quickly rushed out and came to the side of the injured. The surrounding crowd quickly made way, and a doctor squatted down, his eyes full of gravity. He checked the little girl's pulse and heart, removed the audio-visual device in her ear, and shook his head helplessly at the woman in white. The injured person's heart stopped beating. Her pulse is thin. She can't be saved. My condolences. When the woman in white heard this, her pupils shrank and she collapsed to the ground in a flash. She lost her voice and cried, Doctor, please, save my daughter. she's only 6 years old. If anyone can save my daughter, I, Qin Lan here, will be grateful and remember this great favor of yours. Seeing this, Su Zixue's beautiful eyes turned red. What a cute little girl, actually gone like this. Too bad. The crowd's hearts were unable to bear it, but even if they wanted to save the little girl, there was no way they could do it. The doctor stood up and patted Qin Lan's shoulder, signaling her condolences, and the paramedics carried away Shishi's body. Just at this moment, a voice rang out. Don't be anxious, trust me, the little girl is still saved. When the crowd heard this, their faces were filled with shock, and they turned around, looking at the owner of the voice. Yi Huan crossed the crowd and hurriedly arrived. The crowd froze and made way. Isn't this the person who just watched the show? Yes, how could he possibly know medicine? What's he doing over here when the doctors can't even do anything about it? Clowning around? None of them believed that Yi Huan could do anything. The doctor in the white coat frowned. This gentleman, the dead are the most important, so don't come over to add to the chaos. The nurse at the side interjected. That's right. What is Director Fong Yuan Cheng's status? Can he still make a lapse in judgment? Chapter 66 Disgraceful. Su Zixue pulled Yi Huan's sleeve and shook her head. Yi Huan, I know you are blaming yourself and want to make up for the faults, but you don't have this ability to save people. Forget it. Su Zixue and Yi Huan have been married for 3 years, and have never seen Yi Huan know any medical skills. When he himself caught a cold, he went to a small clinic to be cured. Now let Yi Huan's wonderful hands to save Shishi. Is it possible? It's 100% impossible. Isn't he disgracing himself for nothing? Yi Huan laughed bitterly. What is this? He could really save people. Relying on the inheritance in his mind, he had no problem trying to save this little girl. If this delay continues, the Nine Yang Xian Huang needle won't even be able to save this little girl. Thinking of this, Yi Huan was in an even more urgent mood, ignoring the crowd and gazing at Qin Lan. Ms. Qin, if I don't save it now, Shishi will definitely die. If I make a move to save it, even if it fails, the situation won't be worse, isn't it? Please give me a chance. I have this confidence to hang on to Shishi's life. Ms. Qin stared at Yi Huan with teary eyes. The courage that came from somewhere inside her prompted her to agree to Yi Huan. Okay, sir, please save Heishi. Well, I'll try my best. Yi Huan took a deep breath and squatted down. When the others saw this, their faces burst with intolerance, and they couldn't help but feel even more disgusted with Yi Huan. Qin Lan, as a mother who had lost her child, was already pitiful, but Yi Huan, who clearly didn't have the ability to do so, gave her hope back. When Yi Huan failed and her hopes were dashed, wouldn't Qin Lan suffer even more? Fong Yuancheng sighed and also did not believe that Yi Huan could succeed. Unless this guy knew Chinese medicine and protected the little girl's heart and veins, he could hang the child for life. But that kind of medical skill is already so profound that it is unbelievable. Even his master may not be able to do it, let alone this young man? Su Zixue clenched her teeth, a complexity in her eyes. Yi Huan had caused such a big trouble. I'm afraid that he would be stuck in jail for the rest of his life. But this is good. Save him from going out to flaunt again and being targeted by Sikong. Yi Huan's mind and spirit united, took out a silver needle, as if it was a natural skill, and pressed the silver needle familiarly into Shishi's various acupoints. His movements appeared to be slow, but in the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 silver needles fell. His movements were flowing, pleasing to the eye. The little girl's face, faintly and unnoticeably, had a touch of redness, but there was still no reaction. No, she has lost consciousness for too long. She must be awakened. Yi Huan frowned slightly. There was a simple and rough technique to wake up the little girl, and that was to follow the technique recorded in the Huangting Jing and tap on Shishi's forehead to stir up a trace of her consciousness. With a snap, Yi Huan stretched out his fingers and gently tapped on the little girl's forehead, immediately followed by the second and third taps. The little girl's forehead was red and swollen. During this process, the blood circulation in the little girl's forehead became smoother, and her nerves gradually revived. Immediately afterward, he could feel that the little girl's body trembled violently, and there was a faint breathing. Yi Huan, what are you doing? The dead are the greatest. Why are you treating Shishi like this? Su Zixue instantly reacted and grabbed Yi Huan's hand to stop him. If he hadn't caused this car accident, where would he have killed the poor Shishi? However, she realized that no matter how much she tugged and pulled, Yi Huan's hand did not move and kept slapping Heishi's forehead. Chapter 67 Success. What's wrong with this guy? Slapping someone's forehead and trying to save them? Really think he's Hua Tuo reincarnated? Yes, I have long seen that something is wrong. The doctor has declared it hopeless. What else is he doing? I see. This person is a psychopath. Just watched the fun. Now jumped out. Absolutely in hype. Behind Yi Huan, the crowd rushed at Yi Huan and cursed. Their faces were filled with disgust and anger, and there were even people who wanted to stand out and cook Yi Huan now. She was looking at Yi Huan hopefully at first, But when she saw Yi Huan knocking Heishi's head, a hot blood rushed to her head and she lost her mind. "Why did you hit my daughter?" she shouted angrily and swung a slap towards Yi Huan. Splat! A crisp ringing sound came out, and a red five-finger palm print appeared on Yi Huan's face. Yi Huan's face was on fire with a burst of pain, but the hand against the jade pendant still did not let go. "Wake up!" Yi Huan shouted out. After saying these words, as if he had exhausted his last ounce of strength, Yi Huan lowered his arms and sat backward. In the next instant, a scene that shocked everyone happened. The little girl coughed twice, her body trembled, and she spat out a mouthful of bruised blood. "Mommy, mommy!" The little girl strained to open her eyes and softly called out. Everyone looked at this scene, speechless, their eyes falling to the ground in shock. This was too magical. This person actually wasn't hype, but really had this ability. "Young man, good job. I misjudged you. I'm sorry, young man, my old man makes amends to you. You're the best." Xinlan squatted aside and cried with a wow. My she. She carefully hugged her daughter and bawled her eyes out. Fang Yuancheng turned his head with difficulty and glanced at Yi Huan, his face full of incredulity and shock. He had never expected that the little girl who had gone to the door of the ghost was actually forcefully pulled back by Yi Huan, and what Yi Huan used was still the most authentic means of Chinese medicine. This young man's attainments in Chinese medicine, I'm afraid it's even more profound than my master's. Yi Huan drank at the doctor. "What are you waiting for? Resuscitate quickly resuscitate Okay. Fang Yuancheng's face was blushing. His mind was on Yi Huan's medical skills, but he forgot to save the injured. Quickly carry the person on a stretcher and immediately return to the hospital for surgery. Fang Yuancheng ordered the medical staff to perform resuscitation. Xinlan let go of his hand and kowtowed twice heavily to Yi Huan, handing out a business card to Yi Huan. "Thank you, sir, for saving my life. Xinlan will never forget it, and I will repay it in my next life as an ox or a horse." Yi Huan said seriously. "Shishi's illness has not been saved yet. I'll accept this business card of yours. I'll come back to visit some other day." When Xinlan heard this, she was even more teary-eyed and her makeup fell apart. She had misunderstood Yi Huan and slapped him. Yi Huan, however, returned the favor with kindness, and instead, he was still thinking about Shishi's safety. This made her heart, again, ashamed and grateful. Yi Huan smiled and said, All right, hurry up and get into the ambulance and go accompany Shishi." Xinlan nodded heavily and looked deeply at Yi Huan, as if she wanted to carve Yi Huan's appearance in her mind. Before getting into the ambulance and leaving together, Su Zixue stood to the side, her beautiful eyes rippling with incredulity. She never expected that Yi Huan actually really saved the little girl's life. On this guy, just what else is there that I don't know? Chapter 68 The Truth. In the middle of the police station, Su Zixue and Yi Huan were making statements. What made Su Zixue inwardly surprised was that from beginning to end, the officer's attitude was very kind, without any intention of targeting. Policewoman Zhang Min sat across from them, picked up the paper and blew dry the handwriting, smiling gently. "All right, you guys can leave now." Su Zixue stood up, finally unable to hold down her inner curiosity. "May I ask, isn't Yi Huan the perpetrator of the crime? How come a statement is enough?" Zhang Min looked slightly stunned, looked at the helpless Yi Huan, and queried, "Perpetrator? Mr. Yi is not the perpetrator." When Su Zixue heard this, she was surprised. "Really?" But seeing that Yi Huan beside him revealed a smile, Su Zixue boarded up her face again. "Then, how did this truck fall down?" "I thought it was because Yi Huan ran the red light." Zhang Min smiled and bent over in laughter, her voice crisp and moving. She stood up, her eyebrows curving into a nice crescent moon. "Ms. Su, you're afraid that you've misunderstood. This car accident has nothing to do with Mr. Yi. The cause of the accident was caused by the driver of the big truck who was tired of driving and didn't hold the steering wheel properly." Saying this, Zhang Min gave a thumbs up to Yi Huan. Mr. Ye's reaction was quick. He noticed the big truck's abnormality in time and avoided the impact in time. "I heard that Mr. Yi also saved a little girl. We still owe Mr. Yi a pair of silk banners." Seeing Su Zixue's look of disbelief, Zhang Min smiled and opened the surveillance. In the surveillance video, the big truck suddenly shifted to the right and crashed towards the intersection. Of all the waiting vehicles, it was the Su family's BMW that was closest to the sedan, but Yi Huan in the sedan was the only driver who reacted, crossed the crosswalk and dodged the big truck. If Yi Huan was a step late, he and Su Zixue were definitely the first to fall in a pool of blood. After watching the video, Su Zixue had no more doubts within her heart. Only now did she realize that she was too wrong. She should not blame Yi Huan. Instead, she still owed Yi Huan an apology. Zhang Min smiled and said, "Ma'am, it's getting late. Go back first." Su Zixue nodded dumbfounded, holding Yi Huan's hand, not even knowing how she got back to the car. It was not until she sat back in the familiar co-pilot that she came back to her senses. Glancing at Yi Huan, Su Zixue's eyes flashed with a complex color. She actually wanted to apologize, but she really couldn't pull her face. In the end, Su Zixue hummed softly, "Fortunately the accident has nothing to do with you, or else there would really be something for you to see." Yi Huan hemmed and hawed, obviously used to Su Zixue's tough-talking style, but he didn't mind at all. Instead, he was somewhat touched. After so much effort, he could feel that Su Zixue's attitude towards him had changed. Perhaps in the near future, Su Zixue would call him husband from the bottom of her heart. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Yi Huan and Su Zixue returned to Su family. Yi Huan was the last to take a shower. After blowing out his hair and washing his clothes, he realized that Su Zixue was leaning on the sofa in the living room, holding a tablet and making video calls. Su Zixue, who was leaning on the sofa, was dressed casually. The black lace nightgown was worn on her body, outlining a perfect silhouette, and a large area of white tender skin was exposed in the air outside, which was very tempting, especially her pair of straight and tender thighs, sideways in a corner of the sofa, mesmerizing people so much that they couldn't move their eyes. Seeing Yi Huan come in and over, Su Zixue didn't care much. On weekdays, she was dressed like this, and did not see Yi Huan dare to move his hands. Chapter 69: The Phone Call. On the other side of the video, was a young girl with a goose egg face, jade cheeks and peach cheeks, with clear features, very standard looking. She was draped in a lace-edged silk nightgown, her delicate figure was outlined, her fragrant shoulders were jade, her jade legs were horizontal, her waist was slender, and her body was hot. Her posture, although it was not as good as Su Zixue, but it was also considered an unrivaled beauty. Yi Huan recognized this person. She was Su Zixue's bosom friend Yu Zishan, and her relationship was very good. However, her attitude towards Yi Huan was very bad. Back then, when Su Zixue married Yi Huan, she was extremely against it, thinking that Su Zixue was jumping into the fire pit. Although her opposition was not successful, her attitude towards Yi Huan remained disdainful. In her eyes, Yi Huan was just the soft rice king who was just waiting to die. "Oh, it's this wasted son-in-law again." Through the camera of the flat panel, Yu Zishan saw Yi Huan's figure. Her eyes instantly filled with disgust. "Zixue, you should have divorced him a long time ago." Yu Zishan was pained. "It's not worth wasting your youth on him." Su Zixue shook her head. "Zishan, don't say that. I don't have any thoughts of divorce." Yu Zishan sniffed and stomped her foot in anger. "Sigh, you are really haunted. If you insist on refusing to get a divorce, Bai Xiao will definitely be unhappy when he finds out." Su Zixue frowned slightly. "Zishan, Bai Sikong and I don't have any relationship. You don't pull the red string indiscriminately. How is it pulling red threads indiscriminately?" Yu Zishan lifted her chin and looked at Yi Huan with contempt. "If you had run into Bai Xiao 3 years ago, where else could you have let this punk get in the way?" Facing Yu Zishan's provocation, Yi Huan's eyes were ice cold. "Bai Sikong? What was that?" He could crush this mole at any time by moving his finger. Yu Zishan laughed coldly. "What's the matter, punk? You look like you're very unconvinced." Yi Huan said indifferently. "You bring a message to Bai Sikong and advise him not to make any crooked thoughts. Zixue is my woman. If he asks for trouble, don't blame me for being ruthless." Yu Zishan snorted. "Rubbish, what are you bragging about?" She had seen many strong-mouthed kings like Yi Huan, but in reality, he definitely belonged to the category of second-guessing. If you really want to play against Bai Xiao, he would be scared less and wouldn't even dare to say a word. Su Zixue glared at Yi Huan. "Don't talk too much." Then she looked at Yu Zishan. "Xiaoshan, don't talk to me about Bai Sikong. I'm really not interested." Yu Zishan looked dissatisfied. "Zixue, I'm also looking out for you. There are many women who want to marry Bai Xiao. You mustn't be in a state of bliss and not know what's good for you." Su Zixue felt like she couldn't talk about this today. "Xiaoshan, I have to get up early tomorrow to go to the office, so I won't say much more." "All right, just know in your own heart." Su Zixue hung up the phone and frowned. Yi Huan changed into his pajamas and walked over to Su Zixue's side. He was hesitant to announce his identity with Su Zixue. The amount of his black card alone was now a fortune in billions. To deal with a Bai Sikong, it was just a matter of hand to hand. It didn't even require much effort. Su Zixue, however, sighed first. "Yi Huan, how about this? During this period of time, you first Jianing City to avoid the wind, and then come back after some time. Is it okay?" A trace of warmth crossed Yi Huan's heart. Zixue was caring about him, but as a man, he couldn't back down. "Zixue, it's just a Bai Sikong. I'm really not afraid of him," Yi Huan said sincerely. If he were to arm wrestle, he would be able to get Chang Ku killed without God realizing it. Chapter 70, Plotting. Yi Huan sat down and held the back of Su Zixue's hand that was like congealed fat. Su Zixue's face was slightly red, symbolically shrinking her hand. she no longer resisted. Yi Huan said with a straight face, Zhe Xue, don't worry, Wai Lufeng fears me today, Wai Yao Hanyan is giving me support. These are not without reason. Before I joined the Su family, I still made some friends, and was about to fight hard. I don't see that I would be afraid of Bai Sikong. At first, Yi Huan was planning to be frank with Su Zixue. However, he was afraid that it would be too sudden and scare Su Zixue. Furthermore, Su Zixue did not necessarily believe his words, so after a moment of contemplation, he planned to let Su Zixue know his identity clearly step by step. But for now, he would at least let Su Zixue have a plan in her heart and stop worrying about it. When Su Zixue heard this, she suddenly wasn't that afraid inside. Looking at Lu Feng's appearance, it seemed like his friendship with Yi Huan was not bad. With him around, at the very least, he could guarantee Yi Huan's safety. Su Zixue pondered for a moment, stared at Yi Huan's face and said, then from now on, I will make an appointment with you. Yi Huan smiled faintly. Then you say it. Su Zixue raised her eyebrows. The first one, that's to get on the ball. You don't lack money now. Buy a few sets of good clothes, buy a car, dress up, do things properly, don't always be looked down upon. Yi Huan smiled and said, although I don't care about this, but since you said so, then I'll do as I'm told. The second thing is to stop healing people indiscriminately. I still don't know you, how could you possibly know how to heal? Don't think that you can go out and woo people just because you got lucky this time. If you heal someone in the future, then you'll be harming others and yourself. Yi Huan couldn't help but laugh out bitterly at these words. Indeed, he didn't know anything about medicine before, and the Olji family didn't learn this. But now, with the inheritance of the Huang Tingjing in his mind, it was immediately different. It was just that he couldn't possibly talk to Su Zixue about such a metaphysical thing, and Su Zixue definitely wouldn't believe it either. After a few seconds of silence, Yi Huan nodded, okay, I promise you. Anyway, in the future, he would definitely be treating the symptoms of the disease, and it would not have anything to do with tricking and cheating. Su Zixue exhaled lightly and continued. The third, that is to find a job as soon as possible. I don't care what you did in the past, but in the future, you must have something to do. Yi Huan nodded. Wasn't his proper business running the Amethyst Company? Even if Su Zixue did not mention it, Yi Huan would still develop the Amethyst Company. Seeing that Yi Huan agreed with all of them, the corner of Su Zixue's mouth rose slightly. What I said, you don't have any opinions, right? For 3 years, all Yi Huan had brought was shame and failure, and having finally seen a change recently, Su Zixue did not want this to be a flash in the pan. Men, they should be down to earth and have their own goals to strive for. Otherwise, what's the difference with a salted fish? Then what if I did all of them? Yi Huan smiled with a crooked head. May I ask what reward I can get? Feeling the blazing heat in Yi Huan's gaze, Su Zixue's pretty face was a little red. Then you say, Yi Huan hemmed and hawed. I want you to call me your husband. As for the location, it's just on the bed sheets in your bedroom. You dream. Su Zixue immediately retracted her hand and walked into the bedroom without looking back, her face blushing. Damn it, this guy Yi Huan is too much. I'm trying to get him to get ahead, and he's actually plotting against me. Chapter 71, Old Acquaintances. The next morning, Yi Huan first went to the Amethyst Company. Since he had promised Su Zixue to get ahead, he also had to develop Amethyst Company before it was too late. As for buying a car and clothes, it wouldn't be too late for him to go back when he was free again. Sitting in the president's office, Yi Huan dealt with the matters at hand, and after thinking about it, he took out his cell phone and began to scroll through the contact numbers. As the saying goes, a clever woman can't cook without rice. Amethyst's top priority is to have sufficient liquidity. In this way, Amethyst can pry a bigger lever and operate more financial projects, and its business will naturally flourish. So at this time, solving the company's old bad debts was extremely important. However, solving them one by one can be too much trouble. Yi Huan's attention was to make an example out of those companies, letting those companies know that the once Amethyst Company was back. At that time, would they still dare to drag on with the money owed for the project? Chanka Company, since it bumped into the gun, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yi Huan's eyes flashed with a cold aura. Even if Chanka didn't know money, punching by Sikong as a dog calf, he would still want to mess up Chanka Company. However, this time, he would not use his family's power, but would rely on himself to solve it. After all, he and his grandmother set a bet. Within a year, Amethyst Company assets turn over. He nibbled the family 10% of the industry. At this time, those senior members of the family don't come to obstruct him, and thank God. As for help, it is simply impossible. However, even without borrowing the power of the Yi family, Yi Huan, as the second youngest member of the Yi family, also had his own connections. After flipping to a number, Yi Huan's eyes lit up. Chen Ronghua, it's you! Chen Ronghua in Yi Huan's mouth. In his early 30s, Harvard Masters in Finance, has been fighting on Wall Street for many years, and is known as the Poisonous Wolf, with a ruthless vision and a calm character. Where he handled the project, are extremely successful, never miss. His most popular example is the management of a fund project, from 100 million magnesium gold, more than 50 times, but many people do not know, this yellow man from China, exactly how to rise. The answer was actually very simple. He was a genius discovered by Huan, and even when he went overseas to study, it was Huan who paid for it. This fund company was also established by Huan overseas. It was only later that Huan was expelled from the Yi family, and this fund company was also recovered by the family. Chen Ronghua, who knew the truth, resolutely left the company and was nowhere to be found. The fund company that lost Chen Ronghua's production value also fell down, no longer prosperous. Now, Huan did not know where Chen Ronghua had gone, but he knew that Chen Ronghua had returned to China. Hello, may I ask if you are? The phone dialed and a rather magnetic voice came out. This voice, however, was permeated with a hint of suspicion and vigilance. Very few people knew his private number, and if an unfamiliar number called, it was either a business enemy or someone with malicious intentions. Ronghua, long time no see. Huan smiled. Yi Xiao, you are Yi Xiao? Chen Ronghua recognized Huan and became emotional. Yi Xiao, these 3 years, where have you been? I made a special trip back to China just to find you. He turned out to be just a disillusioned and downtrodden college student. Huan, who happened to see him at a party, took pity on his talent, and sent him to study in a rice country. It could be said that without Huan's kindness, there would be no Chen Ronghua today. Chapter 72, Hot Beauty. Huan's tone was emotional. I was in Hangzhou for 3 years, and now I'm the president of Amethyst Corporation. He invested in Tengfei Company and made tens of billions of dollars in profit, then returned to his family and became the president. Nowadays, his capital chain was abundant and his company was flourishing. Long gone was the wasted son-in-law from 3 years ago. Chen Ronghua's voice became even more excited when he heard this. Xiao Yi, I'm traveling with my boss's family these days, and I happen to be in Hangzhou? Really? Huan was surprised. I need your help now. I want you to join forces with Amethyst and together bring down Chanka. No problem, young Yi, Chen Ronghua said ambitiously. However, as if he thought of something, Chen Ronghua's tone was a bit awkward. Xiao Yi, my contract with my current boss hasn't expired yet. It might take 2 months before I can terminate it. When my contract ends, I will come over to join you. Huan smiled and said, that's good. When do you have time? Let's meet. Chen Ronghua sighed. I was originally free today, but it's just that my boss's daughter and granddaughter were in a car accident, so I have to go see them now. Car accident? Huan froze. After Chen Ronghua mentioned it, he remembered that he had just saved the mother and daughter, Qin Lan and Shi, yesterday. It couldn't really be such a coincidence, right? Your boss's daughter, isn't her name Qin Lan and her granddaughter's name is Shi? Chen Ronghua froze when he heard that. Xiao Yi, after not seeing you for 3 years, you've become a hem-clothed divine face? You can even calculate this? Huan said without a trace of anger. Calculate a hammer. I was also at the scene of the car accident yesterday, and Shishi's life was still saved by me. When Chen Ronghua heard this, he slapped his thigh. Yi Xiao, so you are that young man. Huan said, why don't we do this? I'll give Qin Lan a call, and then I'll go to see Heishi, and catch up with you on the way. Chen Ronghua hemmed and hawed. Young Yi, since you saved Heishi, you can make a connection with my boss. My boss is quite big. With his help, it will be effortless to bring down that what's his name Chanka. Huan couldn't help but froze when he heard this. Let's talk about this. Saying that, Huan hung up the phone, took out Qin Lan's business card and dialed over. The phone soon went through, and a soft and glutinous good-sounding female voice came through. Only the voice was permeated with a few hints of haggardness. Hello, may I ask if you are that benefactor from yesterday? Well, my name is Huan. Is Shishi better now? Huan asked. Qin Lan was worried. Still unconscious, the doctor said he needs to do another operation. Huan said, let's do it this way then. You tell me the address. I will come over now to take a look. Qin Lan sniffed and said in surprise, like this? Then I will send a special car to pick you up. For Huan's miraculous medical skills, she was considered the first witness. Without Huan, she would have been a corpse by now. Huan thought about it and didn't refuse, telling Qin Lan the location of the Amethyst Company. He went downstairs to wait. The car Qin Lan transferred was a pink Maserati. As the windows slowly rolled down, a beautiful figure came into Huan's eyes. This woman had exquisite makeup, beautiful features, blistering skin, and a proud and hot body. She had permed blonde wavy hair and was wearing a navel-exposing t-shirt and jean shorts, and her arrogant and high-flying appearance was like a little wildcat that tantalized the heartstrings and made people feel the urge to conquer. She and Xinlan were 70% similar in appearance. Both were as beautiful as flowers. Seeing Yi Huan, she frowned slightly and did not ask many questions, speaking directly. Are you Yi Huan? Aha. Then hurry up and get on the car. Chapter 73 Security? When Yi Huan got on the co-pilot, before he sat down, the girl immediately urged the engine and roared out. Yi Huan was unsteady, and his hand rested on the girl's white leg. Tender, slippery, bouncing. This was Yi Huan's first thought. At the same time, several messages automatically surfaced in Yi Huan's mind. Patient status, Yin Qi into the body. Bad luck. Continue to go on. A big illness. Will lose life. Reason, the personal jade pendant is from the Yin coffin. Throw away the jade pendant and use the 9 Yang Xian Huang needle to remove the Yin Qi instantly. Tofu eat enough or not? The young girl's cold voice came, immediately waking up the frozen Yi Huan. Yi Huan smiled twice and awkwardly drew back his tofu-eating hand. The young girl glanced at him and said contemptuously, the car can't even sit steadily. Are you used to being a security guard and haven't sat in a luxury car? Yi Huan had just fastened his seatbelt. When he heard this, he was a little unhappy inside. Come on, how do you know I am a security guard again? The chick's voice still carried a few moments of anger. Amethyst Company. I still heard of it. Good performance. Not everyone can enter. But what about you? Young looking, shabby dress, haven't seen the world, mooching when you see the old lady. Don't come here to be a security guard. Can't you be a cleaner? Yi Huan was helpless. Not wearing a famous brand is security. What logic However, thinking of his own frivolous behavior just now, Yi Huan knew that he was at a disadvantage and didn't argue with this chick. Seeing that Yi Huan did not respond, the chick was more certain of her thoughts. She continued to speak, a hint of dissatisfaction rising in her tone. My sister is also really, actually letting you save Shishi. Do you have a license to practice medicine? Do you have a doctor's diploma? It's just a coincidence of luck, and you really think you're a divine doctor. Saying that, she glared at Yi Huan with her beautiful eyes. I advise you to just go through the motions after you go over there. If you really want to save Heishi from her problems, I'm not done with you, Yi Huan said helplessly. Okay, but don't blame me for not reminding you. If you don't want to get seriously ill, take off the jade pendant on you. He would like to save this chick. After all, it wouldn't be fun for such a beautiful ninny to lose her life. But performing needles required physical contact, and this nymphette treated him as a charlatan. She would definitely not let him touch her. So Yi Huan could only be kind enough to remind her. I see that your seal hole is black and your face is white. If it continues for a long time, I'm afraid that there will be a blood disaster. But you took the jade pendant. It should be fine. The chick sniffed, and her face turned red all of a sudden. Bah, you big liar. She was wearing the jade token close to her body, but the location where the jade token was located was extremely sensitive, hidden between her proud breasts. Yi Huan's one word about the jade tablet must have taken advantage of her lack of attention to spy on it. When Yi Huan heard this, he was a bit confused, and only after he glanced at the chick's petite body did he immediately comprehend it, and he couldn't help but cough awkwardly. No, you really misunderstood. He knew that the jade pendant, which was caused by the Huangting Jing, had nothing to do with him. The chick's beautiful eyes contained anger, and she spat. Horny bastard. Shut up, otherwise I'll let you roll off the bus. Yi Huan could only helplessly shrink his neck and didn't speak anymore. The chick blushed all the way, stopped the car, then picked up the LV bag, stepped on the burgundy high heels, and snapped away without paying any attention to Yi Huan's intention. Lightly exhale a breath. Yi Huan inner muttered, young, call yourself a mother. What do you call yourself a mother? That tutu meat? Chapter 74 Slap yourself. Yi Huan muttered in a low voice, wearing such a revealing dress, but her nature is so shy. What a strange chick. The garage echoed. Yi Huan's voice was directly heard by the chick. The chick gritted her teeth and said, bastard, what did you say? Yi Huan smiled and waved his hand. We didn't say anything. Hurry up and go upstairs. The chick glared at Yi Huan. If you talk any more nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart, said. She entered the elevator, did not care whether Yi Huan came or not, pressed the close button. Yi Huan took an arrow step before rushing into the elevator. After leaving the elevator, Yi Huan and the chick followed the door number and walked to the entrance of Shishi's ward, just in time to see Qinlan sitting on the bench and lost in thought. Qinlan's pretty face, which was originally stunningly beautiful, had turned pale, her eyes were red and swollen, and she obviously hadn't slept all night. Although emaciated, but Qinlan's beauty is not reduced in the slightest, but through the choo-choo touching beauty. Beside her, stood a few men and women in suits, all with their heads lowered, not daring to speak. Xianyao painfully hugged Qinlan. Sister, You should rest first. You can't save Shishi even if you don't eat, drink or sleep. Xinlan sighed. Xiao Shui, it's fine, I can resist. Where's Mr. Yi, is he here? At the mention of Yi Huan, Qin Shui grunted in displeasure. This denizen is standing right next to him. Yi Huan coughed awkwardly. Cough. Miss Qin, I'm here. Hearing Yi Huan's voice, Xinlan's heart shook and she raised her head, just in time to see Yi Huan on the side. She immediately got up and excitedly clutched Yi Huan's hands. Benefactor, you came. Yi Huan smiled. I can't talk about the word benefactor. Just call me Yi Huan. Xinlan shook her head. You saved Shishi. You are my Xinlan's greatest benefactor. Yesterday, it was me who misunderstood my benefactor and slapped you. I'm sorry. As the words fell, she raised her hand, wanting to slap herself and give thanks to Yi Huan. Qin Shui screamed and took a step ahead of Yi Huan, holding Xinlan's wrist. Sister, what are you doing? Yi Huan also rushed to say. Sister Qin, don't worry about it. I didn't take it to heart. The priority now is to save Shishi. Qin Shui frowned when she heard this. Hadn't she just said to Yi Huan that it would be fine to let him go through the motions? But this guy, now he actually dared to bring this up. Could it be that he really took himself as a divine doctor? She glared at Yi Huan and snorted coldly. Saving Shishi, that's also a matter for the hospital. What does it have to do with you? Xinlan's pretty face slumped. Xiao Shui, how dare you talk to your benefactor like that? Qin Shui said sharply. Sister, don't be fooled by this man. He's just a security guard. Xinlan said with a straight face. No matter what Mr. Ye's identity is, his medical skills can't be faked. He is Shishi's life-saving benefactor. Yi Huan's head was spinning as he heard this. This chick was really vindictive. Didn't she just mooch a little bit of oil? She was so argumentative. Seeing that Qin Shui still had the intention to argue, Yi Huan hurriedly interjected. Okay, chick, I'm just a security guard. Don't argue on. Sister Lan, let me ask you first, how is Shishi now? Is it still in danger? Qin Lan sniffed and looked grim. Still not through the danger period. Shishi's injuries are really too serious. Even after a series of resuscitation, it didn't allow Shishi to wake up. Yi Huan asked tentatively, why don't I help Shishi take a look? Then thank you, benefactor. Xinlan's eyes lit up. For some reason, she inexplicably had a trust in Yuan, believing that Yi Huan had this ability to cure Shishi. No way. Qin Shui screamed. Sister, you'll harm Shishi like this. He's a charlatan. He must have stepped on luck when he saved Heishi in a car accident. If he's really allowed to make a move, he doesn't have the ability to do so. Xinlan's expression was somewhat helpless. She naturally knew why Qin Shui had such concerns. Yesterday, she also distrusted Yi Huan and even slapped him, but after seeing Yi Huan's miraculous medical skills, she no longer had any doubts. Alright, Shuier, I have a measure in my heart. Besides, we also invited Master Hu. With him here, nothing big will happen. Chapter 75 Suspicion. Thinking of Master Hu Yu, Qin Shui's expression soothed a little. In addition to the hospital's experts, Xinlan had invited some Chinese medicine masters overnight. Hu Yu was one of the most famous among them. He was a veteran of Jiang City's Chinese medicine sector, having practiced medicine for decades and received banners that could fill a villa. With him around, the situation shouldn't be that bad. Qin Shui looked at Yi Huan with some uneasiness. That's fine, but if anything really happens to Shishi, I won't spare you. Xinlan smiled. You go pick up Dad first. He's almost there. Qin Shui nodded and secretly pinched Yi Huan's soft flesh as she walked past him. Goo. Yi Huan suffered pain and let out a low cry. This chick, the way is really wild. Xinlan helplessly said. Shui's nature has been spoiled for her father. Just like that. Yi Huan let out a bitter smile. Alright, let's go see Shishi first. Suddenly, just as Yi Huan's words fell, the alarm of the emergency ward suddenly sounded. Xinlan's face changed as the alarm came from Shishi's ward. She looked panicked, pushed open the door and rushed in. Yi Huan also rushed into the ward. In the middle of the ward, the attending doctor was another middle-aged man, and beside him, apart from the hospital personnel, there was also an old man in Chinese clothes. The old man was in high spirits, with a long beard and a grave expression. Xinlan passed through the crowd and surrounded him, his face immediately turning pale. Heishi, who was on top of the hospital bed, had already lost her pulse, and the only sound in the room was the alarms of the instruments echoing, which was disconcerting. The attending doctors held their breath and used every means of resuscitation, but Shishi still didn't get any better. She was so heartbroken that she lost the strength to stand still, and she barely managed not to fall by pressing her hands against the bedpost. When the electrocardiogram returned to a straight line, the attending doctor and all the medical staff had a look of regret. She, dead. Let me try again. Hu Yu stepped forward, took a deep breath, pinched up the silver needles, and landed them one by one on top of Shishi's acupuncture points. The attending doctors looked at Huyu with a look of awe. Although they had operated on Shishi, the situation was not ideal. Without Huyu's needles to keep Shishi alive, I'm afraid Shishi would have passed away a long time ago. Huyu's movements were flowing, trying to stimulate a strand of vitality behind Shishi's left side and save Shishi's life. Unfortunately, even though he exerted all his strength, Shishi still did not have any response. Huyu gritted his teeth, his forehead filled with hot sweat, and several more needles fell, trying to create another miracle. But when he let go, Shishi remained motionless, her cheeks pale. Huyu sighed, "Old man, there is nothing I can do." Seeing that there was nothing Huyu could do to return to heaven as well, the crowd looked forlorn and silently prayed for the deceased. Xinlan's tears barred down, her face dull and sad. Suddenly, she looked at Yi Huan as if she was grasping the last straw to save her life. "Benefactor, save Shishi, we can only rely on you now." Yi Huan nodded gruffly and drew out the silver needle bag in his sleeve. In his opinion, Huyu's traveling needles did have two skills, but compared to the 9-yang Xianhuang needle, Huyu's needle technique was still too shallow to truly gather Shishi's vitality. Ruptured and bleeding organs, broken bones, severe blood loss. Relying on the strange operation of Huang Tingjing, Yi Huan's mind instantly surfaced Shishi's injured condition. If he had come to the rescue yesterday, he would definitely only be able to temporarily solve Shishi's problem now. But after a night of digestion, Yi Huan had completely adapted to the Huangting scripture and gradually mastered the 9-yang Xianhuang needle. At this moment, he had no problem trying to save Shishi's life. However, his first step to save her life was not to perform the needle, but to use the technique recorded in the Huangting Jing to stimulate Shishi's consciousness. This technique was the same as yesterday, which was to slap Heishi's brain. Slap, slap, slap. Crisp ringing sounds, dark with strange rhythms, echoed through the ward. Chapter 76 Anger. Seeing Yi Huan act in such a way, humiliating Shishi's corpse, Huyu looked annoyed and looked at Yi Huan with a displeased face. "Young man, what are you going to do?" The other paramedics were enraged when they saw this. "That's right, who are you and what exactly are you going to do to Shishi? Despicable and shameless person. Don't take advantage of MS. Fluke and lay your hands on Heishi." "Yeah, can't you see that Hei passed away? Why are you still rattling her corpse?" Shishi's unfortunate death at a young age was already heartbreaking, but Yi Huan, still inexplicably, went and tapped on Shishi's brain. It was simply a loss of conscience. Huyu was enraged to the extreme and extended her hand, about to stop Yi Huan's actions. However, it was a critical moment now. Yi Huan could not possibly stop, and with a direct face, he threw away Huyu. Huyu's figure was unsteady, staggered back a step and directly fell on the ground. There was a gasp of shock from the crowd, and they hurriedly helped Huyu up. Yi Huan was calm and collected, ignoring the crowd, and drew out the silver needles in his bag. These silver needles, after being sterilized, accurately pierced into the various acupoints on Shishi's body. Under Yi Huan's hands, on the surface of each silver needle, a layer of strange light surged out and disappeared into Shishi's acupoints. As time passed, Shishi's petite body was covered with silver needles, which were vaguely connected to each other, taking on the shape of a 9-cell grid. Immediately afterward, Shishi's pale face suddenly appeared to have a healthy reddish luster. Huyu stood up and was about to walk forward to stop Yi Huan, but right at this moment, when he saw the layout of the silver needles on Shishi's body, his swinging arm stalled and just hovered in the air. Incredulity was written all over his pale face. "How is this? How is this possible?" But the other medical staff, under the indignation, did not pay attention to Huyu's expression. They walked forward, wanting to initiate mass power to stop Yi Huan's atrocities and frame him out. This man is really a psychopath, knows nothing, beckons, and is still practicing acupuncture here. That's right, even Master who couldn't save Shishi. What can he do? Without further ado, quickly drag Yi Huan out of here. Just at this time, a scream came from outside the door. "Yi Huan, what on earth are you doing?" Qin Shui rushed in with a terrified look on her face. When she saw the ECG by the bedside, she instantly understood everything. "You actually killed Shishi." Qin Shui pointed at Yi Huan, her eyes red and swollen. "You're waiting to go to court. I'm going to sue you for going to jail until you die." Just at this time, a man in a Chinese mountain suit walked in. He was about 50 or so years old, with gray temples, and a majestic aura emanated out. The man in a mountain suit walked hurriedly, and when he saw Shishi, who had lost her breath, his face suddenly sank. Behind him, there was also a man in a suit. When the man in suit saw Yi Huan, his face was stunned for a moment. "Yi Xiao, why is he standing here?" This man who recognized Yi Huan was none other than Chen Ronghua. The man in a mountain suit in front of Chen Ronghua was his boss, Qin Yushan. When Chen Ronghua heard on the phone that Yi Huan saved Shishi, he thought that Yi Huan was joking. After knowing each other for so many years, He had never heard that Yi Huan also knew medical skills, so he didn't expect that Qin Lan would attach such importance to Yi Huan that he would let Yi Huan come to rescue Shishi. However, when he saw the straight-line ECG by the bedside, Chen Ronghua's face turned white. Chapter 77 Stopping. No way. Yi Xiao actually saved a dead man. Qin Yueshan's energy. Chen Ronghua knew the roots. Yi Xiao saved his granddaughter from death. I'm afraid that he'll have to plant a not-so-small root. At this moment, although Qin Yushan was grieving inside, but at least he was a person who had seen the storm and did not instantly lash out. But his accumulated anger made him on the verge of exploding at any time. It was this young man who had killed his beloved granddaughter. On the contrary, it was Qin Shui, who had lost her mind, rushed forward with an arrow step and swung a slap on Yi Huan's face. Yi Huan, you are shameless. Yi Huan inwardly wanted to cry. No way. Slapped again. But he didn't have time to tangle with Qin Shui right now. He shouted at Qin Lan. Sister Lan, hurry up and stop them. Give me 3 more minutes. Just 3 minutes and I'll be able to save Shishi. Think about it yourselves. Hey, she is already dead. There's no worse end to this. But if I make a move, Shishi has a chance to live. Trust me. Qin Lan's eyes were red and he nodded heavily. If it was before, he definitely did not believe that dead people could still be resurrected. But Yi Huan's miraculous means yesterday gave her hope. Yi Huan was a man who could create miracles. Don't even get in the way of the benefactor. Let him save Shishi. Qin Shui sniffed, but she didn't think so. She had told Yi Huan a long time ago, just go through the motions. Don't touch Heishi, don't touch her. But Yi Huan had refused to listen, and was bent on having his way, causing such a huge disaster. Until now, he is still unrepentant. Trying to save a dead person? Oh, is it possible? Qin Shui scolded spiritedly. I don't want to. I'm going to make this guy look good today. The other medical staff also advised. Yes, Ms. Qin, be reasonable. Miss Qin, your daughter has already passed away. Do you want her to have no peace even after her death? Many of them, they had already established their families and had children of their own. Under empathy, they could not ignore Yi Huan and trample on Shishi's remains. There were a few medics, who even thought of the complete strategy of blocking the door of the room to prevent Yi Huan from completely revealing himself and scurrying away in panic. Qin Lan, with a stern face, rushed up without saying a word, dispersing the medical staff. I told you to go away. Don't obstruct the benefactor. Do you hear me? Those you can't save, benefactor can. Shishi still has hope, although she was a woman. She had been in the legal profession for many years and was resolute in her killings, and at this moment, she was lashing out with a powerful aura. The crowd of medical staff had no choice but to steer clear. Qin Shui, however, was not afraid of her sister, blocking in front of Qin Lan. Her eyes reddened as she said, Sister, think about it. If he really had this ability, he wouldn't have medicated Shishi to death. She really couldn't think clearly. Yi Huan was just a horny security guard. Why would her shrewd and strong sister trust him? Shishi's death is something that can't be helped. The destiny of the underworld. Where is the thing that can be changed by mortals? But Yi Huan was unrepentant, fiddling with corpses, when really worse than a pig or a dog. As for Yi Huan's so-called rescue, it is even more nonsense. The heartbeat is gone. Could Yi Huan be a great Luo golden immortal to bring Shishi back from the ghost gate? If she was Qin Lan, she would have driven Yi Huan, the liar, out long ago. Qin Lan was helpless and opened her mouth to explain. Schwerer, Shishi is not what you think. He was medically killed by his benefactor. Chapter 78, Admiration. Qin Shui, however, was overcome with anger and emotionally charged. Then how did Shishi die? Before she was fine. How come something happened to Heishi as soon as Yi Huan came? Right at this time, Yi Huan continued to perform the needles while speaking indifferently, interrupting Qin Shui. Qin Shui, you have yin qi in your body. Your menstruation is irregular. Every time you reach the middle of the night, your hands and feet are cold, and you often have insomnia. When it comes to the time of menstruation, the situation worsens, and your abdomen is like a knife twisting, and the pain is not stopping. In addition to this, rainy weather and cool occasions will cause you to be unwell. Is what I said above half wrong? Qin Shui heard this and took 2 steps backward. Her mind was like a bolt from the blue, her eyes full of incredulity. She muttered out of breath, how is this possible? Yi Huan's words were not only not wrong, but instead all of them hit the nail on the head. At this time, who had been standing for a long time, said in a complicated manner, Little girl, you should step back. Before, it was me who misunderstood this teenager. He is not practicing medicine indiscriminately. On the contrary, his medical skills are even more superior than mine. What he is using is a long-lost ancient formation, the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. The Nine-Yang Divine Palace can lock the vitality of a seriously injured person and bring the dead back to life. The effect is incomparably powerful. If I remember correctly, in a few more minutes, The 9 Young Divine Palace will actually take effect. We'll just wait quietly. Yu had seen the introduction of the 9 Young Divine Palace in ancient books. It was the starting stance of the magical needle technique, 9 Yang Xian Huang needle, and after it was performed, as long as the patient still had a glimmer of life, he would have a chance to live. Yu never expected that in his lifetime, he would actually be able to see this lost magical formation. His whole body trembled with excitement, staring at Yi Huan's every move, not even blinking his eyes. After listening to Yu's explanation, the crowd looked at each other with jaws agape. Could it be that this beckoning young man really had 2 tricks up his sleeve? However, Master Hu had said so, and it would only take a few minutes to see the results, so they could only press down their complicated minds and wait quietly. Qin Shui recalled everything that Yi Huan had said, and then looked at Master Hu, who was full of solemnity. The shock on her face became more and more intense. At this moment, the entire room was plunged into dead silence. No one made a sound. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, tick-tock. Right at this moment, the instruments in the room once again made a sound. Qin Lan and the others did not understand those instruments, but they could see that the electrocardiogram by the bedside was no longer a straight line, but had ups and downs. Seeing this, Qin Lan shed tears of gratitude. She knew that Yi Huan, once again, had saved his daughter's life. The attending doctor rushed to the side of the hospital bed, and after scanning through the various instruments, his mouth could not close in shock. Several instruments showed that Shishi's breathing, pulse and heartbeat had all recovered, although the frequency of this recovery is very weak and slow, far below the level of a normal person. But this represents an inspiring signal. Shishi is alive again. Everyone stared at Yi Huan with wide eyes and unbelievable faces. What was going on here? Did Yi Huan bring He back from the dead with just his needles? But no matter if they believed it or not, the data from the instrument couldn't fool anyone. With the passage of time, Shishi's body indicators gradually normalized, and the color of blood returned to her little face. Yu inwardly confirmed that there was no mistake, that this was the 9 Suns Divine Palace, and couldn't help but get excited. The heavens have eyes, letting me see such a precious needle technique again. Old me today, I have no regrets in dying. Qin Shui, Qin Yushan, and Chen Ronghua looked at Yi Huan with gazes filled with incredulity. The 3 of them had arrived the latest and had the deepest misunderstanding of Yi Huan. But now, all those preconceptions had disappeared. Yi Huan became someone they admired. Yi Huan rubbed his brow and shouted at the attending doctor, "What are you waiting for? If you want to truly save Shishi, you still need your hospital's help. Hurry up and treat it." The attending doctor nodded gruffly. "You guys get out of the way first. I'll immediately send the patient to the operating table." This surgery was meant to wait for Shishi's condition to improve before proceeding, but with Yi Huan's help, this surgery could be started immediately. Yi Huan gave a hymn and followed the flow of people to leave the hospital room. After 2 consecutive days of practicing acupuncture to save people, it was also a great exertion for him. Now when he walked, Yi Huan felt that his whole body was light and a little dehydrated. Those medical staff couldn't help but look towards Yi Huan while pushing the hospital bed. Yi Huan's divine skill made them gasp in amazement. Chapter 79 Waiting. In the next few moments, Qin Lan and Yi Huan, among others, waited anxiously at the entrance of the operating room. Although Yi Huan was hanging on to Shishi's life, Shishi wanted to get through the danger period, but it still depended on this surgery. Finally, the surgery door opened, and the attending physician pulled off his mask and smiled at the crowd. "Don't worry, the patient's various bodily functions have all recovered, and with another month of recuperation, she can be discharged from the hospital." Thinking that Shishi could be saved, the attending doctor's face was filled with emotion. A patient who was judged to be dead, in their hands, was once again restored to life. This was definitely called a medical miracle. They had participated in this miracle, and when they proclaimed it, they would be able to brag about it for the rest of their lives. At this time, behind the attending doctor, a medical staff appeared. They all looked at the tired-looking Yi Huan with complicated gazes. Among these emotions, there was admiration, and also shame and apology. When they thought about their actions of misunderstanding Yi Huan and insulting him, they were even more red-faced and could not sit still. If they had hindered Yi Huan, this medical miracle would not have been born. The attending doctor took a healthy step and came to Yi Huan's body, bowing deeply to Yi Huan. The other doctors followed suit and bowed, their expressions full of respect. "Mr. Yi, thank you." Yi Huan revealed a hint of a smile. "Everyone stand up. I know, everyone is doing it for Shishi's good, just as long as Shishi is fine." Looking at this scene, Qin Shui secretly said, "This is really true or not? He a security guard. Where to get the medical skills? This is not a dog blood novel." If she hadn't witnessed this miracle, she really couldn't imagine that a solicitor could be so respected by the crowd. At the same time, a trace of self-blame rose within Qin Shui. She, in fact, owed Yi Huan an apology. It was just that she really could not pull this face to say the 3 words "I'm sorry" to Yi Huan. She couldn't help but mutter inwardly, "If I say so, he must be lucky to have saved Shishi. What's so good to be proud of?" Saying goodbye to the medical staff, Yi Huan let out a light breath and squeezed through the crowd and walked outside. Performing the 9 young divine palace had consumed Yi Huan's considerable energy, making him want to find a place alone and rest for a moment. But it was all worth it. Shishi being able to stay alive was better than anything else. Moreover, if he operated the Yellow Court Sutra for a few moments, he would soon be able to recover his essence, so there was no need to worry at all. Yi Huan leaned against a chair in another section of the corridor and rested slightly for a moment before Qinlan followed him. Her stunningly beautiful face was filled with gratitude as she came forward, a fragrant breeze hitting her face, and she bowed to Yi Huan. "Thank you, Mr. Yi, your great kindness. Qinlan will never forget it. In the future, if there is anything that Qinlan can help with, Qinlan will definitely give her full assistance." Seeing this, Chen Ronghua, Qin Shui and the others who followed him at this moment could not help but be slightly lost in thought. In their impression, Qinlan had always been a confident and strong woman, but now, she actually knelt down for Yi Huan. Yi Huan hurriedly held Qinlan's soft and boneless waist and helped her up. "Sister Lan, you are flattering me. It's just that Shishi is fine. There's really no need to perform this great honor." At the same time, Yi Huan suddenly realized that a white aura surged in the middle of his mind. "What is this? I can actually see internally?" Yi Huan could not help but be stunned. This white aura was extremely strange, hovering continuously in the middle of his mind. Yi Huan pondered slightly. Could it be that if he saved a person, an additional white light would appear? What is this white light? Could it be accumulated merit? Yi Huan fixed his mind and suppressed his inner doubts, intending to study it when he was free. It was still hard to calm his emotions after he stood up. Chapter 80, Xinyu Mountain. Hey, she was on the verge of death twice, and both times she relied on Yi Huan's miraculous hands to save her life. Qinlan was really grateful from the bottom of her heart. Yi Huan's actions did not just save Shishi, but also saved her life. At this time, Qin Yushan walked over and heavily held Yi Huan's hands. "Brother Yi, look. Thank you for saving Shishi." Qin Yushan was sincere in his feelings, and his tiger eyes were slightly red. Although Shishi was only a child that Qinlan had adopted back, but after so many years had passed, Qin Yushan and Shishi had long cultivated a deep bond, viewing Shishi as his own granddaughter. Yi Huan smiled and said, "Uncle Qin is overstating things. I'm just lucky." "Luck?" Qin Yushan sniffed and shook his head. "Brother Yi is being modest. You made 2 strikes and saved Shishi's life. If this is all luck, then it's too much of a coincidence." Qin Yushan had been in the financial world for many years and knew countless people. Whether Yi Huan had any caddy or not, he had his own internal determination. Chen Rongshan walked over at this time and smiled at Qin Yushan. "Old boss, you may not know, Yi Xiao is the old boss I mentioned to you. Without Xiao Yi, there would be no me today." Qin Yushan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "Such a coincidence?" Chen Ronghua nodded and said, "However, the company under Xiao Ye's banner has had some problems recently. Jiangcheng Chanka Company owes Yi Xiao $1 billion. Yi Huan's idea is to plan to get down Chanka and bring Chanka's assets under the banner." Qin Yushan sniffed and instantly knew what Chen Ronghua meant. "Alright, in this matter, I will definitely leave no stone unturned to help Brother Yi." Yi Huan had saved his granddaughter. This was an incomparably great favor. Regardless of who this Chanka company was, he had to help Yi Huan. As the boss of Jinghe Financial Company, he also had this backbone and confidence. Qin Shui stood beside the crowd and suddenly said with a puzzled face, "What are you guys saying again? This guy Yi Huan, isn't he just a security guard?" Chen Ronghua sniffed and his face looked odd for a while. The second youngest master of the capital city Yi family was actually treated as a security guard? He just wanted to speak out to explain, but was stopped by Yi Huan with a look. Chen Ronghua coughed and instantly understood. "Miss Qin Shui, you are afraid that you have some misunderstanding about Yi Xiao. He is my former old boss and the president of Amethyst Company. As for security guards and whatnot, I am afraid that it is nonsense." What? Qin Shui's pretty face froze. Even if Chen Ronghua only revealed this layer of Yi Huan's identity, Qin Shui was still shocked beyond words. She pointed at Yi Huan and exclaimed, "He's actually the boss of Amethyst Company? Impossible. Just his costume, this demeanor. Where is the appearance of a president?" Chen Ronghua smiled and said, "Young Yi is like this, not very materialistic. As for whether Xiao Yi is a president or not, once my 3-month contract arrives, I will return to Amethyst and work for Xiao Yi. At that time, Miss Schwer, you can come over and visit the company together, and you'll know if the matter is true or false." Qin Shui's red lips were slightly open, and she was dumbfounded for a moment before accepting this fact. Chen Ronghua, this person. Qin Shui was naturally clear. This person was father's right-hand man, His wrist was smart and exquisite, and he had made indelible contributions to father's construction of the business map. Chen Ronghua's words were solid, surely would not deceive her. But because of this, Qin Shui was even more shocked. Chen Ronghua, such a top talent, was actually Yi Huan's subordinate in the past. Qin Yushan sniffed, his expression revealing a hint of regret. While rushing here, Chen Ronghua had mentioned the matter of leaving the company to him. It was just that he did not expect that the person who saved Yi Huan, and Chen Ronghua's original boss, were the same person. Chapter 81, Fire Breath. Qin Yushan sighed with emotion. Brother Yi is really young and promising. The latter wave pushes the former wave. He had naturally heard of Amethyst Company's reputation in the financial world. Although it was not as good as Jinghe Company, it could not be underestimated. Moreover, for Yi Huan to become the president of Amethyst Corporation, his energy was definitely extraordinary. Hearing Qin Yushan's praise, Yi Huan let out a bitter smile. Uncle Qin is overrated. Now Amethyst is in deep trouble. The capital chain shortage, but also need you to help. Qin Yushan let out a long smile. Brother Yi's favor. I definitely want to help. The Chanka company that you want to deal with, is it the power of Jiang Cheng? Yi Huan nodded. Not bad, it is a real estate company in Chanka. Qin Yushan patted his chest. I see, that's no problem. When I'm done with this bout of busyness, I'll make a move towards them. It is estimated that in no more than 2 days, Brother Yi will be able to hear the good news. At that time, the result of Chanka, whether it is bankruptcy, or to be acquired, it is up to Brother Yi to decide. Seeing Qin Yushan agree so readily, Yi Huan's mouth revealed a pleasant smile. From Chen Ronghua's later introduction, Yi Huan learned how terrifying Qin Yushan's Jinghe Company was. The assets of Jinghe Company were on par with Yi Huan's investment in Tengfei Company, which was also a business empire at the level of hundreds of billions of dollars. If Jinghe Company wanted to mess with Chanka, it would be absolutely effortless. Dare to mess with me. Let's see if I don't get you guys killed. Yi Huan sneered inwardly. With Qin Yushan's hand, the Bai family's father and son already had half a foot in the coffin board. After Qin Yushan said that, the corner of his mouth revealed an awkward smile. Brother Yi, there is another unkind request from my side. You have excellent medical skills. Why don't you save Schwer as well? For Schwer's illness, I've also looked for quite a few famous doctors, and all of them are at their wits' end. Brother Yi is different. You just took one look and accurately told Schwer's condition. I think you are the only one that can save Schwer. Qin Shui let out a low hum. I don't want this colorful embryo to save it. As soon as you meet me, you lighten me. Yi Huan smiled bitterly. That's because your car drove too fast. Can't blame me. After saying that, Yi Huan looked at Qin Yushan. Uncle Qin, I have long advised Miss Qin Shui, just that she didn't listen to persuasion. I have no way out. Qin Yueshan's face slumped. Schwer, you're too much of a bad boy. Quickly say sorry to Brother Yi. Saying that, Qin Yueshan reached out and directly dragged Qin Shui over, who reluctantly stood still. Hearing Qin Yueshan ordering her to apologize, Qin Shui didn't think twice and blurted out. What? Apologize with him? Impossible. Yi Huan waved his hand and said, apologizing is not necessary. As long as Miss Qin Shui takes the jade pendant and tones it up for a few days, she will be back to normal. Qin Shui questioned. Could it be that you are possessed by a godly man? Biting the bullet that this is a problem with my jade pendant? Since I was a child, what world have I not seen before? It's the first time I've seen a jade pendant make someone sick. In her opinion, does Yi Huan know medical skills? Definitely knows a little bit. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to save Shi. But being able to cure her illness? That might not be the case. She had studied abroad since she was a child and was deeply influenced by foreign culture, thinking out of the box yet rigorous, and simply did not believe that an ordinary ornament could make someone sick. Yi Huan sniffed and a hint of fire bubbled up in his heart. He looked at Qin Yushan's face. Kindly help this chick. How could this chick be so ungrateful? Chapter 82 Black Qi. Yi Huan sneered. What if the problem is really on the jade pendant? Qin Shui nonchalantly refuted out. Then kill or die. As you wish. Yi Huan said indifferently. Kill or die. That's not so bad. If I say yes, you'll be my slave girl for a year. I'll ask you, do you dare? If I win, although you have to give me a year of laundry and cooking, but at least you can cure the disease, no longer suffer from that bone-chilling poisonous torture. If I lose, you have nothing to lose. The big deal is to be humiliated by you. This bet, for you, is definitely not a loss. Do you dare to take it? Qin Shui's hot blood went to her head, and without thinking, she said, why would I not dare to say yes? If you win, I'll give you a year as a slave girl. But if you lose, I want you to be respectful when you see me in the future and call me aunt. Do you dare? Yi Huan smiled faintly and said, but first, if you become a slave girl, you are not allowed to back out, and you have to fulfill my request on time. Hearing this, Qin Shui beat a drum of retreat in her heart, but still said with a stiff upper lip, "Okay, you say it, I really don't bring fear." Yi Huan sized her up and smiled. "The requirements are also simple. Laundry, cooking, cleaning, and you have to be at my beck and call, and you can't disobey my orders." Qin Shui's face turned green when she heard this requirement. Where would she put her face if she lost? "What? Afraid?" Yi Huan asked frivolously. Qin Shui was stimulated, where she was willing to concede, "I'm not afraid, that's it." Yi Huan smiled and nodded his head, hammering out, "Yes." Setting the bet, Yi Huan spoke faintly, "Remove your jade pendant. Give me a few minutes and I'll help you solve the problem." Qin Shui hummed, removed the jade pendant and handed it to Yi Huan. After the jade pendant left her body, Qin Shui was slightly dizzy, her face was a little pale, and she said inwardly, "This Yi Huan is just talking nonsense. Without the jade pendant sheltering me, my body is instead more uncomfortable." Seemingly seeing through Qin Shui's mind, Yi Huan faintly said, "The reason why you are physically and mentally unwell without the jade pendant is because, after several years of nourishing the jade pendant's yin qi, it has become indistinguishable from you. But if you don't cut off this yin qi and let the situation worsen, I'm afraid that in a few years, you can only be paralyzed in bed and rely on a wheelchair for a living." Qin Shui sniffed, as if anticipating that image. A flash of panic flashed in her eyes, but she still talked tough. "Just blow it off. I'm waiting for you to call me auntie in the future." Yi Huan let out a laugh and stopped speaking, focusing his attention on the jade pendant. At this moment, with the operation of the Huang Ting Jing, he was able to see that a strand of invisible black qi was scurrying around in the jade pendant. According to Yi Huan's guess, this jade pendant, coming from a yin coffin, was infiltrated with the yin qi of the deceased. These yin qi did not dissipate and re-entered Qin Shui's body, which was the culprit of Qin Shui's illness. But Yi Huan had the Huang Ting Jing, and only needed to follow the techniques written on it to disperse it. 3 tails of peony, 6 tails of mugwort leaves, 2 tails of epimedium, 1 tails of atractylodes. Yi Huan read out the names of the herbs one by one. The above herbs are concocted over high heat to catalyze the medicinal properties, and bring me an alcohol lamp with tweezers. The medical nurse at the side recorded it, nodded, and hurriedly left. It was also fortunate that this was a hospital, and that they were able to get the ingredients locally. But in a while, a cup of boiling hot medicinal soup was served over. Yi Huan nodded indifferently and divided the medicinal soup into 2 parts, and remained the jade pendant into one of the containers. Qin Shui had a cold smile on her lips. She wanted to see what tricks Yi Huan could play. The others watched the scene and were not too sure if Yi Huan's method would work. After a minute, Yi Huan quickly used the tweezers to clip out the jade pendant and placed it on the alcohol lamp to sizzle. Very quickly, a scene that made everyone's jaws drop appeared. Only on the surface of the jade pendant, a mass of black qi appeared. These black qi, like earthworms, wriggled and scurried about, giving people a chilly and cold feeling. Fortunately, under the burning of the flames, these black qi quickly disappeared cleanly. Chapter 83, Calling Master. When these black qi dispersed, Qin Shui's face turned white and she immediately fainted. Yi Huan had already anticipated this scene, and with quick eyes and hands, he held Qin Shui. "Ah!" Qin Yushan let out a low cry, his face worried. "Master Yi, what's wrong with Shuer? Why did she suddenly faint?" Unconsciously, Qin Yushan changed his name to Yi Huan. The scene just now shocked everyone's eyes. There was also no doubt in their hearts that this jade pendant was the culprit behind Qin Shui's illness. Yi Huan fed another cup of clean medicinal soup into Qin Shui's mouth and responded blandly. The yin qi in the jade pendant has already formed a symbiotic relationship with Qin Shui. Now that I'm getting rid of the yin qi from the jade pendant, the yin qi in Qin Shui's body will naturally explode uncontrollably. Of course, I have already prepared a cold-expelling medicinal soup. After Qin Shui takes it, she will soon get better. When Qin Yushan heard this, he let out a sigh of relief and said gratefully to Yi Huan, "Then thank you so much, it's fine." Yi Huan smiled. It had to be said that although Qin Shui was spirited, but this figure, well, it was indeed first-class great. At the moment, she was lying in Yi Huan's arms. Her delicate body was white, smooth and elastic, and a young girl's body fragrance fluttered into Yi Huan's nostrils, tickling Yi Huan's heart. However, in front of the crowd, Yi Huan did not dare to have any small action, can only obediently feed Qin Shui the whole bowl of medicine. However, in a while, Qin Shui's pale cheeks surfaced a trace of redness, calling out, waking up leisurely. As soon as she opened her eyes, she looked at Yi Huan smiling badly at her. "Shuer slave girl, you can finally wake up lying in master's arms, is it comfortable?" When Qin Shui heard this, she screamed and stood up with a swish. "You bastard, lightning me again. Old me will make you look good today." Yi Huan reluctantly retracted his hand, and when he heard Qin Shui's words, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Have you got it wrong? I'm doing this to save you? Feel it now. Your physical condition, is it better than before?" Qin Shui couldn't help but be stunned when she heard this. It was only after Yi Huan mentioned it so much that she noticed that her condition, indeed, had improved greatly. The previous feeling of coldness all over her body and pain in her abdomen was gone. Now, she only felt that her whole body was warm and her blood was flowing freely, which was indescribably comfortable. The crowd could also see the change in Qin Shui. The current Qin Shui was rosy, energetic and vigorous, without a trace of sickness. They couldn't help but feel that Yi Huan's medical skills, just how miraculous they were. Qin Shui was inwardly suspicious for a while. Could it be that he really saved me? But looking at Yi Huan, who had a bad smile on his face, she suddenly thought of the previous bet and her pretty face blushed. She was not going to be a slave girl for this colorful wolf. Qin Shui rolled her eyes and huffed. This is definitely just luck. What does it have to do with you? Yi Huan smiled and said, it's fine if you don't recognize it, but the yin qi in your body is deeply rooted and hasn't been completely eradicated. If I didn't step in, I'm afraid it won't be long before your condition worsens again. When Qin Yushan heard this, he nervously walked over and arched his hand at Yi Huan. Don't, Master Yi, I'm counting on you for my daughter's condition. What request you have? Just mention it. Yi Huan let out a laugh and swung out a slap, slapping on Qin Shui's body. Call the master. The slap was loud and crisp, echoing between the corridors. Chapter 84, Teeth and Claws. It had to be said that Qin Shui had an excellent figure, and when Yi Huan withdrew his hand, her flesh was still elastic and shaking. Qin Shui was stunned, so shy that her blood rushed up, her pretty face red like a peach. She never expected that Yi Huan would dare to pat her there in public. Yi Huan shrugged. Didn't you slap me before? Now it's even. You colorful embryo. Old lady will fight with you. Qin Shui was like a fried meow. Her teeth and claws were open and she was furious. Qin Yushan pulled Qin Shui and persuaded her nicely. Alright, Shui'er, Brother Yi, is our family's benefactor. You respect people a little. Besides, Brother Yi is young and talented. He has a good look. It's not a bad thing for you to have more contact with him in the future and exchange young people's matters. Qin Lun, who was on the side, covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Qin Yushan's words were tantamount to setting the tone for this bet, making Qin Shui willing to lose. Father also knows that he has spoiled Shui'er, and has found someone who can subdue Shui'er, but for some reason, looking at this scene, a trace of jealousy rose within Qin Lun, somewhat interfering with Yi Huan's intimacy with Qin Shui. When Qin Shui heard this, she was even more furious. Father, I am your daughter. Aren't you pushing me into the fire pit? Yi Huan said helplessly. Why are you so fierce? Won't you just be my slave girl for a year? If you really can't, be a slave girl for a few more years. I don't mind. Qin Shui just wanted to refute. Just then, an old man in Chinese clothes walked over from the corner of the corridor. When he saw Yi Huan, his face instantly became agitated and he quickly walked towards Yi Huan. He stood in front of Yi Huan and bowed respectfully. Many thanks, Elder Yi, for allowing me to see this kind of miraculous medical skill in my lifetime. I just learned from my disciple that you are the young man who struck yesterday. Senior Ye's medical skills are worthy of the word marvelous. Yi Huan hurriedly helped Hu up. Master Hu is joking. This shallow means of mine is not up to par. Hu shook her head and said with a straight face, Nine Yang Xian Huang needle is a supreme needle technique that has long been lost. If this needle technique is taken out for auction, with a bid of $350 million, I'm afraid that there are people who would rush to take it. If this is still shallow, what kind of needlework can be talked about as precious? When the crowd heard this, they looked at each other in dismay. They did not think that Yi Huan's needle technique was actually so valuable. Shen Ronghua looked at Yi Huan's back, also somewhat shocked and unable to speak. His face only had a bitter smile. It seems that the 3 years that Ji Shao left the Yi family, there is also not a small change. Qin Shui's face was slightly stunned, but she quickly came back to her senses. Humph, how about 350 million? It's just my pocket money. She inwardly vowed that she must find an opportunity to break the bet with Yi Huan. She was a grand lady. Her fingers were not touched by Yangchun water. How could she give Yi Huan as a slave girl? On the other side, after Hu finished speaking, her body sank and actually had the tendency to kneel down. Yi Huan immediately grabbed Hu's shoulder and said with a bitter smile, Master Hu, don't kneel down. What do you need help with? Let's discuss slowly. Hu stared at Yi Huan and said seriously, Senior Yi, I only have one wish. Why don't you think about it and accept me as your disciple? I'm the founder of Jiang City's Chunyuan Hall. Becoming your disciple will be of great benefit to you as well. Hu's pale voice echoed out, shocking a floor of eyeballs. What is this? Chapter 85, Adopting an Apprentice. It should be known that although Hu did not say she, it did not mean that Hu's medical skills were inferior. He had been practicing medicine for dozens of years, and his reputation was well known throughout the country. Every year, I don't know how many people traveled to Jiangchang, wanting to consult him. Such a northern champion of the Chinese medicine industry actually worshipped a young man as his teacher? If this news were to be spread out, I'm afraid that it would set off a huge uproar in the first place. Yi Huan's scalp was numb for a while. Where had he ever met such a scene? Master Hu, it's better to forget about it. Where do I have this ability to be your master? If you want to learn the 9 Yang Xian Huang needle, I will just teach you. Anyway, this kind of medical skill is good if it can cure people. Why is there a need for a gateway? Huyu was touched for a moment when she heard this, admiring Yi Huan's open-mindedness. In fact, his valuation of $350 million for the 9 Yang Xian Huang needle was the most conservative. This kind of ancient needlework was a priceless treasure, and in the outside world, I don't know how many people would rush for it. If he obtained this needle technique, the old Hu family would have one more piece of crushing inheritance, which could not be measured by money. It was just that Yi Huan did not know how valuable the 9 Yang Xian Huang needle was and was willing to pass it on to him for free. But he, in his heart, knew the roots and could not take advantage of it for nothing. Huyu said with a straight face, if the name is not correct, the words are not correct. If you mind, it's fine to accept me as a registered disciple. You can rest assured. This needle technique, I will only use it to save people. I will not use it for any profit purposes. Yi Huan still did not dare to promise. The thought of suddenly having a 70-something-year-old disciple was terrifying him inwardly. Furthermore, he had achieved his medical skills by relying on the mysterious Huang Tingjing. Whether he could teach Huyu or not, he had no idea in his heart. There was nothing he could do about it. Huyu was determined and had the tendency of not getting up until you agree. Yi Huan prevaricated for a long time, but still couldn't argue with Huyu, so he could only nod his head with a bitter smile. Since this is the case, then I will accept you as a named disciple. Huyu's face was delighted at his words. Many thanks, master. Yi Huan nodded his head. If you learn this medical skill, you will be able to let more people be saved, and it will be considered a great merit. For this disciple, Yi Huan was still assured. He could tell that Huyu was a person with an upright heart, and Huyu's reputation for saving countless people was the best proof. Moreover, he had just said that he would grant the needle technique for free. Huyu could have directly agreed. However, he insisted on doing Yi Huan justice and refused to take advantage of him for nothing, which also allowed Yi Huan to see this old man's high moral character. Upon hearing this, Huyu pushed the gold mountain and knelt down like a jade pillar, and said to Yi Huan in a loud voice, Master is above. Please accept the disciple's bow. When Huyu stood up, Yi Huan brushed twice, wrote the essentials of the starting stance of the 9 Yang Xian Huang needle, blew the ink dry, and directly handed it to Huyu. He had only used the starting stance, 9 Yang's divine palace. As for the latter stitches, he had no idea in his heart, so he was not in a position to grant it to Huyu. Master, who was afraid of being bewitched, actually really worshipped this colorful embryo as his teacher. When Huyu took the essentials of acupuncture and left the hospital with a happy face, Xin Shui had an odd look on her face. Otherwise Master Hu, the old man, how could he do such a ridiculous thing? You should know that Master Hu is a nationally renowned miracle doctor, actually called out to your master. Xin Shui knew that Yi Huan was somewhat capable, but he was young, and no matter how superior his medical skills were, he couldn't be comparable to Huyu, right? But now, Huyu was actually fooled into worshipping Yi Huan as her master, which was really unimaginable. Hearing Xin Shui's muttering, Yi Huan rolled his eyes. Without me as a colorful man, your disease can't be cured now. Tick-tock. Suddenly, Yi Huan's cell phone called. Still a strange number? Yi Huan tapped his cell phone. Hello, may I ask who you are? On the other end of the cell phone, a soft and sweet female voice came. Mr. Yi, hello, I am Yi Qingyi. I attended the Su family's celebration banquet last time, the one sitting beside Miss Su. Yi Huan couldn't help but stare at the words. Chapter 86 Invitation. Regarding Yi Qingyi, he naturally had an impression. Yi Qingyi came from an antique family. Her father was the biggest antique dealer in Jiang City, and her family was well off. This woman's appearance was not inferior to Su Zixue's, with delicate features and a perfect body. She was a celebrity who was in and out of the upper echelons of society. However, why would she suddenly contact herself? Yi Huan pondered for a moment and asked, Ms. Yi, so what is your business? Yi Qingyi smiled and said, yesterday, the sheep's fat jade in the Song Dynasty box that you left behind in the Su family is now here with me. I would like to offer $15 million to buy these two objects. I don't know what you think. Yi Huan was slightly surprised, not thinking that these two items were actually in Yi Qingyi's hands. However, the price offered by Yi Qingyi was quite sincere. After all, the sheep's fat jade shattered into two halves. Its value had plummeted, and now, together with the wooden box, it could be sold for $15 million, which was very good. Yi Qingyi took a deep breath and continued. There is one more thing that Qingyi would like to ask Mr. Yi. I know that Mr. Yi has a diamond black card and has plenty of money. There is a business on my side that I want to talk to you about. What do you think? Yi Huan heard this and was suspicious for a while. Business? What business? There is no harm for you to speak straight now. Yi Qingyi gritted her teeth and said, I know it's abrupt to say so. Please forgive Mr. Yi for his offense. I have my eye on a batch of antiques. I don't have the funds to eat them. I would like to ask Mr. Yi to invest in them, and we'll split the difference that we earn when the time comes to repay you. I also have some rare antiques on my side that I can sell to you at a low price. As for why I'm looking for Mr. Yi, Lighty also has no choice, because for this transaction, Lighty has accepted the test and must complete it independently, and cannot use my father's funds, connections, but I guarantee, this business will not let Mr. Yi suffer. If you are free, can we meet face to face today? Yi Huan thought about it and didn't have much doubt. When the Yi family assessed the family descendants, they would likewise not allow them to utilize the power of the family. It was only natural that Yi Qingyi was forced to find him as a lifesaver. Moreover, when Yi Huan was young, he had quite a lot of research on antiques, and at this moment, when he heard this, he also became interested. Coincidentally, Yi Huan didn't have anything important to do today, so he agreed with alacrity. That's fine. You send the address for the interview. I'll be there later. Yi Qingyi was pleasantly surprised. In that case, thank you Mr. Yi. However, in a while, Yi Huan received a text message that was the address of a branch of ancient Jade Zhai. Yi Huan jotted down the number and had the sudden urge to leave. She was out of danger. Qin Shui's injuries were mostly healed, so there wasn't much point for him to stay any longer. Uncle Qin, Sister Lun, you guys go ahead and get busy. There's something on my side, so I'll take my leave. Qin Yushan sniffed and gave Qin Shui a look. Schwerer, why don't you go give Brother Yi a ride? Qin Shui stomped her foot. Why should I see him off? Qin Yushan said. Ramawa and I still have things to take care of. Lanner is here to look after Shishi. You're the only one who's free. Who's going if you don't go? Qin Shui was helpless, but on second thought, she thought that she could take this opportunity to break the bet with Yi Huan, so she nodded her head and agreed. As the two of them left, Qin Lan didn't forget to add, Schwerer, don't forget to give the gift to your benefactor. Qin Shui waved her hand. Got it, got it. Yi Huan walked beside Qin Shui, a pang of curiosity in his heart. The Qin family actually prepared a gift for him? What exactly was this gift? Chapter 87 Luxury Car. Halfway down the stairs between the two, Qin Shui suddenly pulled Yi Huan's wrist and came to a corner. Little girl family, temper came up, directly pushed Yi Huan to the wall, gave Yi Huan a wall thud. As soon as Qin Shui got close, her delicate nose almost hit Yi Huan's lips. Yi Huan could feel the ambiguous hot air exhaled by Qin Shui, as well as the charming fragrance of her body. It had to be said that putting aside Qin Shui's spiteful character, she was still very beautiful in person. Her body was shapely and elegant, and she was wearing an exquisite red jacket empty navel dress. The lower body is denim shorts, revealing white and slender legs, sexy and charming but also permeated with youthful vigor. When Qin Shui saw Yi Huan staring at her colorfully, her pink cheeks puffed up and she fiercely glared at Yi Huan. The beautiful flavor that comes out inadvertently, but it's a heart-stopping, so that Yi Huan is even more fascinated. Qin Shui gave Yi Huan a straight stare, realized that the situation was not right, blushed and pulled away. Yi Huan teased, What? Do you want to give your body in return? When Qin Shui heard this, she was furious and said with a stiff upper lip, You horny bastard, what are you complacent about? You're so young, what do you know about medicine? It's just a blind cat bumping into a dead rat. Yi Huan shrugged his shoulders. Who told you to lose the bet? You can only give me obediently as a slave girl for 1 year. Saying that, Yi Huan's tone toughened up. You'd better be honest. If you make me unhappy, you'll have to suffer. Qin Shui's stubborn temper came up and she said in a sulky manner, I don't care. I'll give you a check for 100 million, as a price to suspend the bet. Yi Huan sniffed and raised his eyebrows. This chick, worthy of being Qin Yueshan's daughter, was generous. But how could he, the second youngest of the Yi family, lack this 100 million? Seeing that Yi Huan did not respond, Qin Shui thought that he thought it was too little and could not help but despise it. 100 million can't satisfy you? Fine. I'll offer 200 million. You take the money. Immediately signed the agreement contract. I'll take it to daddy to deliver. Yi Huan smiled oddly. Agreement? When did I promise you? For me, wanting to make $200 million is not a problem at all, but wanting Miss Qin to be a maid for me for a year, that's rare and can't be exchanged with money. Qin Shui gritted her teeth and stretched out 3 fingers. I'll add another 100 million and offer 300 million. She did not believe that Yi Huan could resist the temptation of money. Yi Huan just said indifferently, for the next 1 month, you first follow my prescription and get well. Once this month is over, I will look for you to complete the bet. Remember to wash your hands and wait for me. Qin Shue's beautiful eyes contain anger. Yi Huan, you're talking big words less. You become my master? Can you afford it? Pa! Yi Huan was nonchalant and slapped Qin Shue's leg. Unbridled. How do you talk to your master? Holy! Qin Shui inwardly cursed all of Yi Huan's family. This guy was shameless, mooching off her 3 times and taking advantage of her. The innocence that she had guarded for 20 years had all been defiled by this bastard Yi Huan. Qin Shue's white and tender thighs stretched out, raised her high heels, wanting to give Yi Huan a hard blow. Yi Huan did not panic and said, TSK, chick, what do you want? If you are arrogant again, when your cold sickness returns and you are tortured, don't come and beg me. When Qin Shui heard this, her face flashed with a touch of awe and her anger was instantly extinguished. Yi Huan made her hate her teeth. That was true, but Qin Shui had to admit that Yi Huan had caught her pain. Right now, only Yi Huan could save her from her cold sickness. Before Yi Huan cured her cold disease, Qin Shui could not turn her face yet. Qin Shui hummed, I'll let you off this time. Here, this is the car key my sister prepared for you. The car is parked downstairs. You'll be able to find it soon. Yi Huan took the car keys and looked at the logo. Aston Martin? Yi Huan raised his eyebrows. This level of luxury car, the cheapest model was as high as $2 million. Since Qin Lan was able to give it away, the value of this Martin was afraid to be no less than $10 million. Alright, then chick, I'll pamper you next time. Chapter 88 Mischief. Yi Huan raised the car keys and wanted to leave. Seeing Yi Huan turn around, Qin Shue's eyes flashed with a touch of cunning. She quietly removed her high heels and raised her jade foot, wanting to kick on Yi Huan's back. Let you plant a dog. Qin Shui thought inwardly in triumph. Wow! The rest of Yi Huan's eyes had long glimpsed Qin Shue's small action, and he directly dodged sideways to avoid Qin Shue's sneak attack, and then with a smooth catch, he embraced the soft and boneless Qin Shui into his arms. Ah! What are you doing? Qin Shui screamed out. Slap! In response to her, there was a palm strike. Yi Huan waved his palm and slapped her body again. Ah! Don't! Yi Huan's force was just right and would not cause Qin Shui much pain, but this feeling was just too humiliating. She was flustered and disoriented. Her mind went blank, shocked and forgot to resist. Her heart filled with incredulity. How dare this guy Yi Huan be so savage and rough? Doesn't he know what compassion is? Her white tender hands against Yi Huan's shoulders. Sexy bastard. Stop it. Stop. Yi Huan was unimpressed. His heart was so happy. Calling this chick crazy. Calling this chick not knowing the sky and the earth. Now you know how powerful I am, right? Yi Huan hit 20 times before letting go of the blushing Qin Shui. In the future, remember, if you disobey your master's order, you will be punished. There was fragrant sweat on Qin Shui's forehead, and her golden wavy hair was a bit messy. She was wearing high heels while pointing at Yi Huan and cursing. Horny bastard. Wait for me. I will definitely retaliate back next time. However, what made Qin Shui feel a trace of strangeness within her heart was that although she was grieving to the extreme, she couldn't generate hatred towards Yi Huan. What did you say? Yi Huan seemed to be smiling. Could it be that you want to do it twice more? Qin Shui covered her behind and took a few steps backward. You're shameless. Don't you come over. Her breathing became a bit rapid. Don't give me the chance to catch you, or I'll make you look good. Yi Huan rubbed his hands and let out a playful laugh. That's fine. I'm waiting. Don't let me down. I love it when beautiful women make me look good. Seeing Yi Huan's deliberately swinging hands, Qin Shui's face became even more annoyed, blushing to the point of being able to pinch out water. Seeing this, Yi Huan could not help but laugh inwardly. He had long since seen that Qin Shui appeared to be bratty, but in her bones, she was shy and youthful. He shouldn't still come. I really can't eat anymore. When Qin Shui saw Yi Huan staring at her eyes flickered a little, but she quickly came back to her senses, her eyes containing anger. Who was she? It was Qin Shui, the $1,000 miss of Jinghe. What right did a tiny Yi Huan have to be mad with her? Just then, Yi Huan's lazy voice came. You've had yin qi in your body for too long. Your limbs are stiff. Now let me ask you, when you walk, do your heels still hurt? Qin Shui froze and took 2 steps on her high heels, suddenly realizing that her heels, which used to hurt when she walked, did not have the slightest problem now. Her eyebrows fluttered and she leaped like a small child. The problem of her foot pain was fine in normal times, but once she encountered a rainy day, it was really painful. But now, the root of the sickness seemed to be perfectly solved. Seeing this, Yi Huan revealed a mysterious smile. Do you think that I hit you those few times because I really wanted to eat your tofu? No, you're wrong. Big mistake. I struck in order to help you comb your veins and promote blood circulation. During this month, in addition to taking medicine on time, you must also keep warm in time and drink more ginger soup to get rid of your yin qi completely. By then, all the roots of your illness will be gradually dispelled, and your menstruation won't be disorganized down the line. After Yi Huan said that, he stood with his hands behind his back, with a high-profile stance. He wanted to turn around and leave. Just then, behind him, suddenly came Qin Shui's shy and slightly expectant voice. Then, how about, asshole, you shoot me 2 more times? Yi Huan coughed violently, and unsteady, almost fell down the stairs. Chapter 89 Money Fiasco. Saying goodbye to that chick Qin Shui, Yi Huan's eyes lit up and soon saw the Honorable Aston Martin in the parking lot. He sat in the car and inserted the key. The unique engine sound of the sports car rang throughout the parking lot, causing a burst of awe from passers-by. Many of the women passing by even made a flamboyant pretense. If it wasn't for the speed of the Aston, they couldn't wait to immediately go forward and ask for a number with Yi Huan. Even if Yi Huan didn't mind, they could drill into the passenger side and have a deep soulful exchange with Yi Huan. Yi Huan leaned on the car window with one hand and held the steering wheel with the other. His mood was cozy. It had to be said that the interior and configuration of the luxury car were all top level. Just sitting there gave an excellent experience. Since it's an antique deal, it's better to reserve a little bit of cash. Yi Huan's mind turned, navigated a bit, and parked the car at a nearby bank. It was worth mentioning that Hu Yu, in order to repay Yi Huan's kindness, directly gave Yi Huan a check for 50 million as a gift of worship. Yi Huan planned to extract a few tens of millions out and take it to the ancient Jade Jia to trade. In order not to be overly publicized, he did not park his car in front of the bank, but parked it on the side of the road and walked into the bank. He found a hall attendant and directly said, "Excuse me, where do you exchange this check?" The attendant gave a ceremonial smile and pointed to a service window. "Hello sir, check services are handled at this window." Yi Huan nodded and turned around to walk away. Suddenly, a professionally dressed woman, who had seen Yi Huan's figure from a great distance, stepped on her high heels and walked over. "TSK, Yi Huan, what brings you here?" The woman's appearance was beautiful. Her body was concave and convex. Her legs were snow-white and slender. Wearing high heels, her height was vaguely equal to Yi Huan's. This person was precisely Su Zishua's best friend, Yu Zisan, who had videoed with Su Zishua last night and persuaded her to divorce. She looked at Yi Huan contemptuously, her beautiful eyes sizing up Yi Huan's body, her gaze fixed on the check. "Yo-ho, you even brought a check. What? You door-to-door flunky. You still plan to withdraw money?" Yu Zishan's face flashed with a touch of sarcasm, not believing at all how much money Yi Huan's check had. In his opinion, Bai Xiao and Su Zishua were the most compatible. As for Yi Huan, would you please step aside? Su Zishua marrying Yi Huan was a mistake from start to finish, a waste of Su Zishua's youth. Bai Sikong is the only one who can bring happiness to Su Zishua. Yu Zisan spoke without any fear of passers-by, and her voice was so loud that she attracted a lot of people's eyes at once. Checks are not commonly used for most people, and the amount of the check, generally not too small. Yi Huan tucked this check. They thought Yi Huan was some kind of character. As a result, when they heard Yu Zisan say that Yi Huan was just a son-in-law at home, they immediately revealed an odd color and whispered. Seeing this, Yi Huan couldn't help but frown and said, "Ms. You, if you don't have anything to do, please get out of the way. I am, right now, your customer, here to exchange a check. Show some respect." Yu Zisan crossed her arms, her beautiful eyes flowing with a strange luster. "Yo-ho, you're still quite cross. What? Say you 2 sentences not happy? Say, this check, is Zishua give you, right? He, you don't need to admit it. It must be so. Zishua married you this waste. Really bad luck. It's just as well that you don't do your job and don't have a job. But you can't live. And you still need Zishua to get money to support you. That's just too funny. Zishua doesn't mind. I'm too ashamed of you." The people in the bank hall heard this and their faces changed slightly. They did not think that Yi Huan, who had a great instrument, was actually such a person. Chapter 90, Checks. Finished? Yi Huan's face was cold. "I still have things to do. Don't delay each other." Dog-eyed things. He had seen a lot in these 3 years. Yu Zisan's words like this, he didn't put it in his heart at all. No matter how this woman spoke, the billions of dollars lying in his card were also well and good, and wouldn't be a dime less. Yi Huan only needed to live a wonderful life by himself and that was enough. Yu Zisan laughed and waved her hand as if she was driving away a fly. "You think I want to waste more time with you? I'm just warning you. Leave Zishua before it's too late. You don't deserve her. If you keep acting like a mangy dog and don't leave, Bai Xiao will teach you how to behave. If it really comes to that, it's questionable whether you can keep your dog's life or not." Yi Huan shrugged his shoulders, revealing an indifferent stance, handing his check, ID card, and bank card, together into the service window. "This check, take 10 million in cash, and deposit the rest into the card." "Okay, sir," the teller responded habitually, but when she recalled the string of data Yi Huan reported, her expression slightly stagnated. "What the hell? $10 million? And this is still only a portion? Is there such a thing as bragging? The entire bank, because of Yi Huan's words, completely fell into dead silence. Bank employees, customers and pedestrians have turned their heads and looked at Yi Huan with a shocked face. Yi Huan's check, can it be so valuable? Yu Zisan, however, looked at Yi Huan with a cold smile. Yi Huan, are you crazy for money? This is a bank. It's not like you can take out $10 million from just any piece of scrap paper. Saying that, she knocked on the glass window and looked at the teller. Xiao Yu, show me this check. Yu Zisan was the lobby manager. Xiao Yu sniffed and obediently handed the check to Yu Zisan. Yu Zisan casually grabbed the check, looked at the number of the check, and her vision froze. The series of zeros gave her the illusion of heavy shadows. She murmured incredulously, $50 million? How is this possible? Her volume suddenly amplified. Fake, definitely fake. Yi Huan, you forged the check. Yu Zisan knew that the total assets of Su Zishue's company was $80 million. A check for $50 million. Su Zishue couldn't come up with it, so Yu Zisan subconsciously doubted the authenticity of the check. But the check can't fool anyone. As a banker with a degree in banking, she knew clearly that this check was fully stamped, without any traces of alteration, and was extremely trustworthy. She was inwardly suspicious. This check, how on earth did Yi Huan get it? When the crowd heard that the check was fake, they let out a light breath. They said, how could a check of such a large amount appear on a flunky? Yi Huan impatiently said, are you finished? The check is definitely real. Then you say, where did the check come from? Picked it up? Or cheated? Yu Zisan collected the check and righteously scolded in a stern voice. Today, if you don't make it clear, I'll call the police. I will also call Zishue to come over, so that she can see what kind of virtue you, this waste of a husband, really is. There was no doubt in her heart that with Yi Huan's skills, this check was definitely not his. This matter had a tendency to intensify, and many people had gathered around to watch and tsk, an idle son-in-law with an extra $50 million check. When this matter was spread out, it could be on TV. They decided inwardly that it must be Yi Huan's unclean hands that got the check. Otherwise, what family was so rich to give $50 million to a flunky? Chapter 91, the president of the bank. Those few female employees who were onlookers looked at Yi Huan with disdain and whispered, this guy is also too classless. Eating soft rice is obediently eating soft rice. Hands and feet are still not clean, when it is really worse than a pig and dog. Yes, this check is fake. That's all. Really? Then he doesn't know he has to sit in jail for a few years. Yi Huan's eyes were full of coldness. The check, I didn't pick it up. I didn't steal it. It was sent to me by someone else. Yu Zisan laughed sarcastically. You don't even have a proper job. You are a soft eater. Can someone be so stupid as to send you $50 million? You must have stolen someone else's check. And it's not likely that the one you stole was the Su family's. I'll say this in advance. Your behavior is punishable by imprisonment. Don't blame me for not being polite if you persist. She took out her phone and dialed Su Zishue's number. Zishue, come to our bank. This guy Yi Huan, he's disgraced you. Yi Huan slammed the table and angrily rebuked out. You are talking nonsense. Where is your bank president? Let him come out to see me. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't hit women, he would have kicked Yu Zisan off long ago. This kind of indiscriminate and stupid woman really made people angry. Yu Zisan sneered. Joke, if you say you'll see the governor, you'll be allowed to see him? Who do you think you are? Looking at Yi Huan, who was caught by herself, Yu Zishan's heart surged. As long as this matter was brought out, Yi Huan and Zishue's marriage would definitely be yellow. Bai Xiao had been pursuing Su Zishue, and when he succeeded, in a good mood, he might be able to reward her with a few million in hard-earned money. Thinking of this, she was even more bloodthirsty and glanced at Yi Huan disdainfully. Scrap son-in-law, don't run away. I'll see how you'll end up after Zishue arrives. Yi Huan laughed coldly and simply sat on top of his position, clasping his hands unhurriedly. Since Yu Zisan didn't know what to do and insisted on this, then today's matter could not be settled. He would make Yu Zisan pay the price. Huai Mansion is a long way from the bank, but in a while, Su Zishue's company's Audi car stopped at the door. Su Zishue opened the door of the car, face panicked, quickly walked into the bank door. Zisan, what exactly is the situation? When Yu Zishan saw Su Zishue, her eyes couldn't help but light up. Then she pointed at Yi Huan, revealing a contemptuous expression. Zishue, this guy Yi Huan, sneaking around with someone else's check to withdraw money. This check is a large amount, a full $50 million. It's very likely that Yi Huan stole it from the Su family. Su Zishue stroked her sweat-stained hair and helplessly said, Zisan, there is definitely a misunderstanding in this matter. I believe in Yi Huan's character. He wouldn't steal anything. Yu Zisan sneered. Zishue, you are kind-hearted. Don't give people like Yi Huan the blinders. He might use your trust to do some stealing behind your back. It's not possible to say. Su Zixue stomped her foot and was about to continue explaining. Just then, a majestic voice came over. Manager Yu, what's the situation on your side? Someone stole the check? Seeing this middle-aged man, Yu Zisan's face was delighted and she hurriedly said, Yes, Governor Li, this is the man who stole the check. Following Yu Zisan's guidance, Governor Li looked at Yi Huan and frowned slightly. The check that Yi Huan took out involved a huge amount of money, which quickly alarmed him. Young man, isn't it good to do some business? Governor Jia glanced at Yi Huan. Yi Huan said indifferently, I advise you to take a look at the check before talking to me. If this matter is not resolved properly today, I will let you know the price. Yu Zisan snorted. Stupid. Still talking nonsense here when you're dying. Pay the price? Are you capable of that again? Governor Li sniffed, but a few threads of doubt rose within him. He was someone who had seen the world and had come into contact with many big names. Yi Huan's imposing manner of talking, his attitude, caused him to pay attention. This young man was a bit unsimple. Chapter 92 The Balance. Governor Li coughed and his gaze went to Yu Zisan. Manager Yu, don't rush to cover your tracks first. Show me this gentleman's check first. Yu Zisan froze, sniffing out a few hints of something fishy. She could feel that the governor's attitude had a subtle change. Well, here's the check. Governor Li took the check, glanced at the name of the checking account, and couldn't help but stare. Chun Yuan Tang? This is the check given by Master Hu? Hu Yu was no ordinary Chinese medicine practitioner, but a nationally renowned Chinese medicine titan. He had become a living signboard of Jiang City, and every year, he didn't know how many people rushing to Jiang City for his name. Based on this alone, the city's tourism bureau wanted to give Hu Yu a special medal. It was no exaggeration to say that he had promoted the economic development of Jiang City with his own efforts. Yi Huan said indifferently, That's right, Master Hu is my friend. This check, is him sending me? Su Zixue stood by Yi Huan's side, a flash of bewilderment in her eyes. She was aware that Yi Huan slightly knew some medical skills, but when did he, in fact, become Master Hu's friend? Ridiculous. Yu Zisan scolded. Don't put gold on your face. What is Master Hu's status? Are you worthy of knowing him? The way I see it, you stole this check when his old man wasn't paying attention. Yi Huan's expression remained unchanged as he continued. Don't believe me? You can call according to the invoice number and see if it's true or not. Governor Jia nodded. Anyway, before allocating funds, it was necessary to contact the billing company to confirm the authenticity. Beep beep beep. Soon, Governor Li hung up the phone, a flash of embarrassment in his eyes. The phone call was clear, and Master Hu's tone was solemn. This was the check for Yi Huan. Yu Zisan, did the wrong thing? He bowed towards Yi Huan. Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry. It's our bank that misunderstood you. This check, true and correct. You can withdraw the money anytime. Once again, I say sorry to you. Please be generous and forgive us for our dereliction of duty. Yu Zisan's face turned white and she opened her mouth in shock. Impossible. It's actually true that Master Hu gave the check? Governor Jia said seriously. Yu Zisan, shut up. Master Hu personally answered the phone. Can it be fake? On the contrary, it's you who jumped to conclusions without understanding the situation, really discrediting our bank. Yu Zisan was still in disbelief. Her face was pale and she shook her head. It can't be possible. President Li, you confirm it again. Maybe this is Yi Huan finding someone to impersonate him? This, Governor Li's eyes flashed a flash of hesitation. To be honest, he did not dare to be 100% sure in his heart that there was no problem with this. After all, Yi Huan was so young and dressed in a pair of ground floor goods. How could he look at it? He didn't look like a person of status. Counterfeit? Yi Huan revealed a cold smile. Governor Li, find a place at random. Let's have an interview. Not much time. 1 minute is enough. Governor Li hesitated for a moment and gently nodded. Alright, this way please. The two entered the bank's VIP waiting room, and just after taking their seats, Yi Huan took out his diamond black card. Governor Li's jaw dropped and a cool air ran up to his heart. The diamond black card of the Swiss bank? This is a precious card that can only be obtained if the stored amount is more than $100 million. Yi Huan smiled faintly. I'm checking the balance now. No problem, right? Governor Li wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and his face piled up with a smile. No problem. Chapter 93 Dismissal. Balance, 1.8 billion. When the screen displayed the string of amounts, Governor Li's eyes went bloodshot. It was the first time he had seen a bank card that had deposited so much money. One must know that their bank, too, only had a few $100 million of cash stored. The average customer, who wanted to withdraw $1 million, would have to make an appointment in advance. He took a deep breath, and inwardly directly gave Yu Zisan a death sentence. The young man in front of him was absolutely terrifyingly big. Yi Huan collected the card and smiled faintly. It seemed that Tang Fei was developing well, and there were several $100 million of dividends hitting the account again. I have to find an opportunity to meet with Xiao Zhang some other day. Yi Huan said inwardly. Immediately after, he cast his gaze towards Governor Li. This matter, I don't want other people to know. Governor Li hurriedly said. Alright, don't worry, I will definitely not talk nonsense. Yi Huan nodded slightly. Then how to deal with Yu Zishan? Do you understand? Governor Li was righteous. Understood. Definitely understand. Outside the bank, Yu Zishan swore to Su Zixue. Zixue? Yi Huan can't possibly get this $50 million. There must be something fishy inside. A bitter smile surged on Su Zixue's pretty face. She really didn't know how to explain to Yu Zishan. However, she was clear that Yi Huan was able to round up 9 angels' kisses. $50 million might not be anything to him. Yu Zishan continued. Zixue, I sincerely advise you, divorce Yi Huan. Which point is Bai Xiao not better than him? Su Zixue shook her head. Zishan, don't say this. I'm worried about you. If this check is real, you shouldn't be punished by the bank, right? A few female bank employees beside her smiled as they heard. This lady, don't worry, Manager Yu is definitely fine. That's right, last time, Governor Li even drank tea with Manager Yu's father. The relationship is good for miles. Yu Zishan smiled and said, not bad, a Yi Huan, can't take me yet. Her family's energy is not bad, otherwise she is young. Also can't climb the bank manager this position. This was also the reason why Yu Zishan was emboldened. Even if she humiliated Yi Huan, or even misunderstood Yi Huan, so what? Governor Li was towards her. Nothing would happen to her. Su Zixue nodded. This matter was something he had overthought. With Yu Zishan's connections, how could she be fired? Right at this moment, Yi Huan and Governor Li walked out from the VIP channel. Governor, how's the investigation going? Yu Zishan walked over and asked with a smile. Don't look at just now. Governor Li had a fierce look on his face, but later on, behind her back, he would definitely persuade her well. Waste Yi Huan, you will never understand what kind of experience it is to have connections. Yu Zishan was complacent inside. What how? Governor Li snorted coldly. Did you just go deaf? Or did I not make myself clear? The check is Mr. Yes, no questions asked. Yu Zishan sniffed and was inwardly shocked. It was the first time that Governor Li spoke to her in such an icy tone. So what? He's his. Yu Zishan's tone was dissatisfied. Seeing Yi Huan looking at him with a playful face, Yu Zishan glared angrily. Rubbish, what are you looking at? Take your check and get lost. Governor Li thundered, pointing at Yu Zishan's nose. I think you're the one who should roll. A paper contract fell. This is the termination contract. Yu Zishan, you are fired. On the scene, a pin drop could be heard. Chapter 94, Talking Business. Yu Zishan screamed out. How can that be? Governor Li, you're going to fire me? Governor Li's gaze was cold and unmoved. The Yu family's energy was not small, but compared to Yi Huan, it was not worth mentioning. He would not offend the Honorable Yi Huan for that shallow friendship. Seeing Yu Zishan's tendency to spill her guts, Governor Li waved his hand with a disgusted expression. If you give me any more trouble, I'll have the security guards get you out of here. After saying that, Governor Li looked at Yi Huan with a pleasing face. Mr. Yi, the $40 million of the check has been transferred to your account. There is also the $10 million of cash you asked for. Wait a moment, it will be ready for you right away. Yi Huan nodded lightly, holding Su Zixue's jade hand, smiled and said, Zixue, first go out with me, I'll drive the new car over. The bank can also put the money into the trunk. $10 million? I'm afraid that it would take 2 suitcases to fill it up. Yi Huan was too lazy to wait, so he simply drove the car over and let the bank slowly load it. Feeling the warmth of Yi Huan's big hand, Su Zixue's pretty face reddened, but didn't break free as usual. Just that she didn't leave immediately, but glanced at Yu Zishan and said in a complicated way, Yi Huan, it's better for you not to get angry with Zishan. It's not good for her to be removed like this. When Yu Zishan heard this, she gratefully glanced at Su Zixue, but more in her heart was the resentment and indignation towards Yi Huan. She didn't know Yi Huan, what kind of bewitching soup he had given to Governor Li, and actually dismissed himself. But now, if Yi Huan knew to repent, then this matter, there was still room for maneuver. Yi Huan faintly said, let her go? It's not impossible, just let her give me a bow and apologize. Yu Zishan heard this and screamed out, what? Let me apologize to a punk like you? Are you worthy of that? Who do you think you are? Yi Huan waved his hand. Then there's no talking about it? Yu Zishan's eyes were red and she did not have any intention of begging for forgiveness. Instead, she threatened Yi Huan. You wait and see. We're not finished. She laughed inwardly. When she went to Bai Xiao's side, she added oil and vinegar to Su Yi Huan. Bai Xiao would definitely kill Yi Huan. Besides, her family is not without energy. Want to get a waste of son-in-law? It is not an easy thing. Yi Huan did not even look at Yu Zisan, turned around and pulled Su Zixue away. Su Zixue sighed and figured it out at once. With Yu Zisan's arrogance, she definitely won't bow down. The big deal is that she will just change her job. The two of them were shoulder to shoulder, walking on the steps in front of the bank. Su Zixue was silent for a moment and couldn't help but ask, Yi Huan, how did you get to know Master Hu? Yi Huan let out a laugh. Do you believe me when I say he is my disciple? Su Zixue's beautiful eyes contained anger and flavor. You're less poor. What is Master Hu's status to be able to worship you as a disciple? Just forget it if you refuse to say it. Yi Huan muttered. I really didn't lie to you. Su Zixue was helpless and changed the topic. Then what are you doing today? Suddenly withdrawing so much money? Yi Huan answered truthfully. Ancient Jade Zhaiji Qingyi looked for me and wanted to talk about a business. Su Zixue floated a flower-like silhouette, slightly stunned. Yi Qingyi? She actually looked for Yi Huan to discuss business? Su Zixue smelled a hint of threat and hummed. Doing business? Then you have to be honest with me. Don't do anything behind my back. For some reason, imagining Yi Qingyi's appearance made Su Zixue feel a little uncomfortable inside. Chapter 95, Shock. Looking at the slightly dissatisfied Su Zixue, the corner of Yi Huan's mouth lifted slightly. What? Are you jealous? Su Zixue's small face reddened and stomped her foot. You are too arrogant. Right, what can I be jealous of? At this moment, Su Zixue's beautiful eyes slightly glared. Seemingly angry. Seemingly angry. Seemingly angry. Beautiful and beautiful. Looking at Yi Huan slightly lost in thought. For 3 years, this was the first time Su Zixue revealed such a look. Yi Huan gripped Su Zixue's jade hand tightly. His voice softened a touch. Zixue, don't worry. You are the only one in my heart. I only like you. Hearing Yi Huan's love story-like explanation, Su Zixue's side face reddened to the root of her ears, and a trace of sweetness surged in her heart. Unconsciously, her heart that was like an iceberg also had traces of dissolution. She pretended to be relaxed and raised her head, looking around, not daring to look directly at Yi Huan's burning gaze. This car is so expensive. Suddenly, her eyes stopped on a luxurious sports car in front of her left, and she trembled slightly inwardly. She didn't pay attention to luxury cars, but under the influence of her ears, she still had some understanding. Aston Martin, the top luxury car produced in Europe. Looking at the model of this car, it was feared to be no less than $10 million. Su Zixue shifted her gaze and swept around. Her brows couldn't help but knit slightly. Yi Huan, are you looking in the wrong place? Where is your car? She subconsciously thought that this Martin car was not Yi Huan's. However, in this neighborhood, other than the Martin car, there were no other stopped vehicles. Yi Huan smiled and said, You guess? Su Zixue snapped. Guess what guess? Hurry up and bring the car. The sun is shining. This guy, Yi Huan, is really swell. Only a few days later, he dares to make fun of her. Yi Huan revealed a bright smile. Well then, the car you want is far away and near. Su Zixue sniffed and was a bit puzzled. Could it be that Yi Huan could still do magic tricks and change a car out of thin air? Suddenly, her petite body shook, and her beautiful eyes revealed an unbelievable expression. You mean this Martin car is your new car? Su Zixue's heart thumped. Her clear and moving voice slightly trembled. Yi Huan smiled, didn't respond, just took out the Martin car's keychain and gently pressed it. Tick-tock, snap. A loud sound came from the Aston Martin car, and the door opened at once. Guessed correctly. Rewarded with a permanent co-pilot. Yi Huan walked over and pulled open the passenger door, bending elegantly to Su Zixue. Ma'am, please get on the car. Su Zixue covered her red lips, unable to speak for a long time. She did not expect that this Martin car was actually really Yi Huan's. Just ask, which woman does not have the dream of sitting in a luxury car? It was just that the price of a luxury car like the Aston Martin was enough to buy a house in the city center. Although Su Zixue's family is rich, they only use BMW for transportation. As for this kind of luxury car, also do not dare to hope one day can buy. Su Zixue came back to her senses and pretended to slap Yi Huan without thinking. Complaining, you're not this wasteful even if you're rich. This Martin car is worth a lot, right? However, the overflowing smile on her face when she got into the Martin car could not fool Yi Huan. I have to buy a good car for Zixue some other day. Yi Huan secretly said inwardly. Rumble. The raging engine sound of the Martin car penetrated out, causing a gasp from the passers-by. When the Martin car stopped at the front door of the bank, the people inside turned around and stopped, with a shocked look on their faces. It had to be said that a good sports car was good for both men and women, and everyone's eyes swept over the surface of the sports car, secretly guessing which rich young man had descended. When Yu Zisan saw this sports car, her mouth opened into a circle. In her weekdays, she specialized in studying these luxury cars, and even bit the bullet and saved up to buy a $2 million supercar. But her supercar, compared to this Martin car, was nothing. She recognized it at a glance. The model of this Aston Martin was the 177. It was limited to 77 units worldwide. Its selling price, too, was not $10 million as Su Zixue had imagined, but as high as $47 million. Counting the landed price and customs tax, the price of this car, I'm afraid it's not less than $60 million. This kind of car, you can't buy it with money alone. You need connections and energy. It's a symbol of wealth and status. Yu Zisan's eyes are full of little stars, a look of nymphomania. The owner of this car is definitely a more powerful broad than Bai Xiao. If only I could hook up. She squirmed for a moment, took out the makeup mirror she was carrying, straightened her hair, revealed a perfect smile, and walked towards the sports car. Yu Zisan was still very confident in her looks, especially her long, round and white legs. Definitely a killer. No chance this broad young man likes women like her. He rolled down the car window. He's going to say hello to me. Watching the black car window slowly fall, Yu Zisan's heart jumped to her throat. The smile on her face intensified, and she tightly bit her lower lip, full of seductive behavior, waiting at any time for the broad-minded man to hit on her. But when she saw the two people inside the exit window, her smile completely froze, only to see Yi Huan was placing his hands on the steering wheel, revealing a sarcastic smile. Yo, isn't this MS? You, why are you scratching your head here? Come on, come closer, let me see how Thai you can be. Facing Yi Huan's mockery, Yu Zisan was shocked and speechless. Her heart set off huge waves. Chapter 96, Ancient Jade Jai. What's going on? He. Actually can afford to drive a Martin car? In this instant, Yu Zisan, no matter how stupid or savage she was, thought everything clearly. The check was Yi Huan's. Master who must have known Yi Huan as well. The reason why Governor Li softened and fired her was because he knew Yi Huan's identity. His status. Yi Xiao. This is a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. Yu Zisan piled up an ugly smile on her face. Yi Xiao. I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Yi Huan smiled, without any intention of paying any attention to Yu Zisan. Just at this time, several bank personnel, carrying safe deposit boxes came out in a line. Seeing Yi Huan sitting in the luxury car, they revealed respectful expressions and carefully put the safe into Yi Huan's back seat. Yu Zisan stood there alone, regretting even more inside. At this moment, she had completely dismissed the idea of taking revenge on Yi Huan. Instead, she was racking her brain on how to obtain Yi Huan's forgiveness. However, since the beginning, Yi Huan was indifferent and did not have any intention to pay attention to her. With the rear lid box falling down, Yi Huan urged the engine, and directly took off, leaving behind only a string of faint exhaust fumes. During this process, Yu Zisan had several times wanted to open her mouth, but in the end, she just watched Yi Huan leave. She couldn't help but stomp her feet in chagrin, squatting on the ground and sobbing silently. After Yi Huan redelivered Su Zixue back to Huawei Company, he followed the navigation and arrived at the ancient Jade Jai branch where Yi Qingyi was located. Although this place was only a branch, there was still a steady stream of people coming and going, attracting a large number of antique enthusiasts, and it was bustling with activity. Yi Huan parked his car and just entered the lobby. He found that Yi Qingyi had already waited there. She was wearing a green-colored floral dress, which set off her temperament more and more elegant, just like an orchid in an empty valley. Her proud figure, with its concave and convex figure, also made people linger and was extremely eye-catching. Mr. Yi, hello. Yi Qingyi's eyes lit up, instantly capturing Yi Huan's figure, smilingly twisting her water snake waist and walking over. Ever since she saw Yi Huan's diamond black card, it was clear beyond words within her that Yi Huan was a man of uncommon energy. If she could get his investment and help, she would definitely be able to securely pass this family trial. Of course, pies don't fall from the sky, everything has a price. So this time, she also bled a lot and prepared quite a few superb antiques for Yi Huan to choose from. At this moment, Liang Barui, the shopkeeper of ancient Jade Jai, was sitting in front of the counter to appreciate the antiques. Seeing that the young lady greeted a strange man so warmly, Liang Barui's eyes widened in astonishment and the antiques in his hands fell onto the table. The lady's wrist is not bad, her heart is very high. In normal times, it is a high and unsmiling posture. However, today, she actually specially dressed, waiting early, to a man so important? But this guy again, so look, there is no special on the contrary, also dressed extremely poor, at first glance as a poor man. Seeing the slight change in Liang Barui's expression, Yi Qingyi smiled faintly. Uncle Liang, this is Mr. Yi Huan whom I specially invited. I have business to interview with him. You entertain the guests here with the shopkeeper. If there is anything, just call me. After saying that, Yi Qingyi smiled at Yi Huan and invited him to take a seat in the elegant room inside. Liang Barui's eyes flashed with suspicion as he looked at Yi Huan's back, trying to recall something. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh, revealing a sudden realization. This fellow, wasn't it the Su family's superfluous son-in-law, Yi Huan? Yi Huan had been a member of the Su family for 3 years, and his reputation had long spread in Hangzhou City. Many families had used Yi Huan's example to teach their children to study well, not to grow up to be a useless son-in-law. Thinking of this, Liang Barui's eyes flashed with an odd color. It's really strange. What qualifications does he have to be able to talk to a young lady? Is he going to divorce and join the Yi family? However, Yi Qingyi's usual majesty was there. He did not dare to ask more questions, and concentrated on sitting in front of the cabinet, studying the antiques at hand. Entering the elegant room, what met his eyes was a table of ancient and magnificent tea sets. Yi Huan secretly nodded. Yi Qingyi was quite thoughtful. Mr. Yi, you can count on having a good taste today. Lighty has recently plucked a little bit of Mingqian Longjing, just in time to brew it for you to taste. Yi Huan walked forward and stroked up a piece of yellow-green color, flat and handsome tea leaves. His eyes lit up. This Mingqian Longjing of yours, is it plucked from the 18 imperial tea trees? Yi Qingyi's eyes flashed with a touch of surprise and smiled. What makes you think so, sir? Yi Huan sniffed a trace of the tea's aroma and said intoxicatedly, the tea leaves of the imperial tea. The cords are straight and faded. Compared to the ordinary Longjing, the folds are slightly more. The color is yellowish, and the aroma is mellow and unique. Saying that, Yi Huan showed his teeth and smiled. But for a coarse person like me, being able to quickly distinguish a certain kind of tea is still because I've drank it. TSK, imperial tea can be hard to get. The production of just 18 trees a year, holding up half a caddy of tea. Ms. Yi, take this tea to entertain me. If you don't get a deal, aren't you afraid of losing money? Yi Qingyi covered her mouth and laughed, just for Mr. Ye's insight, this tea will be brewed for you. As Yi Huan said, the price of Dragonwell imperial tea was indeed expensive. Just 1 or 2 could be auctioned for millions. However, Yi Qingyi was sincere in her dealings with Yi Huan, so she did not care about these gains and losses. What made her inwardly surprised was that Yi Huan could actually recognize the tea. It seemed that this time, she had not misjudged anyone. The two of them smiled at each other and sat opposite each other. Yi Qingyi rolled the tea set with boiling water and started to brew tea for Yi Huan. Yi Qingyi's technique was flowing. Her dress was clear and elegant, as if she was like a person in a painting, pouring the country into the city, like a dream. Looking at Yi Huan's soul, his heart and mind swayed. Looking at Yi Huan's piggish appearance, Yi Qingyi laughed out loud and handed over the tea soup. Yi Huan blushed and took the teacup. Thank you, Miss Yi. No harm. Please also ask Mr. Yi to savor it. Yi Huan slightly nodded, uncovered and smelled. A top-quality Dragonwell unique aroma curled up, and mixed with a hint of honey sweetness. Yet to taste, just smell, is a great enjoyment. Yi Huan opened the lid, took a look at the bright and clear tea broth. His eyes showed appreciation, and drank it all, only to feel the sweetness and freshness, teeth and cheeks. When Yi Huan put down the cup, Yi Qingyi naturally picked up the teapot and refilled Yi Huan's cup. Yi Huan did not refill the cup, but smiled and said, Miss Yi, now we can talk about business. Yi Qingyi nodded and took out Yi Huan's Song Dynasty box. She lifted the lid, and inside happened to be the suet jade that was broken into 2 petals. Seeing the sheepskin jade, Yi Huan secretly sighed. This sheepskin jade, an object that Ma Qingguan had specially prepared for him, was extremely precious. Now it was good. Not only did he not send it out, but instead, it was broken into 2 halves for Elder Su. Chapter 97 Imperial Green. The sheep fat jade fell so, Yi Huan also cannot return Ma Qingguan. Their eyes and see distraction. Simply a brain sold to Yi Qingyi is. Yi Qingyi softly said, Mr. Yi, these 2 objects together, 15 million is no problem, right? Yi Huan nodded lightly. Alright, I don't expect to sell much. Seeing Yi Huan's appearance of being rich and generous, Yi Qingyi's heart was secretly revitalized. This business, Ancient Jade Zhai was actually going to make a big profit. They mastered a special technique that allowed them to recondition broken jade. Although it would be slightly flawed, it would not be a big problem and could still be sold at a good price. Yi Qingyi put away the jade and a flash of embarrassment flashed across his eyes. It's just that Mr. Yi, this 15 million may not be able to be taken out by Light E for a while. If you are willing, you can exchange it for a few objects from the store. Don't worry, the ones prepared for you are definitely some superb antiques, and won't let you suffer. Yi Huan smiled and didn't mind. Yi Qingyi had asked him to invest, and could still take out a few dollars. He was secretly curious as to what superb antiques Yi Qingyi had hidden. He always thought that there were unknown secrets buried in those treasures that had been passed down to the present day. Just like last time, Ma Qingguan gave him a pair of Huang Tingjing, which allowed him to accidentally obtain the medical art inheritance. Without this medical skill, he wouldn't have been able to save Shishi and befriend Qinlan and the others. Yi Qingyi lightly exhaled a breath and her face was happy. This was a very good start. Looking at Yi Huan, who had a bland expression, a trace of curiosity inexplicably rose within Yi Qingyi. Mr. Yi, taking the liberty to ask, this sheep's fat jade of yours, where did you pluck it from? This question, buried in Yi Qingyi's heart for a long time. After all, Yi Huan's rise was too sudden. A much-spurned waste flunky, who had no job and did housework in the middle of 3 years, had transformed into the owner of a diamond black card, and also owned the very finest sheep's fat jade. This confusion, like a cat's claw, tickled Yi Qingyi's heart, making her unable to resist asking questions. Yi Huan smiled sparingly. I am incapable of panning for it. The sheep fat jade is a gift from my friend. Is that so? Yi Qingyi was a little disappointed inside. Yi Huan was afraid that he didn't tell the truth. However, Yi Qingyi didn't stupidly pursue the question. She just smiled and responded. To be able to have such a friend, Mr. Yi is also very impressive. She put down the tea set and gracefully stretched her waist, intending to show Yi Huan around the antiques. But just then, her cell phone rang. Yi Qingyi took out her cell phone. It was a call from the shopkeeper. Liang Barui. Uncle Liang, what's wrong? On the other end of the phone, Liang Barui's tone was solemn. Miss, this matter is a bit urgent. You should come out and take a look. Someone here wants to sell a piece of superb jadeite, or emperor green. I can't decide. Do you want to come over to check? Yi Qingyi's eyes flashed with a touch of shock. The emperor green jadeite species, that is considered to be the best of the best. Even though Uncle Liang was senior and experienced, he definitely didn't dare to make a decision. That's fine. I'll come over soon. Yi Qingyi finished hanging up the phone and smiled apologetically at Yi Huan. Mr. Yi, there is something on my side. You rest here for a moment and drink some tea. I will be back soon. A strange aura flashed in Yi Huan's eyes. Ms. Yi, I'm also interested in that emperor green. Why don't we go and take a look together? Yi Qingyi was slightly stunned, then nodded. That's fine. Mr. Yi, come with me. The two of them hurriedly stepped and re-arrived at the main hall. In front of the cabinet, a young man in a lab coat had an impatient look on his face, and his mouth seemed to be muttering something. In front of him, a gold silk brocade bag was placed, which was slightly bulging as if it was hiding some item. Yi Huan and Yi Qingyi came closer before they heard the young man muttering something. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm in a hurry to use money, I wouldn't have stolen the family heirloom to sell it. Yi Huan suddenly asked, what are you talking about stealing? The young man's complexion flashed a flash of panic and waved his hand. What steal what? You heard wrong. He coughed, tapped the tabletop, and exclaimed, where is your boss? If you don't take it, I'll leave. Don't delay. Yi Qingyi walked forward and looked at the young man with a grave expression. Hello sir, I am the owner of this store. The young man sized up Yi Qingyi for a few moments and didn't say anything more. He just pushed the brocade bag to Yi Qingyi. Take a look at it. It's natural that you know all about it, and you should have an idea of what price you should offer. Yi Qingyi nodded slightly and held the brocade bag in his hand. Just as he wanted to open it, a clamor suddenly came from the doorway. Only a few nearby antique store owners caught wind of it and came into the ancient jade lounge. Boss Yi, I heard that you guys have produced an imperial green here? Yes. Quickly give the group a look. When the young man saw this, a flash of pride flashed across his eyes. He swept a glance at the crowd, the look as if saying, you don't want it, there are plenty of people who do. When Yi Qingyi saw this, a few bitter smiles surfaced at the corners of his mouth. As expected, the information of these old foxes was accurate. She had only come out before, and these antique bosses had followed her over. Although Yi Qingyi was uncomfortable inside, her expression was unchanged and she even revealed a hint of a smile. Since this is the case, I also invite all the bosses to taste and savor together to see the color of this imperial green. The several bosses nodded excitedly, their eyes filled with longing. Although their capital flow was no match for the Yi family's ancient jade lodge, but if this thing was really imperial green, then they would have to take a shot at it even if they spelled out most of their fortune. To know, jadeite color to green is respected. A piece of jadeite can reach the emperor green, color must be to ice above, is extremely rare treasure. If it is a piece of glass seed of the emperor green, that is more priceless treasures. Glass seed emperor green bracelet necklace, the price is to billion to do unit. Even a smaller ring is at the 10 million level. Yi Qingyi smiled bashfully and gently opened the pouch, taking out the emerald bracelet inside. The moment the emerald bracelet appeared under the illumination of the light, revealing a bright and compelling green color. The heavens, what a superb green color. This color, my god, absolutely. Several antique store owners sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes greedily lingering on the jadeite bracelet. This green color was extremely unique. The green ground seemed to be able to flow with oil. It was on the verge of dripping out. Yi Qingyi's eyes flashed with a touch of shock. She actually didn't expect that this green color was actually so superb. she inwardly murmured out softly. This emerald wrist, green in the blue tone, but not partial color. This even if it is not glass seed, but also at least is ice seed. Wang Hao held his head high and said, how about it? I didn't fool around. This color is very superb. This emperor green is the highest value in the emerald, and the bracelet is not less than 60 grams, a fey hard to find. You look at the price. Chapter 98 Heartbeat. Yi Qingyi's face revealed a touch of gravity. She came from a family of antiques, and naturally knew what 60 grams of imperial green meant. If this is the ice seed, the market price is about 30 million. If it is the glass seed, the market price will have to be measured in hundreds of millions. At this time, Liang Barui came out and added, Miss, I've seen it, although this jadeite is not to the glass seed, but it's also a superb product on the ice seed side. My conservative valuation, $70 million. Yi Qingyi nodded slightly, her face without ripples. However, her slightly rapid breathing side by side exposed her emotions. Obviously, her heart was moved. This kind of superb ice seed imperial green, if it was properly marketed and hyped, there was no problem to start with $70 million and double the price to sell it out. If she can make this business, this family trial, she can definitely get through it. As for the gap in funds, really can't. She will find on Dad. I'm sure that Daddy is also extremely interested in the ice seed imperial green. She secretly said inwardly, if the emerald bracelet is real, even if the price is raised a little, I will buy it. Seeing that Yi Qingyi didn't say anything, a few antique bosses rubbed their hands at this time and came over with smiling faces. MS. Yi, we are also interested in this emerald. If you don't want it, we'll lay our hands on it. Yes, the color of this imperial green. It is indeed tempting. I also want to shoot it for fun. Yi Qingyi frowned slightly, a little anxious inside. If these three antique bosses were determined to raise the price with her, she would lose a lot of profit even if she bought it. Thinking about this, Yi Qingyi had gradually forgotten about the authenticity of the bracelet, and was instead considering how to keep this bracelet. After all, the fact that these three bosses were willing to participate in the bidding would have been a side note that they recognized the bracelet. With this layer of protection, Yi Qingyi's wariness also disintegrated step by step. Seeing the blazing faces of the several antique bosses, the young man smiled smugly. $70 million? You guys can't even afford that? I want 100 million. Yi Qingyi frowned. This gentleman, you're opening your mouth. The other few antique owners showed dissatisfaction. The price of $100 million also exceeded their mental expectations. The young man snorted coldly. I know how much you guys can earn. This is my heirloom from my family. After this village there won't be this store. Yi Huan, who was standing behind the crowd, saw this scene, and his eyes flashed with an odd color. This thing, Emperor Green. Others may not understand, but he could not be clearer. Yi Huan's grandmother extremely loved jadeite. In her collection of jadeite jewelry, there is a large part of the glass type of Emperor Green. When the original pit of Myanmar pad unearthed a 500 kilograms of jade king raw stone, by Yi Huan grandmother secretly shot. At that time that piece of raw stone cut out, on the spot reached a high price of $2 billion. After the whole piece was cut, it had no impurities and was perfectly moist. The glass seed material alone, there are 90 kilograms, the most central part, or Emperor Green. As of today, no one knows what price this piece of raw stone polished out of the entire jewelry can reach. But according to Yi Huan's estimation, more than $10 billion. If it wasn't for Yi Huan's grandmother's reluctance to part with her collection, just selling these emeralds would be enough to fill the Yi family's financial hole. So when Yi Huan was a child, he often played with these imperial green emeralds, and he even broke a piece. So with just a glance, he could tell that this Emperor Green was synthetic. Far from that extreme level, this little thief is bold and careful. His acting skills are top-notch. No wonder he dares to cheat the Yi family. Yi Huan said inwardly. Whether it was Yi Qingyi, or these few antique bosses, they rarely came into contact with this kind of extreme jadeite, and it was only natural to be deceived by the appearance of this jadeite. However, Yi Huan did not intend to dismantle it immediately. After all, if he spoke without proof, Yi Qingyi and the others did not necessarily believe it. On the other side, Yi Qingyi pursed her red lips, her expression somewhat hesitant. In fact, the price that this young man wanted was not high. In a previous auction, the same piece of ice-type imperial green wrist, under the crowd's coaxing, it was auctioned to a price of $120 million. At the moment this wrist, the color is also better on some. The price is only high not low, but the price of their antique line acquisition is certainly to be a lot more rational. Do not press the price. Then, what else to earn? Yi Qingyi stared at the young man and firmly shook his head. Your price? Expensive. Wang Hao sneered. You carve don't shoplift. This price of mine, I've already suppressed it very low. If I really want to annoy this young man, the big deal is that I'll go sell elsewhere. Said. He looked down at the Rolex wristwatch. eyes just right to reveal a touch of anxiety. He somewhat impatiently said, "Forget it, I'm in a hurry, forget it if you don't buy it." Just at this moment, a pale call suddenly came from outside. "Young Master Wang Hao, don't run away. You stole our Wang family's heirloom bracelet. The family head won't let you go." A butler-like old man rushed in, panting and clutching the young man's wrist. The young man named Wang Hao was furious, glaring at the crowd for a few moments and scolding, "I really blame you all. Dawdling, you don't even hit the mark when you're given the chance." Wang Hao turned to the butler and said domineeringly, "I don't care. This is the compensation the Qinghai Wang family gave me. Today, I'm determined to sell this bracelet. You can't control me." When the crowd heard this, their minds were shaken. No wonder this young man, who was able to take out this kind of extreme bracelet, turned out to be the young master of the Wang family in Qinghai City. The head of the Wang family in Qinghai, who came from the industry, had accumulated tens of billions of dollars over the years, and had built the Wang family with a solid foundation today. Moreover, this Wang Hao was wearing a name list, luxurious clothes, and a dandy temperament, which also made people believe that he was a young master. The housekeeper anxiously said, "Young master, although you are misunderstood and have anger in your heart, it's not as bad as leaving home. Hurry up and go home with the bracelet. You and the family head will definitely be fine after discussing it calmly." Wang Hao shook off the butler's hand and said to the crowd expressionlessly, "All right, $70 million. I'll sell it. I'm happy to." When Yiqingyi saw Wang Hao set his temper and offered such a price, she was suddenly happy inside. "All right, $70 million. I'll take it." Seeing this, the three antique bosses flashed a flash of envy in their eyes, but they didn't choose to raise the price to forcefully buy it. If this young man had no background, they would have had to fight for it even against the pressure of the Yi family. Unfortunately, this young man came from the Wang family. If they bought the bracelet, it was tantamount to offending the Yi family's Wang family, which would be extremely uneconomical. What made them even more uneasy was that if the Wang family came over to ask for the bracelet, wouldn't this be a basket of water? On the contrary, the Yi family had no such concerns. As the saying goes, a strong dragon can't suppress a snake. The Yi family has a big family in Hangzhou, and has the capital to keep the bracelet. Chapter 99 Suspicion. The butler stood aside and begged, "Young master, you can't do this. The family will blame you." The look was as if Wang Hao selling the jadeite cheaply was an unforgivable act. Wang Hao ignored it. Instead, he urged Yiqingyi, with a cold expression. Yiqingyi was anxious and immediately called her father to prepare for the $70 million. On Liang Barui's side, he hurriedly drafted the contract, fearing that Wang Hao would back out. Just at this time, Yi Huan's lazy voice came out. "Hey, you two, have you had enough of the drama? Just a piece of broken stone, selling this heavenly price. You guys are afraid that you want to go crazy, right?" The moment these words came out, the entire room fell silent. Yiqingyi put down the cell phone that she had not yet typed and looked at Yi Huan with a puzzled expression. What was the meaning of his words? Could it be that he still knew jadeite? Several antique bosses were shaken and looked at Yi Huan with suspicion. Could it be that this young man was still a high-ranking person? Wang Hao blinked his eyes, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly calmed down and glanced at Yi Huan with a fake arrogant air. "Who are you guys? A broken stone? Do you know how precious this piece of jadeite is?" Liang Barui had long looked at Yi Huan with displeasure. A wasteful flunky, who dared to interrupt here. He snorted coldly and explained to the crowd. He, is just that flunky son-in-law of the Su family? Several antique bosses sniffed and were the first to recognize Yi Huan. Their eyes filled with disdain. "So it's him? He's a son-in-law of the Su family's flunky. What qualifications does he have to come in? Young man, you have to set your position straight." Pointing fingers indiscriminately. "What can you understand? That's right, we unanimously recognize the superb jadeite. You say fake is fake? Can your vision still be better than ours?" Yi Huan shrugged his shoulders. Without any words, he just made up a text message with his hand and sent it to Officer Zhang Min. In the last car accident. In order to be able to contact Yi Huan better and follow up on the car accident project, the two exchanged phone numbers. Wang Hao and this old man dared to so blatantly doorstep fraud, but also an opening is $70 million. Yi Huan naturally will not sit back and do nothing. After all, if he was really cheated out of this huge amount, Yiqingyi's reputation would probably be tarnished after Hangzhou. However, Yi Huan had to admit that the acting skills of these two guys were really first class. If he didn't recognize the jade pendant as a fake, he would have really cheated these two as well. Yiqingyi did not blindly follow the trend of mocking Yi Huan, but revealed a deep thought. She knew inwardly that Yi Huan's identity was not simple, and since he had said so, he was definitely not aiming at nothing. Could it be that this jade pendant is really a fake? She scrutinized the imperial green jadeite on the table, suddenly a little hesitant. Now that she calmed down, Yiqingyi's forehead seeped out a fine cold sweat. $70 million was not a small amount, and if this project was really smashed, her position in the family would definitely be in tatters. Seeing this, several antique bosses tentatively asked Yichingi, "Ms. Yi, if you don't take it, transfer it to us?" "Yes, we'll take the risk for you." In their opinion, Yi Huan was a loser. How much credibility could there be in what he said? If Yichingi hesitated and didn't buy it, they bit their teeth and quickly struck out, which was to earn tens of millions of foreign blocks. At that time, Yi family, Wang family, also take them can do nothing. Seeing this, Liang Barui couldn't help but urge, "Miss, don't hesitate. Yi Huan is just a door-to-door flunky. It's impossible to know jadeite." Wang Hao sniffed and let out a light breath. He thought that this was some kind of character, but it turned out to be just a waste of soft food. The three antique bosses smiled and complimented Wang Hao when they saw that his face was upset. "Young Wang, don't you mind? This guy is idle every day and only eats soft rice. It's not unusual for a dog to bark out a sound now." "That's right. What is the status of your old man? Don't talk nonsense with this kind of incorrigible person. Shame on you." "Right, what the hell does he know? He's just making a fuss over nothing." They kept taunting and mocking Yi Huan, wanting to use this to usher in Wang Hao's favor, so that Wang Hao would change his mind and sell the bracelet to them. Wang Hao glanced at Yichingi and said indifferently, "If you don't buy it, then forget it. There are plenty of people over here who want it." When the three antique bosses heard this, their faces became even more excited. Yichingi's pretty face revealed a complex color. Glancing at Yi Huan, her heart was extremely struggling. Obviously, in her heart, she did not believe that Yi Huan had the ability to identify jadeite. However, Yi Huan's words of warning were hovering in her heart, making her unable to make up her mind. Wang Hao glanced at Yi Huan. A flash of teasing color flashed in his eyes. "By the way, there's also you punk. You dare to slander me. If you don't give an explanation today, don't blame me for letting the police department arrest you." Shadow. Yi Huan's complexion grew colder and colder. The corner of his mouth flashed with a touch of mockery. TSK, this guy is interesting. Actually shouting at a thief to catch a thief. Just who gave the guy the courage to dare to play the role of a broad in front of him? Yi Huan opened his mouth indifferently and said in a cold voice, "A real emperor green. The color has to be more translucent and round, not so muddy. This bracelet of yours is originally a piece of ice seed, but you guys are estimated to have boiled it with medicinal water and smeared it with lard, so that this bracelet will give birth to the luster of emperor green out of thin air. I estimate that as long as 3 days, the color of the wrist will completely fade. Whoever of you wants to buy it will have to weigh the consequences." These words came out with a loud voice. When Wang Hao and that old man heard this, their hearts and minds set off a monstrous roar. There was no other reason. What Yi Huan said was right on the money. A few antique bosses sniffed and looked at each other, a flash of gravity in their eyes. What this punk said seemed to have some meaning. $70 million wasn't a small number for Yichingi, let alone them. If they were to be cheated, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they had lost all their money. More importantly, how rare is the imperial green? They had only heard of it before this, never seen it with their own eyes. For a moment, they were also a bit unable to make up their minds. Yichingi's beautiful eyes were rippling with color. Never expecting that Yi Huan had this kind of vision, she silently put down her cell phone and signaled Liang Barui to withdraw the contract. Regarding the authenticity of this bracelet, she already had a certainty in her heart. At the same time, her curiosity about the identity of this man, Yi Huan, also rose. Possessing a superb goat's fat jade, recognizing Longjing imperial tea with a single glance, and also blandly pointing out the authenticity of the imperial green. It's not likely that he, who comes from an extremely powerful family, has this kind of inculcation, Yichingi secretly said inwardly. On the other side, Wang Hao's face was a shade of green and white as he pointed at Yi Huan's nose and cursed. "You asshole, who am I? Young master of the Wang family. This bracelet, I brought it from my family. Who are you to slander my bracelet as a forgery?" The butler at the side frowned. "An object that my Wang family can bring as a family heirloom cannot be a fake. Don't give him the benefit of the doubt." Chapter 100 Jaw-dropping. When the three antique bosses heard this, their eyes flashed with a touch of eccentricity, and even if they didn't believe it before, they had to believe it for 8 points now. This housekeeper, before, was still anxious, begging Wang Hao to take back the bracelet. Now the situation has turned around. Yichingi has no intention of acquiring it, then shouldn't he take advantage of the situation to take the bracelet away? But this butler didn't, and even argued for Wang Hao, signaling that the bracelet was real. The butler's face flushed red, knowing that he had made a slip of the tongue, and added, "If you don't want to buy it, you'd better give it back to me. My young master doesn't know any better." "But this bracelet is real." Yi Huan heard this, but he let out a long laugh. "Young master of the Wang family? Let me ask you, which senior member of the Weihai Wang family are you the heir to?" Wang Hao patted his chest, My father is Wang Gang. When the crowd heard this, their hearts and minds shook. Wang Gang, the third son of the Wang family's head, was in charge of the Wang family's emerging industries, and had a reputation for doing things in a thunderous manner. Yi Huan nodded his head in slight thought. Wang Gang? Oh, I seem to have a little impression. It seems like there is such a son. Wang Hao, however, let out a cold laugh. Ah shucks, what are you? You have an impression of my father? Are you worthy of knowing my father? Yi Huan revealed a naive smile. Coincidentally, I happen to have his contact information. These days, the news of Yi Huan's return had gradually spread in the circle. Weihai Wang family used to have a little business interactions with Yi Huan. Then Yi Huan was driven out of the Yi family. The relationship was slowly broken. This is not. Yi Huan only returned a few days. They heard the news, begged for Yi Huan's phone number, added WeChat. It seems that the person who added Yi Huan is this Wang Gang. The moment these words came out, a pin drop could be heard in the room. The crowd looked at Yi Huan with unbelievable faces. Wang Gang was a high-ranking member of the Wang family, worth billions of dollars, and was the hottest figure in Weihai City. According to common sense, the private phone number of such a big shot would definitely be handled confidentially. Yi Huan actually had his phone number. What did this mean? Did he have a personal relationship with Wang Gang? Wang Hao's palms trembled and he secretly cried out in a bad way. If Yi Huan had Wang Gang's number, then he would really be in trouble. His forehead was filled with cold sweat. His eyes fluttered and sized up Yi Huan for a few moments. Looking at Yi Huan's shabby outfit and recalling Yi Huan's identity, Wang Hao let out a light breath. Impossible. This guy knows Wang Gang. I'm afraid he's dreaming. Thinking of this, he let out a cold snort, full of contempt. Pretentious thing. Well, you have contact information? Hit now. Really, you beeped so many sentences before. You come up with evidence ever? It's all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. And now you're saying you have my dad's number? Ha ha ha, the cowhide is pulling you to the sky. When the crowd heard this, they suddenly realized. Yeah, if Yi Huan has a WeChat, you take it out show it to the big crowd isn't it? The three antique bosses, as well as Yi Qingyi and Liang Barui, all looked towards Yi Huan. Yi Huan shrugged his shoulders. Since this guy was determined to seek death, he could not be blamed. He took out his cell phone, casually browsed through it, dialed out a call, and turned on the speakerphone by the way. Hello, is this Yi Xiao? Hello there, I'm Xiao Gang. Without waiting for Yi Huan to open his mouth, on the other end of the phone, a man's middle heavy voice was heard. The crowd sucked in cold air and their jaws dropped. What? Yi Xiao? Xiao Gang? What was Yi Huan's status that actually made Wang Gang's attitude so humble? Yi Huan responded lightly. Well, Wang Gang, let me ask you something. Do you have a son? Wang Gang was slightly stunned and said apprehensively. I do have a son, called Wang Hao, but my son, who went abroad to study long ago, shouldn't have contradicted you, right? Yi Huan had a smile on his face. Don't worry, I don't mean to ask for offense. I'm just asking. Wang Gang let out a sigh of relief. Ha ha, good, Xiao Yi, my son is very good. He never commits any offense. Yi Huan nodded his head. Okay, there's no more business for you over here. After saying that, he hung up the phone. His expression was like a smile as he stared at Wang Hao. Yo ho, Wang Xiao, I heard that you're very well behaved. What? Returned from studying abroad? Wang Hao took 2 steps backward, his face slightly pale, but he didn't have any intention of giving in. Instead, he rushed at Yi Huan and cursed. What are you? Just a random number and you're my father? I just saw it. You sent a text message to someone. Tell me, did you find someone to disguise my father? I saw through you a long time ago. You are a complete and utter waste. It's just claptrap and eye candy. The crowd sniffed and came back from their shock. Yes, Yi Huan had made the call, but who could guarantee that the person was really Wang Gang? If this person was someone Yi Huan found to impersonate, wouldn't this joke be a big one? The smile at the corner of Yi Huan's mouth became even more intense, and he even couldn't help but clap his hands and applaud. This Wang Hao's acting skills are so exquisite. It is really a pity not to go to the Oscars. Yi Huan did not respond, just silently took out his cell phone. Wang Hao sneered, not panicking in the slightest. I admit that the voice that person imitated is very similar, but so what? It's not my father at all. Yi Huan lit up his cell phone and showed his teeth. You shabby, this time, made a video call. Snapping the phone, the call went through, and Wang Gang sat in front of the luxurious office chair with a majestic face. When Wang Hao heard this, his expression was completely dumbfounded, just like a funny monkey in its original form. In the middle of the cell phone lens, Wang Gang glanced at Wang Hao indifferently and furrowed his brows. This looks like a little cutie, like young man is Hua, the one who called him, isn't it Yi Xiao? Yi Huan turned his cell phone back and faced Wang Gang. Seeing Yi Huan, Wang Gang instantly smiled and bowed at Yi Huan through the screen. Xiao Yi, how are you? Is there anything else your old man is looking for me for? Yi Huan pointed at Wang Hao and revealed a cold smile. Just now, that Shavi, who called himself Wang Hao, pretended to be your son, and even bumped into my head to swindle. What do you say? When Wang Gang heard this, he suddenly changed color and immediately cleared his relationship with Wang Hao. What? Who is this Shavi? Is his brain filled with xiang? My son is called Wang Hao, but he is overseas. Definitely not this person. Wang Gang squeezed out a hint of a smile. Don't misunderstand me? Yi Xiao, my Wang family is on the same front as you, and is your staunch ally. As for setting up a trap to deceive you, it's something impossible. With Yi Xiao now returning strong, I don't know how many people want to flatter him. Wang Gang relied on his old feelings to get back on Yi Xiao's line, and he was so exuberant inside that he was in a comfortable mood. As a result, this asshole is good, actually pretending to be his son to cheat, but also cheat to the head of Yi Xiao. He now couldn't wait to scurry out of the screen on the spot and bring people to hack that bastard to death. Yi Huan nodded his head indifferently. Alright, I know what your Wang family means. Wang Gang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and bowed to Yi Huan once again. Alright, thank you for Yi Xiao's tolerance. Chapter 101 revealed. Yi Huan hung up the phone and looked at the unsightly Wang Hao. A touch of teasing flashed in his eyes. Yo, young Wang, why don't you squeak? Speak up? And that butler, come. Your master has given the word. Why don't you go pay your respects? Yi Huan's voice echoed in the room. None of them dared to respond. Wang Hao and the butler swallowed hard, their faces pale to the extreme. This time, they were afraid that they had kicked the iron plate. The Yi Huan in front of them, there was no such thing as a wasteful flunky. He was the real young master. When the three antique bosses and Yi Qingyi saw this, their faces were also completely dumbfounded. As a popular figure in Shanghai, Wang Gang was often on TV and his appearance was widely known and memorized by many people. And since Hangzhou was right next door to Shanghai, they naturally knew about this popular celebrity. So the moment they saw the phone screen, they immediately recognized Wang Gang. The three antique bosses showed a look of shame and instantly realized that they had misunderstood Yi Huan. Yi Qingyi stared tightly at Yi Huan, her eyes filled with joy. Sure enough, she was not wrong about Yi Huan. Wang Hao and the butler turned pale, glanced at Yi Huan in shock, and turned around without hesitation. Now that the evidence was clear and their identities were revealed, if they still stayed and pretended, they were afraid that they would be given a messy stick to beat them to death. Liar, where to run? Security, stop them for me. Although this place is a branch of the ancient jade store, but the treasures in the collection are extremely large, naturally employing a number of strong and sturdy security guards. At this moment, the security guards at the entrance saw the two grubbers who scurried away in fear, laughed harshly, surrounded and pounced on them, and in 3 tries, subdued the 2 men. Are you guys can't afford to play? What are you stopping us for? That is, we're not big enough not to sell it is. What do you guys want? Yi Huan slowly walked over and smiled. Didn't you just see that I sent a text message? By coincidence, I know a police officer friend. Guess who I sent the text message to? Wang Hao pale, still struggling, although I am not Wang Gang's son, but this bracelet is real. Talk about fraud. That's right. I didn't cheat you of anything either. Why are you moving your hands? Liang Barui was so angry that he was smoking. You two crooks, you're still sophomoric. If it wasn't for Yi Xiao, you would have gotten your way long ago. The 3 antique bosses chimed in. That's right. What's Yi Xiao's status? You two are afraid you're tired of living, daring to disrespect Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao's fiery eyes and eyes of gold, reversing the dry koan. You two shabbies, plead guilty to the law. The trio's attitude towards Yi Huan made a 180-degree turn. While abusing Wang Hao, they flattered and complimented Yi Huan. Jokes, someone who could make even Wang Gang so respectful. What were they? And just now, they actually insulted and mocked Xiao Yi so much? Thinking of this, they were sweating coldly inside, filled with remorse. Seeing that these two were still reneging on their debt, Yi Huan smiled and didn't mind stabbing another knife. Alright, it's all ready this time. Why are you still pretending? Your bracelets are real? Okay, go to the police station for 3 days. Not clear? Seeing that the two still want to argue, Yi Huan snorted. Okay, I know what you guys mean. You don't want to wait for these 3 days, right? Ms. Yi, please find someone to serve pots of alcohol. Put the bracelet in the pot and you will know the truth. Yi Huan had followed his grandmother for many years, and had acquired a lot of knowledge about jadeite under his ear. As early as when he was a child, he had seen this kind of scam. At that time, Grandma was relying on this method to recognize the fake jadeite and killed the crooks on the spot. The 2 crooks sniffed. Their faces were like ashes. Their lips trembled for a while, but they couldn't say anything. They smeared a layer of lard on the outside of the bracelet and raised it for a week. preserving the color rendered by the potion. So once the bracelet was soaked in alcohol, it caused the lard to dissolve and the potion to leak out. The imperial green color will also dissipate. At this time, footsteps came from the doorway, and Jiang Min quickly arrived with a few plainclothes Ming police officers. Because this was Yi Huan's private prosecution, Jiang Min did not want to make too much noise, so she did not wear a police uniform. She was wearing a white liner, black jacket, tight jeans, and straight shoes that went right up to her knees, displaying her curvaceous figure to the fullest, releasing infinite flavors with every move. And her looks were not inferior to that of Yi Qingyi's. Jiang Min glanced at the lying police officer, and said that she was not wearing a police uniform. Jiang Min glanced at the two lying on the ground and looked at Yi Huan. Mr. Yi, is this your swindler? Yi Huan smiled and nodded. Yes, these two took the fake emerald bracelet and asked for $70 million, and almost got it. Jiang Min was shocked when he heard this. A criminal case as high as $70 million. Once the sentence is passed, these two people are afraid that they will have to sit in jail. At this time, Liang Barui happened to take out the reserve alcohol jar and put the bracelet into it. Several antique bosses gathered around and stared at the scene. Jiang Min also glanced curiously, wanting to see what a bracelet that could be fooled into $70 million looked like. Under the crowd's gaze, the bracelet was fine at first, but in just a moment, the rich green color faded, and a lot of messy cotton-mounted substances appeared. The crowd couldn't help but let out a gasp. Sure enough, this is fake. I told you it wasn't right. So it is. Young Yi is awesome. Young Yi is mighty. Jiang Min also let out an exclamation. She could tell that the original jadeite had an excellent color and the price was definitely not expensive. But now that the jadeite had faded in color, she was afraid that no one would want it for tens of thousands. Jiang Min collected her mind and nodded at Yi Huan, revealing a bright smile. Okay, Mr. Yi, I know. Later on, please also give us this evidence. Wang Hao and the housekeeper despaired inside, but still did not give up their struggle. What evidence do you guys have that I'm selling it for $70 million? I told you a long time ago that it's a high imitation, asking for $29,000. You guys just don't listen. Yes, bloody-minded thing, asking price 2009 only. Besides, we got money? Nothing. Why arrest us? They knew that a case could only be filed if the amount of fraud was 3,000 or more, and by biting this line of defense, they would be safe and sound, waiting for the boss to come and dig them up. Jiang Min sniffed and couldn't help but frown. Yes, the two attempted fraud, and the crowd has no evidence that the amount of fraud is $70 million. Yi Huan smiled even more broadly when he heard this. What a coincidence. I happen to have recorded the audio. Do you guys want to listen to it? Saying that, he tapped his cell phone, and Wang Hao's domineering voice came out from the cell phone speaker. Where is your boss? Don't delay. $70 million? You guys can't even take this? I want 100 million. Chapter 102, Collections. The two of them sniffed and their faces paled to the extreme. Yi Huan was putting them to death. When the crowd saw this, they were secretly appalled inwardly. Yi Huan, this person's mind was too meticulous. He actually turned on the recording right from the start. Could it be that from the very beginning, he realized that the two had a ghost? They couldn't help but feel deep scorn towards Yi Huan. This kind of person who was as meticulous as a hare and decisive and ruthless. They couldn't afford to mess with him. Jiang Min breathed a sigh of relief, and after copying this recording, he handcuffed the two men. After doing this, Jiang Min winked at Yi Huan and smiled playfully. Mr. Yi, thank you so much this time. When I solve the case, I'll treat you to dinner. The moment these two suspects opened their mouths, it was $70 million. They must be repeat offenders with previous convictions. If she arrested the two, she might be able to unearth a lot of unsolved cases, which would be a great credit. A few police officers saw this, and their hearts soured. Jiang Min in their unit is the most beautiful looking police flower, and comes from a mysterious, extraordinary background. Most importantly, Jiang Min is still single. They never expected that such a goddess would actually want to invite Yi Huan for dinner. Yi Huan smiled faintly. Then we will wait for Ms. Zhang's good news. Jiang Min smiled and waved, and after saying goodbye to Yi Huan, she and her colleagues escorted the two away. Along the way, Wang Hao and the butler at the back of the carriage were filled with anger inside. Thinking of Yi Huan, they could not wait to eat this guy alive. This fraudulent plan, they had thought about it for a long time, and the boss's side had also attached extreme importance to it. And the way things were going, as they expected, was perfect. All the antique bosses were cheated, but they didn't expect that halfway out. To get this guy Yi Huan broke the game. That kid just now, isn't his name Yi Huan? Wang Hao gritted his teeth and asked the butler. The butler had a resentful face and responded in a low voice. That's right. It seems like he's also the door-to-door son-in-law of the Su family. Wang Hao cursed in a small voice. Door-to-door son-in-law, a soft eater. When we are released, we must contact the boss and get this bastard killed. Ancient Jade Lodge. After waiting for all the others to leave, Yi Qingyi walked to Yi Huan and bowed deeply. Young Yi, thank you. Without your help this time, I'm afraid that Lighty would have to plant a big head. Yi Huan smiled lightly. No harm. Consider it as Miss Ye's thanks for treating me to tea. Yi Qingyi gratefully said. That's good to say. I still have a few tales of imperial tea on my side. I'll give it to you in one package at that time. It's just that Lighty still has a doubt inside. I don't know if it's convenient for Yi Xiao to disclose it. Yi Huan said. You say. Yi Qingyi pursed his lower lip tightly and asked curiously. Mr. Yi, your appraisal ability, how exactly did you practice it? In his opinion, Yi Huan's insights were beyond most professional appraisers. Yi Huan smiled without saying anything. Just like learning a foreign language, the better the atmosphere, the stronger the learning ability. Yi family has rich capital and many collections. Yi Huan has been cultivated for a long time and has a deep interest in this. Practicing a pair of fiery eyes is not difficult. However, the matter that he was the second youngest member of the Yi family, he did not want to disclose it too early, so it would not be good to dwell on it in detail with Yi Qingyi. Yi Huan blinked his eyes and played a sloppy game. I've learned about antiques with an old-timer. It's just a bit of insight. It's just that old senior. I haven't seen him for a long time, and I don't know how he is now. That's so. Yi Qingyi's eyes flashed with a touch of regret. Well, if there is an opportunity, I really want to meet this old gentleman. However, Yi Qingyi did not give up. Instead, her words changed. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yi Huan. A touch of cunning flashed in her eyes. Mr. Yi, Lighty would like to ask you to become our Ancient Jade Store's chief advisor. I don't know, what do you think? I know you don't lack money, but less a serious career, and being a consultant is a good choice. And when the chief consultant, also do not need you to work, only need to take the time to come once on the line. Appraisal once, the remuneration of 100,000 to start, and a fixed monthly salary of 100,000. You see, Can? She knew inwardly that this money was not worth a dime to Yi Huan. However, she could see that Yi Huan seemed to be highly mocked by Su's family for not having a job. Being an advisor was not only respectable, but also did not take up much time, so Yi Huan should not refuse. Ancient Jade Zai could also have an additional security as a result. It was not a loss at all. More importantly, from then on, she could further familiarize herself with Yi Huan. Even to that point, it was not impossible. Thinking of this, Yi Qingyi could not help but blush slightly with her pretty face. When Yi Huan heard this, a flash of appreciation flashed in his eyes. Yi Qingyi was truly an ice-cold intelligent woman. Instantly seeing his situation, he happened to promise Su Zixue yesterday to find a proper job. Now that Yi Qingyi had made a request, it was a good idea to agree to it. Yes, I am willing to join the Ancient Jade Lodge. Seeing Yi Huan nodding with a smile, Yi Qingyi's heartstrings trembled slightly, and an inexplicable elation surged to her heart. On the other side, Liang Barui, who was standing behind the counter, had a flash of shock in his eyes. Miss has not been too generous. A consultant, giving a monthly salary of $100,000? To know that he is the Ancient Jade Zai branch manager, the monthly base salary was only 50,000. But thinking of Yi Huan's divine firming means, Liang Barui inwardly relieved. Yi Huan was able to determine the authenticity of the imperial green. Naturally, he had his own unique features. No matter how unwilling Liang Barui was, he could only feel inferior. After Yi Qingyi finalized the employment contract with Yi Huan, he brought Yi Huan into another secret room of the Ancient Jade Lounge. This secret room was extremely wide, a full 300 square meters, impervious to wind and light, but the cleaning was exceptionally clean, without a trace of dust, and a special dehumidifier was also placed to control the humidity of the air. In the secret room, there is a rosewood shelf, displaying various colors of antiques. These antiques were extremely varied. There were paintings, calligraphy, ancient books, porcelain, jade, bronze, and even weapons and armor. There was a pile of antiques placed in the corner, still stained with dried soil, as if it had been excavated not long ago. Yi Huan's eyes lit up when he saw these antiques. He already had a great passion for antiques, otherwise it would be impossible for him to recognize the authenticity of the Emperor Green at a glance. Yi Qingyi also smiled and introduced, Young Yi, the curiosities I provided you with today are all here. These curiosities are all the very best from our Ancient Jade Zai branch. Even though they are not as good as the main store's collection, they are still considered extremely rare treasures. The investment I invited Mr. Yi to participate in this time is also related to these precious antiques. Yi Huan nodded. Okay, then I'll pick 2 pieces first. Anyway, Yi Qingyi still owed him $15 million, which was enough for him to find a few good objects. He put on his isolation gloves and mask and walked through the rosewood shelves, browsing through the curiosities one by one. These curiosities, all labeled with an estimated value, the most expensive, even reached $15 million. Chapter 103 Investment. Looking at these antiques, Yi Huan's heart was filled with admiration. It had to be said that Yi Qingyi's vision was unique. None of these collectibles were fakes, and they had a lot of room for appreciation. Buying them with an appraised price would definitely be a big profit. Yi Huan inwardly said, "This Yi Qingyi is good at what he does, knowing to return the favor by throwing in the towel and not pitting me." He picked up and put down these antiques, browsing through all of them, but in the end, he didn't pick one. For some reason, although these antiques were good, none of them could touch his heartstrings. Yi Huan's eyes flickered with curiosity as he glanced at the corner, the pile of antiques that had not yet been dealt with. He walked towards this pile of antiques and casually asked Yi Qingyi, "Could it be that these antiques were just unearthed?" Yi Qingyi nodded slightly and said mysteriously, "Yes, and I guarantee that although these antiques are dirty, their value is definitely not low." Yi Huan moved gently to fiddle with these antiques, his gaze getting brighter and brighter. In the end, he found a short sword and a pair of lock armor from inside. The short sword was a bronze weapon. The surface was still covered with mottled rust, giving people a sense of vicissitude through the years. Lock armor is clean. The manufacturing process is also very exquisite. Thin as cicada wings, very smooth. These two antiques gave Yi Huan a strange feeling, making him love them. Seeing this, Yi Qingyi faintly smiled and said, "It seems that Yi Shao really does have an eye." According to the appraiser's examination, these two antiques are from the Tang dynasty, and their origins have yet to be ascertained. But experts speculate that these two treasures are suspected to be from the burial of the great General Shuarengui. Once this matter is true, the price of the two curiosities combined is feared to be more than tens of millions. If Mr. is interested, I would be able to discount it to 15 million for you. However, this short sword, it is not convenient to carry it outside. When the time comes to issue a collection certificate, Yi Huan laughed. "Alright, I have a destiny with these two objects, so I'll choose these two items. As for the investment that Ms. Yi asked me to participate in, now I can also talk about it." Yi Qingyi coughed gently and said to Yi Huan with a straight face, "Mr. Yi, the transaction I'm going to talk to you about next touches on some gray areas. I don't know if Mr. Yi has heard of grave robbing? 1/3 of the collections in this room of ours were acquired from grave robbers. Recently, a gang of grave robbers raided an extremely large mausoleum and are selling unearthed antiques in a big way. I have the intention of acquiring them, but I don't have this strong financial strength, so that's why I've asked Yi Shao to invest in them. If you are really uneasy, I can still very much sign a betting agreement, and will definitely not let you suffer." Yi Huan heard this and couldn't help but laugh. "Then tell me, how much investment do you need?" Yi Qingyi pursed her red lips. 500 million. Yi Huan laughed. "Then I'll double it for you. I'll offer 1 billion. When Yi Qingyi heard this, her heartstrings trembled and she let out a low cry. 1 billion. If she really had that much money, she didn't even know how many antiques she could ring up. Slightly lost in thought, her footsteps moved and she accidentally bumped into a nearby curio. In the next instant, Yi Qingyi's body was actually unsteady and fell towards one side. Yi Qingyi secretly cried out in a bad way, and with a blink of her eyes, she fell into a wide embrace. Yi Qingyi's eyes were mesmerized as a solid sense of security surfaced. Is it Yi Huan who is holding me? But feeling the two big hands, moving restlessly on her body, Yi Qingyi wooed and quickly came back to her senses. She raised her head, just in time to meet Yi Huan's promising gaze. Yi Huan said with a smile, "Miss Yi, I know that $1 billion is a large number, but it's not so much that you would burrow into my arms." Her white and delicate pretty face instantly reddened, and all of a sudden, like a shy kitten, she scurried out of Yi Huan's embrace. Yi Huan sighed and regretfully withdrew his hand. It had to be said that Yi Qingyi's skin was as smooth and delicate as suet jade, with a wonderful touch that really made Yi Huan fall in love with it. "Thank you." Yi Qingyi shyly lowered her head and whispered. Just now, leaning in Yi Huan's arms, instead of feeling resistance, she vaguely had a feeling of indulgence. Yi Huan heatedly smiled. "No need to thank me. I still can't wait for Miss Light E to wrestle every day." Yi Qingyi glared at Yi Huan with a flavorful look. "You have a bad heart." But hearing Yi Huan call her name, a hint of sweetness rose within Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi softly said, "If Yi Shao doesn't mind in the future, you can actually call me Qingyi directly." Yi Huan was slightly stunned, then generously said, "Alright, Light E, you can also directly call me Yi Huan in the future." Yi Qingyi smiled and said, "Okay, Yi Huan, since you said $1 billion, you can't easily cheat." Oh. Yi Huan shrugged. "Don't worry, you can sign the contract anytime." The fact that he could invest so easily was not because of how touching Yi Qingyi's beauty was, but these collectibles gave him confidence. Yi Qingyi could drum up so many antiques. There must be a complete team behind her. He only needed to pay money and he could sit back and enjoy the benefits. Why not? When Yi Qingyi heard this, her beautiful eyes were rippling with color and her emotions were also very excited. "Don't worry, Yi Huan, I definitely won't let you down." After signing the betting agreement with Yi Qingyi, Yi Huan did not stay for long and left the ancient jade lounge with the two treasures. Listening to Yi Qing, he said, "This lock armor material is special, extremely strong, even can prevent bullets." Yi Huan was surprised, directly as a body shirt to wear inside. As for the $10 million in the car, Yi Huan left on the spot, as the deposit for this investment. The remaining $990 million, he will be docked in the name of the Amethyst Company, for formal consultations. He was very optimistic about this investment, and believed that Yi Qingyi would not let him down. Driving the Martin, Yi Huan arrived at a commercial street. This society was too realistic. He didn't know how many times he had given people taunts just by dressing shabbily. Under the pain, Yi Huan took the time today to buy 10 sets of brand names to wear. Amidst the respectful gaze of the security guards, Yi Huan parked his car in the garage and then went up the garage elevator, directly arriving at the luxury goods area on the 4th floor. The stores here exhibited a wide range of luxury goods from all over the world, and Yi Huan casually walked into a Parisian family and browsed. In the past, when he was still the second youngest member of the Yi family, he didn't really care about the clothing aspect, but people looked at his status, and none of them dared to be disrespectful. But now, he actually had to rely on clothes to elevate his status, which was really interesting. Thinking of this, the corner of Yi Huan's mouth flashed with an odd smile. When the sales clerk on the side saw Yi Huan's silly smile, her eyes couldn't help but flash a touch of disgust. In her opinion, just based on Yi Huan's silly, unseen appearance, and that shabby outfit, it looked like he came in to take pictures. Chapter 104, Shopping Mall. This kind of people, obviously have no money, but also like to pretend, try on the clothes, under the pretext of the name of the toilet, secretly take a few beautiful photos, sent to the circle of friends as a capital to show off. As for really let him buy clothes, this is an impossible thing. Where he came from the money as expected, in just a few seconds, this young man snapped at her. "Waiter, take down this dress and take a look. Che, this kind of shameless person, again here to rub clothes to wear," she inwardly said. Just now there was someone who shopped around and didn't buy anything, wasting people's time, and now there's another one. It's really exasperating. She walked over, revealing a hint of a ceremonialized smile. "Sir, the clothing in this area are all global limited models, 100,000 to start with. If you have the intention, you can go to the discount area to buy them, although a few thousand apiece, but it's still a good deal." This attendant's makeup was exquisite and her tone was soft, but the contempt in her eyes could not be concealed. Yi Huan frowned slightly. He was kind enough to give them business, but in the end, he was told to go to the discount area? How could he look down on people so much? Seeing Yi Huan's look of displeasure, she said with a leathery smile, "If Mr. can't even afford a few thousand apiece, then there's nothing I can do." The surrounding several waitresses heard the voice, looked up and glanced at Yi Huan, snorted lightly, their eyes full of disdain. The object of their service are all high-end elites. When did the little young man wearing beggar's clothes dare to come and join in the fun? Those elites browsing the costumes around them. When they heard this, they also laughed and shook their heads. In their opinion, people have class. What segment corresponds to what consumption? This young man, it's just as well that he doesn't have any money, but he doesn't know the caddy and is blinded by materialistic desires. It's really pathetic. Yi Huan sniffed and faintly asked, "Did I say that I can't afford it?" The waiter waved his hand. His tone was like sending out beggars. Okay, you can afford it. Is it okay for you to go to another store?" After saying that, she turned around and left, introducing the clothing to other customers with a smile. In her opinion, Yi Huan was just a cheeky and stubborn poor guy, totally not worth her time. Yi Huan smiled and did not want to be angry with this person. Classes were different, and so were hearts, so there was no need to argue with snobs. Yi Huan continued to survey the several sets of clothes, and had already secretly selected 7 or 8 styles. Anyway, he had plenty of money. He could buy all the clothes. It was rare to shop now, so just choose whatever you want to buy. The people around saw Yi Huan like a mangy dog, refusing to leave even after being unmasked. They couldn't help but furrow their brows. A poor man with sour breath all over his body and such a thick skin. It was really unheard of. A few shopkeepers looked at Yi Huan with disdain as if they were watching a joke, but they had no intention of expelling him. When this guy has no one to talk to and knows that he is not interested, he will obediently leave. On Yi Huan's side, after selecting 10 sets of clothes, he didn't need to ask about the price, and directly walked to the counter, pointing to the clothes hanging on the wall. "Circle this set, that set, of 5 sets of clothes in total." A few dainty sales clerks sniffed and bared their teeth, their faces filled with mockery. "Sir, are you sure you want to buy these 5 sets? These are global limited editions, adding up to more than $1 million. Yi Huan smiled faintly. "Of course I'm not sure." A sales clerk pointed at the door as if he had expected what Yi Huan had said and said with a contemptuous taste, "Then please go out." Thank you. Yi Huan glanced at her and said in a cold and hard tone, what I mean is, circle those 5 sets. I'll take all the other styles on that wall. A few sales clerks sniffed and widened their eyes. What? Except for these 5 sets, all of them? They never thought that Yi Huan dared to be so wild. Where did he get the money from? On that wall, there were 17 or 18 sets of clothes in total. Minus these 5 sets, there were about 12 sets left. And the styles that Yi Huan chose, quite a lot of them were low-key solid colors. Not fancy, but this did not mean that these clothes were much cheaper. On the contrary, these clothes were made of better materials, designed in a more extravagant and stylish manner, and were extremely rare and expensive. These 12 sets of clothes, I'm afraid to start with $5 million. But now, a few sales clerks heard the words, and did not feel excited, but instead rose endless disgust and contempt. They never expected that Yi Huan was not only poor, but also vicious. In the past, there was a customer. The tone of voice is also very crazy. As soon as the door asked what clothes are the most expensive, and then 7 picks, the good-looking clothes to try all over. Finally, not for me, directly slipped away. This customer is comfortable, but they are half dead. Later, their boss also helplessly advised them to sell clothes to see the right people, looking for trouble directly out. Get the hell out of here. Buy 12 sets of clothes. Who do you think you are, Jack Ma? That's right. We're cultured. We don't want to get into it with you. Don't give a damn. If you can really afford it, old lady will go back with you tonight. There really are all kinds of people. When the other passers-by heard this, they were also stupefied. This young man's face skin is really thick to a certain extent. Buying 12 sets of clothes in one breath. He thought this was a food market where things were sold by the pound? When they buy this kind of clothes, they all have to hesitate for a long time. Compare 3 families, before they finally start. And they all have to wear it for 7 or 8 years after they buy it. Yi Huan sniffed, but was speechless. How to wear are being targeted. He does not know. The level is different. The concept is different. In his opinion, very ordinary and casual things, in the eyes of the crowd, is incredible, unattainable, will naturally lead to questions. Yi Huan helplessly compromised. You guys can count the price first, and when I swipe my card, you guys can pick up the clothes. A few sales clerks sniffed. Their eyes widened. That look was like looking at a psychopath with hypochondria. This young man looked at his status, not like a rich second generation. Looked at his temperament, not like a corporate president. How could he have deposited $5 million in his card? The girls looked at each other and vaguely thought of a possibility. If he is a psychopath, his character must be very radical. It's not possible that on his body, he also hid a murder weapon, to be stimulated in his heart. A few shopkeepers were jolted and shouted at Yi Huan. Get out! You get out now! Yes, if you don't leave, I'll go shout for the mall security. Yi Huan sniffed and was even more dumbfounded. What? You don't even want to send you money? Forget it. One is young and beautiful, but as unspeakable as menopause. Yi Huan inwardly muttered a few words and turned towards the glass door. People didn't even have the idea of selling him anything, so what time was he wasting? But just at this moment, the glass door suddenly walked towards a silhouette holding clothes. Chapter 105, A Chance Encounter. Seeing this stunningly beautiful and sexy woman, Yi Huan was slightly stunned. Wasn't this his high school classmate Zhang Zian? However, these were all past tense. Yi Huan entered the present day and became the president of a large company. On the contrary, Zhang Zian, because of offending Yi Huan, was driven out of the company and could only come here to work. Zhang Zian held piles of clothes. Seeing Yi Huan's face, her pretty face also froze. What? Yi Huan? No. Yi Xiao, why are you here? I just came over to casually stroll around. Yi Huan looked at the overwhelmed Zhang Zian, and his expression was somewhat helpless. He did not expect that Zhang Zian actually came here to work. In fact, for Zhang Zian, Yi Huan was not very resentful. As his high school classmate Tong Bin had said, he had even liked this class flower in the past. It was just that time had passed and he had already gotten married to Su Zixue, so his previous emotions could only pass with the wind. What's more, Zhang Zian's snobbish behavior that day had really annoyed Yi Huan, so there was no need for him to be polite. Zhang Zian was biting her lower lip tightly, and her feelings towards Yi Huan were complicated. After she was fired by Amethyst Corporation, the other financial companies in Hangzhou also joined hands to block her. Zhang Zian had no choice but to find a job as a waitress in a shopping mall with her pretty face, and with better performance, her monthly salary could be tens of thousands. But what she longs for most in her heart is still to go back to work at Amethyst. And I don't know why. After being fired by Yi Huan, she didn't have much hatred for Yi Huan. When she tossed and turned every night, she also thought of Yi Huan's appearance more than once, and regretted immensely in her heart. If according to the development of the plot, she entered the Amethyst, and Yi Huan step by step closer, it is possible that something can still happen. It was a pity that the dream had become empty. Zhang Ziyan barely squeezed out a trace of a smile and asked tentatively, Yi Xiao, so you didn't fancy the clothes? How come you came out empty-handed? A pretty female sales clerk approached and glanced at Yi Huan disdainfully, pulling Zhang Ziyan's hand and said, Xiao Qin, don't talk nonsense with this kind of person. He can't afford to buy clothes. When Zhang Ziyan heard this, her beautiful eyes flashed with an odd color. The president of the Amethyst Company couldn't afford to buy a few pieces of clothing. Could it be that this clothing was worth hundreds of millions of magnesium gold? No. In Zhang Ziyan's eyes, Yi Huan could probably afford to buy clothes worth several hundred million magnesium gold. Zhang Ziyan shook her head at the shopgirl. Xiao Mei, it's fine. I'll take him to have a look. After saying that, she smiled warmly at Yi Huan. Young Yi, willing to take a look again? Yi Huan was slightly stunned when he heard this. However, he was also a brisk person, and seeing Zhang Ziyan extending an invitation, he did not refuse. Alright then, I'll take another look. Zhang Ziyan's pretty face was filled with surprise, just like a fluttering child. Okay, Yi Xiao, wait for me. I'll come after I put my clothes away. Looking at Zhang Ziyan's back, Yi Huan revealed a hint of a smile. It had to be said that Zhang Ziyan had shed that cold temperament of rejecting people and was still very comfortable to get along with. Even her smile looked a lot more delicate. Seeing Zhang Ziyan's determined face and enjoying herself, the female sales clerk could only leave helplessly. She also knew that Zhang Ziyan was a newcomer and wanted to pull in more performance. But this young man was simply a poor man. Zhang Ziyan was not wasting her efforts. The other sales clerks saw this and looked indifferent. They weren't the ones who were tired anyway, as long as Yi Huan didn't come near them. Very quickly, Zhang Ziyan came back on her high heels, picked up a clothes pull fork and smiled sweetly at Yi Huan. Which set do you fancy? I'll help you take it down. It had to be said that nowadays, although Zhang Ziyan had emaciated a few threads, she was still gorgeous. She was wearing a shopkeeper's standard dress with a wrap-around hip skirt, and black stockings wrapped around her white and slender thighs. The figure was perfect and alluring, charming with a sense of innocence. Yi Huan looked at Zhang Ziyan's absolutely beautiful face and was lost in thought for a while. Zhang Ziyan was really too beautiful, just like an actress. Seeing Yi Huan's appearance, Zhang Ziyan covered her red lips and revealed a funny expression. In normal times, a man staring at himself so closely, Zhang Ziyan would have long been disgruntled and dodged away. But today, instead, she expected Yi Huan to look at her a few more times before she could afford this makeup today. Yi Huan came back to his senses and coughed slightly awkwardly, pointing at a piece of clothing and said, Let's take this piece of clothing and try it on. Zhang Ziyan smiled and removed the dress, standing on her tiptoes and sticking the dress on Yi Huan's body. After roughly measuring it a few times, she said with satisfaction, It looks like it fits quite well. With this kind of intimate gesture, if it was someone who did not know, they would have thought that the two were a couple who were as close as glue. Moreover, without knowing Zhang Ziyan's intention or not, Yi Huan could feel that Zhang Ziyan's white and delicate skin was tightly attached to his body, and a faint fragrance drilled into his nostrils. Even Zhang Ziyan's hot breath when she spoke, also blew to his neck, scratching his heart itching to hold the beauty in front of him on the spot. One after another, Zhang Ziyan used this kind of measuring method, and busied herself, helping Yi Huan to choose the clothes and loaded them into a big bag. The sales clerks drove to the scene. Some people scoffed, inwardly cursing Zhang Ziyan for wanting to go crazy with the commission. Others shook their heads and laughed coldly, pitying Zhang Ziyan for this newcomer's lack of eyesight and wasted effort. There were also people who inwardly showed pleasure and looked on with cold eyes, without the slightest intention of reminding Zhang Ziyan. Among these sales clerks, Zhang Ziyan definitely belonged to the most beautiful one. With the advantage of beauty, Zhang Ziyan quickly started business. Just a few days, sold out a lot of clothes, naturally caused their eyes red. Now seeing Zhang Ziyan and this poor man entangled together, their hearts were filled with gloating, hating Zhang Ziyan to plant a big heel. This woman, TSK, is really dumb enough? Ha ha, yeah, money-minded goods, going up to anyone she sees, still calling this person Yi Xiao, ha ha, laughing off people's teeth. There were a few shopkeepers whispering, filled with mockery of the two. At this time, the clothes that Yi Huan wanted had already been packed and placed neatly beside the shelves. Those passing customers shook their heads when they saw this. Although this female sales clerk was beautiful, but when she did things, why was she so rash? Anyone could see that Yi Huan couldn't possibly afford to buy the clothes. Later on when the payment was due, once Yi Huan revealed himself, wouldn't it be embarrassing for both parties? Zhang Ziyan ignored the crowd. With a smile on her face, she brought Yi Huan over to pay. She bypassed a few sales clerks and entered the information on the computer. Very quickly, the amount of Yi Huan's purchase came out. Zhang Ziyan took out the card swiping machine and smiled at Yi Huan. Young Yi, this side spent $6.5 million. Yi Huan nodded indifferently, just about to take out his card. The surrounding mocking voices, once again came out. TSK, $6.5 million? It's impossible to make this poor man pay for it. That's right, Zhang Zian, don't be misled. This person is really just a hypochondriac. He can't afford to pay out the money at all. Chapter 106, Regret. Just at this time, an impatient voice came from a middle-aged woman. Young man, if you want to pretend to be more than you have to look at the occasion, delaying other little girls' time. Do you have a clear conscience? So many clothes, it's also very troublesome to dismantle them and go back at that time. This middle-aged woman was short and fat, with a wrinkled face, and also wore very thick makeup and a strong perfume odor. She arrived before Yi Huan and had long looked at Yi Huan with displeasure. A guy, who had no money and still came to pretend to be better. That was really shabby. The middle-aged woman glanced at Yi Huan in disgust, took the lead and walked to the counter, rushing Zhang Zian. Little girl, don't pay attention to this poor guy. It's impossible for him to pay. You settle my bill first. Without waiting for Zhang Zian to respond, the other shopkeepers smiled and nodded their heads, and wanted to snatch the card machine from Zhang Zian's hand and settle the woman's bill first. But Zhang Zian clenched her lower lip without the slightest intention of letting go. This lady, everything has to be about first come first served, doesn't it? Besides, how do you know that this gentleman can't afford to pay? Seeing Zhang Zian's persistence, the woman froze for a moment and turned to sneer out. Little girl, don't be ungrateful. I'm only saying this because I'm kind enough to remind you. Since you think this poor guy, well, you let him brush it and see who gets embarrassed. The other sales clerks were secretly annoyed when they saw Zhang Zian's insistence. This Zhang Zian really has no eyesight. Who is the real customer? Can't she tell? But things have come to this point. They are also lazy and Zhang Zian entangled. Since she wants to earn this commission, let her go. Anyway, the final disgrace is also her own. Yi Huan was too lazy to bother with the crowd and directly took out the diamond black card. He didn't expect the crowd's eye power to be able to see what the diamond black card meant. He only wanted to transfer money and leave quickly now, and didn't want to waste time. As expected, seeing this black card, the eyes of the crowd were filled with contempt. A toy card, right? I've never even seen it. Ha ha, this thing can deposit money? That's really hell. They didn't expect that Yi Huan would be so outrageous that he couldn't even take out a proper bank card. But in the next instant, a string of cold electronic tones interrupted them. Tick, $6.5 million in the account. The electronic tone was not very loud, but it clearly echoed in the hall. The cold smiles on the faces of the store clerk and the women slowly solidified, and their eyes fell to the ground in shock. What? Their minds went blank, and it was already difficult for them to think on. What is this? What was the concept of $6.5 million? It could go to the city center to buy a house. Such a large sum of money was actually taken out from this broken black card? I have some impression. This seems to be the Swiss black card circulating on the internet. The threshold for obtaining it is quite high. When the crowd heard this, they were even more stunned, and only felt a wave of cool air running up to their hearts. They didn't know what the concept of a diamond black card was, but to be able to get involved with a Swiss bank, could Yi Huan's stature still be simple? The expressions of the crowd instantly changed from dumbfounded and bewildered to fawning and complimentary. Sorry, this gentleman, we were wrong. Ah, sir, where are your clothes? Oh, over there. Let's carry them out for you. Oh, honorable sir, is this your card? Please keep it. Sir, may I ask what other services you need? Any service will do. Sir. One by one, the flowery-looking sales clerks came forward and surrounded Yi Huan in a circle. With that flowery look, they couldn't wait to stuff their entire body into Yi Huan's arms. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman froze and glanced at herself in the fitting mirror, revealing a trace of poignancy. If she was a little younger, maybe she could also compete with this group of youngsters. Yi Huan was helpless and managed to break free from the entanglement of the beauties before he said to Zhang Zian, I'm short of a private secretary on my side. If you're willing, you can come over to work. Huan was in charge of many matters of the company, and Yi Huan did not want her to be busy. Zhang Zian would be able to share some of the pressure if she came over. Zhang Zian's face revealed a surprised smile. Can I really? Yi Huan smiled faintly. Yes, you can report today. When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but have a gush of amazement rise within their hearts. $6.5 million out of one hand. Then how rich this eunuch's company must be. At this moment, their inner jealousy burned majestically, and they couldn't wait to replace Zhang Zian's position to be Yi Huan's private secretary. Anyway, the secretary, well, who all understand, they are also happy to the extreme, and the commission for buying clothes ends on the same day, so she doesn't have any problems jumping ship today. Zhang Zian's eyes were a little moist and nodded. Well, I'm willing. Yi Huan smiled faintly. Then let's go. I happened to drive a car today. We went back together. Then, Yi Huan thanked the help of several sales clerks, and Zhang Zian left the Paris family store with a big bag. A few sales clerks looked at the back of the two leaving, stomped their feet, with a grimace. This rich young man really doesn't understand. They are so proactive, but they don't even leave a phone number. They can only look at the two people walking farther and farther, until the back disappears. Only regretfully sighed. After arriving at the garage and seeing the luxurious Martin car, Zhang Zian covered her red lips with an unbelievable look. Have to say, 177's appearance is too cool. 10 all in one simple design. Bring people a strong visual impact, worthy of the global limited edition of 77 top luxury cars. Zhang Zian still felt like sleepwalking until she sat on the co-pilot. It was not real at all. She surveyed the exquisite luxury unique Martin car interior. An unprecedented sense of happiness surged to her heart. Yi Huan gripped the steering wheel, slowly rolled down the window, letting the breeze blow, and inwardly, he was also a little complacent. At this moment, with a luxury car in hand and a beautiful woman beside him, it is simply not too comfortable. When the Aston Martin car drove on the road, all the passers-by frequently looked sideways, with a face of marvel and full of envy. Although they couldn't recognize the Martin's car logo, this car, in line with all their fantasies about luxury cars, dazzlingly cool. Yi Huan's expression was bland as he leaned against his seat, immersed in this feeling of being in the limelight. TSK, isn't this our Su family's flunky Yi Huan? Why did he sneak here? Suddenly, a conspiratorial voice came out. Yi Huan sniffed and looked, his eyes narrowing slightly. The visitor was none other than Su Bingbing. She was presumably here to shop at the mall, followed by a female subordinate carrying shopping bags. Yi Huan could not help but shake his head. No wonder the Su family is declining. It's because of guys like Su Bingbing, sucking the blood of the Su family and extravagantly squandering. Su Bingbing similarly looked at Yi Huan with displeasure. She looked at Yi Huan condescendingly. Her eyes crossed a few hints of resentment. Chapter 107, Slap. Yi Huan instructed Lu Feng and beat Chu Hailiang into a pig's head. The location was still in front of the Su family villa. With her fiancé losing such a big face, Su Bingbing didn't even have the face to see her clan. However, there is no need now. Bai Xiao has already made a big move. I'm afraid it won't be long before we hear the good news. Thinking of this, Su Bingbing's heart was filled with pleasure. Yi Huan coldly glanced at her and didn't want to say anything more, silently speeding up the car. Anyway, after a few days of Chanka's downfall, Su Bingbing would not have a good time, so why waste more words with her? However, this is the most popular section of the commercial street. All pedestrians. Yi Huan had no choice but to let the pedestrians leave first. Seeing that Yi Huan stopped halfway, Su Bingbing did not let go of Yi Huan's intention, but coldly smiled. Yi Huan, are driving a luxury car With a sweep of her sight, she glanced at Zhang Zian in the passenger seat and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. How come this Yi Huan woman's fate is so good? First there was a Sima president Yao Hanyan, then Miss Ancient Jade Zhai Yichingi, and now there is a new one. Moreover, this woman's appearance was not inferior to Su Zixue in the slightest. Could it be that Yi Huan had had enough of being a loser and found a lover? Thinking of this possibility, Su Bingbing's eyes flashed with a touch of teasing as she stared at Zhang Zian and exclaimed, "This young lady, may I ask who you are?" Yi Huan has a wife. Oh, it's not too good for you to be with Yi Huan, right? Su Bingbing uttered these words to intentionally disgust Yi Huan, regardless of whether this woman knew it or not. Being pointed out in public by Su Bingbing's identity, she would definitely be uncomfortable. Zhang Zian's face changed, but not knowing Su Bingbing's bottom line, she did not dare to say anything more and could only pretend to be indifferent. Yi Huan's face was irritated. You investigated the household what is the person's surname? Are you qualified to care? Seeing Yi Huan's tough tone, Su Bingbing's expression was ugly, and she said in a chilling voice, Yi Huan, you're a door-to-door son-in-law. Why are you pretending with me? Your food and drink for these 3 years, wasn't it the Su family that paid for it? Now, you're still taking Su Zixue's money to find a woman. TSK, what a pair of dogs. Su Bingbing purposely amplified her voice by a few points, attracting quite a few passing pedestrians. Hearing Su Bingbing's words, the crowd boiled over, their eyes filled with contempt. I thought this was a broad young man from somewhere, but it turns out to be a waste of time who eats soft food. TSK, I've remembered. This man is the Su family's flunky married to the goddess Su Zixue. Maybe this woman is also a rich woman Mile. This guy eats soft rice at both ends. Comfortable That's right, with this guy's ability, how can he afford to drive a luxury car? Sentence after sentence of mockery came, causing Yi Huan to deeply frown. Su Bingbing, this shrew, bites people when she sees them, not reasoning at all. If not for the fact that she was a woman, Yi Huan would have kicked her to death. Zhang Zian's delicate and pretty face was covered with frost, and her heart was filled with gloom. She was an ice-clear woman, Otherwise, with her looks, even if she couldn't enter the Amethyst Company, she wouldn't be reduced to working as a clothing store clerk. This was the first time she was splashed with dirty water, and her inner aggression could be imagined. Su Bingbing was unapologetic, showing signs of gushing. Zhang Ziyan couldn't stand it anymore and pushed open the car door. When she walked out, the crowd's eyes fell on Zhang Ziyan's marvelous figure. Unable to move their eyes, it had to be said that Zhang Ziyan's appearance was definitely at the woe is me level, and could go on to become an actress. They couldn't help but be jealous of Yi Huan's luck, actually having such good luck with women. At the same time, a few doubts rose within the crowd. What did Zhang Ziyan want to do when she got off the car? Theorizing with Su Bingbing? Very quickly, under the gaze of the crowd, Zhang Ziyan walked straight towards Su Bingbing. This lady, are you just now realizing Yi Huan's true identity? I'm telling you, this kind of man is the most unreliable. You'd better think clearly, otherwise. Su Bingbing looked at Zhang Ziyan in front of her and thought that Zhang Ziyan had come over to thank her. A smile appeared on her face. Snap! Before she could finish her words, Zhang Ziyan landed a slap, leaving a red mark on Su Bingbing's face. Looking at this scene, the crowd couldn't help but stare, and the murmurs were silenced quite a bit. What kind of thing are you? Actually dare to hit my face? Su Bingbing was also a bit baffled, covering the red mark on her face and reacting only after a long time. She stormed out, pointing at Zhang Ziyan's nose and cursing. If you don't give an explanation today, the two of us are not finished. Snap! Zhang Ziyan's face was expressionless, taking advantage of Su Bingbing's inattention. Another slap fell. Su Bingbing ate 2 slaps. Her eyes went black, and she almost didn't stand still. The female subordinates behind her, their eyes wide open, also couldn't believe this scene. Only when Su Bingbing let out a low cry of pain did she come back to her senses and hurriedly supported Zhang Ziyan. The female subordinate glared angrily at Zhang Ziyan and said indignantly, "You're so allowed to hit people with your hands? A woman like this who is full of filth. Who do I hit if not her?" Zhang Ziyan put her hands on her chest with a cold face. "I'm not Mr. Yi, my temper can be so good. If she still dares to talk too much, I'll even beat her." Seeing this, Yi Huan smiled and shook his head, but he was also clear that Zhang Ziyan did things in such a thunderous manner. Otherwise, back in the Amethyst Mansion, Zhang Ziyan wouldn't have summoned the security guards to expel Yi Huan, offending him. However, he was not unhappy. Instead, he extremely appreciated Zhang Ziyan. He had long looked at Su Bingbing with displeasure, and did not mind giving this woman a profound lesson. When the surrounding passers-by who stopped by saw this, they couldn't help but stare in disbelief. No way, this beauty has such a hot temper. Yeah, I now suspect that she is not Yi Huan's lover, but Yi Huan evening her out. The crowd whispered and secretly speculated about Zhang Ziyan's identity. Zhang Ziyan, however, as if she thought of something, her heart tightened. Not good. If I make a fool of myself and attract Yi Xiao's displeasure, it won't be good. She could not help but turn slightly sideways and stole a glance at Yi Huan. Seeing Yi Huan's soothing expression and smiling face, Zhang Ziyan lightly exhaled a breath and simply let go of her guts completely. What did you say I am? I would like to ask, what kind of thing are you? Mr. Yi needs to rely on the Su family to support his lover, needing to evening out a rich woman? Oh, overthink it. Let me tell you, I'm the secretary of Yi General Corporation. That's all. Of course, even if I'm a secretary, I'm still better than a dog-eyed person like you. What? Yi General Corporation? The crowd could not help but stare. Yi Huan, this wasteful flunky, actually opened a company and even hired Zhang Ziyan as a secretary? After saying that, Zhang Ziyan left without looking back and sat back in the co-pilot again, revealing a stunningly beautiful smile at Yi Huan. Mr. Yi, I didn't do anything wrong just now, right? You did a good job. I'll give you a pay raise of $100,000 this month. Yi Huan smiled, rewarding and punishing clearly. Chapter 108 Pills. Zhang Ziyan spat out her tongue, a few hints of redness appearing on her face. Mr. Yi, actually I am usually very gentle. Just now it was just that I was more angry. Although Yi Huan didn't mind her demeanor, she still wanted to establish a gentle and lovely image in Yi Huan's mind. Yi Huan smiled and rolled up the car window while speaking faintly. Gentle is gentle. As the saying goes, people are bullied, horses are ridden. For certain people, they should be ruthless. In the future when you enter the company, you still have a lot to learn. Zhang Ziyan echoed a yes, inwardly quite agreeing with what Yi Huan said. The others saw Yi Huan rolled up the car window, knowing that the good show could not be seen, and soon left separately. Su Bingbing slowed down and stared at the black car window, her eyes wanting to spit fire. What the hell? Still secretary? You pair of dogs, wait for me. Bai Xiao will definitely kill you. Seeing Su Bingbing unrepentant and still blabbering here, Yi Huan shrugged his shoulders and just responded, "You'd better mind your own business. Soon you will know who actually suffered." After the words, Yi Huan blasted the gas pedal and left. Humph. In a few days, you'll know the energy of Bai Shao. Su Bingbing watched the Martin car fly past, a nameless evil fire rising within her heart. She inwardly vowed that when Yi Huan was expelled from the Su family, she would ruthlessly humiliate Yi Huan. After leaving Latte Mall, Yi Huan returned to Amethyst Mansion, prepared all the information related to Chan Ku and sent it all together to Qin Yuashan, so that he could take action as soon as possible. Yi Huan knew inwardly that with Qin Yuashan's energy, as long as he found out the bottom of Chang Ku, if he wanted to end it all in one go, it would be a piece of cake. He and Amethyst Company only needed to wait for Qin Yuashan's performance. As for Zhang Zian, who came to the company, she was already familiarizing herself with the work content under the arrangement of Yi Huan's subordinates. With Zhang Zian's level of intelligence, he thought that he would soon be able to get the hang of it. Yi Huan sat on the leather chair and took out the bronze short sword that he brought from the ancient Jade Lodge, as well as the lock armor. Intuition told Yi Huan that these two antiques were definitely not mortal, especially the locked armor. It was delicately constructed and had an excellent texture, giving an unbreakable feeling that satisfied Yi Huan. Yi Qingyi had also said that the lock armor was made of special materials with extraordinary quality, and could even protect against bullets. Yi Huan took off his jacket and wore the lock armor close to him. The lock armor was cool to the touch and as thin as a cicada's wing. Yi Huan did not feel any discomfort even when wearing it. Yi Huan sat down again and picked up the bronze short sword in his hand, frowning slightly. Compared to the intact locked armor, the bronze short sword was in poorer condition, and was still stained with a lot of green patina. His heart was filled with suspicion that this short sword might not be as sharp as a kitchen knife, but after all, it was his own choice. Yi Huan was not good to say anything more. Scrutinizing it for a moment, he collected the short sword. Egu! Yi Huan let out a low cry. When the short sword was sheathed, it accidentally cut his finger. Although the short sword was not very sharp, there was still no problem trying to cut through the skin. Crimson droplets of blood rolled down the sword, setting off the short sword's increasingly greenish color. Damn! What bad luck! Yi Huan cursed and put the short sword into his pocket, asking Hun Yanyo to bring him sterilizing water. However, what he did not know was that after the short sword came into contact with the blood beads, it actually slowly absorbed them. The rust on the surface of the short sword began to show signs of fading, as if it was producing strange changes. After bandaging his fingers briefly, Yi Huan collapsed on the chair and drifted off to sleep. For some reason, after Yi Huan was cut, a heavy sleepiness rose in his mind, causing him to be unable to lift his eyelids. However, what Yi Huan did not expect was that when he woke up, it was already the following morning. What is this thing? When Yi Huan woke up, he actually saw a green-colored jade bottle on the table. The jade bottle was small in shape, about the size of a fist. Yi Huan casually picked up the jade bottle and directly opened the bottle mouth sealing wax. The moment the mouth of the bottle was broken open, a strange medicinal odor floated out from inside the bottle, the bitter taste that went straight into the nose, making Yi Huan almost vomit. Yi Huan glanced inside, only to realize that it was a dark medicinal pill. Looking at the selling style, it seemed like the leg-stretching and staring pills rubbed out by a Jianghu bonesetter. What is this thing? Actually able to be so stinky? He was speechless for a while and called Hun Yanyo. Xiao Yao, do you know what is on my desk? The flavor is so punchy. President is like this. The jade bottle was brought over by Dean Guan early in the morning, instructing me to make sure to deliver it to you. I saw that you were resting and didn't dare to disturb you, so I put it on your table. Yi Huan sniffed and couldn't help but froze. What? It was actually sent by the old pipe. He hung up the phone, a trace of suspicion rising within him. He naturally knew that Guan Yangbing ran a private hospital, and had also sent him a VIP hot gold card. But when did this guy actually get Chinese medicine? Although he had learned the art of medicine, but in terms of elixirs, he didn't know much about it and was completely confused. Could it be that old pipe had nothing to do after eating his fill and came over to tease me? Yi Huan was angry and laughing. His expression was helpless. He opened his cell phone again and dialed Guan Yangbing's number. Hey, it's old pipe, right? Ha ha, Yi Xiao, you ate that elixir? Guan Yangbing responded with a smile. Yi Huan rolled his eyes. Eat what? I don't even know what this pill is, or I dare to swallow it recklessly. Noticing that Yi Huan was somewhat dissatisfied, Guan Yangbing hurriedly explained. Yi Xiao, you relax, my old pipe can still harm you? Don't worry, this elixir, I got it from a Chinese medicine friend. My friend, from a famous family. The preciousness of the elixir, even more needless to say, I guarantee that after you eat it, you will definitely be able to be alive, healthy and strong. You have to know that the formula for this thing's elixir, but it's been broken for generations, and it's completely impossible to replicate it. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm on good terms with him, as soon as the pill was introduced, Guan Yangbing opened his words and gushingly introduced it to Yi Huan. Last time, he prepared in haste and only prepared a VIP card for Yi Huan. His heart has been overly concerned, and now that he found a good object, he immediately sent it over to Yi Huan. Guan Yangbing was inwardly certain beyond words that this was an extremely good medicine. After Yi Huan swallowed it, he would definitely thank him. Alright, I know. I won't bother you anymore. Yi Huan had just woken up. His head was dizzy. He didn't have much mood to listen to Guan Yangbing's recitation. Since he had asked about the origin of the pills, Yi Huan also had no more intention of gossiping and hurriedly cut off the phone. Yi Huan pinched his nose and opened the bottle again. Looking at the pills inside, his eyes flashed with a touch of hesitation. Chapter 109, Misunderstanding. Although he didn't know the construction of the pill, he could conclude that the pill was definitely non-toxic. So should he eat it, or not? Forget it, it's impossible for Guan Yangbing to harm me. Maybe this medicinal pill, there's really something strange about it. Yi Huan was also a decisive person. After making up his mind, he didn't hesitate too much. He directly cupped the jade bottle and poured it into his mouth, and the medicinal pill rolled into his abdomen. The pill entered his body. Yi Huan only felt indescribably hot, as if 10,000 ants were traveling through his limbs and bones, constantly stimulating Yi Huan's nerves. No way, Guan Yangbing pit me. This was Yi Huan's last thought before he fell unconscious. However, he was unaware that after he fell unconscious, in the middle of his mind, the virtual image formed by the Huangting Jing condensed Chen suddenly exuded a trace of golden light, helping him to comb the medicinal power in his body. At the same time, Su family villa. Su old man specially found Su Zixue, also specially make tea hospitality. Su Zixue fidgeted, although holding the teacup, but could not drink a mouthful of tea. Zixue, looking for you today. I'll get right to the point. The old master stared at Su Zixue, his tone sincere. After today, in the negotiations with the Amethyst Corporation, I hope you will agree. I'm here, and I also guarantee with you that the negotiations will be under your full responsibility. No one will be allowed to intervene, and no one will be able to snatch your results. After the matter is accomplished, the profit generated by the cooperation, you can get 10% of the dividend. Not only that, I will also elevate the status of your parents in the family. This way, do you see satisfaction? Su Zixue bit her lips, her expression somewhat hesitant. She was always thinking about Yi Huan's words in her heart. Yi Huan did not agree to her participation in the negotiation. Even if her heart was moved again, she could only reject it. Seeing Su Zixue's appearance, Elder Su knew that he was half successful. He was also clear that Su Zixue had not agreed all along, only because of Yi Huan's obstruction. Elder Su pretended to sigh with a regretful face. Zixue, I don't know what happened between you and Yi Huan, but I'm telling you, this man is not worthy of being committed to your life. If you refuse this negotiation because of him, then I will be very disappointed in you. You are a Su family member. You shouldn't be so stupid. Family master. Su Zixue lowered her head, but didn't say anything more. Alas, it's come to this. I also have to tell you the truth. Elder Su spat out a breath. Yi Huan is outside, already has another woman. The tone of this sentence was very light, but it was no less than a rolling thunderbolt, blasting Su Zixue to the six gods. Family master, what did you say? Elder Su sneered and threw out a dozen photos. Although the photos were a bit blurry, what was printed on them was precisely the same photo of Yi Huan and Zhang Zian. Only Zhang Zian was seen sitting on the co-pilot, smiling at Yi Huan and behaving intimately, as if they were lovers. Elder Su said in a deep voice, just yesterday, Shirling ran into Yi Huan on the street, and these photos were secretly taken by Shirling's female subordinate. This pair of dogs and men also injured Shirling, extremely arrogant. That woman also claimed that she was just Yi Huan's secretary. Yi Huan opened a company. How come I don't know? Zixue, you must not give Yi Huan this villain in the dark. He does not deserve to be your husband. Su Zixue's eyes were red, but inwardly, she did not believe this. Family head, you must have misunderstood. Yi Huan is definitely not such a person. Saying that, she took out her cell phone and called Yi Huan's number. Drop. But the phone, however, was delayed and not answered. Su Zixue's heart gradually sank, and a bad premonition rose within her heart. She knew that Yi Huan's work and rest was very regular, and in the past, at this point, he definitely woke up. But now, he actually didn't answer the phone. And yesterday, Yi Huan didn't return home for the night, nor did he explain to her in advance. Could it be that Yi Huan really cheated? Su Zixue did not believe it. This is definitely a misunderstanding. But just at this moment, the phone was connected. A crisp female voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, may I ask if you are looking for the president? Su Zixue's heart was shaken. The unsettling premonition within her heart came true. Her tone had some hoarseness. I don't know who the president you are talking about is. I am looking for Yi Huan. Where is Yi Huan? Yi Huan? Isn't he? Don't play dumb for me. I'm asking you where Yi Huan is. Su Zixue roared with all her strength, tears rolling indisputably from the corners of her eyes. Married for 3 years, she didn't know that Yi Huan was the president. It's all up to now. Still trying to play dumb and lie to her. The girl on the other end of the phone sniffed and could only say helplessly, okay, but Yi Huan is still sleeping. It's not convenient to talk. But, no buts. Su Zixue hung up the phone, her eyes red. She really misjudged Yi Huan. She really didn't expect that Yi Huan would actually do such a thing. On the other side, Zhang Ziyan in the president's office looked at the phone in her hand and cried and laughed. She hadn't finished explaining. Why did Su Zixue hang up the phone? But right now, the president was indeed sleeping. If she didn't have no choice, she wouldn't be willing to answer this call. But Su Zixue no longer had the courage to listen. Is the truth still not clear? If Yi Huan was innocent, why was that woman answering the phone and lying about Yi Huan being the president? She took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes reddened, and the emotions within her turned over. Zixue, do you have a number in your heart now? Elder Su's voice came out faintly. Su Zixue nodded, stubbornly wiping away the teardrops at the corner of her eyes. I promise you to participate in the negotiations. Elder Su revealed a smile. Good. This is what my Su family's sons and daughters look like. You shouldn't have been blinded by that loser. You take a good rest in these few days, and when the family consultations are completed, you'll go to Amethyst Corporation. By the way, let me tell you something. 3 days later, the family has an announcement to make, and it has something to do with you as well, so you have to come and make a trip. As for your relationship with Yi Huan, it's also time to sever it. He's not worthy of being your husband. When he said the word sever, Elder Su seemed to have an intention and increased his tone. Su Zixue slightly raised her red lips, but she was unable to open her mouth. From an unknown time, Yi Huan had already entered her heart. This man, who had stood up for her time and time again, unlocking her frozen heart. When she thought of Yi Huan's betrayal, she felt a tearing pain. Okay. In the end, Su Zixue let out a dark sigh, left 2 words and left the room. Chapter 110, Going Home. Amethyst Corporation. In the president's office, Yi Huan was drowsy and slept for another day. Huan and Zhang Ziyan, as Yi Huan's secretary, were nervous inside, worrying if something was wrong with Yi Huan. However, Guan Bingyang said that Yi Huan's deep sleep was a normal phenomenon and not to disturb him. In the 2 women's anxious waiting, Yi Huan awoke early the following morning. Holy, what stinks so bad? Yi Huan sniffed his nose, only to realize that this smoky stench, the source of his own body. At this moment, his clothes were already soaked with sweat, and the surface of his skin was still sticky with greasy dirt. However, Yi Huan's state was surprisingly good, refreshed and vigorous. Even if he had not eaten for 2 days, Yi Huan still felt that he had endless strength. Good. In the office compartment, there is a mezzanine bedroom. Yi Huan rushed in to take a shower, changed a set of newly bought clothes. The 2 women at the door were guarding the doorway, and when they heard the movement in the room, they immediately walked in. The 2 secretaries stepped into the door before their feet. Yi Huan walked out from the mezzanine bedroom. Seeing Yi Huan's figure, the 2 women could not help but faintly stare. At this moment, Yi Huan's temperament was ethereal and dusty. His body posture was upright and stylish. He also changed into a famous brand, giving a feeling of being transformed. No longer a trace of poor gas, but instead, he was handsome and compelling. The 2 women hung their heads, their faces red, not daring to look directly at Yi Huan. Yi Huan didn't pay attention to the 2 women's strange emotions, casually sat on the big leather chair, glanced at the 2 men and faintly said, "What happened in the company in these 2 days? Report with me." Huan pushed up her glasses, drew out her tablet and narrated to Yi Huan one by one. As for Zhang Ziyan, she obediently stood at the side without the slightest word. Compared to Huan who had a professional background, Zhang Ziyan's identity was more like Yi Huan's life secretary, helping Yi Huan deal with miscellaneous matters. After listening to the summary, Yi Huan flipped through the information prepared by Huan and asked, "How is the progress of Jingha Company? With General Manager Qin's ability, it shouldn't be too slow, right?" Huan softly said, "General Manager Qin has successfully dug out the bottom of Chanka real estate, and can make the Chanka stock market crash at any time. Just waiting for your order." "Good, very good." Yi Huan revealed a hint of a smile. "The son sins, the old son suffers. I will make this father and son duo lose their reputation." Zhang Ziyan stood quietly at the side, listening to the conversation between the 2, seemingly expressionless, but in fact, her heart set off shocking waves. She really did not expect that Yi Huan's energy was so great that a huge Chanka actually fell when he said so. These few years, what exactly did Yi Huan go through? Actually shifted and became so terrifying. Zhang Ziyan's eyes flashed a flash of complexity. "Wait, which one of you has moved my cell phone?" Yi Huan finished reading the information and wanted to call Su Zixue, but he saw the call record with Su Zixue, which was still a day ago. Zhang Xian's heart tightened. Sensing that Yi Huan's mood was a bit unhappy, she hurriedly explained, "President, it's like this. Yesterday, I saw you go to sleep, and I was afraid that your wife was looking for you for something important, so I answered it for you first." "Answered it for me?" Yi Huan's voice sank and lit up the screen. "See my note. This is my wife. She doesn't know about my company either. I asked you to come over. It's because I'm thinking of my old feelings. This is how you do my business? Speak quickly and clearly. What did you say to her?" Hearing Yi Huan's stern rebuke, Zhang Xian's eyes were a little red. "Didn't say anything either. I haven't explained clearly." She quickly hung up the phone. Yi Huan's heart tightened, knowing that a misunderstanding must have occurred here. Su Zixue is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. She is extremely disciplined in terms of how she conducts herself, and she generally does not hang up the phone and give the other party a face. If she did, it also meant that she was angry and did not want to say a word more. Yi Huan coldly glanced at Zhang Xian and did not say anything more. It was imperative to talk to Zixue first to save the conflict from festering and brewing a big deal. But what made Yi Huan's heart sink was that the phone had been a blind tone. This misunderstanding is afraid that it can't be solved. Yi Huan's mouth showed a bitter smile. Seeing this mess, Su Zixue had blacked him out. There must be something else going on inside. I have to hurry back. Yi Huan took a deep breath, hurriedly picked up the car keys on the table and hurriedly walked outside. For Zhang Xian, who wanted to speak, Yi Huan did not have the slightest intention of paying attention. If Zhang Xian did something in the future and was still so reckless, Yi Huan did not mind firing her. Yi Huan drove and hurriedly returned to the Su family's neighborhood, only to find that the doorway had changed to a new lock, and the door could not be opened at all. Damn, what does this mean? Yi Huan, anxious, tapped on the gate. "Open the door. I'm Yi Huan." "Yi Huan? You still have the face to come back? Get the hell out of the neighborhood. You're not welcome here." As soon as Yi Huan's words fell, Li Qin's snarky voice came from the room. "You've been in the family for 3 years, eating, drinking, living and traveling with the Su family, and now you've actually done this kind of thing. Do you have any shame? From now on, my Su family has nothing to do with you. Quickly get the hell out of here." Yi Huan responded in a loud voice, "Mother-in-law, there must be a misunderstanding here. You let me meet Zixue. You are not qualified to see her. You have the face to cheat on your wife. Why do you still come to see Zixue?" Li Qin couldn't wait for Yi Huan to get out of the Su family. Now that she had caught the handle for her, how could she let Yi Huan in? As soon as Yi Huan heard this, he knew that the misunderstanding was big, and he couldn't help but aggravate the strength of the door slap. In the next instant, a crisp sound came out. The door lock actually gave Yi Huan a direct break. Yi Huan was inwardly surprised. When did his strength become so big? But he didn't have time to consider that much and directly pushed the door in. Watching this scene, Li Qin, who was sitting on the sofa, was jaw-dropped. Yi Huan took a deep breath and stared at Li Qin word for word. "I don't know what you guys heard from there, but I have to explain to Zixue that I didn't cheat on her." Li Qin snorted coldly, with all the human and material evidence. "What else do you have to explain?" Yi Huan shook his head. "I don't want to say anything more. I want to see Zixue." After saying that, Yi Huan had a cold face and walked straight into the bedroom. Looking at Yi Huan's silhouette, Li Qin froze in place, but she did not make a move to stop him. This moment's Yi Huan, his aura was sufficient, making her almost forget Yi Huan's identity. But Yi Huan searched all the corners of the room and still did not see any trace of Su Zixue. On the contrary, the sleeping Su Muiying was woken up by Yi Huan and gave a big jump. "Don't waste your efforts." Li Qin came back to her senses with a cold smile on her face. "Zixue went out a long time ago today. You won't be able to see her. Also, let me remind you that Zixue has already agreed to the divorce papers. You now have nothing to do with my Su family. Quickly get the hell out of here." Chapter 111, Going to the Door. When Yi Huan heard the word divorce, he was struck by lightning and his pupils shrunk. He really did not expect that Su Zixue would file for divorce. At this time, Su Muiying walked out in her pajamas, and hearing the conversation between the two, her heart felt a little bad. After that incident at the Canstar Club, she had actually recognized Yi Huan's identity. However, no one had expected that Yi Huan, who had been a member of the family for 3 years, would actually have an affair with another woman. It's better to remind him. Su Muiying sighed inwardly and compiled a text message to Yi Huan. "Brother-in-law, don't be anxious first. I believe in your character. You won't do such a thing. In 2 more days, the family will have a meeting. Sister should go. You seize the opportunity and explain to your sister. You will definitely be able to get her forgiveness." Yi Huan took out his cell phone, and after reading the text message, he gratefully glanced at Su Muiying, and walked out of the cell gate amidst Li Qin's cursing voice. What kind of misunderstanding has happened here? Yi Huan thought. and couldn't help but have some headaches. Forget it, there's no clue about this matter. It's better to solve the matter of Chanka first. Yi Huan's eyes flashed with a cold aura. He was currently holding a bellyful of fire, and it was just the right time to take it out on by Jianlin's father and son. However, letting the stock of Chanka real estate collapse was not in the interest of Amethyst Corporation. Yi Huan planned to rely on his underhandedness and directly get to Bai Jianlin's head, making him obediently hand over the shares of Chanka and transfuse blood for Amethyst. In short, Yi Huan not only wanted to deprive Bai Jianlin's father and son of everything, he also wanted Bai Jianlin to work for him. Very quickly, Yi Huan drove once again and arrived in front of the main gate of Chanka's headquarters. Chanka Real Estate Group, worthy of being a famous company in Hangzhou. The building was 30 floors high. The decoration was very atmospheric. Only the upper-class business elites of the society could come to work here. Yi Huan parked his car, sneered and walked straight into the revolving door of the building. Just after entering the gate, a tall and powerful security guard walked over. He stopped Yi Huan and frowned. "Who are you? With an appointment? Outsiders without a reservation are prohibited from entering the building." Yi Huan said indifferently. "Reservation? No, I'm here to find Bai Jianlin." The security guard heard Yi Huan's tone so wild. His face instantly grimaced. "Shut up. Is Mr. Bai's name something you can call?" Right at this moment, a black-suited bodyguard passed by and saw Yi Huan at the door. His face froze, then he revealed a fierce smile. "Yo-ho, isn't this the Su family's wasteful flunky? Why are you looking for the door today? Want to find death?" Bai Jianlin had raised a group of bodyguards that had close dealings with Bai Sikong, and it was normal for this bodyguard to recognize Yi Huan at a glance. He knew in his heart that Bai Sikong had been salivating for Su Zixue for a long time, but when he was about to succeed, he actually suffered defeat here in Yi Huan. In his heart, Bai Sikong was annoyed and naturally wanted to take care of Yi Huan, but he was unable to find the opportunity. This bodyguard also didn't expect that Yi Huan actually sent him to the door. Wasn't this asking for death? Yi Huan glanced at him lightly and did not say anything more, but the suited bodyguard did not have the intention to let Yi Huan go. He took out his walkie-talkie and summoned up the other brothers. "Brothers, come over. Come alive. There's a punk who came over to the door to provoke. Hurry up and come over to waste him." Very quickly, 7 or 8 big-bladed bodyguards ran from the corner, all of them ferocious and unfriendly, surrounding Yi Huan. "TSK, so it's this trashy flunky. TM, this punk hasn't died, right? This dares to come to the door. Then what's the point of dilly-dallying? Let's hurry up and get him killed to take out the anger for Bai Shao." Speaking of this, the crowd rubbed their sandbag-sized fists, revealing impish smiles. Yi Huan's face was bland, his expression didn't change in any way. He came from the Yi family and had already learned fighting techniques, and now after taking the pill, his strength had skyrocketed even more, so he still didn't have any problems trying to solve a few bodyguards. But just at this moment, a bodyguard's phone rang. "What? It's actually a call from the old boss." The bodyguard's heart tightened and he gestured, signaling the crowd to stop. He pressed the connect button, and a majestic voice came from the other end of the phone. "What happened on the first floor, making such a big commotion?" The bodyguard explained with a fawning smile. "Mr. Bai, it's like this. This guy is a wasteful flunky, and as soon as he entered the door, he asked to see you by name. I see him, just nothing to do, and did not report with you. And this guy, he also offended Bai Shao. We are planning to take care of him." "What? Come to find me? And it's also related to Sikong?" Bai Jianlin was a bit surprised. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "Forget it then. You guys don't do anything first. Bring him up to see me." "What? You want to see him?" The bodyguard's face froze. Just such a loser. And Mr. Bai was actually willing to waste time and see him? But the bodyguard didn't dare to ask more questions and hung up the phone helplessly, staring tightly at Yi Huan. "Count yourself lucky to have escaped. Hurry up and roll over. Our general manager Bai is willing to see you." Yi Huan spoke indifferently. "Don't talk nonsense, just take me to Bai Jianlin." The bodyguard smiled grimly. "Don't worry, General Manager Bai must have misunderstood something. When you walk out of General Manager Bai's office, let's see how we can get you killed." After saying that, the bodyguard waved his hand and signaled the crowd to escort Yi Huan into the elevator. Seeing that Yi Huan was viciously clamped on his arms but did not dare to have any resistance, the bodyguard's eyes flashed with contempt. "With this kind of guts, you still come to the door to cause trouble. You are really wasted enough." The group came to the 15th floor of the building, turned the corner, and entered Bai Jianlin's office. Bai Jianlin was leaning on a leather recliner. In front of him was the luxurious mahogany desk with neatly arranged paperwork. He had a 5-point resemblance to Bai Sikong, but there was an additional air of dignity of a superior. At this moment, his eyebrows were slightly furrowed, somewhat unable to see through Yi Huan. Just now, he was inspecting the work of his staff and inadvertently saw the surveillance video on the first floor. Yi Huan, who had a unique temperament, caught his attention. Bai Jianlin had extraordinary experience and vaguely sensed that Yi Huan was not simple. Curious about what the bodyguard said, he decided to meet Yi Huan. Bai Jianlin slowly said, "Young man, this is Chanka, not a place for you to spread your wildness. Tell us, who are you, and what are you doing here? If you can't say a word." "Ha!" Bai Jian coldly smiled without saying anything. The bodyguards around Yi Huan were also in unison with a stern voice, both legs crossed, giving Yi Huan a demonstration. Yi Huan smiled blandly, not panicking in the slightest, sitting on the sofa in front of the mahogany desk, and also crossed his legs. "I came here. The purpose is very simple. Just came over to collect the debt. 1 billion. I want you to give me every single cent." The bodyguards were filled with incredulity when they heard such absurd words. Before Bai Jianlin could speak, they exploded. "You punk, after 3 years of eating soft rice in the Su family, are people eating themselves silly? Talking about dreams here?" Chapter 112, Out. "That's right. Are you kidding me? What kind of person is our old boss to owe you $1 billion? That's right. I think you have itchy skin and owe a beating. Old boss, don't listen to his nonsense. Bai Jianlin waved his hand, signaling the bodyguard to shut up. He keenly detected the special meaning of the number 1 billion, narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. "Young man, what do you mean by that? 1 billion is not a small amount. Even if this is an empty promise, I can still make you eat 10 years in jail." Yi Huan smiled. After the equity liquidation of Chanka Real Estate, it's always right that it owes Amethyst 1 billion, right? I'm here today to claim the debt for Amethyst. When Bai Jianlin heard the word Amethyst, his pupils shrunk. When the bodyguards heard this, they looked at each other in disbelief, and when they saw that their boss looked unkind, they then shouted viciously, "Rubbish, what the hell are you talking about? Who do you think you are, to be able to represent the Amethyst Company? The dispute between the Amethyst Company and us, is it also something that you are involved in? I think you just owe a beating." Bai Jianlin had no intention of stopping the crowd and said indifferently, "Since this guy doesn't know what's good for him, let's give him some color." Getting the approval of the boss, the crowd of security guards were like wolves and tigers, directly rushing out at Yi Huan. One of the bodyguards who was closest to Yi Huan directly reached out his hand into a claw and grabbed at Yi Huan's neck. Yi Huan laughed coldly, his face full of disdain. "Oh, playing hard to get, you guys are also worthy." Just as the words fell, Yi Huan stomped the ground with both feet, his body rushed out like a cannonball, flexed his wrist and slammed it, and simply and efficiently blasted this bodyguard away. The bodyguard let out a miserable howl, directly spraying out crimson blood. His body heavily flew backwards. After resolving one person, Yi Huan's figure flickered like a ghost, arriving in front of the other bodyguard. His fist ruthlessly smashed on his chest, causing him to lose his fighting ability instantly. When the other bodyguards saw this, their figures stagnated, and their faces were covered with panic. As the saying goes, once a connoisseur strikes, he knows if he is there or not. They were practiced fighters, and they could see at a glance how terrifying Yi Huan's hands were. Perhaps Yi Huan's fighting skills were ordinary, nothing to boast about, but Yi Huan's physical ability, far beyond the ordinary people. An ordinary straight punch, more than 10 times stronger than the ordinary people. Who can withstand But Chanka Company, is their bread and butter, is also their dependence? The remaining bodyguards gritted their teeth, still rushed at Yi Huan to pounce. Yi Huan shook his head. Unconscionable thing. Immediately after, he knocked these bodyguards to the ground with 3 strikes. Yi Huan casually picked up a police baton, exerted his chi, and swung the baton heavily. Bang! A loud sound came out, and the baton deeply missed into the wall, creating chapped cracks. Looking at this scene, the bodyguards who fell to the ground, as well as Bai Jianlin on the reclining chair, all of their faces were horrified, their jaws staring blankly. Yi Huan swept a circle and said indifferently, "The consequences of provoking me again will not be as simple as it is now." Bai Jianlin took a sip of tea, anger burning in his heart. "Young man, I admit that you're very capable of fighting and are better than this bunch of drunkards, but I'm afraid that you still need to learn more when it comes to dealing with people in the world. You might as well go out and inquire about my status and connections in Hangzhou City. Who wouldn't give a third of their face when they see me?" He, Bai Jianlin, being the business bigwig of Hang City, shook his feet and countless people were shocked. In his opinion, Yi Huan's confrontation with him was no different from a firefly competing with the moon. However, he was unaware of Yi Huan's true identity. Once Yi Huan's bottom card was revealed, Chanka Company was like pinching off its lifeblood, and there was no more possibility of survival. "Bai Jianlin, you are a smart person. I am here to ask for money. If you give the money, everything is fine." Yi Huan's face was cold. "Money? What money? I, Chanka, have long since drawn a line with Amethyst. No more entanglements." Bai Jianlin's volume increased a few points. "The 1 billion you said is simply ridiculous. I won't give you a single cent. Yi Huan faintly said. Don't be in a hurry to reject it first. I haven't finished my words yet. I came here today, but not only to ask for money. I also want to inject capital into Chanka and realize 100% control. Bai Jianlin laughed back in anger. Young man, you are talking in your head. I'd like to see what you're capable of. Daring to be so wild. Mad? Yi Huan laughed. Mad is right. Moreover, I have the qualifications to be mad. After saying that, Yi Huan sat back on the sofa again, picked up his cell phone and dialed a phone number. Uncle Qin, everything is ready to begin. Bai Jianlin sneered. Don't put on airs. I don't care who you are. Wanting to move Chanka is something impossible. Moreover, my level of patience is limited. If you really don't know what's good for you, I'll make it so that you won't be able to walk out of Chanka Mansion alive. Yi Huan narrowed his eyes slightly, stood up, and before Bai Jianlin could react, he slapped him on the face. Half of Bai Jianlin's face instantly turned red and bulged high. Blood froth overflowed from his mouth, and his pair of cloudy eyes were bloodshot and filled with anger, as well as fear. Just wait, honestly, why do you have to talk so much nonsense? Bai Jianlin covered his face, his eyes filled with resentment. You dared to hit me. You still want to swallow Chanka? What kind of dream are you having? From today onwards, you're a corpse. He glanced at the cell phone on the table and spat a mouthful of phlegm. I kind of know your identity now. Nothing more than a flunky of the Su family. A scrappy dog that eats soft food. Dare to be arrogant in my place. Today I'll let you see what it means to be cruel. Just now, while Yi Huan was not paying attention, he sent a text message to the captain of the security team, and it was estimated that it wouldn't take more than a few minutes for them to arrive. This security company was not small in origin, and it was inextricably linked to the mob giant Huan. Even a few of the heads had firearms hidden in their bodies. All of them were outlaws who had seen blood. With them around, how can Yi Huan, no matter how crazy he is, still be able to withstand the power of a peanut? Yi Huan comfortably leaned on the sofa, ignoring Bai Jianlin's threat, just faintly said, you still have 3 minutes to consider. Bai Jianlin tightly pinched his teacup, his eyes flashed with a teasing color. Good, 3 minutes it is. I'd like to see what you can do to me. However, in a while, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the door, and the number of people was not small. Bai Jianlin let out a sardonic laugh and ruthlessly slammed the cup on the ground. TSK, sorry, you, out. Bang! The main door was kicked open with a bang, and a burly man with a face full of crossface meat was carrying a steel rod, followed by 2 lines of ferocious security guards. The arrival was not good. Bai Jianlin's expression was a bit ugly. Li Yun, this guy has grown in skill, kicking the gate on meeting. Who is he giving the slip to? Chapter 113 Bankruptcy. But now is not the time to count on side issues. Bai Jianlin's face was cold. You guys do it together. Hold him down on the ground. Waste his limbs first, and if you can't, shoot the bastard. After saying that, Bai Jianlin leaned his feet on the table with a sardonic smile on his face, just waiting for a good show. He was going to do what he said today, so that Yi Huan could not leave this house alive. Li Yun, however, looked at Yi Huan, who was leaning against the sofa with a calm face and awe, and then said to the 2 lines of security guards behind him, smash, smash hard for me. Dozens of security guards sniffed and drew out their sticks, smashing in a flurry of destruction. Under their destruction, the office quickly became cluttered, without a single intact object. Even the mahogany table in front of Bai Jianlin was smashed to pieces. But Yi Huan sat there without being affected in the slightest. The corner of his mouth instead revealed a hint of a smile, as if he had already anticipated this scene. Bai Jianlin's eyes glared blood red, with an unbelievable face, pointing at Li Yun's nose and scolding fiercely. You're crazy, are you? I let you hit Yi Huan. Why are you smashing my office? Li Yun swept Bai Jianlin's office computer on the ground with a stick, ruthlessly stepping on the display to break it, before slowly and methodically saying, Bai Jianlin, you and I know each other for a while. Don't blame me for not reminding you that you have offended someone you can't afford to mess with. Now all this is just the beginning. After saying that, Li Yun turned around and respectfully bowed towards Yi Huan, and without saying anything more, he left with a group of security guards. Watching this scene, a trace of cool air sprang up in Bai Jianlin's heart, his expression stunned to the extreme. Could it be that the person Li Yun said he couldn't afford to provoke was referring to Yi Huan? This can't be. Bai Jianlin's mind was in a trance. Yi Huan is just a waste of soft food. He has no money and no power. How could he have this kind of energy? Suddenly, Bai Jianlin's cell phone screen lit up. It was a call dialed by Manager Wang of the finance department. Bai Jianlin's face was overjoyed, as if he grabbed the savior, picking up the phone and shouting, Manager Wang, you're in the company, right? Hurry up and bring someone over. Something big has happened on my side. But the words that Manager Wang uttered were like a pot of cold water poured on his head. Mr. Bai, it's useless for you to call me. I can't even take care of myself. Now the company's financial assets have all been frozen. and all the properties that are being sold have been seized by the court. According to this momentum, it won't take long for the company to go bankrupt. Mr. Bye. I can't go on. I'd better resign. After saying that, a string of blind tones came from the cell phone, and manager Wang hung up. Bai Jianlin was like a lightning strike. His mind was blank. He has long been through the upper and lower relations, each project all the way to the green light. The result is now, the building was seized? Thinking of this, Bai Jianlin's heart and soul trembled, filled with fear. What kind of horrible existence had he offended? Tick-tock. Right at this moment, another phone call came over. Chu Fei? Why is he calling as well? Bai Jianlin was jolted. Chu Fei was a partner that he had known for many years, and had signed a $100 million contract with him a while ago. This person can be called the biggest gold master of Chanka. Just at this juncture, how did he find the door? Bai Jianlin picked up his cell phone, and before he could speak, Chu Fei's furious voice came from the cell phone speaker. Bai Jianlin, who exactly have you offended? I'm going to be killed by you. Forget it, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. The previously signed contract is completely void. Don't appear in front of me, or I'll break your legs. Bai Jianlin's entire body shook and paralyzed on the reclining chair without the slightest bit of strength. He had never expected that Chu Fei would actually want to tear up the contract and divest from Chanka. This was tantamount to doom for Bai Jianlin. Don't, Mr. Chu, for the sake of years of friendship, help me. Bai Jianlin still refused to die, rushed Chu Fei and begged bitterly. I helped Emma then. Mr. Chu viciously cursed and directly hung up the phone. Bai Jianlin's eyes were lifeless. His face was desperate. Just at this moment, another call came. Bai Jianlin's eyes lit up, grabbed the phone, and cried out with a handful of snot and tears. Director Zhao, Chanka Real Estate is facing a major crisis. I really don't have a way out. You quickly gather all the shareholders. Think of a way. If you keep on dawdling, Chanka is going to be finished. Think about it. Director Zhao cursed. Do you know that Chanka's share price has collapsed to a low point? From now on behalf of all the shareholders, I'm retiring all the shares of Chanka, and I have no more relationship with Chanka. As for this mess, it's all your own fault, so do yourself a favor. When Bai Jian heard this, he seemed to be messed up in the wind. His whole body trembled continuously. How did the sky suddenly change? Just at this time, the door came again. Tada footsteps. Bai Jianlin eyes bright, as if grabbing the last straw. But this person has not yet walked in. The angry roar will be distant. Bai Jianlin, you do not know, good bastard. Dare to hook up with other women. Do you know, without my family to help you start your own business, you're nothing. Now it's good. Even if you cheated on me, you even let someone take photos and catch you in the act. Even the company is in tatters for you. You say you deserve to die or not. An obese woman in a short skirt walked in, her overly made-up old face written with anger. Bai Jianlin's face flushed with panic. Wife, I didn't cheat. You listen to my explanation. Explain P. I'll beat you to death. You heartless man. The old woman stepped on her high heels and rushed over at speed, aiming at the left side of Bai Jianlin's face. She swung down with a slap. After hitting the left face to hit the right face, the old woman did not have the slightest intention to stop. Very quickly, Bai Jianlin's face high swelling, living like a pig head. Favorably, Bai Jianlin is accustomed to the submissive, did not dare to resist. He is a ding-ding. In front of outsiders. In front of outsiders, he is the famous Chanka boss. In front of his wife, he is a weak man with no right to speak. A series of blows completely destroyed the psychological defense of Bai Jianlin, as if it has figured out what. Bai Jianlin, piece of blue and purple eye circles, crossed a flash of light. He suddenly pushed the old woman away and crawled to Huan like a madman, his calves cut out by the debris. Grandpa Lin, I was wrong. Please spare me. I really know I'm wrong. As long as you're willing to stop, I'll promise you anything. Bai Jianlin kowtowed heavily to Huan, and his head was soon scarred and covered in blood. At the same time, the old woman noticed Huan on the sofa, and her face could not help but freeze. Wasn't this the young man from the Paris family? Why was he here? At that time, she was secretly amazed at how extraordinary Huan's strikes were, and only after she went back to investigate did she understand that this guy was just an ordinary flunky, and it was estimated that he was spending his mother-in-law's money. Chapter 114. What's the point of pleading with a loser? Are you stupid? Hurry up and get up for my old lady. Disgraceful thing. The old woman cursed out angrily while kicking Bai Jianlin over. Extremely dissatisfied with her husband's wimpy behavior, Bai Jianlin's face was bitter, although in his heart, he didn't think that a son-in-law could do anything. However, everything that happened right now made Bai Jianlin have to admit that Huan had the ability of having eyes and hands. In front of this young man, he was just a toad sitting in a well watching the sky. When he heard the old woman speak out of turn, his wickedness grew when he got up from the ground, punching and kicking her with all his remaining strength. What do you know? Are you blind with your eyes open? Chanka real estate is going to be finished, do you know that? The old woman wailed mournfully and fell to the ground, unconscious. After tidying up the mother-in-law, Bai Jianlin turned around and knelt down again, his forehead pressed against the cold ground. Grandpa Lin, you are generous. Let Chanka go. The money owed to Amethyst, I will definitely return every cent. Yi Huan looked at Bai Jianlin on the ground, who had blood marks all over his body, and spoke indifferently. Other than owing money back, you also need to pay attention to one thing, and that is that your son has messed with me. I won't say much else. Slap yourself 10 times before you get up and talk to me. Without saying a word, Bai Jianlin aimed 10 heavy slaps at his face. At the same time, he cursed Bai Sikong in his heart. This rebellious son, I raised him for nothing, and caused me such great trouble. However, he did not dare to show the slightest bit on his face, and continued to respectfully say to Yi Huan, Grandpa Lin, if you have any more orders, just say it. Yi Huan glanced at him indifferently. I'll send someone over later, to take care of the delivery of the equity. You're willing to be a good dog. You can still be the chairman of Chanka Real Estate, and I'll be able to keep some shares for you. Bai Jianlin clenched his fists tightly for a long time before he spat out a few words feebly. Okay, I promise. Yi Huan nodded slightly and left the office without looking back, leaving only a mess on the floor. Bai Jianlin sat paralyzed on the floor, his gaze lax, his face stiff. At this moment, the cell phone beside him rang again. Hello, Mr. Li, this is Li Yun. I just got drunk with my brothers. Did I do something wrong? Bai Jianlin gritted his teeth, but still helplessly said, nothing, you guys did a great job. 3,000 extra bonuses for everyone. General Manager Bai. Our property was quickly unsealed. Many customers have come to the door to make appointments. The performance is so good. I take back the request to leave. Do you think it's okay? Bai Jianlin's gaze is red and full of vigor. It's okay. This is all a misunderstanding. You still have to be on time tomorrow. Cough cough. Old Bai Ah. I'm Chu Fei Ah. I take back what I said just now. The contract still has to continue. Let's make an appointment together some other day and catch up. Bai Jianlin's face was overjoyed. As if he was reborn. He cried tears of joy and said, okay, thank you for Chu's appreciation. At this time, the old woman woke up leisurely, recovered a few threads of calm, did not take action against Bai Jianlin, just cried out, you bastard. In the end offended Hua. How did you end up like this? Bai Jianlin was in a trance. Thinking of Yi Huan's face was like falling into a nightmare. I don't know exactly what Yi Huan's origin is, but I know that this guy is definitely not as simple as a flunky. His means, through and through, have far exceeded our level. We simply cannot afford to mess with him. Saying that, Bai Jianlin revealed a bitter smile. However, Yi Huan should not want to cut down the number of people. Otherwise he wouldn't have come to my door to find me. Bai Jianlin vaguely guessed Yi Huan's meaning. He wanted to take full control of Chanka, letting Chanka be reduced to a money-making tool for Amethyst. But he didn't want to attract too much attention from the outside world. Nor did he want Chanka to be thrown into a state of shock. So he used thunderous means and operated everything in secret. Now, he just needs to quietly be a hanging boss. In fact, what is not good? At least the company is still there. Yi Huan's energy is so big, there is no chance that he didn't lead Chanka Real Estate to jump out of Hangzhou and soar to the sky. First I have to clean up that bastard boy. Thinking of Bai Sikong, Bai Jianlin hated his teeth. Bai Jianlin is actually on Bai Sikong give high hopes. Throw him a few 100 million investment. Set a small goal. First earn 100 million. But this is no interest in the ungrateful son of the grandson. Money are taken to spend days and build nightclubs. His mom is still protecting him. And Bai Jianlin can't do anything about Bai Sikong. Playing with women is playing with women. But actually offended Yi Xiao, leading to such a big trouble. Does he want to die? Bai Jianlin took out his cell phone and gave Bai Sikong a call. After connecting, he directly roared out, you ungrateful son, where are you going to toss and turn again? In the future, give me a low profile, don't give me a net trouble. Bai Sikong didn't care about his father's rebuke, and said with a big grin, how dare I cause trouble? Recently, I've been conducting research at the nightclub. It just so happens that I slept in the nightclub today. Besides, father, why are you getting flustered? Our Chanka company is a big company. Who can we be afraid of? I assure you, I've been keeping a low profile lately, and have no time to cause trouble for you. Hey, another good news to tell you. Not a few days, I will be able to marry Hangzhou's top beauty home. Bai Jianlin thought about it. The jealousy between young people, how powerful can it be? Yi Huan came over today, presumably to ask for a debt. His son's side, at most, was the trigger. However, Bai Jianlin did not dare to say anything more to his son. After all, Yi Huan made a scene in Chanka, and this is a disgraceful thing to spread out. After thinking about it, Bai Jianlin said to Bai Sikong, then you have to remember, don't mess with Yi Huan. This guy is very big. Bai Sikong responded with a careless voice and hung up the phone with disdain. Yi Huan? A powerless flunky only. When he really exerts his means, he must let this punk know what is called the hand and eye of the sky. In a luxurious revolving restaurant, Su Zixue sat boredly at the table, and opposite her girlfriend Yu Zishan. Although Yu Zishan and Yi Huan's relationship had reached a stalemate, her relationship with Su Zixue had not changed much. Seeing that Su Zixue was not in a happy mood, Yu Zishan invited Su Zixue to come out for a talk. After hearing what happened to Su Zixue, Yu Zishan was even more righteously indignant and had an angry look on her face. I told you a long time ago, that guy Yi Huan is unreliable. You just don't listen. When he didn't have money, he was like a bloodsucker that couldn't be shaken off, mingling with the Su family, and when he had money, he transformed himself, bought a luxury car, and kicked you away. Tell me, this kind of man, is he worth relying on? Chapter 115, Sweat Medicine. I see this kind of person, even if he becomes rich, in his bones, he is just poor. He doesn't have the life of a rich person at all. Yu Zisan gritted her teeth and cursed out, spittle flying. Su Zixue took a sip of coffee before she helplessly opened her mouth. Alright, Zisan, don't talk too much. How's your recent job search going? Now that she came back to her senses, Su Zixue actually regretted pulling the blackout of Yi Huan's phone number somewhat. After all, without saying it clearly in person, everything had yet to be capped. Furthermore, the one who provided the photos was Su Bingbing. How many thoughts she had in her stomach. Could Su Zixue not be clear? It is not possible to say that Yi Huan's relationship with that woman is really innocent. It is just a coincidence that both sides misunderstand each other. It's not allowed to say that Yi Huan is really the president of a certain company. Humph, this bad guy actually dared to hide it from me, Su Zixue secretly guessed, a little angry. Next to her, Yu Zisan cut off a small piece of steak and put it in her mouth to chew. With Xiaobai's help, I found a better position. In that case, I still have to thank that bastard Yi Huan. When she said the word thank you, Yu Zisan deliberately aggravated her tone, appearing to gnash her teeth a little. Su Zixue frowned. Bai Sikong? I advise you to have less dealings with people like him. What's wrong with Bai Xiao? I'm telling you, Bai Xiao can be many times better than that punk Yi Huan. Yu Zisan egged on. Zixue, Yi Huan's cheating is real. What are you still hesitating for? If you want me to say it, you make a snap decision. Directly divorce him, and then get together with Bai Xiao. It would be perfect. Look at who Bai Xiao is. Mr. Chonka. Looking at the entire Hangzhou city, it's also one of the top positions. Just then, a rather magnetic voice came out. Yo, what a coincidence. You guys are here too. A handsome man with a slightly pale complexion stopped in his tracks and let out a low cry in feigned surprise, then looked at Su Zixue with a smile on his face. Miss Zixue, it's been a long time. You've become beautiful again. Yu Zisan exaggeratedly exclaimed. Wow, isn't this Bai Xiao? What east wind blew you here? Quickly please sit down. Saying that, she moved her position, just in time to leave the seat facing Su Zixue empty. Bai Sikong was generous and sat up without avoiding suspicion, smiling at Su Zixue. Since we are so fortunate today, everyone's consumption, I will be the one to pay for it. Waiter, a bottle of 82-year-old Lafite. Okay, sir, the passing waitress responded respectfully. In her eyes, Bai Sitsong's lavish decorations and honorable face. At a glance, he was a first-class son, so how could he dare to be the slightest bit negligent? Su Zixue looked at Bai Sikong, whose face was full of enthusiasm, and her pretty face was a little unnatural. Mr. Bai, I'm not used to drinking wine. You ordered it or drink it yourself. Also, I'm full now, so I won't disturb your dining. Zisan, let's go. Although Su Zixue and Yi Huan had a misunderstanding, it did not mean that Su Zixue had lost her love for Yi Huan. At the very least now, she was still Yi Huan's wife in name only, and she could not do the same to dine intimately with another man. Don't, Zixue, it's rare that Bai Xiao is free. Why are you being such a spoilsport? Yu Zisan hurriedly stood up, pulled Su Zixue, and obediently sat beside her, blocking the intersection to go out, and rigidly refusing to let Su Zixue leave. Unable to do anything about it, Su Zixue could not force Yu Zisan to back away, and could only sit down again. She looked at Yu Zisan, who had a warm face. A trace of suspicion rose within her heart. Could it be that Yu Zisan invited her out today just to create an opportunity to meet Bai Sikong? Bai Sikong saw Su Zixue's indifferent attitude, but he was not the least bit surprised. Instead, he smiled and opened the wine bottle, pouring Su Zixue a glass of red wine. He stared at Su Zixue with burning eyes. Zixue, don't be so nervous. I won't eat you. I heard that Yi Huan cheated on his wife? Su Zixue's face was cold. This is not for you to worry about. This is something between me and Yi Huan. I will settle it privately with him. Is that so? Seeing Su Zixue's lack of oil and salt, Bai Sikong was secretly annoyed. Yi Huan, this trash, what exactly was so good that he could be compared to him? This waste, at best, is just a thug. Really want to compare with him in terms of underlying power? Yi Huan is not even worthy of mentioning his shoes to him. But Su Zixue, how could she be so mesmerized by such a punk and die biting? But when it comes to my hands, even the most stubborn girl will have to be softened into my fingers. Bai Sikong ordered another table of good food, just 3 servings of good Australian Wagyu beef. It would cost hundreds of thousands of expensive dollars. Zixue, I'm not going to brag too much about anything with you. As long as you are willing to follow me, I guarantee that you'll eat good food and drink spicy food every day, and not have any worries or sorrows. Even if you want to go to the sky to pick the stars and the moon, I will go fetch them for you. Yu Zisan also interjected at this time. Yes, Zixue, look at Bai Xiao, how sincere he is. If you refuse, it's a bit unkind. Yi Huan, that trash, have cheated. You still deadlocked? Why? People simply did not take you seriously. Su Zixue ignored it. Her pretty face was cold. Even if there was a top-quality steak on the table, she didn't have any appetite. She now could see that Yu Zisan had deliberately conspired with Bai Sikong. Otherwise Bai Sikong could not have coincidentally passed by. Thinking of her best friend and herself brushing her hard eyes, she felt a pang of anger in her chest and couldn't help but take a sip of red wine. I have to say, 82 years of Lafite taste is mellow. But a moment, Su Zixue on the small half cup. Bai Sikong took the opportunity to help Su Zixue cut up the steak and said with a smile, Zixue, don't just drink, eat the food. No more food, Mr. Bai. I have something to do. I'll take my leave first. Su Zixue put down her wineglass and stood up prancingly, picking up her bag and wanting to leave. She felt that Bai Sikong was not a good thing, and didn't want to say one more word with this guy, but she didn't know if it was because of the alcohol. The moment Su Zixue stood up, she felt a wave of dizziness and couldn't walk. Yu Zisan, ouch. Help Su Zixue support. Rushed Su Zixue said. Zixue, what can you do? Just be good and drink with Bai Xiao today. Su Zixue stifled a grunt and sat back somewhat deliriously, unable to resist at all. What's wrong with me? Did I drink too much? Su Zixue sat paralyzed, feeling her whole body rolling, very uncomfortable. A satisfied smile appeared on Bai Sitsong's face, his eyes full of evil light. Before this wine was brought over, it was tampered with by him, and he put in a montanol. This kind of monosweat drug circulating in the black market is often used in bars, nightclubs and other places. Monosweat drug is colorless and tasteless, can be perfectly dissolved in the drink, only need a very small dose, can make people delirious. Obedient. Chapter 116, Despicable. Su Zixue was clean, had never seen this kind of thing, and was naturally defenseless. Wine under the abdomen. Dizzy, hot and stuffy. Pretty face flew on the red, not far away from a wine table, Bai Sitsong's several fox friends, but also together to watch the lively. Bai Xiao is really awesome as always. The #1 beauty in Hangzhou is about to be taken by him? TSK, Su Zixue is no longer stubborn. But what can be done? The women that Mr. Bai likes have obediently become Mr. Bai's pets. Don't mention how obedient they are. You really don't say. Last time there was a second-tier star, pure as can be, refused Bai Xiao. But then what happened? White less a few million smashed out. That woman don't mention how active. Ha ha, today this drama is not bad. A meaningful smile appeared on their faces as they stared tightly at Su Zixue. Those people at the nearby tables also recognized Bai Sitsong's identity. Their faces filled with shock. Chunk, a broad youngster Bai Sikong. Why is he here? Oh my god, he's much more handsome than in the photo. He really deserves to be called the word rich and handsome. The girl who was pursued by him is also too happy. If I were you, I would have agreed to him long ago. A smile appeared on Bai Sitsong's face, and in full view of everyone, he took out a diamond ring. The diamond ring is extremely luxurious. The diamond is like the size of a pigeon egg. The colorful light is dazzling. He looked at Su Zixue fondly. Zixue, as long as you promise me, I can bring the world. Since I saw your beautiful face, you are the only one in my heart. Hiss. The crowd of onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air. Bai Sikong is worthy of being a chunka rich young man. His hand is really generous. Such a dazzling diamond ring. The selling price is afraid to reach millions. Su Zixue is now delirious, gaze disoriented, and where to hear clearly what Bai Sikong said. Bai Sikong heart is very satisfied. This way to do things will be justified. At that time, no one would dare to say that he is moved. He is the rightful owner of the beauty. Looking at the kitten-like obedient Su Zixue, Bai Sitsong's heart is a burst of fire. He had already called for a car. As long as he put on Su Zixue's diamond ring, he would leave with the beauty. At that time, casually park the car in the middle of nowhere and just let him get away with it. Yu Zisan also revealed a smile. secretly pleased inside. As long as Bai Xiao could get his way, she would receive a generous reward. Zixue, don't blame me. That punk really doesn't suit you. You should be happy with the decision you made today. The crowd watched the scene and let out a rising sound as if celebrating Bai Xizong's success. On the other side of the stairway, a pair of man and woman walked up. The man's sword brows and starry eyes were handsome, and the casual clothes he was wearing reflected his hard body. As for the man's side, there stood a sexy woman in a suit dress. The woman twisted her water snake waist, stepped on high heels, and had a good figure. Although she was already in her early 30s, she was still gorgeous and could not see any traces of age at all. The gorgeous woman rushed at the man and opened her mouth. Mr. Yi, this restaurant has a good style and good dishes. I booked the best private room, specifically to give you my thanks. Later on, my father, Qin Shui, will also come. Let's have a good get-together. Yi Huan smiled faintly. Sister Qin, you are too kind. Uncle Qin helped me solve Chanka Company. It has to be my turn to thank him. Qin Lan covered her mouth and smiled. It's just a small matter. You were able to save Shishi. It's worth 100 Chanka companies. The two of them had a word for each other and were about to walk into the VIP room when they heard a clamor beside them. Bai Xiao is mighty. Bai Xiao is domineering. Bless you to grow old together and have a big fat son. Bai Xiao, you and this beauty are really a perfect match. When you get married, don't forget to send out invitations. Yi Huan couldn't help but frown. A touch of bad premonition crossed his heart. Bai Xiao, could it be that Bai Xizong? Why is he here? And this Bai Xizong, hasn't he always had thoughts about Zixue? How come he's now putting up a show about Bai Xizong? I'm also too lazy to care that he messed with that girl again. If he still dares to stare at Zixue, I'll make sure to make him eat his words. Yi Huan inwardly snorted coldly, not wanting Bai Xizong to spoil his mood. He raised his feet and wanted to leave. Suddenly, another rising voice came out. Bai Xiao, this is Hangzhou City's #1 beauty Su Zixue. You marrying her, it's really a blessing of splendor. Yi Huan instantly stopped in place and didn't move. Qin Lan sensed his abnormality and her expression revealed a trace of gravity. Mr. Yi, what's wrong with you? Did something happen? She could keenly see that Yi Huan was in a bad mood, especially his eyes, which seemed to be bursting with a few chilly killing chances. Sister Qin, you wait here now. I'll go and take care of things. Yi Huan's tone was cold and hard as he turned around and walked towards a side hall. Qin Lan was just about to chase after him when his cell phone rang, and Qin Shui's greatly grinning voice came out from it. Hey sis, where are you guys in that building? I kind of can't remember. Qin Lan was a bit helpless. Why are you so unremembering? The gathering place is at Kongnua Restaurant, which is Daqing Road in Haiyuan District. Just as Qin Lan and Qin Shui were explaining, Yi Huan had long passed through the crowd and approached the dining position by the window in the hall, only to see over there, Bai Xizong was proudly holding Su Zixue's jade hand and flashing the pigeon egg-sized diamond ring. Thanks to everyone's care, it won't take long before everyone hears the news of Miss Su and I's engagement. When that time comes, please also give everyone the honor of coming over for the banquet. I'll take Zixue with me first today. Yu Zixan, who was beside him, had a smile on her face and cooperated with Bai Xizong to help Su Zixue up together. At this moment, Su Zixue, her face was red. Although she did not pass out, she lost most of her consciousness and became an object to be manipulated. When Yi Huan saw this scene, his eyes instantly turned red. He only felt angry and wanted to tear Bai Xizong alive. With his eyesight, how could he not see that his wife was poisoned? If not, Zixue was ice clear and pure. How could she be so frivolous? Damn Bai Xizong, dare to play this with me behind my back. You're afraid you don't want your life. Yi Huan pushed away the crowd, thumping 3 steps before arriving in front of Bai Xizong. You too, let go of her for me. Yi Huan barely suppressed his anger, not wanting to accidentally injure Su Zixue. When Bai Xizong saw Yi Huan's arrival, his eyes slightly flashed with surprise, but he did not panic in the slightest. Oh, why did you trash come? Bai Xizong snorted disdainfully, his face emboldened. If you're here to eat, then I would advise you to eat immediately and get out before it's too late. You can't protect such a beautiful woman as Zixue. Being smart and letting go is your only choice. Yu Zixan also cursed. That's right, you're a flunky. What qualifications do you have to pretend in front of Bai Xiao? Chapter 117. Don't think you can arm wrestle with Bai Xiao just because you borrowed a luxury car. A bumpkin like you can't understand what it means to be powerful in your lifetime. Earlier, she had learned from Su Zixue that Yi Huan had saved a little girl in the middle of a car accident. That little girl's mother seemed to have an extraordinary background, and Yi Huan's Martin car might be related to her. When Yu Zixan heard this, she no longer had any fear of Yi Huan, a door-to-door son-in-law who borrows power. How much more complacent is empty? Couldn't that woman help Yi Huan for the rest of his life? But Bai Xiao is different. He is the son of Chanka Real Estate. He is the son of Chanka Real Estate, a real snake in the ground. If the woman Yi Huan knows is powerful, can she be as powerful as Bai Xiao? Yu Zisan didn't believe it. When the surrounding crowd heard Yi Huan's identity, their eyes couldn't help but show a look of contempt. They said, who is this? So it's the Su family's son-in-law. With this kind of guy, can he be compared to Bai Xiao? TSK, who did I think it was? So it's him, the trash Yi Huan who has been in the Su family for 3 years. But I've heard that this guy has been married to Su Zixue for 3 years without any substantial progress. So Su Zixue is still a virgin to this day. Ha ha, what a laugh. He should have been driven out of the Su family a long time ago. Where does he deserve to be with such a beauty? In addition to the crowd whispering, a few of Bai Sitsong's fox friends also showed sneers and laughed out loud. They did not believe that Yi Huan could do anything to Bai Jianlin. When the passing waiters saw this scene, their faces were filled with gloating smiles, wanting to see what would happen to this soft rice king. Yi Huan ignored the mockery of the crowd. His face grew colder and colder. I told you to let go of Zixue. Can't you understand human language? Ha ha, human language? I only hear dogs barking. Bai Sikong gave a playful laugh, reached out and patted Yi Huan's cheek, smiled and said, then when I said for you to get the hell out of here, did you understand me? Yi Huan, you should never, ever, become Zixue's nominal husband. I'm very upset in my heart, and the consequences are serious. Bai Sitsong's tone, very wild, very arrogant, causing everyone's murmur to gradually die down. Yi Huan sniffed, but laughed extremely coldly. Bai Sikong, do you know that even your father doesn't dare to talk to me like this? Without thinking, Bai Sikong opened his mouth and cursed, blowing NM's cow blowing. Who do you think you are? The others let out a loud laugh when they heard this. This kid is afraid that he is drunk. The old president of Changka Real Estate? Is it not possible for him to know? That's right, he's not afraid of the wind flashing his tongue. What beggar like himself? Heart not a little bit than the number? With a disdainful face, Bai Sikong once again reached out his hand under the eyes of everyone, intending to continue to slap Yi Huan's face, but in the next instant, his hand fell empty. With an indifferent face, Yi Huan sidestepped sensitively, twisted Bai Sitsong's neck, and slammed it against the dining table. Bang! The steak erupted with juices, porcelain tiles flew everywhere. The scene was a mess, but that's not all. Yi Huan grabbed the bottle of Lafite by his side and smashed it directly to the back of Bai Sitsong's head. Bang! Another crunching sound came out. Bai Sitsong's hair, face, all of them were flowing with scarlet juice. His eyes widened and his arms flailed vigorously, trying to escape from Yi Huan's restraints. This punk is crazy. Killing people. Seeing this, the crowd of onlookers burst into tears and screamed out. They never expected that Yi Huan would be so brutal and strike without saying a word. Yu Zisan whimpered out in shock, her face unbelievable as she pulled Su Zixue out of the way. Fortunately, when Yi Huan made his move, he deliberately staggered his position and did not cause any harm to Su Zixue. Seeing Bai Sikong half dead, Yi Huan indifferently kicked Bai Sikong away. Get the hell out! His kick solidly stepped on Bai Sitsong's back. Bai Sikong wailed breathlessly and flew out 3 to 4 meters away. Yi Huan picked up a napkin and wiped his hands, his expression indifferent. With his current strength, a random punch could make Bai Sikong die. It was only because he had reduced his strength and didn't want to make too much of a fuss that he gave Bai Sikong the chance to live on. Bai Sikong, a few friends saw this, rushed over, carefully helped him up. The other people in the restaurant were stupefied, and when they looked at Yi Huan, their jaws dropped in disbelief. Bai Sikong was the son of Changka Real Estate. His energy was incomparably huge. Yi Huan had beaten him into this state. Did he still want to live? Immediately after, under the gaze of the crowd, Yi Huan walked in front of Yu Zisan, yanked her hand away, and held Su Zixue. Looking at the woman in his arms, Yi Huan's eyes flashed with a color of pain. Although he had not seen her for only a few days, he could tell that Su Zixue had emaciated a lot. It must be that his cheating matter was also a not-so-small blow to Su Zixue. Yi Huan? Su Zixue's gaze was disoriented. As if she had regained some consciousness, she blushed and said angrily, "You big bad guy, you dared to take up with another woman. Can you not be like this? Giving me this kind of blow when I gradually trust you and fall in love with you." Yi Huan held Su Zixue's rolling face, heartbroken and serious. "Zixue, I didn't cheat. Zhang Zian is just my high school classmate. I didn't have any relationship with her. From the beginning to the end, you are the only one in my heart. I want to protect you for the rest of your life, and how can I let you suffer?" Su Zixue sniffed, her emotions calmed down a bit, her red lips spitting hot air. "Mouth says no evidence. That woman also lied to me. You are the president. How do I not know?" Yi Huan's heart crossed. "Zixue, she didn't lie to you. I am indeed Z." But before he could finish, Su Zixue seemed to unravel her heart, and drifted off to sleep. With a sweet smile on her face, Yi Huan quietly hugged Su Zixue. The gentleness on his face passed away little by little, turning colder and colder. If he didn't happen to pass by and smell that something was wrong, he really didn't dare to imagine how it would end. By Sikong, this asshole is really a clothed beast, is worse than. Yi Huan's killing spirit boiled over. I will make him pay. You punk, how dare you make a move? You're finished. Bai Sikong was being helped up and was still there, unknowingly clamoring. I want you to live a life worse than death. The few foxes and dogs around him looked at Yi Huan with a cruel face. Yi Huan dared to fight. This was a fatal handle. At that time, if they casually moved their hands and make Yi Huan go to jail, this punk would still be at their mercy? Of course, Yi Huan has to be able to resist this hurdle right now. The lobby manager had long been attracted by the commotion. With a grave face, used the pager to call in 5 strong security guards. Chapter 118, Reversal. They were armed with batons and surrounded Yi Huan, pressing step by step. Yi Huan did not look at these security guards. To him, these security guards had no combat power. He just stared at Bai Sikong and said word by word, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I want you to kneel down and apologize to Zixue. Otherwise, even if I don't kill you today, I'm going to waste you." When the crowd heard this, apart from being shocked, more than anything else, they scoffed. Alone courage could not solve any problems. Yi Huan was afraid that this time, not only would he lose his wife, he would also have to sit in jail and lose his future. Who gave you the courage to talk to Bai Xiao like this? The lobby manager's face was furious as he cursed. In front of young Bai, you are nothing. Young Bai is a top person in the upper class. As for you, a stinking salted fish that can't suck anymore. How dare you call out young Bai? In the lobby manager's opinion, Yi Huan was an uneducated bumpkin who actually dared to cause trouble in the restaurant and injured their honored guest. Bai Xiao had spent over $1 million on this meal. Was this something a humble flunky could imagine? The crowd nodded their heads in deep thought as they heard this. Many people even looked at Yi Huan with a sneer, thinking that this poor boy was just pretending. Bai Sikong limped to Yi Huan with the help of his companions and said in a churlish manner, "Dog, you're very capable. In the huge Jiang city, no one dares to treat me how I want. No one. And you're the first one to hit me. You have guts, but you have to pay the price. Now, you'd better obediently kneel in front of me, slap yourself, and hand over Su Zixue to me. Otherwise, I will make you regret coming to this world. You won't even be able to save your life." Bai Sikong had a fierce smile on his face. No matter how strong Yi Huan was, could he be stronger than 5 security guards with batons? He was safe now. It was impossible for Yi Huan to commit murder on him again. He only needed to humiliate Yi Huan to his heart's content, and even to abuse Su Zixue in front of Yi Huan. This kind of thing was exciting just thinking about it. Looks like you are planning to give up the chance to beg for mercy. Yi Huan opened his mouth indifferently, without any intention of kneeling down. Bai Sikong spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. "You punk, I'm begging for forgiveness from you. Just ask if you're worthy?" Yi Huan laughed coldly and wanted to pass through the 5 security guards and directly take care of Bai Sikong. But right at this moment, a cold and majestic female voice came out. "Bai Sikong, this is not a place where you can be wild." Hearing this female voice, the crowd couldn't help but wonder inwardly, who was this person, daring to talk to Bai Xiao like this, but not daring to ask more questions. They made way for a passage. Qinlan stepped on her high heels and walked through the passageway, spreading an aura of a strong woman that was secretly shocking. Seeing Qinlan approaching, Yi Huan's figure stalled, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately chose to withdraw his hand. Although he wanted to resolve Bai Sikong, he did not want to do it in front of Sister Qin. "Who dared to talk to me like that?" Bai Sikong was overwhelmed by anger and yelled at Qinlan. "So it's a woman. What are you getting involved in? Stay away from me, or else I'll even beat you together." The lobby manager beside Bai Sikong said with a cold and hard expression, "This lady, our restaurant is dealing with an emergency. Please steer clear elsewhere so as not to hurt the innocent." Qinlan glanced at the lobby manager indifferently and did not say anything more, only pulling out a card. "It seems like your boss didn't teach you to do things." A trace of disdain appeared on the lobby manager's face, and he was just about to sneer at what Qinlan counted as, when he suddenly winced, his face filled with shock. This gorgeous woman in front of him, just what kind of person was she? Why did he see the Supreme VIP card from this woman's hand? This kind of card, generally, could only be held by shareholders and was not open to the outside world. As for the female shareholders of Connaught Restaurant, there are really only a handful. Could it be that this woman is the legendary Qinlan? If that was the case, then he was in danger. Bai Sikong was nothing compared to Qinlan. How could a big shot like her go and condescend to descend today? "Excuse me, are you Mr. Qin?" The waiter barely managed to squeeze out a smile and asked in a trembling voice. Qinlan glanced at him and spoke indifferently. "If you're talking about Qinlan, then it's probably me." Rumble. The lobby manager's head went blank. As the head of the lobby manager, he was considered a well-informed person and knew a secret. That was that amongst the shareholders of Connaught Restaurant, the one with the hardest background was Ms. Qin Lan, for no other reason than the fact that Qin Lan's father was Qin Yuishan, a big shot who controlled $100 billion company. This kind of existence, and actually he can offend? The cold sweat on the lobby manager's head rubbed down, and without saying a word, he commanded the security guards, "You guys, quickly drive these guys out of the restaurant, immediately. These few people, taking the lead in causing trouble in the restaurant, are seriously affecting the order of the restaurant. We have the obligation to expel them." Saying this, the lobby manager rushed by Sikong in a cold and hard manner. "From now on, you are not welcome at Connaught Restaurant, and you cannot step into the restaurant any further after you have paid your bill." When Bai Sikong heard this, he couldn't help but be filled with consternation, and his heart was in a state of disbelief. What is this situation? Just now, this guy had a respectful face. How come he flipped so quickly now? Hey, are you mistaken about something? The victim is me, alright. How did it turn out to be me causing trouble? Bai Sitsong's face was furious as he roared at the lobby manager. The lobby manager sneered. "I don't care who you are. Today you must get out." The 5 security guards were slightly stunned, but they didn't dare to ask more questions, turning around and coming to Bai Sitsong's body, smiling fiercely as they were about to make a move. When the crowd saw this scene, they were all shocked, speechless. What is this situation? How did it suddenly come to a reversal? Some people, however, keenly smelled that something was wrong. After Qin Lan arrived, this waiter's attitude had made a 180-degree turn. Could it be that this beautiful woman with a cool temperament was even more powerful than Bai Sikong? But more than anything, they were embarrassed. Previously, they had laughed at Yi Huan for being a waste, but as a result, now, it was Bai Sikong who was going to be kicked out instead. Just how much information was in here that they didn't know? Yu Zisan was too intimidated to squeak. With her eyesight, she simply could not figure out the cause and effect of the matter. When Yi Huan saw the security guards trying to expel Bai Sikong and the others, a ruthless smile appeared on his face, letting this asshole leave easily. Was it possible? He wasn't kidding when he said he would waste Bai Sikong. In the next instant, Yi Huan casually picked up a dinner fork and with a whoosh, stabbed into Bai Sitsong's right palm. Blood gushed out like a stream. His movements were without delay and in one fell swoop, causing countless people to be dumbfounded all of a sudden. Chapter 119, Dinner Party. So ruthless and decisive. Is it still that trash? Bai Sitsong's face was pale and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. The blow was so powerful that it nailed his hand directly to the table. However, he looked at Yi Huan's ice-cold eyes, but he didn't dare to have another harsh word. From those eyes, he really saw a hint of killing opportunity. He sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This punk wouldn't really want to kill him, right? Bai Sikong, however, did not know that dragons have reverse scales and those who touch them die. His behavior had already crossed Yi Huan's bottom line. What's more, if it wasn't for Qin Lan backing him up today, even if Yi Huan saved Su Zixue, he would have to be implicated in no small way. The anger within him needed to be vented. Therefore, Yi Huan did not hesitate to waste Bai Sitsong's left palm on the spot. Those who dared to move against his woman would have to pay a heavy price. Bai Sitsong's companion reacted and cried out in incredulity. "Bastard! What are you doing? You dare to offend Bai Sha like this? You're dead." They hurriedly pulled out their dinner forks and helped Bai Sikong up. Yi Huan, however, laughed coldly and had no intention of letting Bai Sikong go, making this bastard pay the price of a palm. This was not enough. He also had to waste Bai Sitsong's roots. "That's enough, Mr. Yi, just give him a lesson." Right at this moment, Qin Lan walked over, her white arm resting on Yi Huan's shoulder, signaling him to calm down a bit. After all, if Yi Huan's hand was too heavy and accidentally caused a human life, it would not be easy for her to end it even though she had a huge amount of energy. What's more, Bai Sikong had been reduced to this state. It was already bad enough. There was no need for Yi Huan to continue to strike. Yi Huan took a deep breath and smiled at Qin Lan. "Alright, Sister Qin, I'll listen to you today." Afterwards, he turned his head and indifferently looked at Bai Sikong and the others. "What are you standing there for? All of you get out of here. And you Zisan, don't think I don't know what's in your heart. You get out of here too." Yu Zisan was a thief. How dare she say anything? Lowered her head, followed behind by Sikong and skipped off. "Brother-in-law, what's the situation? What happened to sister?" The sister-in-law Su Muiying hurriedly rushed here. Seeing Su Zixue who fell in Yi Huan's arms, her pretty face was full of nervousness. Just now, taking advantage of the gap in time, Yi Huan sent a text message to Su Muiying, asking her to come over and take Su Zixue away. Su Muiying was mindful of her sister's safety and quickly drove over. Yi Huan spoke in a deep voice. "Your sister drugged by Sikong. If I didn't happen to stumble upon it, the consequences would be unimaginable. It's a good thing that although this ecstasy is strong, it doesn't have any toxicity. You first take Zishue home and let her rest peacefully for one night and she'll be fine. Sumuing covered her mouth in shock, her pretty face filled with anger. She was naturally clear about this person, Bai Sikong, and her mother's mouth was chattering about it every day. However, before this, although she was against Bai Sikong marrying Su Zishue, she did not have much distaste for Bai Sikong as a person. After all, the person that her mother valued shouldn't be that bad, right? But she never expected that the one pursuing her sister was actually such a scum. Su Zishue suppressed the anger in her heart and nodded. Alright, I'll take my sister back first. But brother-in-law, don't let that bastard off the hook, actually daring to do such things to your sister. Yi Huan's eyes flashed a cold aura. Don't worry, I will. Saying that, he sent the two of them downstairs and carried Su Zishue into the back seat of the car before closing the door. Looking at the back of the BMW driving away, Yi Huan lightly exhaled and returned to Connaught Restaurant. When he arrived at the VIP room that Qin Lan had booked, Qin Shui, Qin Yushan and the others had also arrived. As for Qin Ronghua, he was busy with company affairs and had little time to come, so he could only miss it. Yi Huan pulled open a stool with a back door, and after casually sitting down, he realized that the table had already been filled with delicacies. National Banquet lion head, mushroom flying dragon soup, Cantonese-style Buddha jumped over the wall, crystal donkey meat, and Australian dragon king crab and other expensive seafood. A whole table down, it will be hundreds of thousands of bottom. Qin Yushan smilingly let the waiter serve a bottle of 87 years of iron cover Mao Tai. To come to Yi Huan poured a large cup full. This top Mao Tai, mellow fragrance, crisp and sweet. Not only the color is like light gold, the value is also comparable to gold. Said it is a veritable jade jelly. Qin Yushan pretended to be mysterious. Yi Huan, you hurry up and take a sip. See if you can guess what year this wine is. Yi Huan smiled and took a sip of the wine, closing his eyes and reminiscing for a long time before letting out a long sigh. Uncle Qin, this wine of yours is remarkable. He shook the wine in his cup, revealing a hint of a smile. Seeing the amber texture that this wine presents, I'm afraid that after no less than 20 years of esterification, the body of the wine is starting to pull sticky. After entering the mouth, the taste of this wine is even more sheepish and delicate. The fragrance is rich, the flavor is long, and one does not even have to go into the throat. Lightly sniffing the wine gives one a slightly drunken state of mind. If I guessed correctly, this is the 87 iron-covered Kuncha Mutai, right? Qin Yueshan's eyes lit up. It seems that Brother Yi is also an old gourmand. His guess is not wrong at all. He also thought that a young man like Yi Huan had not seen much of the world, so he deliberately flirted with Yi Huan. But he didn't expect that Yi Huan's understanding of liquor was actually so profound that he not only recognized the vintage, but also identified that this was Koansha wine. Mutai is the representative of soy sauce wine, and the best of the soy sauce wine is Kunsha wine, such as Mutai's Flying Sky wine, which is brewed by the Kunsha process. The smile on Qin Yushan's face intensified, and he couldn't help but think highly of Yi Huan for a few points. It seems that this wine today didn't invite the wrong person. On the other side, Qin Shui was even more righteously indignant after learning what happened to Su Zishue from Qin Lan. Sister, you're really too merciful. If it was me, I would have beaten that bastard to death long ago. Qin Lan took a sip of the incomparably delicious flying dragon soup and helplessly said, Little Snow, can you be a bit of a lady? Besides, evil people have their own bad karma. That Bai Sikong definitely didn't have a good ending when he did such a thing. Qin Shui snorted coldly. What kind of ladylike talk with this kind of smelly rascal? Let me bump into this kind of person. Let's see if my old lady won't kick him off. Speaking here, she glanced at Yi Huan, her face containing anger. You say it, last time that thing, I haven't found you to settle the score. Yi Huan just took the pincers of the Australian dragon and chewed on it. When he heard this sentence, he was almost choked. This little auntie really holds a grudge. What an occasion. In front of Uncle Qin's face all dare to say so. If I don't give her some color, it's really going to turn over the sky. Yi Huan muttered inwardly, coughed and looked faintly at Qin Shui. I heard that someone lost a bet and became my servant. He knocked on the table and pointed to the Buddha jumping wall on the table. Now the master happens to be a bit hungry. Not much strength to lift the chopsticks. Someone help? Chapter 120, Commission. Qin Shui's face instantly reddened. I haven't seen that you don't have any strength when you hit people. You have evil intentions and are purposely using me. Truth be told, when she heard that Yi Huan had beaten up Bai Sikong violently, she still thought that Yi Huan was quite manly. That scene, it must have been hot-blooded and handsome. And after this incident, she had already changed her opinion of Yi Huan. But Yi Huan's current rogue appearance instantly shattered Qin Shui's fantasy. The dog can't change his ways, trying to take advantage of me again. She stomped her foot in anger, with no intention to move. wanting her to pinch food for the little pervert. Dreaming? Qin Yushan sniffed, but he said with a straight face, how to talk. Xiao Shui, Brother Yi is your savior. What's more, Brother Yi is young. He is a talented person with a bright future. He has broken into the noble foundation. You can learn from him. I have already decided. For the next year, you will stay beside Brother Yi, and he learns more about how to behave. It will do you no harm. The news of Yi Huan breaking into Chanka Mansion alone had already reached his mouth. Qin Yushan did not expect that Yi Huan's energy in Jiangcheng was quite big. Apart from the fact that he had shaded Chanka on the stock market, everything else was done by Yi Huan alone. Even that very influential security team actually turned against Yi Huan's side and smashed by Jianlin's office. This made Qin Yushan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This young man was ruthless enough. He liked it. Qin Shui heard her father snapping. Her delicate and pretty face reddened to her ears. Father, what are you saying? You're so relieved of the little pervert? By the time your daughter is spoiled by him, you won't even know it. Cough cough. Yi Huan had just sipped his mutai and almost spit out the wine in his mouth. This little ninny, she really dares to say anything. Qin Shui saw Yi Huan's sardonic look, but she snorted a laugh. Forget it, give him 10 guts. He probably wouldn't dare to do anything to me. However, after Qin Yushan's words, Qin Shui was not stubborn and obediently served Yi Huan a bowl of Buddha jumping wall. Seeing Qin Shui sitting next to herself and placing the bowl with Buddha jumping wall in front of her, Yi Huan did not have the intention to move. What can I do? It seems like I don't have any strength in my hands. Yi Huan pretended to be breathless. Why don't you be a good person to the end and feed me a few mouthfuls? Qin Shui hated her teeth. Don't you dream. Any more nonsense? I'll put the bowl over your head. Cover my face? How dare you? Yi Huan's eyes rolled and slapped Qin Shui's leg. Do you still remember who cured the root of your illness? Still want to get rid of the cold poison? Qin Shui was so angry that her proud figure shook, and with a cold laugh, she lifted the bowl on the table, just to give Yi Huan some color. Yi Huan sighed. Alas, this brain of mine, fragile. If you accidentally smashed it and made me whole with amnesia, there will be no one to help you heal. Qin Shui sniffed. The arm that just fell stalled, hovering in front of Yi Huan's body, barely squeezing out a smile. Okay, I'll feed you, okay? She was now really going to be pissed off by Yi Huan. In front of her family, feeding another man to eat? This was still the first time in her life. There was no need to mention how shameful it was. But right now, she really couldn't tear her face off with Yi Huan. The pain of that cold poison that seeped into the bone marrow, she didn't want to experience it a second time. When I'm healed, let's see how I'll cure you. Qin Shui gritted her teeth inwardly. She stretched out her white wrist, her sexy figure bending down in front of Yi Huan, revealing her white crystalline skin, picked up a spoon and helped Yi Huan feed the Buddha jumping wall. It must be said that today her dress-up was hot. Her upper body was a pink navel exposed body shirt, outlining the delicate curves, and her lower body was sky blue denim shorts, revealing her white and tender long legs. In the midst of her innocence and delicacy, she was also permeated with a mature and charming atmosphere, which made people unable to move their eyes. Under the service of this kind of beauty, swallowing this kind of superb delicacy, Yi Huan could not mention how comfortable he was. Scoop me a spoonful of sea cucumber. Yes, and abalone, and give me a whole deer whip as well. Yi Huan was so chirpy that his whole body was floating. Qin Shui's pretty face was blushing, so tender that she could pinch out water, scooping up spoonfuls of the unique delicacies and feeding them into Yi Huan's mouth. Looks like you're still a male, that's why you need to be supplemented. She gave Yi Huan a new nickname. Yi Huan laughed nervously. He, you won't know after a while. Qin Shui's beautiful eyes glared. I think you are begging for a fight. Qin Yushan looked at this scene. A few hints of emotion appeared on his face. Young is good. So energetic. The future all belongs to you youngsters. Qin Shui rolled her eyes. Father, Yi Huan doesn't deserve the word vigor. It's more like saying he's colorful. Qin Yushan sniffed, let out a long laugh, sipped a mouthful of Maotai and did not say anything more. In his opinion, his youngest daughter and Yi Huan were quite compatible. Moreover, this young man, Yi Huan, was really okay, and could be considered the best junior he had ever seen. If the unintelligent Schwer was handed over to Yi Huan, he was also relieved. As for Yi Huan's status as a flunky, he was not the least bit panicked. Instead he was secretly glad. He had already investigated. The Su family had eyes without a pearl, did not treat Yi Huan well, and had even been forcing Yi Huan to divorce. Yi Huan is such a proud person. How could he always be subjugated to others? Maybe in a short time, there will be news of Yi Huan setting up his own business. At that time, he secretly pushed a little, so that Schwer and Yi Huan will be cooked. Will not it be stable? Right, brother Yi Huan, there is one more thing I want to ask you. After 3 rounds of dishes and 5 flavors of wine, Qin Yushan opened his mouth to Yi Huan. Yi Huan faintly smiled. Uncle Qin, what is it that you have? Please say it, I will definitely help you if I am able to. Qin Yushan helped him to solve this heart problem of Chanka. Yi Huan also counted as owing Qin Yushan a favor. Since Qin Yushan opened his mouth, he naturally would not refuse. Qin Yushan said, I have an old friend who wants to ask you to take a look at him as well after knowing about your medical skills. He used to have a tough body and bones, but in the last 1 or 2 years, I don't know what happened. His physique is getting worse and worse, dangling all kinds of medicines for a living, and his temper is getting weirder and weirder. I thought of your marvelous medical skills, so I recommended you to him. In these few days, can you find time to help him take a look? Yi Huan nodded slightly. No problem, but there are too many difficult cases in the world. My medical skills are shallow. I may not be able to cure them. Qin Yushan smiled and said, Brother Yi is modest. If you are considered shallow in medical skills, I'm afraid there is no more divine doctor saint in the world. The scene where Hu worshipped Yi Huan as her master was still fresh in his mind. He really couldn't think of a Chinese medicine figure who was even more powerful than Yi Huan. Chapter 121. Alright, Yi Huan let out a bitter smile. But Uncle Qin, you can just call me Little Huan or Little Yi. Calling me Brother Yi, I really can't take it. It's weird. Hearing Yi Huan talk about this, Qin Yushan thought about it. He had to change his name to Yi Huan. After all, this young man could very well become his son-in-law. Wouldn't it mess up the seniority at that time? Qin Yushan smiled and said, That's fine. I'll sell out and call you Little Huan. It seems close. After this incident, Qin Yushan liked Yi Huan as a junior even more. Knowing and understanding manners, without overstepping the bounds, an educated child. Moreover, he observed that after Yi Huan came in, he did not sit down casually with a big grin, but chose a position with the door at his back. The doorway here can be very delicate. Generally speaking, the host will sit in the opposite seat, declaring sovereignty. As for the guests, if they are more humble, they will choose to sit in the back door position. After some exchanges, he also deliberately found a few in-depth topics, and found that Yi Huan is eloquent, not the slightest fear. Even when it comes to financial aspects, Yi Huan, as a layman, can also interject, but also said very reasonable. The idea of heaven and earth, the proposal is far-sighted, so that Qin Yushan eyes light up. Golden scales are not the stuff of the pool. Once this young man rises, the future is not to be missed. This was the evaluation of Yi Huan in Qin Yushan's heart. After the meal was over, it was soon evening. Qin Yushan and Yi Huan drank a lot of wine and it was not convenient to drive. Qin Lan also drank 2 glasses of red wine in order to express her gratitude to Yi Huan. As for Qin Shui, she was not capable of drinking and didn't dabble in alcohol, only playing with her cell phone on the side. Therefore, under Qin Yushan's approval, Qin Shui sent Yi Huan back, while he and Qin Lan took the Rolls-Royce car back to the villa, and went to see Shishi on the way. Although Qin Shui was reluctant, she couldn't argue with her father who was determined, so she could only walk out of Connaught restaurant together with Yi Huan. Yi Huan's face was red and he hiccuped, glancing at Qin Shui. Why, chick, I see you're not in a very good mood. Qin Shui put down her cell phone and snorted coldly. Little pervert, it's none of your business, stay out of it. At this moment, Qin Shui, with an imposing and murderous aura, pulled up Yi Huan's hand and accelerated her steps without saying a word. But just at this moment, Qin Shui's cell phone rang again, just like a harassing text message, or a series of beeping sounds. Yi Huan smelled something unusual. Hey, tell me clearly, did you run into any trouble? It's none of your business, la. Qin Shui gave a low hum and stretched her tone. Yi Huan, however, pulled her white and tender hand and stopped in place. You're my maid now. How come I can't care about your affairs? Don't dawdle. I'll be there when the sky collapses. Qin Shui looked at the firm-faced Yi Huan. A warm current crossed her heart, and she pretended to be impatient. Okay, I'll tell you okay. A dude from a not-so-small background has been chasing me from the capital to Hangzhou and has been pestering me. Just now during dinner, he kept harassing me, saying that he already knew my location and was waiting for me near Connaught restaurant, and also said that he came all the way over here just to see me and was planning to ask me out for the evening. Can I still not know this man's ghostly thoughts? It would really be a ghost to see him. If I wasn't in the way of his family, I would have deleted him long ago. Qin Shui's tone was annoyed with helplessness. Having long gotten tired of this dude. I'm talking about something big. Just let him come. Yi Huan spoke with a big grin. Let him come? You're not mistaken. Qin Shui's beautiful eyes glared with anger. She thought Yi Huan could have some good ideas, but she ended up saying such unreliable words. When that dude Wu Yong came, wouldn't he be a sheep in a tiger's mouth? Yeah. Yi Huan blinked his eyes and spoke in a shocking way. As long as this guy dares to come, I'll help you take care of this kid. Anyway, the sky was high and the emperor was far away, and his roots in Hangzhou city were incredibly deep. That dude's power was in the capital, and if he was hard to beat, he wouldn't necessarily be able to beat him. The snake in the ground. Qin Shui's expression was slightly stunned, then she realized that she had misunderstood Yi Huan, so it turned out that he was trying to help himself. For some reason, at this moment, Qin Shui's heart thumped, somewhat afraid to look directly at Yi Huan. You less talk about dreams. This dude named Wu Yong, not only rich and powerful, but also comes from a martial arts family. Kung Fu was very powerful. Just you here. I'm afraid that you can't solve the problem. Yi Huan hemmed and hawed, and was about to speak, when suddenly, a mid-air call interrupted him. Schwerer, I can finally find you. Not far away, a group of people walked quickly, and in a short while, they came in front of the two. The leader was a man wearing a denim jacket, blonde tinfoil perm, with a green dragon tattoo embroidered on his neck, around his early 20s, and although his looks were not bad, he was permeated with a gangster's aura, which was probably the type that little Taiyuis liked very much. He was precisely the dude Wu Yong that Qin Shui had spoken of. Behind him, there were a dozen or so other people. 7 or 8 of them were black-clothed bodyguards. As for the others, they were Wu Yong's foxes and friends. When Wu Yong saw Qin Shui's stunningly beautiful face, his eyes flashed with a flash of blazing heat as he greedily scanned over Qin Shui's body. After Qin Shui's cold poison was discharged, her entire body was glowing. Her pretty face was rosy and translucent, even more delicate and touching, making Wu Yong unable to move his eyes at all. There's another kid? When Wu Yong saw the unfamiliar face of Yi Huan, his brows could not help but knit, especially when he saw 2 people holding hands. It made a nameless evil fire emerge in his heart. Schwerer, who is this kid beside you? Why don't I recognize him? Qin Shui snorted coldly, but did not refute anything, loosened her hand with Yi Huan and blocked in front of Yi Huan's body. Wu Yong, who he is, it's none of your business. Where I am, it's also none of your business. Can you stop sticking to me like a piece of dogskin plaster? It's meaningless. Wu Yong saw Yi Huan did not say a word, a flash of contempt in his eyes, did not answer Qin Shui's words, but stared at Yi Huan. Bumpkin, count on you to be sensible. A heavenly beauty like Schwer is not something you can get close to, but you dare to touch Schwer's hand. This makes me extremely unhappy. How about this? You crawl over on your knees and let me waste that hand of yours. I'll let you leave obediently. Otherwise, since he had no impression of Yi Huan, then this guy was definitely not a person from the upper-class society in the capital. He was probably just a bumpkin from Hangzhou, but this kind of goods actually dared to touch Shui's flawless skin, which made the fire of jealousy burning inside Wu Yong, and he couldn't wait to destroy Yi Huan on the spot. Qin Shui's heart tightened and took a step ahead of Yi Huan. Wu Yong, this matter has nothing to do with him. Yi Huan is just my doctor. If you dare to make a move on him, I'm not finished with you. Chapter 122, Shock and Awe. Wu Yong sniffed and smiled. Schwerer, since he's a doctor, that's even better. I'll just waste another leg of his, won't I? Anyway, he's a doctor. He must be very good at saving people. There's absolutely no problem saving himself. His sight swept over Yi Huan's face, and he let out a cold laugh. Said you, dirtbag waste, what kind of ability is hiding behind a woman? If I don't waste your leg and hand today, this can't be settled. A few of Wu Yong's fox and dog friends revealed sneering smiles. You dare to touch the woman that Wu Xiao looks at. Kid, you are afraid that you are tired of living. That's right. What kind of character is Miss Schwer? Is she something you can get your hands on? Qin Shui couldn't help but be furious when she saw Wu Yong and the others being so crazy. If she had known this, she could not have listened to Yi Huan, no matter what she said. One must know that Wu Yong was known for his ruthlessness in the capital circle. Saying that he would waste one of Yi Huan's legs in one hand would be a spit and a nail. What should we do now? Qin Shui was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The thought of implicating Yi Huan because of her carelessness caused a wave of self-blame within her. She didn't expect Yi Huan to come forward. After all, Yi Huan was just a doctor. Really let him fight with Wu Yong, who was highly skilled in martial arts. How was this possible? It was just that 1,000 times she should not have dared. Yi Huan said such big words and put the two of them in such a situation. But suddenly, Qin Shui slightly froze and looked at Yi Huan incredulously, only to see Yi Huan walked out with a calm face, came to Qin Shui's side, and once again held Qin Shui's flourishing wrist. Wu Yong's face was instantly blue. A flash of violence flashed in his eyes. It seems that this kid is planning to find death. When Wu Yong's companions saw this, their gazes towards Yi Huan were as if they were looking at a dead person. This bumpkin is really bold. Dare to show off in front of Wu Xiao. They were clear that this bumpkin was afraid that he would not see tomorrow's sun. However, Yi Huan's next sentence was even more shocking to them. Yi Huan scanned Wu Yong and the others in a circle and said word by word. First of all, I am not Qin Shui's doctor. I am Qin Shui's boyfriend. Secondly, if you want to break my hand and foot, just let me go. see if I get you killed and be done with it. The moment these words came out, the entire room fell silent. Qin Shui incredulously covered her face, her eyes surging with unspeakable emotions. This moment's Yi Huan, in Qin Shui's eyes, was so resolute and tough that it quietly touched Qin Shui's heart, but after being touched, there was endless anxiety and apprehension. She attached to Yi Huan's ear and said anxiously, Yi Huan, I know you are good at face, but you can't be Wu Yong's opponent. He is the 34th generation inheritor of Human Fist. He has no scruples in what he does, and if he is annoyed, I'm afraid that he will really kill you. Although Qin Shui's voice was small, but before this empty flatland, it was so obvious. When Wu Yong heard this, he let out a cold laugh and spoke grimly, Schwerer, if you persuade him now, I'm afraid it's too late. No matter who he is, I will kill him today. Wu Yong's companions also shouted, that's right, this world unseen bumpkin, if you don't give him some color, you won't know why the flowers are so red. In front of my Wu Xiao, no one dares to be so arrogant. With one human fist, who can be an opponent? Qin Shui was so anxious that she was about to cry. Yi Huan, run away. I'll stay here. They won't do anything to me. Go find my father. Hurry up and go. Although she was cursing Yi Huan as a lecher, the thought of Yi Huan being killed by Wu Yong and the others was tearing her heart with pain and unwillingness. Hearing that Yi Huan was going to run, Wu Yong revealed a fierce smile and pressed not to give this opportunity. His figure flashed and rushed towards Yi Huan. Yi Huan's face was unperturbed. He just drew out his hand and patted Qin Shui's shoulder, signaling that she didn't need to panic, and then he heavily stepped on the ground. His whole body's strength suddenly erupted, just like a cannonball, soaring towards Wu Yong. Don't go! Qin Shui's beautiful eyes instantly turned red as large tears dripped down. Amidst the crowd's shocked gazes, his speed was actually faster than Wu Yong's. Wu Yong's eyes contracted heavily as a flash of bad premonition flashed within his heart. As the saying goes, when a connoisseur strikes, he knows if he has it or not. Yi Huan's strength and speed were far beyond the average person. Even many practicing fighters were unable to reach such heights. But so what? A bumpkin still can't be my opponent. Wu Yong gritted his teeth, and all his strength was gathered in one fist, which was rigid and unrivaled, producing a gust of gas explosion sound. Tiger Bend Fist. Yi Huan similarly blasted away with a fist. Waste. A flash of contempt flashed across Wu Yong's eyes. He thought how powerful Yi Huan was, but it turned out to be such an ordinary punch. Wasn't it just a fighting technique? Compared to the vast and profound human fist, fighting techniques were nothing, except his thunderous fury. Ka-ching! A crisp bone-cracking sound came out. Ah, my hand! The sound was extraordinarily mournful, but the crowd was jaw-dropped, because the person who screamed miserably was not Yi Huan. In the shocked gaze of the crowd, Wu Yong took 2 steps backward. His fist was soft and collapsed, as if the bones had been broken. How is this possible? Young Wu was a human fist heir. They never expected that this bumpkin was so strong. What kind of person is Wu Yong? A hand of martial arts laughs at his peers. Which young master C, not obediently call a brother Yi? But now, just one round, Wu Xiao lost, or his best area of boxing. Yi Huan's face was unperturbed, a faint smile hanging on his face. As the saying goes, what's the point of having so many fancy tricks? Just do it and be done with it. After taking that pill, Yi Huan felt like he had more energy than he could spend. Even when he was in the Su family neighborhood, the sturdy alloy gate was bent by his carelessness. Can Wu Yong's fist be as hard as an alloy? Definitely not. Qin Shui's pretty face also froze, teardrops swirling in her eyes. Yi Huan won the fight? She stared at Yi Huan incredulously, her beautiful eyes flowing with inexplicable light under the illumination of the dim street lamp. In her inherent thinking, Yi Huan was young, the president of the company, and a miraculous doctor, which was already a remarkable thing. But now, Yi Huan actually had such an additional identity, a kung fu master? Damn, why is this guy so fierce? Wu Yong half crouched on the ground, clenching his teeth. His face was incredibly pale, and large drops of sweat rolled down. Yi Huan's boxing skills were naturally not worth mentioning to him, but the force that erupted was just too terrifying, crushing him without the power to fight back. Seeing this, the black-clothed men behind Wu Yong were the first to chase after him and protect him. Young lord, are you not seriously hurt? Young master, your fist. Chapter 123, Slow down. Wu Yong slowly stood up, his eyes bursting with murderous intent. I'm fine. Instead it's you guys. Hurry over and get him killed. I want this asshole to die. The 7 black-clothed men obeyed the order and put on steel gloves, which were covered with hideous iron thorns, and if a punch was smashed solidly, they were afraid that it would be able to pierce through a person alive. They laughed and surrounded the front, as if it was a demonstration, and waved their fists, their eyes full of cruelty. So what if this bumpkin was even stronger? They wore the tiger-killing fist gloves secretly built by the family, and each punch was like a cannonball. So how could Yi Huan be an enemy? However, Yi Huan's expression was still as light as water, and his temperament was even more sluggish. It was as if he was in a situation where he was already in a high place, and the crowd, even if they were stronger, were not a single enemy. The crowd has not yet started to fight. Some interfere up. This guy seems to have something change in general, should not have begged for mercy. Moreover, before, with one punch, Yi Huan crumbled the young lord's fist. Could it be that he still has some hidden cards? Thinking of this, their faces were a little cloudy, but the young lord had orders, so the people in black could only attack with their heads. You guys, slow down, Yi Huan shouted out with a loud voice, full of vigor in his middle voice, and shouted the crowd into confusion. Their footsteps could not help but stop. Yi Huan stood with his hands behind his back, his aura floating out of the air. Let me warn you all first, taking another step is like entering a thunderpool. I will strike out and kill without any mercy. The crowd listened in stunned silence, only to see Yi Huan's words change, and he continued to speak. But the heavens have good virtue. If you guys still want to come after me, then I have no choice but to run away. Before the words fell, Yi Huan turned around, in Qin Shui's shocked voice, intercepted and picked up Qin Shui's smooth and tender waist, lifted his legs and ran, his feet like the wind, blink of an eye and ran away dozens of meters away. Now you know to run? Qin Shui grunted lowly in Yi Huan's ear, her pretty face slightly flushed. It was the first time she was so close to a man other than her father, especially since her crystalline skin was still so tightly attached to Yi Huan's arm. It filled her with shame. Of course I can deal with this Wu Yong, but he called someone, Yi Huan said helplessly. He was not a little cutie. If it was just Wu Yong alone, he could still play the game, but he also brought 7 bodyguards who had practiced kung fu, so how could he play? As the saying goes, it's hard to beat 4 legs with 2 fists, not to mention the fact that they were wearing horrible boxing gloves. If he stayed and fought hard, he would really be a cute size. Then, Qin Shui nodded her head indifferently, her pretty face buried in Yi Huan's chest, as if she was a kitten and obedient. On the other side, the 7 black-clothed men came back to their senses, their faces turning blue. Damn, this kid is playing tricks. They cursed and rushed towards Yi Huan's back, but Yi Huan's speed was very fast. They couldn't keep up with Yi Huan's footsteps and could only watch Yi Huan slipping farther and farther away, unable to do anything about it. But there was a man in black, but he secretly gritted his teeth. His feet stepped on the arcane trajectory. His speed became fast. The faces of the people were overjoyed. Old Su has lightness. How can this be forgotten? Among the bodyguards, Lao Su's lightness was the strongest. Trying to catch a Yi Huan should not be a problem. As expected, Lao Su quickly closed the distance with Yi Huan in 3 moves, and was about to catch up. Yi Huan's expression immediately became ugly. Damn, how come this guy's speed is so fast? Yi Huan, put me down and go. Qin Shui panicked. She did not want to drag Yi Huan down because of herself. What are you talking about in your sleep? Yi Huan was panting. Hold me tight. Die for me. The man in black had already arrived, and with a sardonic laugh, he threw a punch. This punch was extremely standard, sealing off all of Yi Huan's retreats. Yi Huan secretly cried out in a bad way. His mind shifted and pulled out the bronze short sword in his pocket. We can only treat a dead horse as a living horse. He was unarmed at the moment, and if he resisted the attack with his flesh and blood, he was afraid that his bones would be smashed. But other than the bronze short sword, he had no other choice but to tough it out. Clank! To Yi Huan's secret surprise, when the short sword was sheathed, it actually emitted a clear wang sound. He did not think too much and directly stabbed out with his sword. The man in black laughed coldly. Just such a broken thing. Fooling who? He didn't flinch at all. Instead, he increased his force. Wow! A stream of crimson blood immediately shot out. The short sword was sharp to the extreme, just like slicing tofu, directly cutting through the black-clothed man's gloves. Yi Huan was slightly shocked inwardly, but didn't think too much about it. Instead, he flipped his wrist and chopped off the black-clothed man's palm. The man in black howled miserably, like a boiled prawn, covering his arm and bowing his waist. My hand! My hand! Yi Huan didn't have the time to listen to him pushing and pushing. He kicked him over, while looking at the short sword in his hand. I don't know when. The small sword's patina had all faded away. The ghostly sword body was as bright as a mirror. The cold light was biting. It was really a divine weapon that cuts through the iron. Picked up a treasure. A flash of joy flashed across his eyes, but he didn't stay too long, holding Qin Shui and continuing to run away. The hell knows that those black-clothed men have a few more experts. Yi Huan doesn't want to joke with his life. Chinese martial arts had a long history, and he had seen the world when he was in the capital. The heritage of some martial arts families was no joke. It was called inhuman. Yi Huan did not dare to play with them. In the past, when he was in the Yi family, he had even seen someone punching through the air and shaking a cow to death with his inner strength alone. He was an outsider who didn't know the depths, but he didn't want to get too entangled with this group of black-clothed men. Luckily, after breaking free from this bodyguard, the others could not catch up with Yi Huan, who circled into several alleys and quickly escaped. Wu Yong stood in place, seeing his subordinates coming back in ashes. He knew that they had failed. His eyes were almost ready to spit fire. Damn, what a bunch of losers. Losers. Now, I order you all, investigate the identity of this bastard. I can't swallow this breath. I want revenge. Yes. The black-clothed people looked ashamed and responded with their heads lowered. On the other side, in the alley, Yi Huan let out a light breath. Finally ran out. Humph. Sooner or later, Little Master will also practice some martial arts and get these bastards killed. In Yi Huan's arms, Qin Shui raised her head quietly, her sight meeting with Yi Huan. Yi Huan, did you forget something? Forgot something? Yi Huan could not help but be slightly stunned. At this moment, Qin Shui was gorgeous, like a combination of an angel and a devil, causing people to be unable to move their eyes. At the same time, there was a wisp of refreshing body fragrance running into Yi Huan's nostrils, making his mind sway. Isn't it time to put me down? Qin Shui snapped. And that's it. Can you be honest with your hands? Chapter 124 Investment. Yi Huan sniffed and his hand trembled lightly, subconsciously shaking again. You asshole. Qin Shui opened her teeth and claws, her face blushing. Yi Huan came back to his senses and snapped, putting down Qin Shui. It had to be said that although this chick's nature was wild, but this looks was really nothing to write home about. Qin Shui let out a low hum and kept a distance of 3 steps from Yi Huan. You colorful wolf. You are really lawless. Yi Huan hemmed and hawed and did not say anything more. The two of them walked out of the alley and returned to the garage of Connaught Restaurant. By this time, Wu Yong and the others had already left, and they got into the Martin's car without any problems. Yi Huan drank wine, so he sat in the passenger side. Looking at the night scene outside the window, he hesitated for a moment, did not choose to return to Su's house, and let Qin Shui drive the car to the Amethyst Mansion. Now on his mother-in-law's side, it was estimated that she hated him to the bone, and going back would be asking for trouble. Qin Shui drove the car, again without a puddle, and soon sent Yi Huan to the downstairs of the Amethyst Mansion. She looked at the magnificent floor-to-ceiling windows of the building and suddenly felt a little funny. When she first encountered Yi Huan, she thought that Yi Huan was Amethyst's security guard. Who knew that this guy was so draggy that he was actually the president of Amethyst? Hey, big colorful wolf. Today, thank you. When Yi Huan got off the car, Qin Shui said in a voice like a mosquito. Yi Huan was slightly stunned, revealing a smile. This little niece is really interesting. Hard mouth and soft heart. It's fine, just park your car here. I'll send someone to send you back later. Qin Shui was about to say something, but in the end, she just nodded her head gently. Aha. After returning to the office's mezzanine bedroom, Yi Huan didn't even take a shower before lying on the bed. It had to be said that he had experienced too many things today, making him a little exhausted even now. But before resting, he deliberately compiled a text message to Su Zixue, explaining the causes and consequences. Placing the cell phone on the bedside, tossing and turning for a moment, Yi Huan finally fell into a deep sleep. On the following day, Elder Su once again convened the clan meeting, but this time, they did not feast on others, but rather, it was an internal meeting. Before that, he had also invited Su Zixue, telling her to make sure to come over. Su Zixue sat in a corner of the villa's hall, tapping her cell phone in boredom. In the cell phone was Yi Huan's text message. In the content of the text message, Yi Huan sincerely explained to her that his relationship with Zhang Zian was innocent, and he was indeed the president of the company. He just happened to see Zhang Zian when he was shopping at the store, and remembering his old classmates' feelings, he promoted her to the company staff. After returning to the company, he was not feeling well and rested for half a day. Zhang Zian passed by and helped him pick up the phone. It was that simple. Let's trust him for now this time. Su Zixue let out a low hum and her mood improved a bit, and she vaguely had an impression about yesterday's picture. When she thought of Yi Huan standing up for himself, a hint of sweetness flooded her heart. On the other side, Elder Su sat in the main chair on the stage, his gaze sweeping majestically over the faces of everyone. I think everyone is also clear. In this year, the family industry's business condition has been bad. The income continues to be low. I have thought for a long time, this is not the way to go. I don't know if you guys have any proposals? The Su family's business, mainly operating the assembly line of pharmaceuticals, the main product sales nationwide, had a certain influence, but in the business of pharmaceuticals, the competition was extremely fierce, and it was either advance or retreat. The Su family did not have too much financial resources to research and develop new medicines, and soon lost the right to speak and was stepped on. Su old man heart anxious, but lack of time, even to maintain the existing base, are very difficult things. Change, just in time. The Su family crowd sat on the stage, looking at each other, not daring to breathe a breath for fear that the old master would stare at them. It had to be said that the Su family's younger generation did not have a single one that could carry the banner. The clan members being too mediocre was the reason why the Su family was declining. What's more, they had also put the remnants of their minds on infighting, with no one caring about the industry. Elder Su couldn't help but snort coldly when he saw the clan members looking like losers. Forget it, it's useless to count on you guys. Bing Bing, do you have any good ideas? Su Bingbing smiled faintly and stood up under the gaze of the crowd with an air of confidence. Grandpa, I happen to have an idea and have a good chance of succeeding. Elder Su's face revealed a joyful expression. It's still Bingbing who is reliable. What good idea have you come up with? Why don't you tell Grandpa about it? When the crowd saw this scene, a flash of suspicion flashed across their eyes. These two people, how did they look like they had rehearsed beforehand? Su Bingbing coughed and said to herself, Grandpa, it's actually very simple. Our products have stagnated. It's not that our research and development ability is not good, but it's just that our financial resources can't keep up. As long as more money is added, more human and material resources, we'll update and iterate our products quickly, creating new competitiveness. But in terms of investment, we haven't yet negotiated a firm deal with Amethyst, and even if we do, it'll take a long time to dilly-dally. So we might as well look long-term and find new investors to help us develop new medicines. When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but let out an outcry, and many of them rose with a sense of enlightenment, extremely recognizing the note that Su Bingbing had proposed. Elder Su laughed 3 times, his eyes showing approval. Bingbing's proposal is not bad, the feasibility is also very high. I wonder if everyone has any other opinions? Someone was bold enough to ask Su Bingbing a question. Although it's easy for you to say it, it's hard to do it. The capital required to develop new drugs is not a small amount. Which consortium is willing to invest in us? These words could be considered as poking right to the core, and all the Su family members fell into deep thought. As this person said, financing this kind of thing is not a child's game. The doorway inside is very deep. A few days ago, wasn't Amethyst Company very quick to answer the contract and cooperate with the Su family in depth? Later on, it didn't just say it was overturned. Really want to pull the investment, need to repeatedly negotiate the agreement. Not so simple. Could it be that Su Bingbing had some methods? As the crowd thought of this, they couldn't help but cast their eyes toward Su Bingbing. Su Bingbing revealed a confident smile. Actually, this matter of financing is not a problem at all. I know a nobleman who can buy our equity and give us an additional $50 million of investment. The crowd's minds were shaken, and they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. $50 million. This was not a small amount. The Su family's miscellaneous industries added up to a valuation of $700 or $800 million. This is only the fixed assets. Really, if the book's flow of funds, 100 million top day. They couldn't help but show envy on their faces. If Su Bingbing can really ask for $50 million of financing, that is the family's merit. At that time, wouldn't she be on her way to the top, and even most likely, directly become a senior member of the clan? Chapter 125, Going to the Door. Hearing the low voices of the crowd, Su Bingbing raised her head, enjoying this feeling of being in the limelight. Elder Su also smiled and asked, Bingbing, then tell me, which noble person is it? When Su Zishue, who was sitting in the corner, heard this, a flash of curiosity flashed across her eyes. She was actually looking forward to just who it was that could bring $50 million in financing to the family. Su Bingbing straightened her back, a hint of a smile appearing on her face. I'm sure everyone has heard of Chanka's by Sikong by Xiao, right? Bai Xiao is the male son of Chanka's old boss. He has a lot of energy. He holds a huge cash flow in his hands. He wants to invest in us without any problems. What? Bai Sikong? Hearing this name, the hall was suddenly clamoring. Bai Sikong they had naturally heard of. A while ago when Elder Su held a birthday banquet, Bai Xiao even came over to sit with young Master Bai's strength. Investing in the Su family would not be a problem at all. If this investment really comes to fruition, Su Bingbing is afraid that she is going to soar into the sky. The crowd was filled with emotion and complimented Su Bingbing in flattering tones. Bingbing's path is wide. I can't believe that even young Bai is your friend. Ha ha, Bingbing is too powerful. This ability is beyond words. The family will rely on you to carry the flag in the future. That's not true. Bingbing's fiance's background is also very big. The young couple support each other. Cannot prosper. Su Bingbing smiled and said, what a coincidence. My fiancé, Hai Liang, is also going to invest an additional $10 million to help the family develop their business. Hearing this, Elder Su couldn't stop smiling. Good. Bingbing pulling in $60 million of investment in one go. You're really good. Su Zishue sat in the corner, but her expression was unnatural again. Yesterday, this guy, Bai Sikong, had mischievous intentions towards her, and today, he shifted to become the family's investor. How can one think that there is something fishy hidden? Forget it, maybe he really is just a good friend with Su Bingbing. Su Zixue inwardly comforted herself, but Li Qin does not think so. She sat beside Su Zixue, looking at Su Bingbing so scenic. Her eyes had long been red, and her heart was so jealous. But when Li Qin heard that the family's investor was Bai Sikong, her eyes immediately lit up. She pulled Su Zixue over and said excitedly, "Zixue, you can't miss out on anything this time. You have to know, you're married, and the fact that he, Mr. Bai, doesn't mind this and keeps pursuing you is already very sincere. You'll go up later, get acquainted with others, and strive to get a handful of them, and establish a relationship with Bai Xiao, and the whole family will thank you afterward." Su Zixue's brows knit deeply. "Mom, what do you mean by married? Yi Huan and I are still not divorced. I'll tell you very clearly, Yi Huan is my husband in name only. There's no way I'll be with Bai Sikong." Li Qin's eyes glared and she aggravated her tone. "Zixue, don't forget what kind of virtue Yi Huan has been in these 3 years. Even if he has a little bit of money, that's still a dog that can't change its ways. Besides, he even cheated on his wife. He's such a heartless white-eyed wolf. Why are you thinking about him?" Su Zixue buried her head, whispered obstinately, "Mom, don't think too much. Money is endless, just enough to get by. You're less likely to compare yourself with others." Li Qin snorted coldly. "Comparing? Yi Huan, this trash is also worthy of comparing with people? Forget it, I won't say much. You'll see for yourself when the time comes." At this time, Elder Su smiled and snapped, "Bing bing ah, then you've made a good relationship. Why don't you hurry up and invite Bai Xiao over?" Su Bingbing smiled and nodded her head. "Don't worry Grandpa, I've already discussed this with Bai Xiao. I guess it won't take long for him to come over." "Then what are you guys still waiting for? Why don't you set up the red carpet and tidy up the house?" Elder Su clapped his hands. Very quickly, as if it had been finalized long ago, a row of servants walked out in good order, laying down a long red carpet. The red carpet led all the way from the villa's front door to the hall. Imposing. On top of that, they also switched the tables and chairs, purposely leaving a main table empty. Su Zixue looked at this scene and a bad premonition rose within her heart. Elder Su's stance today was clearly to discuss financing, but 3 days ago, the old master had said to her in a serious tone that today's meeting was related to her. "I hope I'm overthinking," Su Zixue said inwardly. It's not possible that the family master is confused. On the other side, after arranging everything, Elder Su smiled at Su Bingbing and said, "When Bai Xiao arrives and talks about the project, Grandpa will definitely reward you heavily." Su Bingbing smiled like a flower, a flash of excitement in her eyes. "Thank you Grandpa. Grandpa is so nice." Elder Su stroked his goatee and said another explosive news. "If the financing is successfully completed, I will also let you take full charge of the new drug development. After this is done, you will be able to become the successor of the Su family." The moment these words came out, Su Bingbing's entire body shuddered fiercely, her beautiful eyes flashing with excitement. "Then thank you so much Grandpa. I will definitely live up to the expectations entrusted to me. Complete the mission well." After saying that, she glanced at Su Zixue in a half-satisfied, half-cold manner. "Aren't you very capable? Very proud of yourself? Even snatching away the Amethyst Corporation's cooperation mission? But now, at the family's critical juncture, it's still not me who takes the lead and creates a feat? Su Zixue, you can't blame me for this. It's your honor that Bai Xiao has taken a liking to your beauty. Don't give your face away." Thinking about what was going to happen next, Su Bingbing couldn't help but murmur inwardly. Very quickly, after about 5 minutes or so, an extravagant Porsche Cayenne stopped at the entrance of the villa. Inside came down 2 men. The leader was none other than Bai Sikong, who was wrapped in gauze. The other, a tall and sturdy bodyguard wearing sunglasses, stood behind Bai Sikong with a cold face. After yesterday's incident, Bai Sikong deeply realized the importance of bodyguards, and hired a kung fu expert with heavy money to come over and support the scene for him. "Family master, Bai Xiao is here." The security guard at the door saw this and with an excited face, rushed to inform Elder Su. "Young Bai came to my Su family today. I've missed the welcome. I hope that young Bai won't be offended." Elder Su had been waiting for a long time and hurriedly greeted him, extending his hands. The Su family members were respectful and silent, standing neatly on both sides of the red carpet to greet Bai Sitsong's arrival. Seeing such a big battle, Bai Sikong nodded in satisfaction and stepped onto the red carpet. Seeing the white-haired Elder Su, a flash of disdain flashed across his eyes. If it wasn't for the sake of marrying Zixue, who the hell would invest in this shabby Su family business? Chapter 126, Perfunctions. Although this was what he thought in his heart, he still had to perfume this old man. Su family master is polite. I came today, so I won't be polite with you. Let's get straight to business. After saying that, Bai Sikong didn't have any intention of shaking hands with the old master and directly walked past him. The smile on the old master's face froze somewhat, his hands hanging there awkwardly, not knowing where to put them. He hadn't expected that Bai Sitsong's attitude would be so arrogant, and even his words were so nonchalant, but he didn't dare to think too much. After all, Bai Sitsong's energy was there, so he could only forcefully hold back the unhappiness in his heart. After walking to the hall, Bai Sitsong did not avoid, directly sitting in the main seat opposite the door, crossed his legs, a face of frivolity. As for his bodyguards, they stood behind him, their aura cold and hard. The Su family members did not dare to speak, quietly staring at Bai Sitsong. When Elder Su, Su Bingbing and the others were seated, Bai Sitsong swept a circle before slowly opening his mouth. The Su family's matter. I've pretty much understood it from Bingbing's mouth. As for the investment, I won't take advantage of you guys, so I'll just inject $50 million at an estimated value of $700 million, and purchase 7% of the shares. When the crowd heard this, their faces were filled with joy. Although it was said that the Su family's assets were placed at their peak, the valuation of $1 billion was not excessive. But now, after several years of withering, the actual assets had long shrunk. Even if Bai Sitsong valued them at $500 million and forcefully bought their shares, the crowd would be smiling from ear to ear. This deal made a huge profit. Elder Su was beaming with joy, instantly forgetting his previous unhappiness. With $50 million in the account, renewing the capital chain, their Su family iterative products, is not a breeze? Su Bingbing fawned and said, "Thank you, Mr. Bai. Young Bai is mighty and domineering. Ahem, don't be in a hurry." Bai Sitsong's tone was meaningful. "I'm so injecting capital. There are conditions." Elder Su's bravado washed over the clouds, waving his long sleeve. "What conditions? Bai Xiao, you can mention." "We absolutely agree." "Good." Bai Sitsong stood up and scanned the crowd, finally fixing his gaze on Su Zixue. "I have long heard that there is a beauty in the Su family. I have been in love with her for a long time. Unfortunately, when I met her, she had already married someone else, and I still couldn't forget her after a long time. What haunts me the most is that she married a loser and was completely unable to be happy. So on this day, I would like to take this opportunity to be with this young lady and renew a beautiful marriage. If this young lady does not agree, $50 million of financing, well, I think there is no need to continue." Bai Sitsong's words were deep and unforgettable, yet decisive, saying that the hearts of the crowd were tightened. The crowd's face was slightly stunned, and they all looked at Su Zixue in the corner. Although Bai Sitsong didn't name who it was, they shouldn't even think about it. Bai Sitsong was talking about her. When a big family gets married, it's all about the right family, and the Su family is no different. But Su Zixue is an anomaly, married to the waste Huan. The only person in the entire family who could be considered to be married to a loser was Su Zixue. Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Zixue's pretty face was white, her body trembling slightly, unable to speak. At this moment, she only felt that a huge pressure had appeared out of nowhere, leaving her breathless. Bai Sitsong was not giving her a way out. If she refused Bai Sitsong, she would definitely be subjected to endless abuse and complaints from her clan. Even Yi Huan would be implicated and engulfed by the clan's anger. The old master coughed and said knowingly, "Then may I ask which girl from my Su family is so lucky to have received the favor of young Bai?" Bai Sitsong stared at Su Zixue and said fondly, "Zixue, it is precisely Zixue that I like." These words came out like a thunderbolt from the ground, crushing Su Zixue's last fluke. The other people's faces, however, revealed a color of envy. In their opinion, Su Zixue didn't know what blessing she had cultivated to be so lucky in this life to be looked upon by Bai Xiao. However, young Bai's offer of marriage had risen to the level of a family marriage, and was also related to the future development of the Su family. This matter still needed Elder Su to make the call. Without any hesitation, he said with a long smile, "Fine, fine. I agree to this marriage." Bai Sitsong nodded slightly and walked in front of Su Zixue in full view of everyone. The moment he stood still, everyone held their breath, not daring to say anything. Su Zixue was wearing a long dress decorated with lace that was playful and cute, emphasizing her gentle and virtuous, pure and moving temperament. Seeing Bai Sitsong standing in front of her, she was like a panicked beast, subconsciously retreating, her heart filled with a sense of apprehension. Bai Sitsong's satisfied crossed blazing sight greedily wandered in Su Zixue's body. "Ms. Zixue, have you thought clearly today? Don't let me down." Su Zixue clenched her lower lip. It was difficult to open her mouth. She naturally heard the threatening intent in Bai Sitsong's words. If she refused, Bai Sitsong would definitely cancel the financing, which would go against the general trend of the entire clan. What's more, the old master had made a golden promise, agreeing to the marriage between the two, so how could she refuse? Seeing Su Zixue dawdling, Li Qin secretly became anxious. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What was she still hesitating for? As long as they got on the line of Bai Xiao, in the future, they would be able to straighten their backs, eat and drink, and step into the upper-class society. Li Kim had an uplifted look on her face. No matter what happened today, she had to make this happen. She walked over to Su Zixue's side and pulled up Su Zixue's arm without saying a word. Zixue, what are you waiting for? Bai Xiao is asking you to speak. Why don't you quickly agree? The others heard this and also yelled. Yes, Zixue, as long as you agree, the family will prosper because of you. Besides, Bai Xiao comes from a wealthy family, rich and golden, simply the perfect marriage partner. You have to cherish your blessings. I'm sorry. Su Zixue's voice trembled and firm. Mr. Bai, your request today is too abrupt. I married a long time ago. Yi Huan is my nominal husband. I can't promise you. When Bai Sikong heard Su Zixue mentioning Yi Huan, his eyes were full of shade and a hostile aura crossed his face. Yi Huan, this bastard, dared to humiliate him so much and even ruined his hand. This great revenge he had to avenge. But for now, it was better to settle Su Zixue first. This beauty, he had to take it. Bai Sikong faintly spoke. Zixue, what you said is not a problem at all. Wouldn't it be better if you and this loser directly divorced? Of course, if you really don't agree, I won't force you, but you have to think clearly. Your Su family is now in a state of disarray. Its assets are like a puddle of stagnant water. I valued it at $700 million, and I don't even know how much of a premium it is. Aside from me, who else can offer so much money to invest this amount of money for your Su family? Chapter 127 Anger. Elder Su hurriedly nodded. Young Bai, you're right. I've long wanted to kick this trashy Huan out of the Su family. There's no problem with you and Zixue's marriage contract. Saying that, he gave Su Zixue a warning glance. Isn't that right, Zixue? I've advised you long ago that Yi Huan is not worth committing his life to. Whether you agree or refuse now, you must marry Bai Xiao. Bai Sikong waved his hand. Elder, you've gone too far with this. How could Zixue not agree? I have already investigated. Zixue has been married for the past 3 years. She is quite disgusted with Yi Huan. She has not given him a good face. If I'm right, you two have been married for 3 years. So far you may not be a couple, right? Su Zixue's lips trembled slightly, but she didn't know how to explain. Before this, she indeed couldn't look at Yi Huan and thought that Yi Huan was a waste. But after the recent series of things, she had greatly changed her opinion of Yi Huan, and even developed an inexplicable affection. Li Kim hurriedly said, that's right, Yi Huan, this waste, is not qualified to be Zixue's husband. Bai Xiao is Zixue's good match. I'll be the first to agree to this marriage. If their daughter and Bai Sikong got married, their family would be able to get rich. The others, including Su Bingbing, also began to echo, asking Su Zixue to agree. Yi Huan staying in my Su family has simply tainted the reputation of the Su family. It's good for everyone if he leaves. Su Bingbing shouted loudly and murderously. Although she looked at Su Zixue with displeasure, she hated Yi Huan even more. She had already decided in her heart that as long as Yi Huan was kicked out of the Su family, she would be the first to get this bastard killed. Zixue, your clan members have agreed to this marriage. Why are you still shy? Bai Sikong was immensely pleased, smilingly extending his hand, wanting to wrap Su Zixue's slender waist. Su Zixue subconsciously dodged it and forced herself to say, Mr. Bai, show some respect. She did not expect that Bai Sikong was so bold as to actually move against him in front of the entire clan. Moreover, the entire clan did not have any intention of stopping it. Instead, they let Bai Sitsong's licentious demeanor go unchecked. Su Zixue inwardly rose a thick chill. This is human warmth and coldness? For $50 million, completely sacrificed her personal happiness. Bai Sikong didn't have any meaning of frustration. Instead he revealed an impish smile. The more Su Zixue resisted, the more it provoked his interest. Anyway, everyone present did not dare to oppose him. Su Zixue, even if she did not agree, what could she do? Bai Sitsong's face was blanched. He smiled hee, and grabbed towards Su Zixue again. Beauty, I want to see where you can run. At this time, Li Qin's body was on one side, helping Bai Sikong block Su Zixue's retreat. Bai Sikong smoothly grabbed Su Zixue's white wrist, and with a smooth sweep, he took the beauty into his arms. He greedily inhaled the refreshing fragrance of Su Zixue's body, his face filled with intoxication. Beauty smells so good, so good. He clamped down on Su Zixue's shoulders and made a move to kiss. Su Zixue's face was desperately resisting, but she was a woman's family. How could she be as strong as Bai Sitsong's strength? She could only helplessly give Bai Sikong a hug and let him humiliate her. A line of tears from her beautiful eyes slipped down. No one can save her. Bastard! Let go of Zixue. A furious roar came out. At some point, Yi Huan actually arrived. With a wave of his big hand, he easily pushed Bai Sikong away. Su Zixue stood in place, her tearful eyes hazy, tears snapping down her face. Yi Huan's eyes were red. and his emotions were also stirred up in a way that was difficult to calm down. He smoothly hugged Su Zixue and softly said, "Sorry, I'm late. Yi Huan, you still dare to come back?" Bai Sikong stood up with a palpitating heart, his eyes glowing with anger. Yi Huan coldly glanced at him, murderous feelings rising and falling in his heart. If he didn't care about his wife's safety, Yi Huan would have been able to hit Bai Sikong and spit out blood with just one palm. At the same time, the eyes of the Su family's people had fallen on Yi Huan's body. Just now, Yi Huan's speed was really too fast. They just felt a blur before their eyes, and a figure appeared in front of them. Yi Huan, being swept into her husband's arms, Su Zixue did not have any resistance and leaned against Yi Huan's chest, sobbing softly. If it wasn't for Yi Huan's timely arrival, she really would have been bullied to death by Bai Sikong. Yi Huan patted Su Zixue's fragrant shoulder and firmly said, "Zixue, don't cry. I'm coming. No one can bully you." At the same time, a monstrous rage rose within him. Bai Sikong had provoked him 3 times and was becoming more and more reckless. He swore not to be human until he killed Bai Sikong. Bai Sikong, however, let out a cold smile and waved his hand, making his bodyguard protect his front. "Yi Huan, it's good that you're here today. Let's settle old scores together. If I don't beat you to death today, my surname is not Bai." That bodyguard was not tall and strong, and even looked a bit thin, but the murderous aura on his body was frightening. The crowd saw Bai Sikong summoning the bodyguard, but they felt that he was being redundant. With this trash Yi Huan, even if he stood here and let him beat him, would he dare to make a move? Su Bingbing let out a disdainful taunt. "Yo ho, the soft rice king is still back. Just in time to inform you of something. You have been expelled by the Su family." Elder Su nodded faintly. "Not bad. From now on, you will no longer have any relationship with the Su family. As for Zixue, she will be Bai Xiao's wife. If you are more sensible, quit for me now, and your downfall will be a little more honorable. If you have to be stubborn, don't blame my Su family for being unsympathetic." Li Qim scolded acerbically. "That's right, Yi Huan, you've been a scourge to my Su family for 3 years now, so consider me begging you to spare us. You're afraid you're not even worthy of lifting a shoe in front of Bai Xiao. I'm happy for my daughter to marry him, so get lost and don't stick your nose in like a mangy dog." "All shut up," Yi Huan roared out, facing the cross-accusations of the crowd. This time, he did not choose to be timid anymore. In this instant, everyone was bluffed by him and froze, unable to speak, especially that look in Yi Huan's eyes. It made their hearts rise with a sense of fear. Yi Huan scanned the circle, his gaze getting colder and colder. He drank more wine yesterday, so he woke up a little late. However, when he woke up, he actually saw a text message from his sister-in-law that Bai Sikong wanted to invest in the Su family. After reading the text message, a bad premonition rose within him and he hurriedly drove here. As a result, just as he arrived at the door, he saw the scene of Bai Sikong hugging Zixue, but the other Su family members, however, did not put any stop to it and instead agreed with Bai Sikong's behavior. Yi Huan didn't even need to think much before he was clear about the cause and effect. "I really feel sad for you guys, actually relying on sacrificing Zixue alone in exchange for a $50 million investment." Yi Huan's tone was chilly. Chapter 128, Crossfire. Have you ever respected Zixue's opinion? Have you ever asked her what she really thinks? No. Your minds are all drilled into money. It's really bad luck for Zixue to have clansmen like you guys. Even if the Su family has more financing, it's still just a puddle of. These words came out with a resounding thud, echoing through the hall. A portion of the clansmen's faces were a little ashamed when they heard these words. When they remembered Su Zixue's desperate appearance, they were indeed a bit intolerant. But this was a minority after all. For the greater number, a sense of absurdity rose, never expecting that a trash would dare to be so wild. Elder Su's face was iron blue as he heavily waved his cane in his hand. "Pissed me off? What kind of thing are you, daring to point your finger at my Su family? Young Bai comes from a powerful family, rich and powerful. How can he be compared to trash like you? Zixue is just temporarily bluffed by you. You have evil intentions, and you're doing everything you can to stop the rise of the clan. You're the biggest tumor." Many clansmen also came back to their senses and cursed Yi Huan, a shabby who doesn't even have a proper job. What's the point of pretending here? That's right, what a shameless thing. He's afraid that he's not clear about his situation. Without his family, he's nothing but a begging wretch on the side of the road. Bai Sikong growled spitefully. "Bunny, cut the crap. I was worried about where to find you. Now that you've sent me to the door, let's see if I won't take your dog's life for TM. Master Huang, hurry up and make your move. I want you to waste his limbs on the spot." The lean man sniffed and a cruel smile crossed his face. Taking money from people, eliminating disasters for them, Bai Sikong had paid him to come, and beating people up was within his scope of business. He, Huang Yilong, came from a famous family and was well versed in external kung fu leaning avalanche. Dealing with an ordinary person was simply not too easy. "Kid, stand still and wait for Grandpa to come and clean you up. Huan Yilong rubbed his fist and walked towards Yi Huan. Su Zixue's pretty face flashed with panic. Yi Huan, hurry up and go. He is a bodyguard with Kung Fu. You can't beat him. In Su Zixue's mind, as long as Yi Huan stood out, she was satisfied. What's more, just now, Yi Huan spoke for her in front of everyone, which moved her even more. There's no such thing as letting a woman hold up the scene. Yi Huan protected Su Zixue behind him and walked up 2 steps head-on, his face unperturbed. You claimed that you want to abolish me, then I will even beat you and Bai Sikong together. Huan Yilong's face froze slightly, then filled with a sardonic smile. Still talking tough when you're dead. It seems like you want me to spice you up a bit. Originally, he only wanted to waste Yi Huan's 4 limbs, but now, he wanted to waste even Yi Huan's 5th leg. Boom! His figure stepped heavily. His speed suddenly accelerated, creating a terrifying impact. His shoulders were raised, and he slammed fiercely towards Yi Huan. Bai Sikong watched this scene, the smile on his face growing stronger. Huan Yilong had been his father's head bodyguard, and had later left Chunka Corporation, but had always kept in contact with him. Bai Sikong also knew that Huan Yilong's Dumen's skill was this leaning mountain crash. If this move is smashed, Yi Huan's spine is afraid to be broken. I'm afraid that he can only lie in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Su Zixue was so close that she could sense how terrifying Huan Yilong's power was, and her pretty face turned pale. Yi Huan, don't try to be strong, quickly get out of the way. She never knew that Yi Huan knew martial arts. There was no way Yi Huan could be a match for this man. The others showed cold smiles on their faces. It was better to beat this punk to death to save him from continuing to bark. Yi Huan, however, as if he didn't hear it, was as steady as MT. Tai didn't avoid it, and just lightly stretched out his right hand. Seeing this, the contempt in Huan Yilong's eyes became even more intense, and without hesitation, he crashed over. Ah! In the next instant, a mournful wail came out. Blood soared from Huan Yilong's shoulder, and the wound was deep enough to see the bone. He thumped backward 2 steps, his eyes filled with incredulity. Hiss! The smiles on the faces of the others also froze, their minds going blank. What was this situation? Why was it Huan Yilong who was injured instead? There were sharp-eyed people who discovered the truth. Yi Huan is hiding a short sword in his hand. Holy, is this guy so sinister? The crowd's jaws dropped. Yi Huan coldly smiled, skimmed the blood foam on the short sword, and sheathed the bronze short sword. He was not a little cutie, and was in hard contact with a person who practiced martial arts. Since the bronze short sword was so good, directly stabbing this little cutie to death, wouldn't that be good? So the moment Yi Huan saw Huan Yilong charging, he had a verdict in his mind. It was good that Huan Yilong was arrogant and did not set up a defense, which also gave Yi Huan an opportunity to take advantage of. Come on, waste me huh? Still horizontal or not? Yi Huan sneered, cupped his sandbag-sized fist and smashed it towards Huan Yilong. Huan Yilong gritted his teeth and hurriedly stood up, resisting this style. He was worthy of having the clan's inheritance. Even though he was injured, he fought Yi Huan back and forth. Damn, if I wasn't afraid of this guy's empty hand, I would have chopped you to death with my sword. Yi Huan's expression was somewhat ugly. He knew inwardly that these people who practiced martial arts, their methods were not bad, and if Yi Huan was not careful, he might even really be taken away from his short sword. So after getting his way with one strike, he simply put away his short sword and touched hard with Huan Yilong. Although Huan Yilong was very fierce, but he was injured. The blood soon soaked the lapel, somewhat difficult to support. In the crowd's line of sight, the two people's movements flew fast, back and forth. The battle was scorching, leaving only pieces of residual shadow. Su Zixue stared blankly at Yi Huan, covering her face incredulously. Where did Yi Huan's boxing and kicking skills come from? In her inherent impression, the sport that Yi Huan was most skilled at was housework. Ah, bang! Suddenly, Huan Yilong's movement was a little slow, and was caught by Yi Huan's break, and was directly kicked to the ground. Huan Yilong let out a low roaring pain and collapsed on the ground unwillingly. No more strength left to resist. Although Yi Huan did not know martial arts, but he had nowhere to vent his brute strength, so he had no problem in defeating Huan Yilong on his hands. But the Su family crowd didn't know. Their eyeballs fell all over the place, their expressions filled with astonishment. Yi Huan actually really won? In the silent hall, only Huan Yilong's pleas for mercy echoed out. Big brother, grandpa, please spare me. I won't dare to do it again. I'm also just doing a favor for someone. If you want to bully that Bai Sikong kid. Huan Yilong's face blanched and betrayed Bai Sikong without hesitation. Yi Huan snorted coldly and stomped hard on Huan Yilong's face before walking towards Bai Sikong. Kid, I heard that you just wanted to waste my limbs? Bai Sikong took 2 steps backward and panicked. If you have the guts to wait, I'll call my dad. If my dad steps in, you're done for. It's not too late for you to beg for mercy. Chapter 129, Crashing into a Gun. Yi Huan's eyes flashed with a touch of weirdness when he heard this. This guy, by Sikong, was really a pot calling the kettle black. Then I'll let you hit one. By Sitsong's face was overjoyed, and he hurriedly took out his cell phone. Hey dad, where are you? Your son is being bullied. You quickly help. Isn't our building full of security guards? You find them all and take revenge for me. When the Su family heard this, they looked at Yi Huan with pity and ridicule. This Yi Huan was too ignorant, and actually gave Bai Sikong the opportunity to make a phone call. One must know that the financial strength of Chanka Mansion was very strong, and the security guards hired were also first-class strong. Yi Huan is so arrogant, or obediently wait for death. But right at this moment, Bai Sitsong's words made the crowd completely boil. What? You can't call out? Then where are you? You're in front of the Su family villa? Bai Sikong looked slightly stunned. What do you dare to come here for? I'm also in this villa. A smile appeared on Yi Huan's face. Bai Jianlin's arrival at the Su family mansion was actually related to him. When he woke up this morning, he actually received a call from Bai Jianlin. Bai Jianlin's meaning was also very simple. That is, he wanted to find Yi Huan to chat about the transfer of equity and other economic situations of Chanka Company. Once Yi Huan thought that he had something to do today and had to go to the Su family villa, he let Bai Jianlin come over here to wait. By the time the Su family meeting was over, he would find a place with Bai Jianlin to chat about the situation. Bai Jianlin agreed very quickly and moved quite fast, already arriving at the Su family's entrance. When the Su family heard this news, there was an uncontrollable joy on their faces. Bai Jianlin, this is a big man. A big man worth billions of dollars, Elder Su excitedly said. Several of you, why don't you quickly go out and welcome Mr. Bai's presence? Among the crowd, only Bai Sikong was confused. Why did his old man come to Su's house for no reason? Learning from him to pick up girls? However, he didn't dare to think too much and welcomed them out together. Yi Huan, you're dead. With my father here, you have no good fruit to eat. Yi Huan didn't stop him either. Standing there with a bland face, very quickly, a majestic figure walked through the doorway. But what made the crowd bizarre was that Bai Jianlin was hung with colors just like his son. His nose was bruised and swollen, and he was still bandaged, but they didn't dare to show any disrespect. Standing on the left and right sides of the hall, welcoming Bai Jianlin's arrival, Elder Su smiled and said, Mr. Bai, inside please, inside please. Bai Jianlin nodded absent-mindedly, his eyes looking around. This brat mustn't get into any trouble and dash off Yi Shaoa. He was apprehensive as he silently prayed inwardly. For his own family, that kid, he is still not clear? Simply a troublemaker. If placed in the usual, Bai Sitsong's trouble should not be too big. He can basically easily solve. But today is different. It's also in the Su family. If Bai Sikong offended Yi Shao, the entire Bai family would suffer. Dad, you're finally here. Bai Sikong ran over in a huff. Bai Jianlin said without a trace of humor, why are you here as well? Bai Sikong poured out his bitterness. Dad, you must help me out. I've been preparing to invest in the Su family for the past few days, and I was almost done negotiating, but a bastard intervened and purposely looked for trouble from me. This guy is just a flunky, but he's so arrogant that he even injured me. What's even more ridiculous is that he even said he knew you. He's a loser. What qualifications does he have to climb into a relationship with you? Bai Jianlin's heart thumped inwardly, a bad feeling rising. A flunky? Still knows me? Bai Sikong saw his father's face look out of sorts and strangely said, Father, what's wrong with you? Bai Jianlin took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, the person you are talking about, is he surnamed Yi? Bai Sikong was about to reply when a voice came out lightly from inside the room. Bai Jianlin, you're so capable. Today's matter, you're on your own. Hearing this familiar voice, Bai Jianlin's pupils shrank and he raised his head, his face suddenly turning pale. The one who appeared in front of him, wasn't it precisely Yi Huan? Sinful son, sinful son sinful son Bai Jianlin wailed inwardly, his eyes went black, and he almost fainted. Bai Sikong took a step ahead of him and screamed, Waste, how do you talk? This is my father, so what if it's your father? Yi Huan spoke indifferently, today, even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't stop me from getting you killed. The faces of the Su family were stunned, then they let out laughter, their faces filled with contempt. With these words, Yi Huan was dead today. To know, what kind of identity is General Manager Bai? Black and white, powerful, stomping his foot, the entire Hangzhou city will shake 3 times. What about Yi Huan? He's just a useless son-in-law. How dare he put down such harsh words in front of Mr. Bai? He's finished, offending the old man and Chanka real estate one after another. They could already imagine Yi Huan's miserable end. Elder Su was even more furious and tapped his cane heavily. What are you guys still waiting for? Call security. Let the security guards take him down, knock off his limbs and throw him out directly. Yi Huan's recklessness one after another had deeply aroused his anger. He made up his mind that after resolving Yi Huan, he would immediately explain clearly to General Manager Bai that Yi Huan was not a member of the Su family and did not have the slightest relationship with the Su family. The Su family's security team surrounded Yi Huan, holding electric batons. Beat? Give me a hard beating. Bai Sitsun's eyes were glowing and he was so chirpy that he couldn't wait to beat Yi Huan to death on behalf of the security guards. Su Zixue stepped forward in a panic, attempting to make the old master let Yi Huan go. Family master, listen to my explanation. This matter started because of me. Yi Huan was just too impulsive. As you all know, he is usually silent, without a bit of temper. I will let him apologize now. Don't make a move, will you? If Mr. Bai really wants to invest, this matter can be discussed in the long run. You guys beating up Yi Huan won't help. It won't help? The old man was so angry that he blew his beard and eyes out. He's the one who messed up the deal. If I don't punish him, how can I manage the Su family in the future? The crowd clamored, not giving Su Zixue a chance at all. That's right, normally it would be fine. But today, this punk must be made to pay the price. Li Qin pulled Su Zixue and said with hatred, Zixue, you are afraid of being blinded by lard. You let them kill this waste is. Why do you stand up for him? Su Zixue's tearful eyes were hazy. No, Yi Huan has become a target in order to save me. I can't leave him alone. Right at this moment, Yi Huan turned around and finally spoke. Zixue, don't worry, I will be fine. Even if I stand here and don't fight back, they won't dare to touch me in the slightest.